Chapter 1, You Scumbag. You got my best friend pregnant with quintuplets. In June, the air in Jiangdong City was filled with sweltering heat, and the incessant chirping of cicadas was enough to drive anyone crazy. In the square in front of the main building of Jiangdong University, rows of blue tents formed long lines, and recruitment boards from various companies gleamed white in the sunlight. Chen Hao stood in the crowd, his resume slightly damp with sweat. He was discussing the job requirements of a tech company with Li Ming, who was in the same major, when his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Chen Hao took out his phone, and a string of unfamiliar numbers appeared on the screen, but the location was Jiangdong City. He held the phone to his ear, his thumb hovering over the answer button for a moment before letting it go. There have been too many scam calls and telemarketing ads lately. This morning, I just received a call from someone claiming to be from the bank's risk control department, which wasted 5 minutes of his time. He hung up the phone, stuffed it back into his pocket, and picked up his resume again. "Why didn't you answer?" Li Ming asked casually. An unfamiliar number, probably another sales call. The two walked a few more steps forward, and just as Chen Hao picked up a flyer from an internet company, his phone vibrated again. It's still the same number. Chen Hao frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. His resume submissions today hadn't gone smoothly. 2 companies in a row had only accepted his resume and told him to wait for a notification, without even giving him a first interview. He hung up again. This person is quite persistent. Chen Hao muttered something, put his phone on silent, and put it back in his pocket. About 3 or 4 minutes later, Chen Hao was bending over to fill out a job application form at a table when his phone vibrated for the 3rd time. This time he didn't hang up immediately, but stared at the flashing number on the screen for several seconds. Sales calls usually give up after 2 unanswered attempts, and scam calls are even less persistent. What if it's HR from some company calling? He hesitated for a moment, then gestured to Li Ming, walked to a relatively quiet flower bed, and pressed the answer button. "Hello," Chen Hao said. A woman's voice suddenly rang out on the other end of the phone, high-pitched and shrill, filled with barely suppressed anger. "You scumbag. How dare you hang up on me? Do you know how many times I called you?" Chen Hao was completely stunned. He took the phone away from his ear, glanced at the screen to make sure he hadn't dialed the wrong number, and then put the phone back to his ear. "What did you say? Who are you? Who am I? How dare you ask me who I am?" The woman's voice rose even higher, giving him no chance to speak. "You scumbag. You're a complete and utter scumbag. You dare not answer my calls." Chen Hao was completely bewildered by this barrage of insults, and a nameless anger welled up inside him. "Are you sure you've got the right number? I don't even know you. How am I a jerk? When have I ever been a jerk to you? You dare to scumbag me? If you dare to scumbag me, I'll come over right now and castrate you. You believe me." The woman's voice carried a fierce edge, and it didn't sound like she was joking at all. Chen Hao felt a lump in his throat, both angry and amused. He's been diligently attending classes and submitting resumes lately, and hasn't even had dinner with any girls. So how did a woman suddenly appear out of nowhere, calling him a scumbag? He took a deep breath, his voice turning cold. Baffling. After saying those 4 words, he hung up the phone. Several classmates near the flower bed glanced at him. Chen Hao awkwardly put his phone back in his pocket and returned to the job fair queue. Seeing that Chen Hao's expression was off, Li Ming asked what was wrong. Chen Hao waved his hand and said it was nothing. He had just run into a lunatic. But that number seemed determined to get back at him. Less than a minute later, the phone screen lit up again. Chen Hao stared at the string of numbers, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. He walked to a more secluded corner, answered the phone, and his tone was clearly impatient. "Are you still going to keep this up? What do you want? If you keep harassing me like this, I'm calling the police." The woman on the other end of the phone gave a cold laugh, her voice filled with undisguised sarcasm. "Call the police? You call the police? I'll call the police to have you arrested and locked up, you scumbag. You think you can escape?" Chen Hao was almost laughing in anger. He lowered his voice and asked, word by word, "Who are you? What gives you the right to keep calling me a scumbag? Explain yourself." The woman's tone was firm, like she was giving an order. "I'll give you half an hour. Within half an hour, you must immediately come to Jiangdong Maternal and Child Health Hospital to sign the papers. Listen carefully, half an hour. No exceptions. Sign." Chen Hao was completely stunned. "What documents do you need me to sign? Why should I go to the Maternal and Child Health Hospital? Who exactly are you? You got my best friend pregnant with quintuplets. The situation is urgent. We urgently need a family member to sign the consent form for surgery." The woman's voice was filled with anger and urgency. "You're the child's father. If you don't come to sign, do you expect me to?" Who do you think you are? These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over Chun Hao's head. He opened his mouth, his mind buzzing. Quintuplets? When did he get anyone pregnant? He rarely even has the chance to spend time alone with girls, let alone do something like this. He pressed the phone even closer to his face, and his voice became distorted. Who is your best friend? Don't talk nonsense. I don't know your best friend at all. The woman snorted coldly. My best friend is Jiang Shiwero. Don't tell me you don't know her. Jiang Shiwero. When those three words entered Chun Hao's ears through the receiver, he felt as if something had hit his head hard. How could he not know Jiang Shiwero? She was the most beautiful girl in the music department of Jiangdong University and the most recognized beauty in the entire school. Her face and her temperament made her the center of attention wherever she went on campus. Last year, the school held a campus singing competition. Jiang Shiwero wore a white dress and sang a folk song. The hundreds of people in the audience listened quietly, and even their applause was a beat late. From then on, Jiang Shiwero's name seemed to be engraved in every corner of the school, becoming a popular topic of conversation in the boys' dormitory. Even the cafeteria ladies recognized her and would always give her an extra spoonful of food. But Jiang Shiwero is a very aloof person, known for keeping people at arm's length. Chun Hao had heard from his roommate that someone had waited for her for 3 hours in the middle of the night with roses in hand, but she didn't even glance at them when she came downstairs and just walked past them. Some people even went through a roundabout way to deliver love letters to her, which she returned unopened. How could a girl like that have gotten involved with him? Most importantly, he and she had never spoken a single word to each other, let alone had any interaction. Chun Hao steadied himself and tried to make his voice sound calm. Is the Jiang Shiwero you're talking about the one from the music department of Jiangdong University? Chapter 2, The Aloof School Beauty, Jiang Shiwero. Chun Hao steadied himself and tried to make his voice sound calm. Is the Jiang Shiwero you're talking about the one from the music department of Jiangdong University? Nonsense, the woman snapped irritably. Is there another Jiang Shiwero in Jiangdong City? Stop dawdling with me and get over here right now. Wait a minute, just wait a minute. Chun Hao raised his hand and made a paused gesture towards the air. I have never met Jiang Shiwero before. I only saw her sing on stage once at a singing competition at school. I was sitting in the last row and didn't even get a good look at what she looked like, but I remember she sang a song. I never saw her a second time. How could I possibly get her pregnant? Are you sure you haven't mistaken me for someone else? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, less than 2 seconds, before the woman's voice rose again, carrying a fierce, clenched tone. Okay, very good. You really are a scumbag. You're going to deny everything after you've done your job, aren't you? Let me tell you, if you dare not come to sign, I'll immediately post the fact that you got my best friend pregnant online. I'll post this on Baidu Tieba, forums, Weibo, and Douyin. I'll post it everywhere. Let's see how you face people after that. I'll make sure you're infamous for eternity. Chun Hao tightened his grip on his phone. He has always been a law-abiding citizen and has never received a disciplinary action since childhood. Now, suddenly being labeled with such an accusation, he is both angry and flustered. Although he felt completely innocent, he had seen plenty of cases of online bullying by Little Fairy in the past 2 years. A random screenshot on a forum could drive someone crazy. Every now and then, someone posts a complaint on the school's online forum. It's hard to tell if it's true or not, but in the end, the one who gets called out is usually the one who suffers. He's a senior in college, a crucial time for job hunting, and many companies search for applicants online. If the other party really pulls such a stunt, regardless of whether it's true or not, his reputation will be ruined first, and which company would dare to hire him? He gritted his teeth and decided to figure things out first. Okay, you wait here. I'm coming right now. Chun Hao's voice turned serious. I want to see what's going on your end. The woman immediately gave out the ward number. 7th floor of the inpatient department, room 713. Hurry up, don't dawdle. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hao took a deep breath, turned around, and walked quickly towards the school gate. Li Ming called to him from behind, but he waved his hand without turning his head and said he had something urgent to attend to and had to leave first. After leaving the school gate, he took out his phone and called a ride-hailing car. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a white Corolla stopped in front of him. Chun Hao opened the car door and got in. He told the driver that he was from Jiangdong Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror, didn't ask any questions, and stepped on the gas to merge into the traffic. After driving for nearly 20 minutes, the scenery outside the window gradually changed from shops around the university town to residential areas and several white medical buildings. The building of the maternal and child health hospital is not tall, but the facade is quite impressive, and the square in front of it is full of cars. Chun Hao got out of the car and strode into the outpatient hall, where a mixture of disinfectant and air conditioning fumes hit him. He found a consultation desk, where a nurse was filling out a form. Chun Hao asked for directions to the inpatient ward. The nurse looked up at him, then pointed to the left. The elevator over there goes to the 7th floor. Chun Hao thanked him, walked through the corridor to find the elevator, and pressed the button for the 7th floor. There were two young parents holding babies in the elevator. The babies were crying loudly. Chun Hao stood in the corner, his mind a jumble of thoughts. Jiang Shiuro, quintuplets, signature. These words swirled in his mind, and no matter how he thought about it, they seemed utterly absurd. His biggest hobbies are playing video games and watching sports. He has never even held a girl's hand properly more than a few times. How could he become the father of 5 children overnight? The elevator reached the 7th floor, and Chun Hao stepped out, following the signs in the corridor to find ward 713. The door was closed, and a small card was pasted on it with a bed number and the patient's name written on it. Chun Hao leaned closer for a look, and the 3 characters Jiang Shiuro were clearly imprinted on it. His heart skipped a beat, and he raised his hand and knocked twice on the door. The door opened quickly from the inside, and a young woman stood behind it. She wore a light blue short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, showing off her long, straight legs. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and bright eyes. Her features were delicate, and her skin was fair, but at this moment, her beautiful face was full of anger. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and her lips were pursed into a line. She looked Chun Hao up and down, and then blurted out, "You scumbag, you finally came." Upon hearing the voice, Chun Hao immediately recognized it as the woman who had been cursing him on the phone earlier. His anger flared up again, and he took a step forward, raising his voice slightly. "Can you stop calling me a scumbag? How am I a scumbag? Explain yourself." The woman stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him defiantly, her voice even louder than his. "You got my best friend pregnant, and now she's lying in a hospital bed waiting for surgery, and you still won't admit it. If you're not a scumbag, then who is? I'm telling you, if you don't sign this today, you're not going anywhere." Just as Chun Hao was about to retort, a weak female voice came from inside the ward. The voice was not loud, and it carried obvious fatigue and weakness. "Xiao Yu, stop scolding him. Go and call the doctor over so he can sign the papers." Chun Hao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person lying on the hospital bed. He took 2 steps forward, went around the screen by the door, and finally saw the face clearly. Although he had seen Jiang Shiuro once before at the campus singing competition, he was still shocked to see her up close now. Jiang Shiuro leaned against the headboard, with 2 pillows behind her. She was wearing a large blue and white striped hospital gown, and her long black hair was spread out on the pillow, making her face look particularly pale. Her features were so exquisite they looked like they had been painted, with a hint of sickly fragility between her brows and eyes, and her lips were bloodless, yet she was still unbelievably beautiful. But what Chun Hao couldn't take his eyes off was her protruding belly under the blanket. The arc was frighteningly high, the blanket was stretched into an exaggerated dome, and even through the blanket you could tell there was definitely more than one child inside. Chun Hao's heart pounded as he watched, and an absurd thought popped into his head. If the child in this belly were truly his, he would be more than happy to have it. That's Jiang Shiuro, the school beauty. That's something countless boys can only dream of. Jiang Shiuro's best friend, Zhou Xiaoyu, turned and glanced at Jiang Shiuro, her tone immediately softening. "Shuiro, don't worry. I'll go get the doctor right away." She turned and glared at Chun Hao, then reached out and tapped his chest. "You stay here and keep Shuiro company. You're not allowed to go anywhere, do you hear me?" Chun Hao took a half step back as she pointed at him. Before he could say anything, Zhou Xiaoyu had already walked out of the ward in her high heels, and the door closed behind her with a soft click. The ward fell silent. Chapter 3: Activating the Superdad System. The ward fell silent. The air conditioner hummed and blew cold air in the corner. The curtains were half drawn, and the afternoon light shone in, casting a warm yellow strip of light on the floor. There was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air, along with a subtle scent of shampoo, which must have been coming from Jiang Shiuro. Chun Hao stood there, unsure of what to do with his hands and feet. He looked at Jiang Shiuro on the hospital bed, and Jiang Shiuro also turned her head slightly to look at him. The two looked at each other, and Chen Hao's heart beat a few more times. He took a deep breath, took a few steps forward, sat down on the chair next to the hospital bed, and hesitated for a long time before speaking. Jiang Shiuro, I think I've only met you once. Why did your best friend tell me that the child in your belly is mine? Jiang Shiuro closed her eyes, seemingly gathering her strength. After a while, she opened her eyes, her voice soft and weak. 10 months ago, one night, you were drinking alone in a bar, and you got really drunk. You staggered out of the bar. I happened to be passing by and saw you, so I was going to take you back to your school dormitory. But you were drunk and said you weren't going back to the dorm, so I had to find a hotel nearby and book a room for you. I was about to leave, but you held me and wouldn't let go. And then Chun Hao's head buzzed, as if something had suddenly been pried open. When Jiang Shiro said that, the broken string in his mind suddenly snapped back into place. 10 months ago, yes, that was the time. That night, he drank a lot of alcohol by himself in a bar. He couldn't remember exactly how much he drank, but he did remember feeling a tightness in his chest and a burning sensation in his throat with every sip. That day, he had just broken up with his first love, whom he had been dating since high school. They had been together for 5 years, from their junior year of high school to their senior year of college, and he thought they would stay together forever. That afternoon, he received a long message from her on his phone. The gist of it was that after being in a long-distance relationship for so long, she no longer had any feelings for him and had found someone more suitable for her. She hoped that he could also be happy. After reading the message, Chun Hao lay on his bed in the dormitory for 2 whole hours, then got up, washed his face, and went to a bar on the back street of the school alone. His memory of that night went blank after he walked out of the bar. He only remembered that he seemed to be helped by someone and walked a short distance before he vaguely entered a room and collapsed on a very soft bed. Then he had a wet dream in which he was entangled with a beautiful girl whose face he couldn't see all night. The feeling was so real, it was terrifying. When he woke up the next morning, he was still in a daze for a while. But when he opened his eyes, he found that he was the only one in the room. His clothes were neatly draped on the chair next to him, and he was covered with a blanket. He thought he had just had a ridiculous dream because he was drunk, so he didn't think much of it, got up, took a shower, and went back to school. He never imagined that the person in his erotic dream was actually Jiang Shuero. He never imagined that the absurdity of that night would result in Jiang Shuero becoming pregnant with 5 children. Chun Hao swallowed hard, his throat dry. He looked at Jiang Shuero's pale face, his mind a jumble of thoughts colliding. If all of this is true, then it's too outrageous. Just one night, and the hit rate was so high, and he even killed 5 birds with 1 stone? He didn't know whether to admire himself or think he was being ridiculous. Seeing that he didn't speak, Jiang Shiro coughed softly, her voice slightly hoarse. You remembered? Chun Hao opened his mouth, about to say something, when suddenly, a clear electronic notification sound rang in his mind without warning, like someone ringing a bell in his ear. Host's sense of responsibility has been activated. The Super Dad system is binding. Binding complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Super Dad system. Chun Hao stood there, the notification sound still buzzing in his mind. He blinked, wondering if he was hallucinating because he hadn't slept well the night before, but then a clear electronic voice rang in his mind. Testing confirms that the quintuplets in Jiang Shuero's womb have a biological father-son relationship with the host. Current gestational age, 34 weeks and 3 days. Maternal condition, multiple pregnancy complicated by mild gestational hypertension. Fetal development is good, but the uterus is overdistended, requiring immediate termination of pregnancy. New dad's task. Accompany Jiang Shuero through her C-section. Mission requirements. The host must sign the surgical consent form before the mother enters the operating room and wait outside the operating room until the mother delivers successfully. Reward for the mission, 500,000 renminbi. Chun Hao stood frozen in place, as if he had been struck on a pressure point, his eyes staring straight ahead, his mouth slightly open, unable to close for a long time. System? He actually obtained a system? This thing that I'd only ever seen in online novels actually happened to him? He pinched his thigh hard and gasped in pain. It wasn't a dream. His mind raced. 500,000. You can get 500,000 yuan as long as you accompany Jiang Shuero through a C-section. He did the math. 5 children, 100,000 yuan per child. This money came way too easily. He's graduating from college now, and the jobs he can find at most offer a starting salary of 6 or 7,000 a month. How many years would it take him to save up 500,000? Even if you don't eat or drink, it will take 6 or 7 years to save up. Now, all he needed to do was accompany Jiang Shiuro to one surgery to get the money. A ridiculous thought couldn't help but pop into his head. If Jiang Shiuro is pregnant with Deceps, should the system give him $1 million? Wouldn't that be even better? But as soon as the thought popped into his head, he immediately suppressed it. Although he wasn't a medical professional, he knew how much of a burden multiple pregnancies placed on a pregnant woman's body. Carrying 2 was already very difficult. Carrying 3 was considered a high-risk pregnancy, and carrying 5 was practically gambling with one's life. He turned his head and glanced at Jiang Shiuro's pale and weak face on the hospital bed, and a feeling he couldn't quite describe welled up in his heart. The quintuplets were already enough of a torment for her. How could he possibly hope for more? All he hopes now is that she and the 5 children in her womb will be safe and sound. Chun Hao composed himself and began to carefully examine the so-called Super Dad system in his mind. The system interface is very simple, like a clean mobile phone desktop. The words Super Dad System are written in the upper left corner, and there are several category bars below. He opened the task list, which showed the newbie task. The task status was in progress, and the reward amount was 500,000. He then clicked on a section called Backpack, which was empty. There was nothing there. There's also an achievements section next to it, which shows no achievements yet when clicked. The system looked almost too simple, but after carefully reading the accompanying instructions, Chun Hao gradually gained a better understanding of it. Chapitre 4 Signature Césarienne Section. The entire system looked almost too simple, but after carefully reading the accompanying instructions, Chun Hao gradually gained a better understanding of it. The main function of this system is to award him with rewards based on the various dad behaviors he performs while taking care of his 5 children and Jiang Shiuro. The rewards are varied and include cash, skills, items, titles, and more. For example, changing a child's diaper might reward him with the title Diaper Changing Master. Putting a child to sleep might reward him with the skill Lullaby Proficiency, and making a nutritious meal for Jiang Shiuro might reward him with the skill 5-Star Chef. In short, as long as he diligently fulfills his responsibilities as a husband and father, the system will continuously provide him with benefits. Chun Hao felt a surge of excitement. He was never a very ambitious person. He thought that as long as he could find a decent job, marry a decent wife, and live a peaceful life, that would be enough. Now, a system has suddenly appeared out of nowhere, along with a beautiful school beauty wife and 5 children. He feels like he's won the lottery. He stood there in a daze for a long time, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turning up, a silly smile on his face. Seeing Chun Hao staring blankly from his hospital bed, Jiang Shiuro completely misunderstood the situation. She thought Chun Hao didn't believe her at all after hearing what she said, and thought she was making up a story. So he stood there in a daze, not knowing how to refuse her. Jiang Shiuro's eyes instantly reddened, her nose tingled, and she lowered her eyes, her lips trembling slightly, her voice soft and hoarse. If you don't believe me, you could get a paternity test done after the child is born. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao suddenly snapped out of his daze from the system interface. He looked down and saw that Jiang Shiuro's beautiful eyes were misty, with tiny teardrops clinging to her eyelashes, and her expression was both aggrieved and stubborn. His heart tightened, and just as he was about to speak, the door to the ward clicked open from the outside. Zhou Xiaoyu walked in quickly in high heels, followed by a middle-aged female doctor in a white coat. As soon as Zhou Xiaoyu entered the room, she saw Jiang Shiuro lying there with red eyes and tears streaming down her cheeks. She immediately exploded, rushing to Chun Hao and shoving him. "Chun Hao, you scumbag! You took advantage of Shui Ro while I was away, didn't you? Are you even human?" Chun Hao stumbled as she pushed him, his back hitting the cabinet next to him with a dull thud. He quickly raised his hands. I didn't do anything. Shui Ro is crying, and you still say you didn't do it." Zhou Xiaoyu pointed at his nose, her voice trembling with anger. "Let me tell you, if Shui Ro wasn't about to have surgery, I would have kicked you out today." Jiang Shiuro, lying on the hospital bed, quickly wiped away her tears, struggled to sit up slightly, and spoke in a weak but urgent voice. "Xiaoyu, don't scold him. Chun Hao didn't bully me. He didn't do anything. It was me. I couldn't help but cry." Zhou Xiaoyu glanced back at Jiang Shiuro, her anger still lingering, but her voice was lowered. You cried by yourself? Why are you crying when you're perfectly fine? He must have said something to upset you. Chen Hao took a deep breath and ignored Zhou Xiaoyu. He turned around to face Jiang Xiuero, his gaze serious and resolute. He looked into Jiang Xiuero's reddened eyes and said, word by word, Jiang Xiuero, I believe you. I believe every word you say. I believe the child in your belly is mine. No need for a paternity test. I believe you. Jiang Xiuero was stunned, tears still clinging to her eyelashes, but her eyes brightened, like a ray of sunshine suddenly breaking through on a cloudy day. Chun Hao's voice deepened, carrying a solemnity he himself hadn't expected. I will take responsibility. I will take good care of you and these 5 children. You don't need to worry or be afraid. The ward was silent for several seconds. The air conditioner hummed softly, and the faint chirping of cicadas outside the window drifted in. Jiang Xiuero's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but something seemed to be stuck in her throat, and she couldn't make a sound for a long time. Her tears welled up again, but this time she smiled, her eyes filled with a joyful mix of tears and laughter. Zhou Xiaoyu stood to the side, glancing at Jiang Xiuero, then at Chen Hao, her expression slowly shifting from anger to suspicion. Finally, he pursed his lips, his tone carrying a hint of reluctant agreement. That's more like it. At least he said something sensible. Jiang Xiuero sniffed and said to Zhou Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, please stop scolding him. He didn't even know I was pregnant before. He's not the irresponsible kind of person. Zhou Xiaoyu snorted, stopped cursing, and turned around to wave to the female doctor standing behind her. Doctor, this is the child's father. I'll call him over. You can talk to him. The female doctor nodded and walked forward, carrying a folder. She was probably in her 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a kind face but a serious expression. She opened the medical record, glanced at Chun Hao, and spoke slowly but clearly. Mr. Chun, I must explain Jiang Xiuero's current situation to you in detail. She was carrying quintuplets, which is considered an extremely high-risk pregnancy in medicine. She's now 32 weeks pregnant, but the uterus is under too much strain for the quintuplets, and her body is not in a condition to carry the pregnancy to full term. Our examination revealed that her blood pressure was high and her proteinuria levels were not ideal, indicating that she was already showing symptoms of mild preeclampsia. If the pregnancy is not terminated promptly, it will be life-threatening for both the mother and the child. Chun Hao felt a tightness in his chest, and his palms started sweating. He glanced at Jiang Xiuero's belly subconsciously, and the bulging curve made his chest feel tight. The female doctor continued, we recommend performing a cesarean section today. Although premature babies born at 32 weeks need to be placed in incubators, the medical conditions in the neonatal ward are now very good, and the survival rate of the 5 babies is still quite high. Of course, the surgery itself also carries risks. After all, it involves quintuplets, and the uterus is overexpanded, making the risk of bleeding during the operation much greater than with a single pregnancy. Therefore, you, as a family member, need to sign your consent for the surgery. The female doctor opened the folder, turned to the last page, and handed over a pen. You can just sign here. Chun Hao took the pen without hesitation, his hand trembling slightly. He glanced at the contents next to the signature panel, which were densely filled with surgical risk disclosures. He took a deep breath, bent down, and carefully wrote his name in the signature column. The strokes are a bit crooked, but they were written with great force. Okay. He handed the folder back to the doctor. Doctor, I'd like to ask when she can have the surgery. The female doctor took the folder, checked the signature, nodded, and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the operating room should be available in about half an hour, and then we will arrange for her to go into the operating room. You can wait outside the operating room. The nurse will call you if anything happens. Chapter 5 System Reward, a Newborn Gift Pack. The female doctor took the folder, checked the signature, nodded, and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the operating room should be available in about half an hour, and then we will arrange for her to go into the operating room. You can wait outside the operating room. The nurse will call you if anything happens. After speaking, the female doctor closed the folder, glanced at Chun Hao and Jiang Xiuero, and added, don't worry, our hospital has done more than one cesarean section for quintuplets, and the medical team is very experienced. Then she turned and walked out of the ward, the hem of her white coat catching a gust of wind. The ward door closed again, and the room fell silent once more. Chunhao walked to the bedside and looked down at Jiang Shiuro. She lay there, her whole body sunken into the white pillow, looking particularly thin, except for her belly, which was swollen high like a small mountain. A tender feeling welled up in Chunhao's heart. He slowly reached out and took Jiang Shiuro's hand, which was resting outside the blanket. Jiang Shiuro's fingers were slender and long, with fair and tender skin that felt soft and cool to the touch. Chunhao's palm was large and warm, completely enveloping her hand. Jiang Shiuro's fingers curled slightly, but she didn't pull them back. Instead, she gently gripped his fingers in return. Chunhao bent down, looked in her eyes, and said earnestly, "I will stay with you until the baby is born. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you outside." Jiang Shiuro's eyes welled up with tears again. She nodded vigorously, her lips pursed, but a smile bloomed on her face. That smile carried a hint of relief, a sense of peace, and an undisguised joy. Zhou Xiaoyu stood aside, watching this scene, and the expression on her face finally relaxed completely. She crossed her arms, her tone carrying a deliberately feigned disdain. He's finally acting like a man. It wasn't a waste of my time to come all this way. Jiang Shiuro turned her head and said to Zhou Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, please don't call Chunhao scumbag anymore. He really didn't know I was pregnant, and he's not an irresponsible person." Zhou Xiaoyu walked to the other side of the bed, bent down to straighten the edges of the blanket for Jiang Shiuro, and muttered, I understand. As long as he is willing to take responsibility for you and treat you well, I won't scold him. If he treats you badly in the future, I'll still curse him out however I want. I'm saving the word scumbag for him." After speaking, Zhou Xiaoyu straightened up, turned her gaze to Chunhao, and her expression became serious. She stared into Chunhao's eyes, her tone carrying an undeniable warning. "Chunhao, listen up, Shuiro is my best friend. We've been living in the same dorm since the first day of university. I know her temper well. She's too soft-hearted and swallows everything herself. Since you said you'd take responsibility today, then you have to take full responsibility for me. If you ever dare to treat her badly or cause her the slightest grievance, I, Zhou Xiaoyu, will be the first to not forgive you. Did you hear me?" Chunhao held Jiang Shiuro's hand tightly, looking at Zhou Xiaoyu with the same serious expression. "Shuiro took such a huge risk to get pregnant with my 5 children. If I don't treat her well, would I even be a man? Don't worry, I won't give you the chance to call me a scumbag." Zhou Xiaoyu stared at him for several seconds, as if trying to determine whether what he said was true or false. Finally, she nodded in satisfaction, a slight smile playing on her lips. "That's more like it." Jiang Shiuro glanced at Chunhao, then at Zhou Xiaoyu, her smile deepening. She suddenly remembered something, turned to Chunhao, and said, "By the way, you don't know Xiaoyu yet, do you? Her name is Zhou Xiaoyu, and she's my best friend. Don't let her short temper and sharp tongue fool you. She has a really good heart. From the time I got pregnant until now, she's been running around taking care of everything for me. Without her, I really don't know what I would do." Chunhao glanced at Zhou Xiaoyu and smiled sincerely. "I can tell she called me 3 times because of you, and even went to the hospital to stay with you. It's rare to find a friend like that, and I don't mind." Zhou Xiaoyu felt a little embarrassed by his words, turned her head away, and pretended to look out the window, muttering, "Don't give me that." Just then, a crisp notification sound rang in Chunhao's mind again. "System notification. New player gift pack has arrived. Open it now." Chunhao's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he said open in his mind. New player gift pack successfully opened. Reward: 1 newborn gift pack. Gift pack contents are as follows. Newborn supplies, 10 newborn gift sets. Each set includes 2 pure cotton onesies, 1 hat, 3 handkerchiefs, 3 pairs of socks, 1 swaddle blanket, 2 sets of each of the 5 colors to distinguish the 5 babies, 5 baby bathtubs, 2 thermometers, 5 bottles of 2 and 1 shampoo and body wash, 5 tubes of diaper rash cream, 5 bottles of lotion, 2 baby nail clippers, 2 forehead thermometers, 5 nasal aspirators, and 2 postpartum hats. Breastfeeding supplies, 3 nursing bras, 3 nursing pads, 1 breast pump, 10 milk storage bags, 3 bottles of nipple cream, 10 baby bottles, 2 of each of the 5 colors, 3 bottle brushes, 1 sterilizer, 1 bottle warmer, 3 cans of formula. Diapers and care products, 5 packs of NB-sized diapers, 20 changing pads, 5 packs of baby wipes. All the above items have been stored in the system inventory, and the host can retrieve and use them at any time. Chunhao stared at the long, densely packed list, completely stunned. He had originally planned to rush to the baby store to buy a bunch of things after the surgery was over, since 5 children are no joke, and clothes, diapers, formula, and bottles are all essential. But how could someone who had never been a father know what to buy, how much to buy, or which brands were good? Just thinking about having to face a whole wall of baby products in a maternity and baby store gives him a headache. The system then presented him with a complete and thoughtful gift package, including clothes for the child and a bathtub. From baby formula to baby wipes, from nursing bras to nursing pads for Jiang Shuero, she prepared almost everything for him. Moreover, they even sorted out the colors for the 5 children, with 2 gift boxes for each of the 5 colors, so that each of the 5 babies would have a different color and wouldn't get their clothes mixed up. They even prepared formula so that the baby wouldn't go hungry if Jiang Shuero didn't have enough breast milk. That's so thoughtful. Chunhao sighed inwardly. If he had to buy these things himself, let alone buy them all, just choosing brand would drive him crazy. The system was quick and efficient, packing everything into his backpack with a single click, so he could take it out whenever he needed it. He couldn't help but glance at the breast milk storage bag and nipple cream a few more times, muttering to himself, the system even thought of this. It truly is designed for new dads. He came to his senses and looked at Jiang Shuero on the hospital bed. She was looking at him, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Chunhao released her hand, stood up straight, and said to her, I'm going out to buy something. I'll be right back. Chapter 6 Shuero. Could it be that Chunhao is gone forever? Chunhao released Jiang Shuero's hand, stood up straight, and said to her, I'm going out to buy something. I'll be right back. Jiang Shuero was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, What do you need to buy? I'm about to have surgery. Chunhao's lips curled into a mysterious smile. You'll see in a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door of the ward. Zhou Xiaoyu immediately called out to him. Hey, Chunhao, Shuero is about to go into the operating room. What are you going to buy at this time? Is there anything more important than surgery? Chunhao had already reached the door when he turned back and said, I'll just buy a few things and be right back. It won't be a problem. He opened the door and went out, closing it behind him. The corridor was covered with light green flooring, and the fluorescent lights overhead cast a stark white light. Several nurses pushed an equipment cart past, and Chunhao walked quickly toward the end of the corridor. Zhou Xiaoyu chased after her to the door and glanced outside. The corridor was empty. She turned back, closed the door, and walked to Jiang Shuero's bedside. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she lowered her voice to say, Shuero, could it be that Chunhao has gone and never returned? I chased after him just now, but couldn't find him anywhere. Jiang Shuero shook her head, her tone firm yet gentle. No, Chunhao won't just leave and never come back. He said he would stay with me until we have all 5 children. I believe him. On the other side, Chunhao arrived at the stairwell at the end of the corridor. Pushing open the door, the stairwell was empty. There was no one there. A thin layer of dust covered the cement steps, and the fire extinguisher box in the corner was also covered in dust, clearly indicating that it was a place that was rarely visited. Chunhao peeked upstairs and downstairs to make sure there were no footsteps on the floors above and below before closing the stairwell door from the inside. He stood close to the wall and carefully scanned the surroundings again to make sure there were no surveillance cameras. The only surveillance camera in the stairwell was installed on the second floor corner, which was more than half a floor away from him and couldn't capture where he was standing. He took a deep breath and silently said in his mind, Take out the newborn gift pack. The air in front of him wasn't distorted like last time, but the space in front of Chunhao swayed slightly, like looking at something through the surface of water. Immediately afterwards, 2 large storage boxes appeared out of thin air on the ground in front of him. The storage box is white, sturdy, and about half a meter tall, with a gray lid on top. Chunhao bent down and took a closer look. Both suitcases had 4 small black wheels on the bottom and a retractable handle on the side, which could be pulled out and dragged like a suitcase. He stacked the 2 boxes together, with the bottom box on the ground and the top box wedged onto the bottom lid, making it perfectly stable. Then he pulled out the retractable handle of the bottom box, tested its feel, and dragged it a couple of steps. The wheels made a slight gurgling sound on the cement floor, but it was quite smooth. Chunhao pushed open the door to the stairwell and dragged 2 neatly stacked storage boxes into the corridor. The box followed him on the ground, and occasionally the wheels would bump against the seams of the floor mat. He walked all the way to the door of Ward 713 freed one hand to push open the door, and dragged the suitcase inside by the handle. Jiang Shiwero, lying on the hospital bed, kept staring at the doorway. When she saw Chun Hao push the door open and come in, her shoulders visibly relaxed, as if a taut string had suddenly been released. Although she spoke confidently to Zhou Xiaoyu earlier, saying that Chun Hao would definitely come back, to be honest, she still felt a little uneasy. After all, her relationship with Chun Hao was only that one night. They weren't exactly close, but they had also developed a very intimate relationship. She was really afraid that once Chun Hao left, he would never come back. Seeing him drag two large suitcases in, her heart finally settled down. Zhou Xiaoyu also breathed a sigh of relief, but she wasn't one to mince words. She crossed her arms, glanced at Chun Hao, and pouted, saying, "I was really worried that you wouldn't come back. If you leave, Shui Ro and I, one lying in bed and the other running errands, where are we supposed to find you?" Chun Hao placed the two boxes against the wall, straightened up, took a breath, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Am I that kind of person? If I say I'll be back, I definitely will. Where else could I possibly run off to?" Zhou Xiaoyu snorted and didn't reply. She looked down at the two large white boxes on the ground, and her curiosity piqued. She walked over and gently kicked one of them with her toe. "What did you buy? Two such big boxes." Jiang Shiwero also turned her head curiously, her gaze falling on the box. Her hair was loose on the pillow, and although her face was pale, her eyes were bright and sparkling, filled with a soft curiosity. "Yes, what did you buy? Why are there two such big boxes?" Chun Hao squatted down and first opened the gray lid of the box on top. The moment the lid was lifted, the contents were neatly arranged. All the items were packaged in transparent seal bags with small white labels attached. Chun Hao took out items one by one, unfolding each item in his hand to show Jiang Shiwero. "This is a newborn gift box, which includes a onesie suit, a handkerchief, a bib, socks, and a hat. You're pregnant with 5 babies, so I bought 10 sets, 2 sets for each baby to alternate wearing." He took out a stack of neatly folded clothes, 5 colors: pink, light blue, pale yellow, light green, and light purple. 2 sets of each color, folded neatly. Jiang Shiwero reached out and touched the small pink bodysuit. The fabric was as soft as cotton. She held it between her fingertips, and an indescribable tenderness welled up in her heart. Chun Hao then took the items out one by one. "These are nursing bras. There are 3 of them. You can wear them when you are breastfeeding after giving birth. They are more convenient than regular bras. These are nursing pads used to stick inside your clothes to prevent breast milk from leaking out and staining them. This is called a breast pump. If you have too much milk for your baby to drink, you can use this to express it and store it." He picked up several small bags. These are breast milk storage bags. The expressed milk is stored in them and can be kept in the refrigerator for a period of time. "This is nipple cream. Your nipples will become dry and cracked if you breastfeed too much. Applying this can help relieve the dryness." There are also baby bottles, 5 colors, 2 of each color, just enough for 5 babies, 1 color for each baby, so they won't get mixed up. Jiang Shiwero's eyes lit up when she looked at the row of baby bottles of different colors. She herself hadn't thought of using colors to distinguish the 5 babies, but Chun Hao, a grown man, actually thought of that. Chun Hao continued taking things out. Bottle brush for washing baby bottles. Sterilizer. Put the baby bottles in it to sterilize after use. A bottle warmer is used to heat breast milk taken from the refrigerator. The temperature is just right and won't burn the baby. These 3 cans are milk powder. If you don't have enough breast milk, you can make formula for your baby. 5 packs of diapers, newborn size, NB, the smallest size for newborns. Chapter 7. Have you bought these things for other girls before? Chun Hao laid out the items one by one on the small table beside the bed, then picked up a stack of things. A diaper changing pad is placed under the baby's bottom when changing diapers, so you don't have to worry about soiling the sheets. Baby wipes are useful for wiping bottoms and hands. 5 foldable baby bathtubs that don't take up much space. 2 thermometers, used to measure the water temperature when bathing the baby. 5 bottles of shampoo and body wash, 2 in 1. 1 bottle is enough for both body and hair. Diaper rash cream. Apply it when your baby has diaper rash. Body lotion, used to moisturize the body after showering. Chun Hao took out 2 small boxes. Baby nail clippers. Babies' nails grow quickly, so they need to be trimmed frequently. Otherwise, they will scratch their faces. 2 forehead thermometers are all you need to do to take your temperature. Just a quick scan on your forehead is enough. 5 nasal aspirators for babies to use when their noses are blocked. There are also 2 postpartum hats for you to wear during your confinement period to prevent catching a cold. He took out the last 2 menstrual hats and placed them beside Jiang Shuuro, then looked up at her. I bought all these things, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. Jiang Shuuro looked at the table full of items of all sizes in front of her, and her nose suddenly felt sore. She hadn't made any preparations. After finding out she was pregnant, she panicked. She didn't dare tell her family and didn't know how to face what was to come. Although Zhou Xiaoyu had been accompanying her to the hospital for prenatal checkups, it was the first time for either of them to encounter something like this. Neither of them had any experience and hadn't even thought about buying any maternity or baby supplies in advance. She originally planned to wait until the baby was born before buying anything she needed, but she didn't expect that Chun Hao, a boy, would be so thoughtful, even buying her a postpartum hat for her confinement period. Her eyes reddened again, and her voice was nasal. Chun Hao, thank you. I never thought I would buy these things, but you bought them all. Chun Hao smiled and began putting the things on the table back into the box, saying as he did so, "You're welcome. It's what I should do. You and the baby both need these things. Prepare them early so you can have a peaceful postpartum period." Zhou Xiaoyu remained silent the whole time. As she watched Chun Hao take things out one by one, her expression changed from curiosity to surprise, and then from surprise to an indescribable scrutiny. She walked to the table, picked up a diaper rash cream and examined it from all angles, then picked up the breast pump and weighted her hand before putting it down and turning around to stare at Chun Hao. "Hey, Chun Hao." Her tone was tinged with suspicion. "You've bought quite a lot of things. You use everything. You seem very experienced. Have you bought these things for other girls before? Have you had children with other girls, which is why you're so experienced?" Chun Hao was bending down to pack his suitcase when he heard this and suddenly straightened up, his face full of grievance. "What? I've never bought these things for any other girl, nor have I had children with any other girl. This is the first time I've ever bought these things." Zhou Xiaoyu took 2 steps forward, put her hands on her hips, and looked him up and down. "How did you, a guy, know to buy these things? And you bought way too many of them. Let me tell you, there's so many things here that even I, a girl, have never heard of before. Breast pumps, milk storage bags, diaper rash cream, postpartum hats, and even forehead thermometers and bottle warmers. I've never even heard of these things before. How do you, a guy, know about them?" Chun Hao was caught off guard by her barrage of questions. His mind raced, and he quickly explained, "I went to a maternity and baby store, and the staff there recommended it to me. I told them about my situation, that Shuiro was pregnant with quintuplets and was about to have a C-section. The shop assistant gave me a list, saying that I would need all of these items. I looked at it and thought it made sense, so I bought them all." Seeing that Zhou Xiaoyu was still questioning him, Jiang Shuiro quickly spoke up to help Chun Hao out of the predicament. "Xiaoyu, stop being so suspicious. For a grown man like Chun Hao to think of buying these things for me from a maternity and baby store is already quite remarkable. If it were any other guy, he probably wouldn't even know which way the door of a maternity and baby store faces. Think about it. Even the 2 of us didn't think to buy these things in advance, did we? And now you're doubting them after they bought them." After listening to this, Zhou Xiaoyu thought about it for a moment and felt that Jiang Shuro's words made sense. From the moment she found out she was pregnant until now, she and Jiang Shuiro have been so busy running to the hospital for prenatal checkups and worrying about the baby's health that neither of them thought about buying all these bottles and jars in advance. Although Chun Hao bought everything, it's normal for the staff at the maternity and baby store to make comprehensive recommendations, as that's their job. She pursed her lips, glanced at Chun Hao, and didn't press further, but still muttered something under her breath. "Anyway, I don't believe that a grown man like you could think of all of this on your own." Just as Chun Hao was about to argue again, the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged female doctor in a white coat walked in, followed by 2 young nurses. One of the nurses was pushing a stainless steel medical cart covered with a white sheet. The female doctor, holding a folder, walked to the bedside, glanced at Jiang Shuiro, then at Chun Hao and Zhou Xiaoyu, and spoke calmly. "Jiang Shuiro, we're now arranging for you to have a cesarean section. The operating room is ready, and the anesthesiologist and nursing team are waiting." 2 nurses stepped forward and gently, but efficiently pulled off the blanket covering Jiang Shuiro. One nurse supported Jiang Shuiro's arm from the side, while another nurse bent down and gently moved Jiang Shuiro's legs to the edge of the bed. Jiang Shuiro was heavy and her belly was so big that she felt breathless with the slightest movement. Two nurses, one on each side, helped her sit up from the bed and then helped her get off. Jiang Shiro's feet touched the ground, and she swayed unsteadily, her belly so heavy that she couldn't straighten her back. The nurse carefully helped her to the medical trolley and then gently helped her lie down on her side. The sheets on the trolley smelled of disinfectant. After Jiang Shiro lay down, the nurse covered her with a thin blanket. Two nurses, one pushing the front of the cart and the other holding the back, pushed the cart toward the ward door. The female doctor walked ahead, pushed open the door, and went outside. Chun Hao immediately followed, with Zhou Xiaoyu close behind. Chun Hao quickly walked to the left side of the cart, bent down, and looked at Jiang Shiro lying on the cart at eye level, speaking as softly and steadily as possible. Shuiro, don't be nervous. You'll just need to take a nap once you're in the operating room. Xiaoyu and I will wait for you outside. Jiang Shiro turned her head to look at him, her lips slightly pale, but she nodded. Chapter 8. 5 daughters born safely, mother and daughters are all well. Chun Hao quickly walked to the left side of the cart, bent down, and looked at Jiang Shiro lying on the cart at eye level, speaking as softly and steadily as possible. Shuiro, don't be nervous. You'll just need to take a nap once you're in the operating room. Xiaoyu and I will wait for you outside. Jiang Shiro turned her head to look at him, her lips slightly pale, but she nodded. Zhou Xiaoyu walked to the right side of the stroller and gently took Jiang Shiro's hand, which was draped over the blanket. Shuiro, you must come out safely. I'll be waiting for you outside. 5 little ones are still in your belly. You can't afford to get hurt. Jiang Shiro's lips curved into a slight smile at her words, and she weakly replied. No. The nurse pushed the cart through the corridor. The elevator happened to be stopped on the 7th floor with the doors open. The nurse pushed the cart into the elevator. Chun Hao and Zhou Xiaoyu squeezed in after them, and the female doctor also got into the elevator and pressed a button for the 1st floor. The elevator was not very spacious, and the trolley took up most of the space. Chun Hao pressed himself against the elevator wall, looking down at Jiang Shiro's face. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her fingers gripped the edge of the blanket so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Chun Hao knew she was scared, but he didn't know what to say to calm her down. He could only reach out and gently place his hand on the back of her hand, saying, I'm here. The elevator reached the 1st floor, the doors opened, and a nurse pushed a cart through the outpatient hall, along a connecting corridor to a building at the back. Above the entrance of that building hung 3 red characters. Operating room. The corridor was covered with blue non-slip flooring. The smell of disinfectant in the air was stronger, and the temperature was several degrees lower than that of the outpatient department. Upon entering the corridor of the operating area, various surgical instructions and promotional posters were pasted on the walls on both sides, and the overhead lights were a cold white. The nurse pushed the cart to a stop in front of a double door with a red light above it that was not yet lit. The female doctor walked to the door, swiped her name tag, and the door slid open to both sides. The nurse pushed the cart, preparing to go inside. Just as the cart was about to slide through the door, Chun Hao bent down and moved closer to Jiang Shiro's face. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Shuiro, I will be waiting for you outside. You must come out safely, do you hear me? Jiang Shiro lay on the stroller, looking up at him. Her eyes welled up instantly, tears streaming down her cheeks, but her lips curved upwards as she forced a soften, her voice hoarse and trembling. The nurse pushed the cart through the door, and the double doors slowly closed behind her. The door gap narrowed and narrowed until it finally slammed shut with a click. The red light above the door was lit, with the words Operation in Progress written on it. Chun Hao and Zhou Xiaoyu stood outside the door and looked at each other. The two of them had similar expressions, with furrowed brows and tightly pursed lips. Chun Hao's palms were sweaty. He wiped them in his pocket, then took them out again, unsure where to put them. Zhou Xiaoyu crossed her arms, her nails digging into the flesh of her arms, biting her lip and remaining silent. There were a few rows of plastic chairs in the corridor, with a few people sitting here and there. Not far away sat an elderly woman with gray hair, and next to her a middle-aged man paced back and forth, his leather shoes making a clattering sound on the paving stones. A young man sat in the chair opposite me, looking down at his phone. The light from the phone screen shone on his face, but his fingers didn't swipe once for a long time. They were all family members waiting for surgery, and each of them wore a similar expression. Anxiety, tension, and unease were written all over their faces. Chun Hao and Zhou Xiaoyu stood outside the operating room, for a while before finally sitting down on the plastic chairs next to it. Zhou Xiaoyu sat to Chen Hao's left, her hands crossed on her knees, her fingers constantly fidgeting with each other. The wall clock in the corridor ticked away, each second feeling like an hour. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Xiaoyu suddenly asked, Chen Hao, do you prefer boys or girls? Chen Hao was staring blankly at the closed door when he heard the question. He paused for a moment, then turned to look at her. What? I asked you. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Zhou Xiaoyu repeated. Chen Hao thought for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. It doesn't matter, boy or girl. As long as it's my child, I'll love them. Zhou Xiaoyu turned her head to look at him, as if trying to figure out whether he meant what he said or just said it casually. She asked again, what if all 5 of Shui Ro's babies are girls? Would you be very disappointed? Chen Hao frowned, his expression showing genuine incomprehension. Why would I be disappointed? Seeing his expression, Zhou Xiaoyu bluntly said, boys can carry on the family line, but girls can't. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao burst out laughing, the sound of which seemed somewhat abrupt in the quiet corridor. He quickly stopped, lowering his voice as he said, what era are we living in? You still cling to such outdated ideas as carrying on the family line. I'm telling you, I'd be even happier if all 5 children were girls, because I've always preferred girls. Zhou Xiaoyu stared at him for several seconds, something in her eyes shifting. She had been worried about one thing, that Chen Hao might be a sexist, and what if Jiang Shuuro went through all her hardship to give birth to 5 children, all of whom were girls? Chen Hao will turn his back on her and deny everything. How will Jiang Shuuro manage to raise 5 daughters all by herself? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, which is why she asked that question indirectly. Hearing Chen Hao say this now, she finally felt half relieved. She pressed on with another question. You said it yourself, right? What if Shui Ro gives birth to 5 girls? You can't treat her badly because of that. If you dare to give her the cold shoulder just because she gave birth to a daughter, I really won't let you off the hook. Chen Hao patted his chest, his palm making a dull thud as it struck his clothes. Don't worry, Chen Hao, am making this clear. Whether Shui Ro gives birth to a boy or a girl, my feelings for her will never change. She risked her life to carry my child, and if I were to still be picky, wouldn't I be human? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, turning her head back to continue staring at the operating room door. But the lines at the corners of her mouth were softer than before. The corridor returned to silence. Only the middle-aged man was still pacing back and forth, the clatter of his leather shoes sometimes near, sometimes far. The minute hand of the wall clock moved forward, 1 tick at a time. Chen Hao leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the white double doors. I don't know how much time passed, maybe half an hour, or maybe longer. Suddenly, a ding sounded in Chen Hao's mind, as if someone had rung a bell in his head. Congratulations, host. Your 5 daughters have been born safely, and both mother and children are well. The new dad's mission, accompanying Jiang Shuuro through her C-section, has been completed. Reward amount, 500,000 renminbi, already deposited into the host's bank account. The transaction has been legally processed. There is no need to worry about the source of funds. Chen Hao jumped up from his chair, his face a mixture of surprise and excitement, and blurted out, the baby has been born. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to Chen Hao, was startled by a shout and stared at him with wide eyes. Then she turned to look at the closed door of the operating room. The red light on the door was still on, and the words operating were clearly printed on it. There was no sound coming from inside. Zhou Xiaoyu turned her face back, staring at Chen Hao with a suspicious look, her brows furrowed in a frown. The operating room door hasn't even opened yet. How do you know the baby has been born? Chapter 9. This man is trustworthy. Jiang Shuuro has found a good man. The red light on the delivery room door was still on. Zhou Xiaoyu stared at Chen Hao, waiting for his answer. Chen Hao opened his mouth, about to speak, when the white double door was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A nurse in a light green surgical gown pushed a medical trolley out. Jiang Shuuro lay quietly in the stroller, her eyes half open and half closed, her lips pale, and her whole body shrouded in white sheets, making her look exceptionally thin. Following closely behind, another nurse pushed out a crib. The crib was made of stainless steel and surrounded by transparent plastic panels. Inside, 5 tiny swaddle babies lay side by side, all wrapped in the light pink blankets that were standard of the hospital. The 5 little ones kicked their limbs incessantly, their little fists clenched tightly, extending and retracting, while their cries rose and fell in waves. The cries, louder and louder than the last, sharp, clear, and nasal, mingled together, creating a lively scene in the quiet corridor outside the operating room. The nurse pushing the crib looked around and raised her voice to call out, "Where are Jiang Shiuro's family members? Are Jiang Shiuro's family members here?" Chun Hao immediately jumped up from his chair and rushed to the cart, bending down to look at Jiang Shiuro. He didn't even look at the baby in the crib first. Instead, he brought his face close to Jiang Shiuro's, gently placed his hand on her shoulder, and called out urgently twice. "Shuiro? Shuiro, how are you? Are you in pain?" Jiang Shiuro's eyes were half open. Her pupils moved slightly, but her gaze was unfocused, as if she were looking at people through a layer of fog. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound came out, and then they closed again. The nurse pushing the cart glanced at Chun Hao and explained gently, "The patient's anesthetic has not completely worn off, and he is not fully conscious yet. She won't respond if you call her. You'll have to wait until the medication wears off." Chun Hao straightened up, but his hand was still on the edge of the cart, and he asked again, "Is my wife, is she all right? When will she regain consciousness?" When he said the word wife, he did so almost without hesitation, as if the word had already passed through his mind countless times. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was standing next to her, had sharp ears and heard everything clearly. Her lips twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. The nurse nodded. "Your husband is fine. The surgery went smoothly, and the bleeding was within the normal range. I estimate that in another 2 or 3 hours, the anesthetic will have completely worn off, and she'll gradually wake up. Don't worry." Chun Hao let out a long breath, and the weight that had been pressing on his chest for most of the day finally lifted. He nodded and said, "Thank you," his voice a little hoarse. The nurse pushing the crib next to him looked at him, her smile widening, and she spoke up. "Your husband has given birth to 5 lovely daughters. Aren't you going to come and see them?" Chun Hao then shifted his gaze from Jiang Shiuro's face to the crib next to her. He walked to the bedside, bent down, and looked inside through the transparent partition. The 5 little guys lay there side by side. Each one was very small. The smallest one was about the length of his palm. Their faces were wrinkled, and their skin was a dark purplish red, looking rather murky, like 5 freshly dug sweet potatoes. His facial features hadn't fully developed yet. His eyes were closed, his eyelids were swollen, and his eyebrows were so light they were almost invisible. Chun Hao was a little stunned. He had seen photos of newborns posted online, each one delicate and fair-skinned, a stark contrast to the 5 dark-skinned little ones in front of him. But he knew in his heart that these were his daughters, 5 little lives that he and Jiang Shiuro had brought into this world together. A surge of warmth welled up in his chest. His nose tingled, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned up. He reached out and gently touched the nearest baby's little fist through the plastic barrier. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, kept observing Chun Hao. She had been watching Chun Hao's actions from the moment the operating room door opened, seeing him rush over to check on Jiang Shiuro first, asking her all sorts of questions with a nervous expression. Only then did she go to see the child, and the tension that had been building in her heart eased a little. This shows that in Chun Hao's heart, Jiang Shiuro is the most important person, and the child is the second most important person. This man is trustworthy, and Jiang Shiuro has found a good man. Zhou Xiaoyu also went to the stroller, bent down, and called Jiang Shiuro's name a few times. Seeing that Jiang Shiuro did not respond, she moved to the crib. She peeked into the bed, and her expression instantly changed. Her brows furrowed, and her mouth gaped open. "Oh my God, why are they all so dark-skinned? Shuiro has such fair skin, and Chun Hao, while not exactly fair, is still fairly normal. So how come all 5 of your daughters are dark-skinned? Who'd he take after?" Chun Hao was both amused and exasperated by her words, but looking at his 5 daughters, he also had some doubts. They were indeed quite different from what he had imagined. The nurse pushing the crib smiled to herself. "Don't worry. All newborns are like this when they're first born. Their skin color is darker and redder. Those fair and tender baby photos you see were taken several days or even a week or 2 after birth. The babies delivered in our department every day are darker skinned than your 5 babies when they are born. In a few days, their skin will gradually return to normal, and then it will be quite fair." Chun Hao and Zhou Xiaoyu nodded in understanding after hearing this. Zhou Xiaoyu was still a little worried and asked another question. "Really? You could get your fair skin back in just a few days?" The nurse nodded. Really, just you wait and see. The babies have been soaking in amniotic fluid in their mother's bellies for 10 months, and their skin hasn't even fully opened up when they're born. Once your breathing becomes easier and your blood circulation improves in a couple of days, the color will naturally change back. The more Chun Hao looked at the 5 little ones, the cuter they seemed. Although they looked dark and grimy, they were his children, and he cherished them more and more. He looked up at the nurse, his voice tinged with apprehension. "Nurse, can I hold my daughter?" The nurse nodded with a smile. "Of course you can, you're the dad. Come on, I'll teach you how to hold a newborn." The nurse lowered the side panel of the crib, bent down, and carefully picked up the leftmost swaddled baby from the inside, demonstrating to Chun Hao. "You support the baby's head and neck with one hand, as this is the softest part, so make sure to hold it firmly. With your other hand, support the baby's bottom and waist, letting the baby's entire body rest against your chest, with the head slightly turned to the side so it doesn't block the nose." Holding his breath, Chun Hao stretched out both hands and carefully took his eldest daughter from her, following the posture the nurse had taught him. That tiny body nestled in his palm, incredibly light, like holding a ball of cotton. Chapter 10. First time holding my daughter, rewarded with a Lincoln Navigator Presidential Edition. Holding his breath, Chun Hao stretched out both hands and carefully took his eldest daughter from her, following the posture the nurse had taught him. That tiny body nestled in his palm, incredibly light, like holding a ball of cotton. Under the blanket was a soft, warm little body, her head nestled in the crook of his arm, tiny and gently supported by his palm. Chun Hao was so nervous that he didn't dare to breathe. His arms were stiff, and he dared not move. Just as he looked down at the wrinkled little face in his arms, a sudden ding sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the achievement of holding your daughter for the first time. Reward, a Lincoln Navigator Presidential Edition, worth 1.5 million yuan. The vehicle is parked in parking space number 12, Section B of the hospital's underground parking garage. Vehicle registration, car keys, insurance policies, and other related items have been automatically stored in the system's inventory and can be retrieved at any time." Chun Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he almost dropped his daughter. He quickly steadied his arm, looked down at the little one in his arms, and couldn't help but smile. A car worth 1.5 million? He rewards his daughter with a car worth 1.5 million yuan just for hugging her? That's way too exaggerated. He wouldn't even dare to dream of a car worth 200,000 yuan normally. But now the system has given him a Lincoln Navigator, the Presidential Edition, no less. He feels like he's dreaming, but he dared not show it, afraid that Zhou Xiaoyu and the nurse beside him would notice something amiss. So he could only force a smile down his face and lower his head to tease his eldest daughter in his arms. "My little darling, look at you. You're so smart and energetic." Actually, all 5 babies had their eyes closed, so you couldn't tell whether they were energetic or not, but he just got happier and happier the more he looked at them. He hugged her for a while, then turned his head and asked Zhou Xiaoyu, "Would you like a hug too?" Zhou Xiaoyu looked at the dark little creature, her face filled with fear, and she waved her hands repeatedly, taking half a step back. No, I won't carry her. She's so tiny, I'm afraid to touch her. What if she falls?" You carry her. Chun Hao didn't force her. He carefully put his eldest daughter back into the crib, then turned to his second daughter and picked her up in the position the nurse had just taught him. "Congratulations, host. You've held your second daughter for the first time. Reward, 10 packs of NB-sized diapers, already added to your system inventory." Chun Hao felt a surge of joy. Diapers are consumed in large quantities. 5 babies go through countless diapers a day. 10 packs of newborn-sized diapers can last for a while. He looked down at his second daughter, who wriggled in her swaddling clothes, her mouth agape, and she made a soft, whimpering sound. Chun Hao gently shook his arm, coaxed her a couple of times, and put her back in the crib. Then he picked up his third daughter. "Congratulations, host. You've held your third daughter for the first time. Reward, 5 cans of Stage 1 infant formula, already added to your system inventory." Chun Hao was so happy he almost burst out laughing. He wouldn't have to worry about baby formula anymore. He held his third daughter and swayed her gently, feeling very happy. He put the little one back and then picked up his fourth daughter. "Congratulations, host. You've held your fourth daughter for the first time. Reward, 10,000 renminbi, already deposited into your system account." Chun Hao was overjoyed. Although 10,000 yuan was nothing compared to the 1.5 million yuan car in front of him, who wouldn't like free money? He hugged his fourth daughter and patted her gently twice. His fourth daughter yawned slightly, and the corners of her mouth curved into a toothless arc, which melted his heart. Finally, he picked up his fifth daughter as well. Congratulations, host. You've held your fifth daughter for the first time. Reward, title, Power King. Title effect. The host gains immense strength, capable of lifting objects up to 500 kilograms with their bare hands. The title has been automatically activated. Chen Hao's mind went blank for a moment. 500 kilograms? That's 1,000 caddies. Even a cow wouldn't weigh this much, would it? He looked down at his arms, which looked no different from usual, but a strange feeling welled up from deep within his body, like a warm current flowing down his spine and through his limbs. He felt his palms, arms, shoulders, and back were full of power, a feeling that was so real that it was as if he could lift the entire crib in front of him with a simple wave of his hand. He swallowed hard, carefully placed his fifth daughter back in the crib, clenched his fist, and his 10 fingers clicked twice. He took a deep breath, trying to make his expression look normal. Several family members who had been waiting outside the operating room were already watching. As soon as the quintuplets started crying, the people waiting in the corridor all gathered around. The elderly woman with gray hair was at the very front, craning her neck to look into the crib, clicking her tongue in amazement. My goodness, 5? 5 daughters. I've never seen 5 in my life. The middle-aged man who had been pacing stopped and stood to the side, craning his neck to watch for a long time, his face full of envy. 5 babies. 5 babies. This is incredible luck. The young man who had been sitting in a chair, playing on his phone, also stood up. His phone screen was still lit, but he was no longer looking at it. His mouth was agape, and he stared incredulously at the swaddled babies in the crib. That's incredible. 5 babies at once, and all 5 are daughters. This is going to be a huge event in the house. The old lady turned around and gave Chun Hao a thumbs up. Young man, you are so lucky. You have 5 daughters, 5 little darlings. When you get old, you will have people to love and take care of you. You will enjoy a life of happiness in the future. The middle-aged man also chimed in. Exactly, that's right. Daughters are more valuable these days. They're more considerate and better than sons. You got 5 of them all at once. You're a true winner in life. Chen Hao was a little embarrassed by their praise. He scratched the back of his head, chuckled twice, and kept his eyes on the 5 little ones in the crib. The 2 nurses put the stroller and crib back together. One nurse pushed Jiang Shuiro's stroller, and another nurse pushed the baby crib, walking along the corridor towards the inpatient department. Chen Hao and Zhou Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Chen Hao walked beside the cart, one hand on the handle, glancing down at Jiang Shuiro's closed eyes every now and then. Zhou Xiaoyu walked beside the crib, bent down to look at the 5 little ones, and kept muttering, "Why are they still so dark?" But her gaze softened noticeably, and she reached out a finger to carefully touch the smallest baby's toes. The group walked through the connecting corridor, entered the elevator, and returned to the 7th floor of the inpatient department. The nurse pushed the cart into Ward 713, and Chen Hao followed by Zhou Xiaoyu. The ward was still the same as before, with the blankets on the bed pulled back and the pillow lying askew to one side. The nurse opened the door, parked the stroller next to the hospital bed, and placed the crib against the wall. Next, Jiang Shuiro will be transferred from the trolley to the hospital bed. The nurse who pushed Jiang Shuiro looked at Jiang Shuiro lying on the trolley and was at a loss. How could she transfer Jiang Shuiro from the trolley to the hospital bed? Chapter 11. Chun Hao, the Power King, easily lifts the school beauty. Next, Jiang Shuiro will be transferred from the trolley to the hospital bed. The nurse who pushed Jiang Shuiro looked at Jiang Shuiro lying on the trolley and was at a loss. How could she transfer Jiang Shuiro from the trolley to the hospital bed? Jiang Shuiro had just undergone surgery and was unable to get out of bed on her own. Moreover, the anesthesia had not completely worn off, so she was completely unable to move. The only thing we could do was try to lift Jiang Shuiro from the trolley to the hospital bed. Although Jiang Shuiro was not fat to begin with, she has gained a lot of weight during her pregnancy now that she is pregnant with quintuplets. Even with the 5 babies just delivered from her womb, she now weighs at least 130 or 140 pounds. Both nurses were female, and they probably couldn't lift Jiang Shuiro. The 2 nurses exchanged a glance, and one of them said, "You lift the upper body, and I'll lift the legs, but this weight might be too much for the 2 of us. How about we get some help from our family members?" The other nurse nodded and was about to turn and call Chun Hao. Chun Hao had already walked to the cart. The surge of excitement he felt from the title of King of Strength still coursing through his body. He looked down at Jiang Shuiro in the stroller. She was covered with a thin white blanket from head to toe, only revealing her pale and quiet face. He suddenly said, "No need for 3 people to carry it. I could do it by myself." Both nurses looked up at him at the same time, their expressions saying, "Are you kidding me?" "Young man, don't be a show-off," one of the nurses said, frowning. "Although your wife has just given birth to 5 children, she gained a lot of weight during her pregnancy and now weighs at least 130 or 140 pounds. You simply can't carry her by yourself, and she just had a C-section with a 10-centimeter long incision on her abdomen. If you lose your grip or use the wrong posture and pull on the wound, the consequences could be very serious." Another nurse nodded repeatedly. "Yes, this is no joke. Don't think you can do it just because you're young and strong." After a cesarean section, the patient's abdomen should not bear weight. The buttocks and back must be supported to keep the abdomen completely relaxed. It's difficult for one person to do this. You should listen to us and have 3 people lift it together. Zhou Xiaoyu also got anxious and walked up to Chun Hao, shoving his arm. "Chun Hao, can't you listen to the nurse? Shui Rou just went through such a major operation. Why are you being so reckless? If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility?" Chun Hao waved his hand, his expression resolute, a smile playing on his lips. "Don't worry, I'm really strong. I can carry her, and I'll be very careful not to touch her wound at all." After saying that, he didn't give them a chance to refute him. He walked directly to the cart, bent down, and reached out to lift the thin sheet covering Jiang Shuiro. The bedsheet was light blue and thin, covering Jiang Shuiro. Chun Hao lifted a corner of the sheet and was about to reach inside when his movements abruptly stopped the moment his gaze fell beneath it. Jiang Shuiro was not wearing anything under the bedsheet. Because of the surgery, her hospital gown was removed before she entered the operating room, and after the surgery, the nurses only covered her with a sheet before wheeling her out. At this moment, the sheet was lifted, and Jiang Shuiro's snow-white breasts were exposed to the air without any cover. Her 2 full breasts trembled slightly, the skin on them dazzlingly white, rising and falling with her shallow breaths. Chun Hao's mind went blank, and blood rushed to his face. His hand trembled, and the sheet fell down again, covering Jiang Shuiro's body once more with a thin blanket. But the image of that moment was etched into his mind, impossible to erase. His heart was pounding like a drum, his ears were burning, and he stood there stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before he came to his senses. He took a deep breath, trying desperately to calm his racing heart, his face burning hot. Zhou Xiaoyu and the 2 nurses standing to the side didn't notice what happened in that instant. They only saw him suddenly put the blanket down again and thought he was hesitating. Chun Hao steadied himself, his throat tightening. He tried his best to keep his expression normal and bent down again. This time, he was more experienced. Instead, he reached his hands directly under the thin sheet, from Jiang Shuiro's shoulders and below her knees. The blanket was thin, and the feel of Jiang Shuiro's body curved through the fabric was clearly transmitted to his palm, warm, soft, and with a slight coolness after the surgery. Chun Hao held his breath, trying his best not to think about those messy thoughts, and steadily supported Jiang Shuiro's body with both hands. To everyone's surprise, Chun Hao's movements were both steady and light. With a quick movement of his arms, he lifted Jiang Shuiro steadily from the stroller. He held her, feeling as if she were floating in his arms, like holding a pillow, or rather, like holding a ball of cotton. The weight of over 100 pounds offered almost no resistance in his arms. He carefully turned half a step to the side, bent down, and gently placed Jiang Shuiro on the hospital bed, letting the back of her head rest on the pillow. He then slowly straightened her body, withdrew his hand, and gently covered her with the edge of the blanket. The whole process was smooth and effortless. Even Jiang Shuiro's body under the blanket didn't move noticeably. The 2 nurses and Zhou Xiaoyu were all stunned, standing there with their mouths agape, and no one spoke for a long time. One of the nurses was the first to come to her senses. She looked at Jiang Shuiro lying peacefully in the hospital bed, then at Chun Hao's expressionless face, and couldn't help but ask, How did you lift her so easily? Your partner must weigh at least 130 or 140 pounds. How did you manage to lift her all by yourself?" Another nurse nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, even the 2 of us wouldn't be able to lift it steadily, but you managed to hold it so firmly by yourself. You're incredibly strong." Zhou Xiaoyu blinked, looked at Jiang Shuiro on the hospital bed, then at Chun Hao, her face full of disbelief. "Chun Hao, how come you're so strong? Two nurses settled Jiang Shuoro into the hospital bed, then checked the four-tubing and the wiring of the electrocardiogram monitor. After confirming that everything was normal, one of the taller nurses straightened up and turned to look at Shun Hao. By the way, have you prepared diapers for the baby? Newborns need NB size. Regular S size is too big and will leak. 5 babies will need at least 20 tablets a day. If you haven't prepared any, you should go buy some quickly. They sell them at the hospital's convenience store. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao immediately walked to the 2 white storage boxes by the wall, squatted down, opened the lids, rummaged through them, and pulled out a pack of diapers. The packaging clearly displays the words NB code, indicating it is suitable for newborns weighing less than 5 kilograms. He held it up to show the nurse. I bought it. Is this the one? Chapter 12. First time putting a diaper on my daughter, rewarded with the title of God of Cookery. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao immediately took out a pack of diapers from a storage box. The packaging clearly displays the words NB code, indicating it is suitable for newborns weighing less than 5 kilograms. He held it up to show the nurse. I bought it. Is this the one? The nurse took it, glanced at it, and nodded. Yes, that's it. You actually prepared this. You're very thoughtful. Another nurse came over, and the 2 of them squatted down next to the storage box, completely opened the lid, and peered inside. The contents of the box were neatly arranged, and white labels were affixed to the transparent sealed bags, making everything easy to see. They scanned the items one by one, their expressions of surprise growing stronger. Oh dear, the breast pump is all bought. The tall nurse reached for the box containing the electric breast pump and examined it. It's a double-sided one, and this brand is good. The shorter nurse picked up a stack of baby bottles from the side and counted them. 10 baby bottles, 2 of each of 5 colors, so that each of the 5 babies has one of each color and they won't get mixed up. This detail is so thoughtful. Many new parents wouldn't even think of this. She then pulled out several cans of baby formula. Stage 1 formula, a good brand, bottle warmer, sterilizer, changing pads, wipes, diaper rash cream. My goodness, they have everything. The 2 nurses straightened up and looked at Chun Hao with surprise. The tall nurse put the breast pump box back into the case, her tone filled with undisguised admiration. Did you prepare all of these things by yourself? Chun Hao nodded. Yes, I bought them all. Can you help me check if anything is missing? Is there anything I forgot? The short nurse waved her hands repeatedly, her expression a mixture of surprise and admiration. Nothing's missing, nothing's missing. Let me tell you, you're better prepared than most pregnant women. We've cared for so many pregnant women in the ward, and we've rarely seen a male family member as attentive as you. Most men are lucky if they remember to buy a pack of diapers, but you've got everything from head to toe for both mother and baby. Chun Hao was a little embarrassed by the praise, scratched the back of his head, and smiled. This is my first time being a dad, and I don't know anything. I'm afraid I'll be overwhelmed, so I thought I'd buy everything I could. The tall nurse said, You have a great attitude. By the way, do you know how to put on diapers for your baby? I noticed you were just learning how to hold the baby. Would you like to learn that too? Upon hearing this, Chun Hao was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Yes, yes, please teach me. The nurse walked to the crib, where 5 little ones were lying quietly. They were tired after crying for a while, and now they had their eyes closed and their little mouths slightly open like 5 little birds. The nurse bent down, took out a newborn-sized diaper from the box, and then took a clean cotton towel from the table next to her, demonstrating it to Chun Hao on the spot. Take off the old one first. If you're not wearing it, just take the clean one. You see, this diaper has a front and a back. The side with the waist tabs is the back, and the side with the 2 blue indicator lines is the front. Lift up the baby's bottom, place this under the bottom, then fold the front up to cover the belly, and peel off and stick the waist stickers on both sides. When applying the adhesive, be careful not to tighten it too much, just enough to fit 2 fingers in. If it's too tight, it will constrict the baby. If it's too loose, it will leak urine. As a nurse spoke, she deftly put a diaper on a mannequin doll, all in just a few seconds. She tore off a new piece and handed it to Chun Hao. You try it, practice on your eldest child. Chun Hao took the diaper and walked to the crib. Dabao was lying quietly, his little fists clenched next to his cheeks, sleeping soundly. Chun Hao took a deep breath and, following the steps the nurse had just demonstrated, gently lifted Dabao's bottom, put the diaper in, then flipped up the front, tore off the waist tab, and stuck it in place. Although the movements were a bit slow and the fingers were a little shaky, the whole process went without a mistake. He had just pressed the back patch flat when a notification sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the achievement of putting your daughter in a diaper for the first time. Reward, title Master Chef. Effect, the host gains culinary skills at the level of a master chef, becoming proficient in all major Chinese cuisines, international cuisines, and various maternal and infant recipes and postpartum meal recipes. The title has been automatically activated. A surge of heat flowed from between Chun Hao's eyebrows, like a warm river flowing over his head, followed by a flood of information about cooking churning through his mind. The numbing spiciness and fresh aroma of Sichuan cuisine, the original flavor of Cantonese cuisine, the knife skills and cooking time of Huayan cuisine, the sauce ratios of Western cuisine, the temperature control of baking, and the nutritional balance of postpartum meals. There were also various methods for making complementary foods for mothers and babies. All the knowledge seemed to have been stuffed into his brain all at once, as clear as if he had practiced for 20 years. Chun Hao shook his head, blinked, and looked down at his hands, feeling that all 10 fingers were much more nimble than before. He composed himself, picked up another diaper, and walked towards her bow. This time, his movements were noticeably more efficient. His fingers steadily lifted the baby's bottom, and when the diaper was inserted, there were no wrinkles at all. He also fastened the waistband quickly and accurately, with perfect positioning and tightness. Congratulations, host. You put a diaper on your second daughter for the first time. Reward, skill postpartum care. Skill function. The host becomes proficient in comprehensive postpartum care skills for mothers and newborns, including but not limited to wound care, lochia observation, breast care, neonatal jaundice observation, neonatal umbilical cord care, and neonatal massage. The skill has been automatically activated. A large amount of information flooded into Chun Hao's mind. This time, it's about professional knowledge regarding maternal and newborn care, including how to change dressings and monitor a cesarean section wound. What do changes in the color and odor of lochia indicate? How to treat breast engorgement. How to determine whether neonatal jaundice is physiological or pathological. Nursing care precautions before and after umbilical cord attachment, as well as the techniques and order of newborn massage. This knowledge was like a thick textbook, turning page by page into his mind. Chun Hao stood there for 2 seconds, processing what he had just learned, then picked up the third diaper and walked toward Sanbao. This time, his movements were different from before. His gestures became more professional, and the force and angle at which he lifted the baby's bottom were just right, making the diaper's waistband fit more precisely. He even casually dabbed Sanbao's bottom with a soft cotton towel and checked whether the umbilical cord clips were rubbing against the edge of the diaper. The 2 nurses next to her and Zhou Xiaoyu simultaneously noticed the difference and were quite surprised. Chapter 13, earning the title of Car God. Because Chun Hao had just acquired postpartum care skills, he was more professional, more skilled, and more relaxed when putting diapers on his 3 babies this time. The 2 nurses next to them and Zhou Xiaoyu noticed the difference at the same time. The tall nurse tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with doubt. Hey, young man, you've improved so fast. You were a bit clumsy with the first piece, but you were much better with the second. And this third piece is practically identical to what I'm wearing. The short nurse nodded in agreement. Yeah, you really have never taken care of a child before? Judging from your gestures, I believe you've been a caregiver for 3 years. Zhou Xiaoyu, standing to the side, was also stunned. Chun Hao, did you secretly practice? It's only been a few minutes, and you're like a completely different person from the first to the third piece. Chun Hao chuckled, bent down to smooth out the waistband of Sanbao's diaper, and gave a perfunctory reply. Maybe I learned things quickly. As soon as I finished speaking, the notification sound in my mind went off again. Congratulations, host. You put a diaper on your third daughter for the first time. Reward, 1 serving of premium ingredients for the bio soup. Includes 8 chien of premium Angelica sinensis, 6 chien of premium Ligusticum chuanxiong, 5 fin of premium peach kernel, 5 fin of premium black ginger, and 5 fin of premium roasted licorice root. Already added to system inventory. Chun Hao paused for a moment, a surge of joy welling up inside him. He had just received the title of God of Cookery, and knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine and medicinal cuisine had also been poured into his mind. Of course, he knew what Xinghua Tang was. Xinghua Tang is a classic Chinese medicine formula specifically used for postpartum care. It has the effects of nourishing blood and removing blood stasis, warming the meridians, and relieving pain. It is specifically used to treat postpartum lochia retention and lower abdominal pain. After childbirth, there will be residual fetal membranes and blood clots in the uterus that need to be expelled. This process is called lochia discharge. If lochia is not completely discharged, it can remain in the uterus and cause infection, poor uterine involution, and even various gynecological diseases. Sheng Huatang is used to promote uterine contractions and help the lochia to be discharged smoothly. The materials the system provided him all listed top grade for 5 medicinal herbs: angelica, chuanxiong, peach kernel, black ginger, and roasted licorice. Although Chun Hao hadn't seen the actual product yet, he knew that anything the system produced would be exceptional, and that top-grade medicinal herbs were far more potent than ordinary ones. With these ingredients, plus his newly acquired culinary skills, the Sheng Huatang he brews will definitely be much more effective than medicine from an ordinary pharmacy. He suppressed his excitement and picked up the 4th diaper, heading towards Sibao. With the help of postpartum care skills, he can now put diapers on his 4 babies with ease. Lifting their bottoms, putting on the diaper, turning them over, and sticking on a waist tape are all done in one go, taking less than 10 seconds. Congratulations, host! You put a diaper on your 4th daughter for the first time. Reward: 1 serving of premium ingredients for biohyperfusion soup. Includes 8 qian of premium Angelica sinensis, 6 qian of premium Ligusticum chuanxiong, 5 fen of premium peach kernel, 5 fen of premium black ginger, and 5 fen of premium roasted licorice root. Already added to system inventory. Another one. Chun Hao was overjoyed. 2 portions of top-quality ingredients were enough for him to brew 2 doses of Sheng Huatang. Finally, he picked up the 5th diaper and walked toward Wu Bao. Wu Bao was the youngest, lying on the far right of the crib, his tiny body curled up in a ball, drooling as he slept. Chun Hao gently lifted her little bottom, skillfully placed the diaper in place, turned it over, attached the waistband, and tidied the edges in one smooth motion. Congratulations, host! You put a diaper on your 5th daughter for the first time. Reward: title Racing God. Effect: the host gains God-level driving skills, proficient in driving ordinary sedans, SUVs, sports cars, buses, trucks, and other civilian vehicles, as well as special vehicles such as tanks and armored vehicles. The title has been automatically activated. Chun Hao's heart skipped a beat. Racing legend? He can even drive a tank? This system is ridiculous. But then, a flood of driving knowledge rushed into his mind. The clutch clearance, brake travel, turning radius, and blind spots of different car models. The shifting timing of manual transmissions, and the throttle response of automatic transmissions. Even the torque characteristics of diesel and gasoline engines. All of these things were so clear to him that they seemed etched into his muscle memory. He subconsciously clenched his fist, feeling as if he could pick up a car and drive it away at any time, without feeling unfamiliar with any type of car. Chun Hao straightened up, and all 5 babies were neatly dressed in their diapers. He pulled out a few wet wipes from the box, wiped his fingers, and let out a long breath. Zhou Xiaoyu stood to the side and watched from beginning to end, her expression changing from surprise to admiration. She walked over and patted Chun Hao on the shoulder. Chun Hao is quite skilled. He's putting diapers on 5 babies from the 1st to the 5th, and he's getting more and more proficient and professional. You're a really professional dad, much better than me. I wouldn't even dare touch them. Chun Hao was a little flattered by the praise, but still modestly replied, No, I learned it on the spot. The nurse taught me very well. He turned around and looked at Jiang Shiwero on the hospital bed. She still had her eyes closed, but her eyeballs were moving slightly under her eyelids, and her lips were twitching from time to time, as if she was about to wake up but hadn't fully woken up yet. The numbers on the monitor were fluctuating, and the heart rate and blood pressure were within the normal range. Chun Hao had made up his mind. He walked back and said to Zhou Xiaoyu, Shuero isn't fully awake yet. I'll go back and make her some postpartum herbal soup while I have this time. You stay here and keep an eye on her for me. Call me immediately if anything happens. Sheng Huatang. Zhou Xiaoyu frowned, looking completely bewildered. What kind of soup are you talking about? Sheng Huatang, Jian Hao VP. Zhou Xiaoyu's brows furrowed even more, her tone clearly showing her confusion. What is this biochemical soup? The name sounds scary. Is it a biological weapon? The 2 nurses next to them, who were tidying up the instruments on the trolley, looked up at the same time when they heard the words Sheng Huatang. The tall nurse, who was holding a thermometer, paused, staring directly at Chun Hao. You just mentioned Sheng Huatang. Chun Hao nodded. Yes, Sheng Huatang, a traditional Chinese medicine formula. The short nurse also came closer, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. How do you know about Sheng Huatang? Most people have never heard of it, and even many women who have given birth don't know about it. This is a traditional Chinese medicine formula used to help postpartum women expel lochia. Doctors in our hospital's TCM department sometimes prescribe it to patients with poor postpartum lochia, but most families wouldn't even think of it. Chun Hao had already prepared his explanation and casually made it up. I have a cousin who gave birth a couple of years ago. Her mother, who is also my aunt, made her Sheng Hua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine formula, several times, saying it would help with her recovery. I watched from the side and took notes, thinking I might need them someday. Chapter 14. What exactly is Sheng Hua Tang, and what is it used for? Chun Hao had already prepared his explanation and casually made it up. I have a cousin who gave birth a couple of years ago. Her mother, who is also my aunt, made her Sheng Hua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine formula, several times, saying it would help with her recovery. I watched from the side and wrote it down, thinking I might need it someday. The two nurses exchanged a glance, and the taller nurse sighed. You're really observant. You even remembered this. In my hometown, it's true that new mothers drink Sheng Hua Tang, a traditional Chinese herbal soup, during their postpartum confinement period, but not many young people know about it nowadays. Zhou Xiaoyu, listening from the side, was completely confused and scratched her forehead. You've been talking about Sheng Hua Tang for ages, but what exactly is it used for? I've never heard of it before. Seeing her bewildered expression, Chun Hao patiently explained. Sheng Hua Tang is a traditional Chinese medicine formula specifically for postpartum women. After childbirth, there will be some residual tissue and blood clots in the uterus that need to be expelled. These are called lochia. If lochia is not completely discharged, it can remain in the uterus and cause infection, abdominal pain, and even affect uterine recovery. Sheng Hua Tang is used to help the uterus contract and promote the smooth discharge of lochia. Lochia? What is lochia anyway? Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened even more. Chun Hao paused for a moment, then carefully chose his words. Postpartum lochia is the discharge from the lower body after childbirth, consisting of decidual tissue and blood from the uterus. Normal lochia lasts for 2 to 4 weeks, and its color gradually changes from bright red to light red and then to white. If lochia persists or has an abnormal odor, it indicates that the uterus is not recovering well and requires treatment. Sheng Hua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine formula, serves this therapeutic purpose. After hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu's mouth remained open for a long time. She looked Chun Hao up and down several times, her eyes filled with disbelief. Chun Hao, I'm really impressed by you. How do you know everything? You know how to put on diapers, you've bought baby bottles and formula, and you even know about lochia and herbal decoctions. You, a boy, know more than we girls do. Chun Hao coughed guiltily and then tried to use his cousin as an excuse again. I learned all of these from my cousin when she gave birth. I thought it was quite interesting at the time, so I asked her a few more questions. I never expected to use them all today. He walked to the bedside. Jiang Shiwero was still lying quietly, her eyes half open and half closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly. She seemed to sense someone nearby. Her eyes flicked toward Chun Hao, but her gaze remained unfocused, as if she were looking at someone through frosted glass. Chun Hao bent down, leaned close to her ear, and spoke very softly and gently. Shuero, I'll go back and make you something to eat. You rest here and wait for me to come back. Be a good girl, okay? Jiang Shuero's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but her tongue and throat wouldn't obey her, and in the end she could only utter a muffled breath. Her eyelids twitched, and her half-open eyes stared in Chun Hao's direction, as if trying to recognize him. But her consciousness was still hazy, and she couldn't utter a single word. Chun Hao straightened up, turned to Zhou Xiaoyu, and gave her another instruction. Xiaoyu, keep an eye on the foredrip. If the bottle is almost empty, ring the bell to call the nurse. Also, she might feel pain in her wound after the anesthesia wears off, so you can ask the nurse to give her a pain pump then. I'll be back as soon as possible. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded. All right, go, and come back quickly. Don't worry about me here. Chun Hao glanced at Jiang Shiwero again, then turned and walked out of the ward. He walked down the corridor to the elevator and pressed the down button. The elevator doors opened. He stepped inside and pressed the button for the underground parking garage on the basement level. The elevator descended and dinged as it arrived at the basement level. As the door opened, a cool breeze, typical of underground parking garages, carrying the smells of exhaust fumes and dust, rushed in. The garage was dimly lit, with rows of cars parked neatly in their spaces, and the floor was covered with gray epoxy paint. Chun-Hao stepped into the garage, mentally accessing his system inventory as he walked. Sure enough, there was a car key icon in the backpack, along with a vehicle registration certificate and an insurance policy. On a whim, he took out the key, and a black Lincoln car key landed in his palm. It was heavy, and the Lincoln Cross Star emblem was inlaid on the front of the key. He pressed the unlock button, and a beep sounded from not far away, and the headlights of a car flashed twice. Chun-Hao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a brand new Lincoln Navigator parked in parking space number 12 in Section B. The black body had a matte finish under the dim lights, and the huge front grille was framed with silver. The body was tall and imposing, a whole size larger than the SUV parked next to it. Chun-Hao walked to the car, touched the cold door handle, and took a deep breath. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. The leather seat automatically slid back to accommodate his height, and the steering wheel and seat memory system were activated simultaneously. The interior space is surprisingly spacious. The instrument panel is LCD, and the central control screen is as large as a tablet computer. The second row has 2 individual airline seats, and the third row has 3 child safety seat interfaces. 7 seats. Chun-Hao was secretly delighted, thinking that in the future, when he drove, Jiang Shiuro would sit in the passenger seat, his 5 daughters would sit in the back. There would be 3 child safety seats in the third row and 2 in the second row, making it just the right size for the whole family to go for a drive. He inserted the key into the ignition slot, pressed the start button, and the V6 engine emitted a deep roar before falling silent again. He shifted into gear, gently pressed the accelerator, and the car smoothly slid out of the parking space. He turned the steering wheel, veered into the lane, and headed towards the exit. His reputation as a racing legend allowed him to handle this behemoth with ease. The steering wheel offered a perfect balance of lightness and weight. The throttle response is sensitive, the braking is linear and smooth, and he can even accurately predict the degree of body roll when turning. My hands, which hadn't touched a steering wheel in 4 years, now rested on it as steadily as a seasoned driver who had been driving for over a decade. The Lincoln Navigator drove up the ramp, and the light changed from the dim underground parking garage to bright daylight. The exit gate automatically lifted. Chun-Hao lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car drove out of the hospital gate, merging into the afternoon traffic of Jiangdong City. He glanced at the rearview mirror. The hospital building receded further and further away in the reflection. Then he stepped on the gas and drove smoothly toward his rented apartment. Chapter 15, Making Confinement Meals for the School Beauty. Chun-Hao drove his black Lincoln Navigator smoothly along the streets of Jiangdong City in the afternoon. The shops and roadside trees outside the window receded into the distance, and sunlight streamed through the windshield onto the dashboard, the chrome trim reflecting tiny specks of light. After driving for a while, he saw a fairly large vegetable market by the roadside. The storefront was quite wide, and the electronic screen at the entrance displayed the day's vegetable prices. He parked the car on the side of the road, turned off the engine, got out, locked the car door, and walked into the market carrying a canvas bag he had taken out of the trunk. The market was noisy with people and a mix of smells. In front of the meat stalls hung rows of fresh pig liver, pig kidneys, and ribs, while the vegetable stalls were piled high with lush green vegetables, bright red tomatoes, and tender white lotus roots. Chun-Hao walked around the market and bought half a pound of fresh pork liver, a few eggs, a small bag of rice, a few scallions, and a piece of ginger. After thinking for a moment, he bought a handful of red dates and a small bag of goji berries from a stall selling dried goods. Finally, he walked to a corner of the market where a shop selling daily necessities was located and picked out a few insulated pots and a few insulated lunchboxes. The insulated pot is made of double-walled stainless steel and has a large capacity, while the insulated lunchbox is smaller and comes with a sealing lid. After paying, he packed everything into a canvas bag, carried it, and walked out of the market. After putting the canvas bag in the trunk, Chun-Hao got back into the car, started the engine, and drove into the residential area where he lived. Although he can still live in the school dormitory, he rented a house off campus in order to make it easier to find a job. The house is a shared apartment. He rented a place in an old neighborhood. The building was not tall, just a 6-story walk-up building. Some of the exterior wall tiles were loose, and the area downstairs was full of electric bikes and bicycles. He parked his Lincoln Navigator in an open-air parking space downstairs. The huge vehicle took up almost 1.5 spaces, and other drivers passing by glanced at it several times. Chun-Hao didn't pay any attention. He got out of the trunk with the canvas bag, locked the car, and went up the stairs to the 4th floor. The security door to the shared apartment was dark red. Chen Hao took out his key and opened the door. Inside was a narrow passageway. To the left was the communal kitchen, and to the right was the living room, where several of his roommates' belongings were piled up. His rented room was at the very back, but instead of going back to his own room, he went straight into the kitchen. The kitchen is small, with two gas stoves side by side on the counter. The range hood is old-fashioned, making a whooshing sound but with only average suction power. On the countertop were a rice cooker, a frying pan, and a soup pot, and on the shelf in the corner were bottles of seasonings. Chen Hao took the items out of the canvas bag one by one and placed them on the table. Then he opened a drawer and took out a brand new casserole. He bought this clay pot on a whim when he went to the supermarket, but he had never used it before. Today it came in handy. He prepared the ingredients first. Cut the pig liver into thin slices and soak it in clean water, changing the water twice to remove the blood. Rinse the rice thoroughly and soak it in water. Beat the eggs in a small bowl, chop the scallions, and smash the ginger. After preparing the ingredients, Chen Hao took a half step back, placed his hands on the edge of the stove, and silently recited, "Take out the top quality ingredients for the Shenghua Tang, a type of medicinal soup." The space in front of him shifted slightly, and 5 small cloth bags appeared out of thin air on the table, each tied with hemp rope. The labels on them are small white ones, which read, Angelica sinensis, Ligusticum chuanxiong, peach kernel, black ginger, and roasted licorice. Chen Hao untied the cloth bag containing the Angelica root. Inside were several dark brown, medicinal herbs with clear-cut surfaces and a rich medicinal aroma. He then unpacked the other cloth bags one by one and smelled them. The Sichuan lovage root had a pungent aroma. The peach kernel had a hint of oily fragrance. The black ginger was charred on the outside and brownish yellow on the inside, and the roasted licorice root had a faint sweetness. They were all top-quality goods, far superior to the medicinal herbs he had seen in traditional Chinese medicine shops before. He placed the clay pot on the stove, poured in 3 bowls of water, and then added angelica, chuanxiong, peach kernel, black ginger, and roasted licorice root into the clay pot in the correct proportions. He covered the pot and brought it to a boil over high heat. After the water boiled, he turned the heat down to low. The medicinal soup in the clay pot bubbled and simmered, the brown broth slowly darkening, and the aroma of the herbs gradually filled the entire kitchen. At the same time, he turned on another stove, put a wok on it, and poured in a spoonful of black sesame oil. Heat the oil, add ginger slices, and sauté until fragrant. Then add the soaked and drained pork liver slices and stir-fry quickly over high heat. The pig liver quickly changed color in the hot oil, its edges curling up slightly. Chen Hao flicked his wrist, flipping the pig liver in the pot over so that each slice was evenly coated with oil. He poured in the soaked rice, added enough water, covered the pot, and cooked it over medium heat. 2 stoves were working at the same time, one bubbling away as the medicine simmered, and the other bubbling as the porridge bubbled. Chen Hao stood in front of the stove, occasionally lifting the lid of the clay pot to check the concentration of the medicinal soup and occasionally stirring the porridge pot to prevent it from sticking to the bottom. His movements were neither hurried nor slow, but full of rhythm, as if he had practiced countless times. The herbal soup in the casserole slowly reduced from 3 bowls of water to about 1.5 bowls. Its color as dark as soy sauce, and its aroma of herbs was rich. The rice grains in the porridge pot had already bloomed and opened up, and the tender slices of pork liver floated on the surface of the porridge, while the rice soup gradually thickened. Chen Hao turned off the fire, picked up the insulated pot, and carefully poured the Shenghua Tang from the clay pot into it. The dark brown medicinal soup flowed down the spout into the inner pot of the insulated lid, steaming and emitting a fragrant aroma. He tightened the lid and placed the insulated pot aside. Then he opened the lid of the porridge pot, poured the cooked pork liver and egg porridge into another insulated pot, and sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions and a few goji berries on top of the porridge. The red and green colors made it look very appealing. Chen Hao placed the 2 insulated pots on the counter and was about to tidy up the stove when he caught a glimpse of the rice cooker out of the corner of his eye. He lifted the pot lid, and there was still about 2 bowls of rice left inside, which he had cooked the night before. It was still loose and hadn't spoiled. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was this time, and Zhou Xiaoyu definitely hadn't had lunch yet. He himself was also hungry. Since both stoves were off, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to make some fried rice. He took 2 eggs from the refrigerator, cracked them into a bowl, and beat them. Turn on the stove, heat the wok, pour in oil, and once the oil is hot, add the beaten eggs. Quickly stir with chopsticks until the eggs puff up in the hot oil, turning golden and tender. He poured the leftover rice in, used a spatula to break up the rice clumps, and the rice grains separated one by one in the high temperature, each grain evenly coated with egg liquid. He sprinkled a pinch of salt, then a handful of chopped green onions, tossed the pan a couple of times, and the fried rice bounced off the bottom of the pan, flipped in the air, and fell back into the pan, each grain distinct, golden in color, and glistening with oil. Chen Hao turned off the stove, divided the fried rice into 2 insulated lunch boxes, packed each box tightly, and closed the lids. Chapter 16, Are You Two Treating Me Like I'm Invisible? Chen Hao turned off the stove, divided the fried rice into 2 insulated lunch boxes, packed each box tightly, and closed the lids. He casually washed all the pots, pans, and earthenware pots he had used, wiped the countertop clean, rinsed and dried the cutting board, and restored the kitchen to its original state. Then he picked up 2 insulated pots and 2 insulated lunch boxes from the table, and also took 2 pairs of chopsticks, 2 soup spoons, and 2 bowls. I put everything into a large plastic bag, checked it to make sure nothing was left behind, locked the door, and went downstairs. The Lincoln Navigator was parked quietly downstairs. Chen Hao put the bag on the passenger's seat, got in, started the engine, and drove out of the community towards Jiangdong Maternal and Child Health Hospital. There weren't many cars on the road in the afternoon. He drove along the main road for about 10 minutes, turned into the hospital entrance, and parked his car in the underground parking garage following the signs. After parking his car, he carried a large plastic bag up the elevator and pressed the button for the 7th floor. The elevator doors opened, and he strode to the door of Ward 713, pushed open the slightly ajar door, and went inside. In the ward, Zhou Xiaoyu was sitting on a chair next to the hospital bed, leaning over and whispering something in Jiang Shuro's ear. Jiang Shuro lay on the hospital bed with her eyes fully open. Although her face was still pale and her lips were bloodless, her spirits were noticeably better than when the surgery had just ended. She heard the door open, turned her head to look at the doorway, and saw Chen Hao. A faint smile appeared on her face. Chen Hao rushed to the bedside, bent down to look at her, and said with surprise and delight, "You're awake?" Jiang Shuro nodded weakly, her voice soft and gentle. "Yes, you're back." Chen Hao placed the large plastic bag he was carrying on the counter next to him. The insulated pot and lunchbox inside the bag clattered together. As he took the contents out of the plastic bag, he said to Jiang Shuro, "I made you some postpartum herbal soup and pork liver and egg congee. You just woke up, so it's a good time to eat something." Zhou Xiaoyu stood up from her chair and leaned over to look at the 2 insulated pots that Chen Hao had taken out. Chen Hao first opened the insulated pot containing the Shenghua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine soup, and the moment he lifted the lid, a strong medicinal smell filled the air. He took a bowl and carefully poured out most of it, a bowl of dark brown medicinal soup. The soup was clear and bright, with a thin layer of oil floating on top. "Here, drink this first. Shenghua Tang is a good thing. It can help you clear the blood clots in your uterus and is good for your recovery." He held the bowl, gently stirred it with a spoon to cool it down, then scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, and brought it to Jiang Shuro's lips. Jiang Shuro looked at the bowl of dark brown medicinal soup, blinked, but did not open her mouth immediately. She had already heard about Shenghua Tang and Lokia from Zhou Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiaoyu stayed by her side while she was half asleep and told Jiang Shuro everything she knew, like spilling beans. This includes how Chen Hao learned to put on adult diapers from the nurses and how he kept talking about making Shenghua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine formula, for Jiang Shuro. Jiang Shuro listened to every word, her eyes already welling up with tears several times. "Chen Hao," she said, her voice hoarse as she looked at Chen Hao's serious face. "Thank you. Thank you so much for being so kind to me." Chen Hao smiled, holding the bowl, his tone relaxed and gentle. "Silly girl, you gave me 5 lovely and beautiful daughters. Isn't it only right that I treat you well? Here, drink your medicine first. It won't taste good if it gets cold." He blew on the spoon twice more before bringing it back to Jiang Shuro's lips. Jiang Shuro opened her mouth and slowly took the spoonful of medicine into her mouth. The herbal soup has a slightly bitter taste, with the unique sweetness of angelica and the smoky aroma of black ginger, but after swallowing it, a sweet aftertaste will rise in your throat, so it is not unpleasant to drink. She swallowed, her eyes fixed on Chen Hao, her gaze filled with a tender and lingering affection, as if she could never get enough of looking at him. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the achievement, feeding a new mother for the first time. Reward, title, singing God. Effect, the host becomes proficient in various singing techniques, music theory, composition, and lyric writing, and proficient in playing various musical instruments. The title has been automatically activated. As before, a flood of information rushed into Chun Hao's mind. Methods of reading sheet music, the structure of scales, chord progressions, and vocal techniques for various singing styles, including bel canto, folk, popular, and rock. Different resonance positions and breath control methods, piano key positions, guitar fingering, violin bowing techniques. The construction and playing techniques of various musical instruments, even the structural arrangement of compositions and the rhyme and tone of lyrics, all seem to be engraved in his body. He feels that he can now play a complete piece of music as soon as he touches an instrument, and he can turn any melody he hums into a song. This title is also very useful. With it, he can easily sing lullabies to lull his 5 daughters to sleep. Chun Hao felt a surge of joy, but he didn't show it on his face. He then scooped up another spoonful of the herbal soup and continued to feed Jiang Shiruo. He would gently blow on each spoonful he fed her, and when he brought it to Jiang Shiruo's lips, he would remind her, "Be careful, it's hot." Jiang Shiruo sipped her drink, her eyes fixed on Chun Hao, her gaze so tender it seemed to stretch into silk, filled with indescribable emotions. As she watched Chun Hao intently blowing on the soup with his head down, noticing his slightly furrowed brows and focused gaze, a chord in her heart was gently plucked. "This biochemical soup, it's so delicious," Jiang Shiruo said softly after taking a sip, her voice tinged with laughter. "It's incredibly sweet. So sweet it warms your heart." Chun Hao was taken aback. He looked down at the dark brown medicinal soup in the bowl. This was Chinese medicine, so where did the sweetness come from? But he immediately realized what Jiang Shiruo was talking about, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. He then fed her another spoonful. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was sitting on the chair next to her, finally couldn't hold back any longer. She crossed her arms over her chest, deliberately turned her face to the side, and made a clicking sound. "Hey, you too. Are you treating me like I'm invisible? Can you stop showing off your love in front of me? I'm starving. I can't take this." Jiang Shiruo's pretty face flushed instantly. Her eyelashes drooped, and her lips pursed, looking somewhat embarrassed. She turned her head to look at Zhou Xiaoyu, her tone reproachful. "Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense." Zhou Xiaoyu chuckled twice, rubbed her stomach, and said, all right, I won't disturb you two being affectionate anymore. My stomach is growling with hunger. I'm going out to get something to eat." "Chun Hao, what do you want to eat? I'll bring it back for you." Chun Hao put down the bowl in his hand, turned around, and looked at her, a smile on his lips. "No need. I made some food. I made some for you too, so please try it." Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "You made me something to eat? What did you make?" Chapter 17. I've never had such delicious fried rice before. Chun Hao put down the bowl in his hand, turned around to look at Zhou Xiaoyu, and smiled. "No need. I made some food. I made some for you too, so please try it." Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. "You made me something to eat? What did you make?" Chun Hao turned around, took out a thermal lunchbox and a pair of chopsticks from his canvas bag, and handed them to Zhou Xiaoyu. "No need to go downstairs to buy it. I made your portion while I was cooking and brought it over for you." Zhou Xiaoyu took the lunchbox and chopsticks, a hint of curiosity on her face. "What did you make?" "There wasn't time to make a fancy dish, so I just made some simple fried rice with eggs," Chun Hao said with a smile. When Zhou Xiaoyu heard it was fried rice with eggs, she pursed her lips slightly, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. "Fried rice with egg? I thought you made me something delicious." "Oh well, fried rice with egg is fine. It's better than going hungry," she muttered to herself as she opened the lid of the lunchbox. The moment the lid was lifted, a rich and mellow aroma of eggs wafted out. Zhou Xiaoyu looked down into the lunchbox and froze. The lunchbox was full of fried rice with eggs. Each grain of rice was golden and loosely separated, glistening with an oily sheen under the fluorescent light. The scrambled eggs evenly coat each grain of rice, and finely chopped scallions add a touch of green. The white, yellow, and green colors are distinct, making it look like a photo from a food magazine. Zhou Xiaoyu swallowed hard. She picked up her chopsticks, took a small bite, and put it in her mouth. The moment the rice grains entered her mouth, the loose, grainy texture melted on her tongue. Each grain of rice is infused with the crispy aroma of eggs, perfectly seasoned, and the delicate fragrance of scallions lingers on the palate, bursting with the smoky flavor of a wok. She chewed twice, then her eyes widened suddenly. Holy crap, Zhou Xiaoyu mumbled through her mouthful of fried rice, quickly swallowed it, took a second bite, and then looked excitedly at Chun Hao. This is so delicious. I've never had such good fried rice before. How did you make it? Each grain of rice is separate and has a crispy, fragrant aroma. It's 100 times better than the fried rice you get at restaurants. As she spoke, she shoveled 2 more mouthfuls into her mouth, her cheeks bulging. Chen Hao smiled as he watched her wolf down her food. It's just a quick stir-fry. With her mouth full of rice, Zhou Xiaoyu pointed her chopsticks at Chen Hao and mumbled a question. Tell me the truth. Did you really make this fried rice? Or did you just get it from a restaurant? Chen Hao nodded. I really made it. My rented apartment has a kitchen, and I usually cook for myself. The more I cook, the better I get. Zhou Xiaoyu stared at him for 2 seconds with some doubt, but couldn't resist the temptation of the fried rice. So she lowered her head and shoveled down 2 more mouthfuls. As Jiang Shiro lay in her hospital bed, she smelled the aroma of fried rice with eggs, and her stomach rumbled loudly. Chun Hao had just fed her a bowl of Shanghua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine soup, which warmed her stomach but also aroused her hunger. Seeing how much Zhou Xiaoyu was enjoying her meal, she couldn't help but say, I want to eat fried rice with eggs too. Chen Hao turned to look at her, shook his head, and said, Shuero, you can't eat fried rice yet. The rice grains are too hard after being fried. You just had a C-section, and your digestive system hasn't recovered yet. Eating hard food is hard to digest. I made you a special pork liver and egg congee. It's soft and easy to eat. You need to eat this now. As he spoke, he opened the lid of another insulated pot and poured the warm pork liver and egg porridge into a clean bowl. The porridge is off-white with a hint of pink. Thin slices of pork liver are placed in the porridge, and strands of egg are scattered on top. A few scallions and specks of sesame oil float on the surface. Chen Hao scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and brought it to Jiang Shiro's lips. Jiang Shiro frowned and turned her face slightly away. I don't like eating pig liver. Pig liver has a particularly unpleasant fishy smell, and I've never been able to get used to it since I was a child. Chen Hao's hand froze in midair, but he didn't retract the spoon. He patiently said, Shuero, pig liver is a good thing for breaking up blood stasis and promoting blood production. It contains vitamins A1, B2, and B12, as well as a lot of iron. After giving birth, your body has a lot of blood clots and stagnant blood that needs to be expelled. Cooking pig liver with black sesame oil can help your uterus contract and clear out all the blood clots and stagnant blood. And don't worry, this pork liver and egg congee I made has absolutely no fishy smell. Would you like to try a bite? Just one bite. If you don't like it, we won't eat it. Jiang Shiro looked at him, holding the spoon motionless, and at the seriousness in his eyes. She pursed her lips and finally nodded. Okay, I'll try it. She opened her mouth and took the spoonful of porridge in her mouth. The warm porridge slid into my mouth, the soft rice grains and tender slices of pork liver melting on my tongue. She had prepared herself for the unpleasant fishy taste, but after taking it in her mouth, there was nothing at all. Only the natural sweetness of the pork liver and the rich aroma of the rice, mixed with the refreshing taste of egg and scallions, with a touch of sesame oil rising in the aftertaste. Jiang Shiro's eyes lit up, and after swallowing, she opened her mouth again. Chen Hao smiled and fed her another spoonful. It's really delicious, Jiang Shiro said, her voice slightly slurred as she took a mouthful of porridge, but filled with delight. There's no fishy smell at all. It tastes much better than I expected. Chen Hao, how come your cooking skills are so amazing? Chen Hao smiled, but didn't reply, and scooped up another spoonful. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was next to her, had already finished her box of fried rice, leaving not a single grain of rice in the box. She closed the lunchbox and set it aside, licking her lips with lingering satisfaction. Then, watching Jiang Shiro eat so heartily, she couldn't help but wonder. She used to particularly dislike pig liver. Its fishy smell made her nauseous every time she smelled it. But judging from Jiang Shiro's expression, it really looks delicious. Hey, Shuero, Zhou Xiaoyu leaned over and asked, was that pork liver and egg congee really that delicious? Or were you just putting on an act to save face for Chun Hao? Jiang Shiro swallowed the porridge in her mouth and looked at Zhou Xiaoyu seriously, saying, it's really delicious, not fishy at all. Would you like to try some? Never mind, that was specially made for you by Chun Hao to help you clear out the blood clots. How could I take your food? I'll just eat my fried rice instead. Oh, this fried rice is so delicious. I'll never be able to eat fried rice made by anyone else again. She shoveled the last few grains of rice in her mouth while complaining, the chopsticks scraping against the bottom of the lunchbox with a crisp sound. The lunchbox was empty. Not a single grain of rice was left. Zhou Xiaoyu closed the lunchbox with satisfaction, leaned back in her chair, and let out a small burp. She slumped down, her face full of contentment. Chapter 18 Xiaoyu. Why are all 5 of the names you chose surnamed Zhou? Chunhao held the bowl of pork liver and egg porridge and fed Jiang Shuoro spoonful by spoonful, his movements unhurried and deliberate. He blew on each spoonful to make sure it wasn't too hot before putting it to her lips. Jiang Shuoro leaned against the pillow, eating bite by bite, her eyes fixed on his face. As she watched Chunhao intently scooping the porridge, blowing on it, and handing it to her, the warmth in her heart grew stronger. But she suddenly noticed a detail. From the moment Chunhao entered the room until now, he hadn't eaten a single thing. Jiang Shuoro swallowed the porridge in her mouth and gently raised her hand to block the spoon Chunhao offered her. Aha, why don't you eat something too? You've been feeding me the whole time, and you're still hungry. Chunhao shook his head and pushed the spoon forward a little more. I'm not hungry. I'll eat after I finish feeding you this bowl of porridge. Your health is the most important thing right now, so you should eat more. Jiang Shuoro pursed her lips, her eyes darted around, and then she said with a hint of slyness, I'm already full, you go ahead and eat. Chunhao glanced at her, then shook his head with a smile. You're lying. You've only eaten a few bites. It's less than half a bowl. How can you be full? You clearly just wanted me to eat quickly, so you deliberately said you were full. I won't eat unless you finish this bowl of porridge. Jiang Shuoro felt a little embarrassed when he saw through her thoughts and turned her face away. Chunhao raised the spoon a little higher and opened his mouth wide, mimicking how he would coax a child. Come on, open your mouth. Jiang Shuoro couldn't help but laugh at his exaggerated but the curve of her lips aggravated the wound on her abdomen, and she hissed softly, but her smile didn't fade. Seeing Chunhao holding the spoon without moving, she finally obediently opened her mouth and ate the spoonful of porridge. That's right. Chunhao nodded in satisfaction. Finish your meal obediently, and then I'll go eat. Zhou Xiaoyu, sitting nearby, witnessed the entire scene. She placed her empty lunchbox on the counter, rubbed her arms together, and made a gesture that made her skin crawl. My God, this is so cheesy, Chunhao. How come I never realized you were this cheesy before? Are you too trying to make me sick of this sweetness? Chunhao didn't even turn his head, continuing to feed Jiang Shuoro porridge, jokingly saying, What's wrong? Are you envious? Jealous? Is it bothering you if I'm being affectionate with my wife? Zhou Xiaoyu pouted and crossed her legs. I'm not envious or jealous at all. Let me tell you, if I had a boyfriend and he dared to be as cheesy as you, I'd punch him and send him flying as far as he could. Chunhao then turned around and looked at her, sizing her up and down, his tone slightly joking. Xiaoyu, you're so pretty. How come you still don't have a boyfriend? Are you too picky or what? Zhou Xiaoyu smiled and reached out to adjust her ponytail. Oh, you're complimenting my looks? I love hearing that. But I don't like men. Chunhao paused, his spoon still in his hand. He turned to look at her, his face showing obvious surprise. You don't like men? You mean you like women? Of course. Zhou Xiaoyu raised her chin confidently, then turned and gave Jiang Shuoro a flirtatious wink. I love my Shuoro the most. She's beautiful, gentle, and kind. So listen to me, Chunhao. If you ever dare to treat Shuoro badly again, I'll punch you and send you flying. Just so you know, I'm a 6th Dan black belt in Taekwondo, so watch out. Chunhao looked Zhou Xiaoyu up and down again. She was slender, with long, thin arms and legs, and looked frail. She had a loud voice, but she didn't look like someone who knew martial arts at all. He looked at her suspiciously. Really? You? A 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo? You don't look like it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu jumped up from her chair, took 2 steps back, and assumed a fighting stance. He stood with his legs slightly apart, knees slightly bent, hands clenched in a fist in front of his chest, upper body straight, and his gaze instantly became sharp. She lightly pushed off the ground with her left toes, executing a clean and crisp high kick, her toes hovering just above Chunhao's ear, less than 10 centimeters from his face, creating a gust of wind. Chunhao instinctively shrank his neck back. Zhou Xiaoyu pulled her leg back, patted off non-existent dust from her pants, and sat back down in her chair, her expression relaxed as if nothing had happened. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Chen Hao swallowed hard and turned to look at Jiang Shiuro on the hospital bed. Jiang Shiuro smiled weakly, nodded, and said, "Ah, how? I didn't lie to you. She really is a 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. She's been training since her freshman year, and last year, she even represented the school in a provincial competition and won a prize." Chen Hao quickly averted his gaze from Zhou Xiaoyu, bent down, scooped a spoonful of porridge, and fed it to Jiang Shiuro, muttering to himself, "I believe what my wife says. I believe everything my wife says." Jiang Shiuro was holding a mouthful of porridge when she heard the word wife, and she almost choked on the porridge. After she swallowed it, a distinct blush rose on her cheeks, spreading from her ears all the way down to her neck. She lowered her eyelids, her voice soft and gentle with a hint of reproach. "Who's your wife? Aren't you ashamed?" Chen Hao looked at her with a grin and handed her the spoon again. "If you're not my wife, then how come you gave birth to 5 lovely daughters? All 5 of them are lying there. You can't deny it." Jiang Shiuro was speechless after hearing his words, and the blush on her face deepened. She wanted to argue, but she couldn't think of anything to say. The 5 children were lying in their cribs over there. That was an undeniable fact. She had no choice but to turn her head away and pretend to look out the window, stubbornly changing the subject. How? Shouldn't we start naming our 5 daughters? We can't just keep calling them to Bao, Air Bao, and San Bao, can we?" Upon hearing the words, naming, Zhou Xiaoyu immediately perked up, sitting up straight as if springs had been inserted in her bottom, and slapped her hands on her knees. "Yes, yes, yes. It's time to name the babies. Leave this to me. I'm the best at naming. I'll help you choose." She stood up and walked to the crib, peering inside at the 5 little ones lying side by side. Da Bao is looking around with his eyes open, Air Bao is yawning, San Bao is sleeping soundly, Si Bao is stretching, and Wu Bao is clenching his little fists, probably having a fight with someone in his dream. Zhou Xiaoyu tilted her head and thought for a moment, then cleared her throat and said in a serious tone, "Let's call the eldest child Zhou Dehua, the second child Zhou Air Hua, the third child Zhou Sin Hua, the fourth child Zhou Si Hua, and the 5th child Zhou Wu Hua. How about that? It's easy to remember, easy to pronounce, and it's all neat and uniform." Chen Hao almost choked on his saliva. Jiang Shiuro, lying on the hospital bed, twitched her lips and stared blankly at Zhou Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, my surname is Jiang. Chen Hao's surname is Chun. Why are all 5 of the names you chose surname Zhou?" Chapter 19. Chen Hao names his 5 daughters. Chen Hao almost choked on his saliva. Jiang Shiuro, lying on the hospital bed, twitched her lips and stared blankly at Zhou Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, my surname is Jiang. Chen Hao's surname is Chun. Why are all 5 of the names you chose surname Zhou?" Zhou Xiaoyu paused for a moment, then scratched the back of her head. "Oh, right. I made a mistake. Let's start again. The eldest daughter will be named Chun Meili, the second Chun Piaoyong, the third Chen Kanhao, the fourth Chen Koai, and the 5th Chen Dongren. How does that sound?" Jiang Shiuro rolled her eyes. "If you put these names together, people will think I run a beauty salon for my daughters." Zhou Xiaoyu was unconvinced. "Then I'll think about it some more. The eldest daughter is named Chun Hua, the second daughter Chen Duo, the third daughter Chen Rui, the 4th daughter Chen Lei, and the 5th daughter Chen Ban. The names of the flowers and plants are so lovely." Jiang Shiuro didn't even bother to roll her eyes this time, and simply sighed. "Xiaoyu, you used to say you were the best at naming things. Flowers, blossoms, stamens, petals. Are you naming your daughter or putting a sign on your garden? I think you're terrible at naming things." Zhou Xiaoyu pouted, looking aggrieved. "Aren't these names nice? I think they're quite good." Jiang Shiuro ignored her and turned to look at Chen Hao, her eyes filled with expectation. "Ah, Hao, I'm terrible at naming things too. I really can't think of any good names. Why don't you name our 5 daughters? You do it." Zhou Xiaoyu muttered something from the side. "What good name can Chen Hao, a boy, come up with? I don't want them to be worse than my flowers and plants." Chen Hao put down the bowl in his hand and stood up. He walked to the crib, bent down, and looked through the transparent partition at the 5 tiny, soft little ones inside. The 5 daughters lay side by side, some with their eyes open and some with their eyes closed, their little hands and feet occasionally moving, their breathing shallow, their bellies rising and falling. He looked at their little faces, his mind racing. "Let me think about it," he said softly. The ward fell silent. The only sounds were the low hum of the air conditioner and the occasional soft whimpering from the crib. Chen Hao lay down beside the crib and stared at his eldest daughter for a long time. Dabao was the quietest of the five, his big black eyes looking around. His little hands reached out from his swaddling clothes, grabbed at the air twice, and then withdrew. A word suddenly popped into Chun Hao's mind. He straightened up, turned to look at Jiang Shiwero, and said, "I've got it. I've come up with a name for my eldest daughter, Chenruajin. I hope that in the future she will be as gentle and resolute as a beautiful jade, serving as a role model and protector for her younger sisters." Jiang Shiwero's eyes lit up immediately. She silently repeated the name twice. Chenruajin, Chenruajin. The more I read it, the better it sounds. The more I read it, the smoother it becomes. She nodded repeatedly. This name sounds nice and has a good meaning. From now on, our eldest daughter will be named Chenruajin. Zhou Xiaoyu, standing to the side, glanced at Chun Hao with a hint of surprise. "Oh my, Chun Hao, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Chenruajin, that name is indeed much nicer than my flowery and grassy names." Just as Chun Hao was about to say something modest, a notification popped into his head. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the achievement of naming your daughter for the first time. Reward, a specially made quintuplets side-by-side stroller. This stroller is composed of 5 individual strollers, which can be folded for storage and can be disassembled and reassembled in any way. It can be disassembled into various combinations, such as 1 of 4, 1 to 3, and 1 to 2 strollers, or it can be combined into a front-to-back tandem stroller or disassembled into 5 independent single-child strollers, making it easy to pass through narrow passages. Already added to system inventory. Chun Hao silently exclaimed, "Wow," in his heart. This stroller is so practical. He used to worry about how to take 5 children out. A regular stroller can only seat 1 child, and if you buy 5, one person can't manage them all. As a result, the system directly gave him a quintuplet stroller that could be freely combined and disassembled as he pleased, and even disassembled into individual strollers to push across narrow roads. This is simply a must-have for families with quintuplets when traveling. He tried hard to suppress the smile on his face, appearing nonchalant. Jiang Shiwero urged from the side, "Aha, where's your second daughter? What's her name?" Chun Hao shifted his gaze to his second daughter. The second daughter was quieter than her older sister, sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, her little mouth slightly open, and a little bit of milky white drool at the corner of her mouth. Her face is a little rounder than her older sister's, which makes her look soft and gentle. Chun Hao thought for a moment and then said, "My second daughter is named Chenruashi. I hope she will be thoughtful, gentle, and know how to heal others in the future." Jiang Shiwero repeated the 3 words Chenruashi once, her eyebrows curving into a smile. This name sounds nice too, and it goes perfectly with Ruojin, one strong and the other gentle. Zhou Xiaoyu clicked her tongue twice beside her. "Chun Hao, your naming skills are far superior to mine. I am impressed." Just as Chun Hao was about to be modest, another thought popped into his head. "Congratulations, host. You have named your second daughter. Reward, 1 child car seat. This car seat boasts superior safety and comfort, surpassing all similar products on the market and suitable for newborns and toddlers. Already added to system inventory. Another child safety seat. Including the 7-seater Lincoln Navigator we already had, each of my 5 daughters will have a car seat when we go out." Chun Hao was overjoyed inside, but his face remained calm and composed. He turned to his third daughter. The third daughter was awake at the moment, her eyes wide open, her little fists clenched on either side of her head, as if she were arguing with someone. Looking at that stubborn little face, Chun Hao pictured a tree in his mind. He began by saying, "My third daughter is named Chenruadong, Tong, as in Wudong. I hope she will be talented, independent, and as upright and outstanding as a Wutong tree in the future." Jiang Shiwero softly murmured the name, her smile deepening. Ruodong, the Tong in Wudong, is a very good name. It has a good meaning and sounds nice. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. This name isn't bad either. Shin Hao, did you take some kind of magic pill today? How come you can come up with such good names all of a sudden?" A system notification followed immediately. "Congratulations, host. You have named your third daughter. Reward, 1 child car seat." Already added to system inventory. Zhou Xiaoyu was even more excited than Chun Hao, rubbing her hands together and urging him on. "Quickly, where's the 4th daughter? Hurry up and give your 4th daughter a nice name too." Chun Hao walked slowly to the other side of the crib and looked down at his 4th daughter. The 4th daughter looks most like Jiang Shiwero among the others. She has a delicate appearance, and even when she sleeps, she is very gentle with her little mouth pursed into a line. As Chen Hao looked at it, a word came to mind. He began by saying, "My fourth daughter is named Chun Ruolin, the lawn and mountain wind. I hope she will be calm and wise, with keen observation skills, like the mist in the mountains, making her unpredictable." Chapter 20 Shuero, it's about time you started breastfeeding. Looking at his fourth daughter, Chun Hao quickly thought of a word. He began by saying, "My fourth daughter is named Chun Ruolin, the lawn and mountain wind. I hope she will be calm and wise, with keen observation skills, like the mist in the mountains, making her unpredictable." Jiang Shiwero clapped her hands lightly. Although she didn't dare to make a big movement, it was clear that she was very satisfied. "Ruolin, I like this name too. It has a kind of indescribable charm." Zhou Xiaoyu pondered this from his side. "Chun Ruolin, the sound different from the previous ones. She has a more aloof and cool feeling. Not bad, not bad." The system notification sounded again. "Congratulations, host. You have named your fourth daughter. Reward: 1 child car seat. Already added to system inventory. The smallest one is still in the crib." The fifth daughter was curled up on the far right, her whole body huddled into a small ball, her face buried in the edge of the swaddle, with only half of her forehead and a tuft of soft baby hair showing. Looking at her small and delicate appearance, Chun Hao felt a gentle touch on the softest part of his heart. He thought for a moment, then spoke. "The fifth daughter is named Chun Ruoxue, with the character Shui meaning ice and snow. We hope she will have both the pure and noble character of ice and snow and the flexible and resilient wisdom of water. Moreover, Ruoxue's name, like her mother's, contains the character Shui, snow." When Jiang Shiro heard the last sentence, her nose tingled slightly. Her name contains the character snow, and Chen Hao also named his fifth daughter with the character snow. This small connection warmed her heart. She nodded several times, her voice trembling slightly. "I really like this name. My fifth daughter will be named Chun Ruoxue." Zhou Xiaoyu, unusually, didn't nitpick and gave a thumbs up. "Chen Hao, you chose the last name beautifully, Ruoxue. It sounds nice, has a meaningful meaning, and even echoes your mother's name. It's brilliant." A system notification sounded in Chun Hao's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have named your fifth daughter. Reward: 2 child car seats. Already added to system inventory." Chun Hao silently calculated in his mind that the 5 child safety seats were neatly arranged, which was just right for the 7-seater Lincoln Navigator. "In the future, when I go out with my wife and 5 daughters, each of us will be securely strapped into a seat, ensuring safety and comfort." He happily kept these thoughts to himself, only showing a subtle smile on his face. Jiang Shiro leaned against the pillows, gazing at Chun Hao's profile with eyes as gentle as spring water. "Ah Hao, I never expected that you would give your 5 daughters such beautiful names. Each one has a meaning, each one is different, and they all sound very pleasant when read together. Ruojin, Ruoxi, Ruotong, Ruolin, and Ruoxue. These 5 names, when put together, resemble a poem." Zhou Xiaoyu also put away her usual boisterous manner and looked at Chun Hao seriously, saying, "Chen Hao, I'm truly impressed with you today. At first, I thought you were an irresponsible jerk, but it turns out you're not only responsible but also caring, a good cook, and a good name maker. Your skill level is indeed far superior to mine. I'm convinced." Chen Hao felt a little embarrassed by her straightforward praise, scratched his ear, and said, "It's not that amazing. It was just something I came up with on the spur of the moment." Zhou Xiaoyu shook her head, her tone filled with genuine admiration. "Don't be modest. If you show these names to anyone, they won't say a bad thing about them." Next, Chen Hao continued to feed Jiang Shiwero pork liver and egg porridge. Soon, the bowl of pork liver and egg porridge was finished without leaving a drop. Jiang Shiwero immediately felt very sorry for Chun Hao and said, "Ah Hao, are you hungry? Hurry up and eat." "Ugh." Chun Hao picked up the remaining box of fried rice, stood by the edge of the counter, and took a bite with his chopsticks. The moment the rice grains touched your tongue, a familiar yet unfamiliar aroma exploded on your tongue. He chewed it twice and was surprised to find himself stunned. He used to make fried rice often, but back then, the result was only edible. As long as it didn't burn, it was considered a success. With this bite, the rice grains are loose and crispy, each one coated with a thin layer of egg liquid. The tenderness of the egg and the fragrance of the scallions blend perfectly together, and the aroma of the wok hangs just right on every grain of rice. He looked down at the golden, glistening fried rice in the lunchbox, took a couple more bites, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The title of God of Cookery is truly well-deserved. This skill is more than enough to open a restaurant. He devoured the entire box of fried rice in no time, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. Then he stacked all the used lunchboxes, chopsticks, spoons, bowls, and 2 insulated pots together and carried them to the sink in the corner of the ward. I turned on the tap, squeezed out some hand soap, and carefully washed each piece of tableware. After rinsing them clean, I dried them with the paper towels next to me and then neatly put them into the canvas bag. After washing up and returning to the hospital bedside, Chun Hao glanced at Jiang Shuoro, then at his 5 sleeping daughters in the crib. He went through the postpartum care process in his mind and got a general idea of what to do. He said, "Shuoro, it's about time you started breastfeeding." Jiang Shuoro, who had been resting with her eyes half closed, suddenly lifted her eyelids upon hearing this. Her expression first turned blank, then quickly changed to a shy blush. Although she didn't know exactly what opening the breast meant, she could guess from the words that it must be related to her breasts. Her face flushed, and her voice softened. "What is opening the milk?" Zhou Xiaoyu, standing next to her, also looked curious and leaned over from her chair. "Yeah, what's this opening the milk thing? I've never heard of that term before." Chun Hao pulled up a chair and sat down next to the hospital bed, explaining earnestly. Initiating breastfeeding is the process by which a mother's milk begins to be secreted and flows smoothly after childbirth through the baby's sucking or other methods. The key is to let the baby suckle as early as possible and suckle more often. Most mothers will naturally produce milk within 1 to 3 days after giving birth. Initiating breastfeeding early will make breastfeeding much smoother later on, and it will also benefit your physical recovery. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shuoro's face turned red from her cheeks to the roots of her neck. Her eyes were lowered, her eyelashes trembled violently, and even the tips of her ears were tinged with pink. It was incredibly embarrassing for a guy to talk about this so seriously, especially since this guy was Chun Hao, with whom she had spent the night. She unconsciously gripped the edge of the blanket with both hands, wishing she could bury her face in the pillow. Zhou Xiaoyu's reaction was different. Chapter 21, Manual Milk Production. Zhou Xiaoyu's reaction was different. She stood up abruptly from her chair, walked up to Chun Hao, put her hands on her hips, and stared down at him with the sharp look of someone scrutinizing a criminal. "Chun Hao, how come you, a boy, know so much about this? I've never even heard of breastfeeding, yet you, a grown man, are talking about it so knowledgeably. Tell me honestly, have you had children with other women before? Otherwise, how would you even know about things like initiating breastfeeding?" Startled by her abrupt question, Chun Hao immediately jumped up from his chair, waving his arms in front of his chest repeatedly. "I am innocent. I am terribly innocent." While I went back to cook for Shuero, I casually watched a few videos on maternal and infant care on my phone. The above text just happened to mention the topic of initiating breastfeeding, so I wrote it down. I'm just applying what I learned on the spot. Jiang Shuero, suppressing her embarrassment, raised her head to help Chun Hao out of the predicament. "Xiaoyu, I know you mean well, but can you please stop being so suspicious? If Chun Hao really had another woman, would he still come back to cook for me and feed me porridge? He's definitely not that kind of person." Zhou Xiaoyu looked down at Jiang Shuoro's flushed face, then at Chun Hao's anxious and aggrieved expression, pursed her lips, finally smiled, and softened her tone. All right, I won't doubt your Hao anymore. Your son, a Hao, is the most wonderful man in the world, okay? He cooks, feeds, names his child, and even knows how to help with breastfeeding. I am impressed." Jiang Shuoro blushed even more at her reference to Yura Hao and couldn't help but burst out laughing. She lowered her head, clutching the corner of the blanket, and after a while, she raised her head again, looking at Chun Hao, her voice soft and gentle. "So, how do I start breastfeeding?" Chun Hao said, "The simplest and most effective method is to let the baby suckle. Since you just gave birth, your 5 babies are the best breast pump. Start with your firstborn." He walked to the crib, bent down, and gently picked up his eldest daughter, Chun Rojin. Dabao was sleeping soundly when he was picked up. He pouted and made a few whimpering sounds of reluctance. Chun Hao carefully cradled her little head and bottom, walked to the bedside, and gently placed Dabao on Jiang Shuoro's chest. He reached out to adjust Dabao's position for Jiang Shuoro while instructing her. "You support the baby's head with your hand and let her turn to face your chest. When you put the nipple near the baby's mouth, she will have an instinctive rooting reflex and will automatically look for it. Jiang Shiwero was about to reach out to take the bow when she suddenly realized that Chun Hao was standing right next to her watching her. She immediately withdrew her hand, pulled the blanket up to cover her chest, and glared at Chun Hao, her face flushed. You turn around. Don't look. Chun Hao paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. What's there to be shy about? It's not like we haven't seen it before. He regretted saying it as soon as it left his mouth. Jiang Shiwero's face turned as red as if it were about to bleed. She glared at him shyly, her eyes filled with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance, and her voice rose half an octave. Chun Hao, turn around. Zhou Xiaoyu laughed heartily on the side, slapping her thigh as she watched the spectacle. Chun Hao had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender and turn his back to the hospital bed. Okay, I'll turn around and not look. Just do as I say. Jiang Shiwero finally breathed a sigh of relief, lowered her head, and unbuttoned 2 buttons on her top, revealing half of her chest. Then, following Chun Hao's instructions, she brought Debao to her chest. With his eyes closed, Debao instinctively nudged his little mouth a few times, and soon, like a little animal, he accurately found the right spot and began to suckle, opening and closing his mouth. Chun Hao had his back to them, but his ears were perked up, listening intently to the sounds. How's it going? Have you found Debao yet? Jiang Shiwero's voice was tinged with shyness. Found her. She's taking it. Okay, let her inhale for a while, no rush. But after a while, Debao's sucking became more and more rapid. His little mouth made smacking noises. His hands started to scratch impatiently. His face turned red, and then he burst into tears. Jiang Shiwero panicked. What happened? Why is she crying? Did I do something wrong? Chun Hao asked. How long have you let her suckle? Is she getting any milk? Jiang Shiwero looked down and shook her head. It seems like there's nothing. She sucked for a long time, but nothing came out. Chun Hao said, don't rush. You've only been postpartum for a short time, and your breast milk may not have started to come in yet. Why don't you try having a second baby? After he finished speaking, he turned around, walked to the crib, and picked up his second daughter, Chun Ruashi. When Jiang Shiwero saw him turn around, she hurriedly gathered her clothes to cover her chest and handed Debao to Zhou Xiaoyu next to her. Zhou Xiaoyu carefully took Debao from her, held him in her arms, and awkwardly rocked him while humming and coaxing him. Chun Hao handed Bao to Jiang Shiwero, then obediently turned his back again. Jiang Shiwero followed suit, unbuttoning her clothes to let Bao suckle. The second child was more agile than the first child and quickly found a spot to start sucking. After sucking for a long time, he still couldn't suck anything out, so he pouted and started crying. Next up are Chun Ruodong, third treasure, Chun Ruolin, fourth treasure, and Chun Ruoxiue, fifth treasure. Chun Hao picked them up one by one, and Jiang Shiwero tried to suckle them one by one. All 5 children were taken in turn, and each one tried hard to suckle for a long time, but none of them could get a single drop of milk. The 5th child was the smallest and weakest. After taking a few breaths, he was panting heavily. In the end, he closed his eyes in grievance and cried sobbing. Jiang Shiwero was both anxious and remorseful. Her eyes were red. How could this happen? Do I not have enough milk? Was I born without milk? Should we call a doctor to come and take a look? Zhou Xiaoyu was holding Debao in her arms, with Bao, San Bao, Si Bao, and Wu Bao lying beside her. She was busy trying to soothe them, and she chimed in with her own words. Yes, Chun Hao. Why don't you go and call the doctor to take a look? At this rate, the 5 babies will starve. Chun Hao turned around, his expression calm. No need to call a doctor. I have a way to help Shui Ro start breastfeeding. Jiang Shiwero looked up, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes, and asked in surprise. You have a way? What way? Zhou Xiaoyu stopped comforting the child and instead hugged her eldest child close to her. Chun Hao, what can you do? Let's call a doctor. What do you, a grown man, know about this kind of thing? Chun Hao waved his hand and said, there's really no need to call a doctor for such a minor thing. And even if you do call a doctor, they'll probably just use the method I'm about to use to start breastfeeding. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Jiang Shiwero and Zhou Xiaoyu simultaneously asked curiously, what's your plan? Chun Hao looked at Jiang Shiwero, his tone serious. Shiwero, the reason why the 5 babies can't suckle is because they are still too weak. Their sucking power is not strong enough, and the stimulation is not strong enough, so the milk cannot be secreted. At this point, manual initiation of breastfeeding is necessary. Manually initiating breastfeeding? Jiang Shiwero and Zhou Xiaoyu asked the same question in unison, both of them looking bewildered. Chun Hao explained, Manual milk expression involves using your fingers to simulate a baby's sucking motion, pressing and squeezing rhythmically to extract milk from the milk ducts. Once the first attempt is successful, it will be much easier for the baby to nurse afterwards. Chapter 22 acquires a luxury villa worth 30 million. Chen Hao explained. Manual milk expression involves using your fingers to simulate a baby's sucking motion, pressing and squeezing rhythmically to extract milk from the milk ducts. Once the first attempt is successful, it will be much easier for the baby to nurse afterwards. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuo's face flushed red again. Manually initiating breastfeeding. That just means having Chen Hao use his hands. She didn't dare to think any further. Her body temperature soared several degrees, and her heart pounded in her chest. She lowered her head and remained silent for a long time, finally turning her head to look at Zhou Xiaoyu as if she had made a great decision. Xiaoyu, you help me manually start breastfeeding. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and took 2 steps back while holding the bow. No, no, no. I don't know how to do that. I can't even hold a baby, and you want me to help you with breastfeeding? I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Let your Hao do it. He knows how to do these things, he'll figure it out. Jiang Shuo bit her lip, her face turning pale and then red. If Chen Hao were to manually open her breasts, it would mean that his hands would have to touch her breasts. Although she and Chen Hao had spent that night together, she didn't remember many details of it. And when she woke up the next day, the two of them hadn't actually been face to face and sober together at all. The thought of her exposing her breasts in front of Chen Hao and having him milk her made her dizzy. Chen Hao looked at her troubled expression and knew what she was thinking. He softened his tone, his voice gentle yet earnest. Shuiro, you don't need to be embarrassed. I know you feel ashamed, but the most important thing right now is to get the 5 babies' breast milk as soon as possible. The benefits of breast milk for newborns are self-evident. The earlier they start, the better. Trust me, I will be very careful and professional, and I won't make you uncomfortable. Jiang Shuo lowered her head, her fingers twisting the corner of the blanket out of shape. 2 voices were fighting in her head. One voice said no, it was too embarrassing, while the other voice said her 5 daughters hadn't eaten yet. What were you thinking about? Aren't you ashamed? She looked up at the 5 little faces in the crib who had cried themselves to sleep and fallen asleep again, then looked at Chen Hao's serious face, gritted her teeth, and finally nodded gently. Chen Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the chair next to the hospital bed, sat down, and said to Zhou Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, put Debeo down first, go and fetch a basin of warm water and also get a few clean towels. Zhou Xiaoyu quickly and gently put Debao back in the crib, then went to the sink to get a basin of warm water and 2 clean towels that the hospital had prepared. Chen Hao first washed his hands in warm water, then dried them with a towel. He turned his head and said to Jiang Shuo, Shuiro, take off your clothes, relax, don't be nervous. It may feel a little uncomfortable at first, but it will be fine soon. Jiang Shuo closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling violently. She slowly unbuttoned her blouse, 1 button at a time, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. She kept her eyes tightly closed, her eyelashes were wet, her lips were bitten until they were white, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Zhou Xiaoyu stood to the side, craning her neck to look. She was the first to see the line of milk and exclaimed excitedly, It's coming out! It's coming out! The breast milk is coming out! Chen Hao, you're amazing! Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuo suddenly opened her eyes and looked down. She was both surprised and delighted, and she instantly snapped out of her nervous and shy state. The corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up, and she was about to look up and say something when she met Chen Hao's gaze. Their eyes met in midair. Chen Hao wore a relieved smile, his eyes shining with the ease and satisfaction of having accomplished something great. Looking at his expression, Jiang Shuo's joy hadn't subsided, and the blush that had just faded from her face suddenly returned. She hurriedly looked away, lowered her head to look at the milk overflowing from her chest, her heart pounding wildly, too ashamed to utter a single word. Chen Hao picked up a clean towel from the side and carefully wiped away the spilled breast milk for her. Then he gently helped her straighten her clothes, his voice soft and gentle. Okay, the milk has been successfully introduced. Let the 5 babies try again in a little while, and they should be able to eat this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the notification sound in his mind rang out on time. Congratulations, host! You have successfully helped the new mother start breastfeeding. Reward: a luxury villa worth 30 million. The villa is located in Rose Manor, Jiangdong City, with a total area of 900 square meters. It has 3 floors above ground and 1 floor below ground. It includes a private garden, swimming pool, and indoor garage. The property ownership certificate and keys have been automatically saved to your system inventory and can be viewed and used at any time. Chen Hao's heart skipped a beat. A 900 square meter villa with a garden and swimming pool? Or Rose Manor? That area is the most upscale villa district in Jiangdong City. He had seen it from afar when he passed by on a bus before. The houses there were like castles, and each one cost tens of millions. He never expected that by simply providing Jiang Shuoro with milk, the system would gift him a villa worth 30 million. He was both surprised and delighted, and he couldn't hide his excitement. Chapter 23: How your breastfeeding posture looks so professional. Chen Hao used a towel to wipe Jiang Shuoro's chest clean, and then help her tuck her clothes in and button them up. He turned and glanced at the 5 whimpering babies in the crib, then said to Jiang Shuoro, "Shuoro, you just started lactating, so you don't have much milk yet. You also have 5 babies to feed, and each baby can't nurse for too long, otherwise the later babies won't get any colostrum. Colostrum is extremely important for newborns. It's full of immunoglobulins and antibodies, more precious than gold." Jiang Shuoro nodded, her face still flushed from the earlier blush, but her gaze was already fixed on her 5 daughters in the crib, her voice gentle yet earnest. "I understand. I'll feed Bao first." Zhou Xiaoyu helped take Debao out of the crib and carefully handed him to Jiang Shuoro. Jiang Shuoro took Debao from her, unbuttoned her clothes, and held Debao to her chest. This time was different from before. As soon as Debao's mouth touched the nipple, he immediately took it in and began to suck hard, his little cheeks puffing out and making gurgling, swallowing sounds in his throat. Jiang Shuoro looked down at the small head in her arms, and a feeling of indescribable tenderness welled up in her heart. She gently supported the back of Debao's head with her fingers to make it more comfortable for her to suckle. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Chen Hao reminded him from the side, "That's enough. Let's switch to the second baby." Jiang Shuoro was a little reluctant, but she also knew that her breast milk was limited and she couldn't let Debao be the only one who was full. She gently moved Debao away from her chest. Debao's little mouth was still reluctant to let go. When it was pulled away, he frowned and whimpered twice, but he didn't cry. Zhou Xiaoyu quickly took the eldest child and held him in her arms, then handed the second child over. Chun Ruoshi, the second child, was more eager than the first child. As soon as the nipple touched her lips, she took it into her mouth, her little hands gripping Jiang Shuoro's clothes tightly, sucking quickly and forcefully. Jiang Shuoro looked down at Bao's ravenous eating and couldn't help but chuckle. A few minutes later, Chen Hao reminded her to change the 3 items. And so, the eldest, the second, the third, the fourth, and the 5th baby each took turns eating for a few minutes. Although Jiang Shuoro didn't produce much breast milk, each baby still got a few mouthfuls of colostrum. Wu Bao was the smallest and weakest. After holding it in its mouth for a while, it was panting heavily with a thin layer of sweat on its little nose. But it managed to swallow a few mouthfuls. After feeding all 5 babies, Jiang Shuoro tied her clothes up and looked apologetically at her 5 daughters in the crib. They don't seem to have eaten enough. Look, their mouths are still moving. They must still be hungry. Indeed, although all 5 babies received colostrum, those few sips were far from enough to fill their stomachs. Debao was the first to object. He pouted and burst into tears. Then Bao started crying, and Sanbao, Sibao, and Wu Bao seemed to be infected, one after another opening their throats and wailing. The 5 little voices rose and fell in the ward, making so much noise that they could lift the roof off. Chen Hao quickly walked to the crib and said, don't worry, I'll make them some milk powder so they could drink some milk powder to fill their stomachs." He turned around and took out a set of 5 different colored baby bottles from a storage box in the corner. Pink, light blue, pale yellow, light green, and light purple, which corresponded to the different colors of the 5 babies. He took the bottles to the sink, squeezed out some bottle cleaning solution, and used a bottle brush to clean each bottle inside and out. Then I put it in the sterilizer next to me, added some water, and turned it on. The sterilizer was humming, and steam was escaping from the gaps in the lid. Taking advantage of the break, Chen Hao took out the can of milk powder that the system had rewarded him with and glanced at the instructions on the can. Having acquired postpartum care skills, he has memorized the steps and proportions for preparing formula. He knows every detail by heart: the ratio of milk powder to water, the control of water temperature, and the way to shake the milk. The sterilizer tripped with a ding. Chun-Hao took out the 5 baby bottles and dried them with a clean towel. He first poured warm water into each bottle, then opened the formula can and scooped out a perfectly level spoonful of formula. Level the water at the rim of the can, pour the milk powder into the bottle, screw on the cap, and shake the bottle vigorously and evenly with your wrist to completely dissolve the milk powder in the water. 5 baby bottles, 5 portions of formula. Every step is the same standard procedure. Seeing him busy working alone, Zhou Xiaoyu came over and reached out to help. "Let me help you. You can't handle 5 bottles by yourself." Chen-Hao smiled and shook his head. No need. I can manage on my own. Don't get the order mixed up. These 5 colors are chosen for a specific purpose. Each baby is assigned a specific color to avoid confusion later. Zhou Xiaoyu withdrew her hand and stood beside him, watching him skillfully prepare 5 bottles of milk powder, secretly admiring him. Chen-Hao picked up the pink baby bottle, walked to the crib, and picked up the bowl. He found a chair, sat down, and placed a bowl sideways in the crook of his arm, supporting her little head with one hand. She tilted her upper body slightly into a comfortable arc, and then gently touched the nipple to Dabao's lips. Dabao immediately opened his little mouth and took the nipple in, sucking with his little cheeks contracting and contracting. The milk in the bottle slowly descended, and the nipple made a soft hissing sound. Jiang Shiwero lay on the hospital bed, turning her head to watch Chun-Hao breastfeeding, and the more she looked, the more something seemed off. She asked a question. "How? Your breastfeeding posture. It looks so professional. You've really never breastfed a child before." Zhou Xiaoyu also came over to take a look, clicking her tongue in amazement. "Yes, look at your hand gesture, the angle at which you're supporting your head, and the height at which you're tilting the bottle. It feels even more standard than the mothers in those baby care commercials on TV." "Chen-Hao, tell me honestly, did you secretly practice?" Chen-Hao smiled without changing his expression. "I learned it all from watching videos. There are tons of videos on maternal and infant care online, covering everything from breastfeeding positions to diaper changing steps. When I got home and was cooking, I watched a few of them and tried to follow the instructions. Surprisingly, it was quite easy to do." Zhou Xiaoyu looked at him with some skepticism, but didn't ask any further questions. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open. A middle-aged nurse in a pink uniform walked in, holding a notebook. She looked up and saw Chun-Hao holding the baby and feeding him formula. She immediately frowned and quickly walked over. Hey, don't rush to feed the baby formula. The baby should be breastfed first so that it can help the mother produce milk. If you feed your baby formula now, they'll be full and won't want to breastfeed anymore, which will affect the success of establishing breastfeeding." Chen-Hao raised his head, a calm smile on his face. "Nurse, the mothers have started breastfeeding. All 5 babies have just finished 1 round of breastfeeding, and they are now being fed formula because their milk supply is insufficient." Chapter 24, Breastfeeding Daughter, Reward, a Longevity Lock. Chen-Hao raised his head, a calm smile on his face. "Nurse, the mothers have started breastfeeding. All 5 babies have just finished 1 round of breastfeeding, and they're now being fed formula because their milk supply is insufficient." The nurse paused for a moment, then turned to look at Jiang Shiwero on the hospital bed. "You've started breastfeeding? You have milk?" Jiang Shiwero nodded, her face slightly shy but her tone firm. "Yes, Chun-Hao helped me manually open my breast just now, and then all 5 babies took turns feeding." The nurse's expression changed from frowning to surprise. She walked to the bedside, looked down at Jiang Shiwero, and then at Chun-Hao and his baby who was drinking milk in his arms. "You actually know that you should start breastfeeding before feeding formula? Many new parents don't know this, and some just feed formula directly, which results in the mother's milk supply decreasing." Zhou Xiaoyu chimed in from the side. "Actually, neither my best friend nor I knew anything about it. It was all thanks to the baby's father that we were advised to start breastfeeding first, and then switch to formula." As Zhou Xiaoyu spoke, she pointed at Chun-Hao. The nurse looked at Chun-Hao in the direction she was pointing, then sized him up and down, her eyes filled with obvious curiosity and surprise. "I didn't expect that a man like you would know these things. Many fathers are even afraid to hold their babies, so it's truly admirable that you've considered the importance of initiating breastfeeding and know to prioritize breast milk." She saw Chun-Hao breastfeeding, and after looking at him more closely, her expression of surprise deepened. Wow, your breastfeeding posture is quite professional. The angle of the arms supporting the baby, the tilt of the bottle, and the height of the baby's head are all perfectly aligned. Is this really your first time being a dad? Chun Hao smiled and said, I learned it from online videos and I'm applying it now. The nurse nodded, then looked down at the other 4 babies in the crib. Then he walked over to the 4 stand, checked Jiang Shuro's 4 bottle, noted down some data, gave her some instructions, and then left the ward with his notebook. The baby bottle in Chun Hao's arms was almost empty. Dabao drank nearly 60 milliliters in one go. His little belly bulged, his eyes were half open, and he started to feel sleepy, and there was still a drop of white milk stain on the corner of his mouth. Chun Hao placed the empty bottle on the table next to him, then gently picked up Dabao and held her little head on his shoulder. One hand supported her bottom, while the other hand gently and rhythmically patted her back. Jiang Shiro and Zhou Xiaoyu both curiously leaned over to take a look. Jiang Shiro asked, How, what are you doing? Chun Hao gently patted Dabao's back as he explained. Burning the baby helps them burp. When babies drink milk, they swallow a lot of air. This air accumulates in their stomach and makes them uncomfortable, making them prone to spitting up or reflux, and it can also cause bloating. After feeding, pat your baby's back to help them release any air from their stomach. This will make them feel more comfortable. He patted him for more than a minute, and Dabao nuzzled his shoulder with his little head, then suddenly let out a loud burp, the sound crisp and clear. Chun Hao felt the little body on his shoulder relax visibly. Dabao's mouth curved into a smile, and he yawned before softly falling asleep on his shoulder. Jiang Shiro and Zhou Xiaoyu exchanged a glance as they watched this scene. Zhou Xiaoyu scratched her head. There's so many intricacies involved here. I thought I could just put the baby to sleep after feeding, but I didn't expect I had to burp him. Taking care of a baby is so complicated. Jiang Shiro looked at the little figure sleeping peacefully on Chun Hao's shoulder, a smile playing on her lips. Hao, you really know a lot. If you weren't here, Xiaoyu and I would definitely be in a panic. Chun Hao gently placed Dabao back into the crib, saying, There are lots of videos online. Just watch a few and you'll know everything. Just as Dabao lay down in the crib, a notification sound rang in Chun Hao's mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the achievement, first time breastfeeding your daughter. Reward, title crafts expert. Effect, the host becomes proficient in various children's crafts, including origami, paper cutting, sculpting, and upcycling, creating works that are highly appealing to the host's children. The title has been automatically activated. Chun Hao felt a surge of joy. The Crafts Master title awarded by the system also seems quite useful. In the future, he can fold paper cranes and frogs for his 5 daughters and mold all sorts of colorful clay animals, which the 5 little ones will definitely love. From now on, I won't have to worry about not having anything to entertain the kids. He turned around, picked up the light blue baby bottle again, and scooped up his second child, Chunruashi. Bao cried the loudest just now, and now she's so tired she doesn't have much strength left. She sucked on the pacifier for a couple of times before realizing what was happening, and then started drinking it in big gulps. Chun Hao finished feeding her steadily as usual, and then held her upright to pat her back to help her burp. Bao let out a loud burp, and then fell asleep contentedly. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your second daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi, already deposited into the system account. Chun Hao put the second baby back in the crib and felt a surge of joy. Saving up 10,000 at a time adds up to quite a lot. Chun Ruodong, one of the 3 children, drinks milk the slowest. She takes a sip and then stops, nibbling slowly like a little mouse. Chun Hao wasn't in a hurry and let her drink slowly. It took him almost 10 minutes to finish the bottle of milk. After patting the burp and putting it back, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your third daughter. Reward, 1 longevity lock. This longevity lock is made of pure gold and contains a special material. If the host's own flesh and blood wears this lock and is in a dangerous situation, the host will sense it immediately. If the host's child is not with them, the host can immediately locate their position. Already added to system inventory. Chun Hao's heart skipped a beat. Longevity lock? Does it also have location and hazard perception functions? This is practically like hiring a personal bodyguard for the daughters. He was so excited he almost couldn't control his expression, but then he thought that the system had only given him 1 as a reward. He had 5 daughters, and 1 longevity lock wasn't enough to go around. He secretly hoped that he could continue to reward people with these locks, and that he could collect 5 of them, one for each of his 5 daughters, so that no one would be left out. He suppressed his excitement and continued feeding Sibao Chunruolin. The 4 babies drank their milk quickly and efficiently, finishing the entire bottle in one go without stopping. They were also very cooperative when it was time to burp them, falling asleep as soon as they burped. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your 4th daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi, already deposited into the system account. Another 10,000 yuan in cash. Although he didn't get a longevity lock, Chunhao wasn't disappointed. 10,000 yuan was still free money, and he was quite happy. The last of the 5 treasures, Chun Ruoxue. Wu Bao was the weakest. He would stop to catch his breath after a few sips, then stop again after a few more sips. It took him almost 15 minutes to finish the small bottle of milk. Chapter 25. It turns out Chun Hao once saved Jiang Shuero. The last of the 5 treasures, Chun Ruoxue. Wu Bao was the weakest. He would stop to catch his breath after a few sips, then stop again after a few more sips. It took him almost 15 minutes to finish the small bottle of milk. Chun Hao waited patiently for her, without rushing her at all. Only after she had finished drinking every last drop did he gently pat her back to help her burp. Wu Bao let out a soft burp, tilted her little head in his arms, and fell asleep. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your 5th daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi, already deposited into the system account. Another 10,000 yuan in cash. Chun Hao silently calculated in his mind that he had already earned 30,000 yuan just from breastfeeding. He gently placed the 5 babies back into their cribs. The 5 little ones were all full and sleeping soundly, their little chests rising and falling evenly. The ward finally quieted down. Jiang Shuoro leaned against the pillow, looking at her 5 sleeping daughters' faces, and then at Chun Hao, who had been busy since morning, her eyes filled with heartache. At the same time, she also thought of Zhou Xiaoyu, who had been with her since she was hospitalized yesterday and hadn't had much rest. She quickly said to Zhou Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, you must be exhausted after a long day. Go home now. You've been here with me since I was admitted to the hospital yesterday, without closing your eyes once." Chun Hao also turned around and saw Zhou Xiaoyu looking somewhat haggard, and he was truly grateful. From the moment Jiang Shuoro entered the hospital, Zhou Xiaoyu has been running around taking care of her, making phone calls, contacting doctors, and staying in the ward, without even having a proper meal. Although Zhou Xiaoyu had scolded him several times before, it was all a misunderstanding. Her feelings for her friends were truly admirable. Chun Hao also chimed in with his advice. "Zhou Xiaoyu, you should go back and rest. I'm here to take care of Shuero. Don't worry, I'll call you immediately if anything happens." Zhou Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, looked down at her wrinkled clothes, and yawned. She was indeed exhausted. She nodded. "Okay, I'll head back now. If you two need anything, be sure to call me, no matter how late it is." Jiang Shuoro smiled and said, "I know. You should go back now, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep." Zhou Xiaoyu walked to the door, turned back to look at the two of them, and said, "Take good care of Shuero," before opening the door and leaving. Only Chun Hao and Jiang Shuoro remained in the ward, along with 5 little ones sleeping soundly in their cribs. Chun Hao walked to the bedside, bent down and glanced at the urine bag hanging at the foot of the bed. The transparent bag was almost full, already more than half filled with pale yellow urine. Having postpartum care skills, he knew very well that mothers cannot get out of bed on the day of a cesarean section and need to urinate through a catheter. The urine bag must be emptied in time when it is full, otherwise the urine backflow will cause infection. He bent down, took the urine bag off the hook beside the bed, and holding the drain outlet, walked to the bathroom in the corner of the ward. "I poured the urine into the toilet and flushed it away. I rinsed the outlet of the urine bag with water, wiped it clean, and then hung it back on the hook at the foot of the bed." The entire process was performed with practiced ease and natural movements. Jiang Shuoro watched his smooth and effortless movements, and a thin blush rose on her face again. Emptying urine is such a private matter that she herself felt embarrassed, but Chun Hao did it without batting an eye. Chun Hao walked back and stood by the bed, looking at the position Jiang Shuoro was lying in. She had been lying flat for hours, with her body weight pressing on her back and hips. He remembered that the postpartum care guidelines mentioned that if a woman remains in the same position for a long time after a cesarean section, it can easily cause bed sores due to pressure on the skin. Chun Hao said, "Shuero, Let me turn you over. Lying in the same position all the time can easily cause bed sores on your back and buttocks. Jiang Shiro looked at him in surprise. You even know about bed sores? Chen Hao smiled and said, you know everything after watching too many online videos. Come on, relax. I'll help you look it up. He walked to the left side of the bed, bent down, supported Jiang Shiro's shoulder with one hand and her waist and hips with the other, and gently and steadily turned her body to the side so that she was lying on her right side. He placed a pillow behind her to support her back and adjusted the position of her arms to make her more comfortable and relaxed. The whole process was as easy as moving a pillow. Jiang Shiro's body barely moved. Jiang Shiro lay on her side and felt that the discomfort from the continuous pressure on her back and buttocks had indeed been relieved a lot. She felt a warm glow in her heart, turned her head to look at Chen Hao, and smiled slightly. Chen Hao sat down on the edge of the bed, placing one hand on the edge of the bed to support Jiang Shiro's shoulder, preventing her from accidentally turning over in her sleep and pressing on her wound. Looking at her quiet profile, he finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been swirling in his mind. Shuero, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. When you found out you were pregnant, why didn't you have an abortion? Chen Hao's voice was very soft, with a hint of caution. We didn't know each other at all back then. That night was just an accident. You're a girl, still in college, and suddenly you're pregnant with 5 babies. Most people would have gone to the hospital for surgery immediately. But you actually gave birth to them. He looked into Jiang Shiro's eyes, his tone revealing genuine confusion. I don't understand. Why did you choose to give birth to them? He sat on the chair beside the hospital bed, one hand still on Jiang Shiro's shoulder, helping her maintain her side-lying position, his gaze fixed on her drooping eyelashes, waiting for her answer. Jiang Shiro remained silent for a long while, her fingers gripping the corner of the blanket, her lips moving and then closing again, as if she were struggling with something inside. Finally, she took a deep breath, looked up at him, and spoke in a soft but clear voice. Ow. Actually, that night wasn't the first time we met, and what happened that night wasn't entirely an accident. Chen Hao was stunned. He blinked, his brow furrowing slightly. How could that be? I hadn't met you at all before that night. You're so famous at school. If I had met you, I would definitely remember you. Jiang Shiro shook her head slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips. Ow. Do you remember when you saved a girl from drowning back in your freshman year of college? Chen Hao's mind suddenly exploded. Freshman year? The girl who fell into the water? That image suddenly resurfaced from the depths of his memory. It was early autumn when a torrential rain lasted all day, and the water level of the river behind the school rose very high. He had no classes that afternoon and was walking back to his dormitory alone along the riverside path with an umbrella when he suddenly heard splashing sounds in the water, followed by a girl shouting for help. Chapter 26. You found out you were pregnant. Why didn't you have an abortion? Freshman year? The girl who fell into the water? A scene from long ago suddenly resurfaced from the depths of Chen Hao's memory. It was early autumn when a torrential rain lasted all day, and the water level of the river behind the school rose very high. He had no classes that afternoon and was walking back to his dormitory alone along the riverside path with an umbrella when he suddenly heard splashing sounds in the water, followed by a girl shouting for help. He threw down his umbrella and jumped in. The river was murky and icy cold. He reached out and pulled the girl ashore. She choked on several mouthfuls of water and lay on the bank coughing for a long time. Seeing that the other person was still breathing and moving and in a hurry to go back to his dormitory to get an assignment that had to be submitted that day, he left in a rush. It was raining very hard at the time, and all he could see was a curtain of rain, so he couldn't see the girl's face at all. He didn't mention it to anyone afterward, partly because he felt that saving people was the right thing to do, and partly because he felt there was nothing to say about it. Chen Hao sat up abruptly, staring intently at Jiang Shiro, his voice trembling. How do you know about this? This should only be known to me and the girl who fell into the water. I have never told anyone else, and there was no one else present at the time. Could it be that girl who fell into the water was you? Jiang Shiro nodded gently, a smile curving her lips. That's right, it's me. Chen Hao's mouth remained open for a long time, unable to close. He never expected that the girl he rescued from the flood during his freshman year would be Jiang Shiro, who was now lying in the hospital bed and had given birth to 5 daughters for him. What a coincidence. He left in a hurry, without even getting a good look at the girl, and never thought about it again, since it was just a casual act for him. But Jiang Shiro was actually the girl he dragged ashore. But a question flashed through Chen Hao's mind. It was raining so hard at the time, and you had just been pulled out of the water, still in shock. You probably didn't see what I looked like, right? I didn't see what you looked like either. If you hadn't brought this up now, I would never have known that the person I saved that day was you. How did you recognize me? How did you know I was the one who saved you that day? Jiang Shiwuro smiled, a hint of slyness in her eyes. I didn't really see your face clearly at the time. After you pulled me up, I lay on the ground coughing for a long time. By the time I looked up, you had already run several steps away. I called out, "Wait a minute," but you ran away without even turning your head. She paused for a moment, her voice carrying a hint of reminiscence. But you ran too fast, and your student ID fell out of your pocket and landed on the muddy ground on the shore. When I picked it up and looked at it, I learned that your name was Chun Hao and that you were a student at Jiangdong University. I was both surprised and delighted. It turned out the person who saved me went to the same school as me. I immediately wanted to find you and thank you in person. When Chun Hao heard her say this, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Then why didn't you contact me later? Given your personality, you're not the kind of person who would pretend not to know if you've received a favor. Jiang Shiwuro's face flushed instantly. Her gaze drifted elsewhere, and her voice became soft and gentle. Actually, I did look for you, but I was too embarrassed to meet you, so I secretly looked at you many times. You secretly watched me? Chun Hao was even more surprised. How come I had no idea? Jiang Shiwuro's face turned even redder, and her ears even turned pink. If you found out, how could it be called secretly watching you? She lowered her head, her voice growing softer and softer. I know which college you're from. I saw you when I was in the last row of the lecture hall during a large class in your college. Another time, you were eating on the second floor of the cafeteria, and I was sitting 3 tables away from you watching you finish your meal. Another time, you were studying in the library, and I stood behind the bookshelves for over half an hour without you noticing me. As Chun Hao listened to these details, his mind went blank. It turns out that during that period when he knew nothing, Jiang Shiwuro had appeared on the edge of his life like a shadow without his knowledge. And then, he couldn't help but press on. Jiang Shiwuro's fingers twisted the corner of the blanket, her voice carrying a shy, girlish blush. Later, I realized that I might have fallen for you. Even though I've never spoken to you, I feel especially happy every time I secretly see you. I wanted to get to know you, but I heard you already have a girlfriend who is your first love from high school. I told myself I couldn't see you anymore. I couldn't think about you anymore. She paused here, her eyelashes drooping down and obscuring her eyes. But people are strange creatures. The more you tell yourself not to think about it, the more you can't help but think about it. 10 months ago that night, I saw you go to a bar alone, so I followed you. I shouldn't have done it, but I just couldn't rest easy. You drank inside for a long time, and I sat alone in the convenience store outside the bar for 2 hours, watching the door and waiting for you to come out. When you staggered out of the bar, I simply couldn't pretend I didn't see you. Jiang Shiwuro's voice was soft and hoarse. I ran over and helped you up, saying I would take you back to your school dormitory. You drunkenly shook your head, saying you didn't want to go back, so I found a hotel nearby, booked a room, helped you inside, and settled you in a bed. She paused for a long time after saying this, her knuckles turning white from gripping the cloth. When I was about to leave, you suddenly grabbed my hand and wouldn't let me go. You kept talking, saying you were very sad, saying you didn't want to break up, and asking me not to leave you. I guess you probably think of me as your girlfriend. Chun Hao's throat tightened upon hearing this. That night, he had just been dumped by his first love and was completely drunk. He couldn't remember what he said at all. Jiang Shiwuro was held back by him under those circumstances. My heart was beating incredibly fast at the time. Jiang Shiwuro's voice was so low it was barely a whisper. My mind went blank, and my feet felt like they were nailed to the ground, and I couldn't walk. Later you pulled me onto the bed, you hugged me tightly, and kept saying you liked me. I don't know what came over me at the time. I didn't push you away. And then the ward was quiet for a few seconds. Chun Hao felt as if something was blocking his chest, making it feel swollen and hot. He always thought that night was just an absurd accident, a mistake between a drunk boy and a stranger who happened to be passing by. He never expected that Jiang Shiwuro had known him for a long time and had secretly liked him. The reason she didn't push him away that night was because she originally wanted to get closer to him. Chun Hao reached out and tightly grasped Jiang Shiwuro's small hand, which was resting outside the blanket. Her fingers were cool, but they were enveloped in his hot palm. His throat was dry, and his voice was hoarse. Then you found out you were pregnant. Why didn't you have an abortion? Chapter 27, How Could I Bear to Abort Your Child? Chunhao reached out and tightly grasped Jiang Shiuro's small hand, which was resting outside the blanket. Her fingers were cool, but they were enveloped in his hot palm. His throat was dry, and his voice was hoarse. Then you found out you were pregnant. Why didn't you have an abortion? Jiang Shiuro turned her head, her gaze falling on the 5 sleeping babies in the crib. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, and her voice carried a soft yet firm tone. The babies in my belly are your children. How could I bear to abort them? Chunhao's nose suddenly stung, and his eyes welled up with tears. He gripped Jiang Shiuro's hand even tighter, his voice trembling. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You know I've been at school all this time. You could have come to see me any time. Tears streamed down Jiang Shiuro's face. She raised her hand and wiped them away haphazardly with the back of her fingers, her voice muffled. I'm afraid. I'm afraid that if I tell you, you won't want the child at all, and you'll make me get an abortion. I'm afraid you'll think I'm a shameless girl who took advantage of you while you were drunk. I'm even more afraid you don't like me at all and will reject me. I'd rather bear it all alone than hear you say those words aloud. Chunhao felt as if his heart had been gripped and twisted tightly. He recalled that for the past 10 months, he had been attending classes, submitting resumes, and looking for jobs every day as usual. I never knew that there was a girl who was carrying the pregnancy symptoms of quintuplets all by herself, facing prenatal checkups and various physical discomforts all by herself, and worrying and being afraid but not daring to tell him. The more he thought about it, the more heartbroken he felt, and the more he felt like a bastard. He gripped Jiang Shiuro's hand tightly, his thumb gently stroking the back of her hand, his voice hoarse yet earnest. You should have told me sooner. If I had known earlier that you were pregnant with my child, I would have taken full responsibility. Chunhao, am not the kind of man who would pull up his pants and then deny everything. Jiang Shiuro was amused by his words and stopped crying while a smile appeared on her face, even though tears were still on her cheeks. If I had known you were such a good person, I would have told you a long time ago, but it's not too late now, right? Chunhao nodded, his voice filled with absolute certainty. It's not too late, not at all. From today onwards, I will take care of you and the 5 babies for the rest of my life, and I will be good to you for the rest of my life. Chunhao, mean what I say. Jiang Shiuro's eyes were glistening with tears, but she smiled and nodded. After a while, she gently pulled her hand away from Chunhao's grasp, her voice filled with heartache. Ahao, you've been busy since this morning, changing diapers for 5 babies, feeding them, cooking, and running around. You must be exhausted. You should lie down and rest for a bit. Chunhao shook his head. I'm not tired. I don't need to rest. Jiang Shiuro deliberately put on a stern face, but his smile still lingered at the corners of her mouth. No, you have to rest. If you don't rest, I'll get angry. You need to be well rested to have the energy to take care of us, mother and children. Chunhao couldn't help but laugh when he saw her feigning anger. Okay, I'll listen to you. Take a rest. If you need anything, just call me loudly, I'll be right here. Jiang Shiuro smiled with satisfaction and nodded, saying, I understand. There was a folded-up companion bed against the wall in the ward, with the legs folded up and leaning against the corner. Chunhao walked over, unfolded the folding bed, spread out the thin mattress on the bed surface, and took a blanket from the cabinet. He placed the folding bed not far from the hospital bed, took off his shoes, and lay down. The bed was not big, just enough for him to lie flat by himself. He turned his head to look at Jiang Shiuro on the hospital bed. You should get some sleep too. The anesthesia has just worn off. You need to rest more. Jiang Shiuro obediently closed her eyes, her eyelashes casting a faint shadow under her eyelids, and a slight smile played at the corners of her lips. Okay, let's all get some sleep. Chunhao also closed his eyes. The nurses had switched the fluorescent lights on the ceiling to a warm yellow night light mode, making the light much softer. The even breathing of the 5 little ones in the crib could be heard faintly, while the dripping of the 4 drip continued intermittently. As soon as Chunhao's body touched the bed, the fatigue that had accumulated throughout the day surged up like a tide. He fell asleep soon after. He didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke up, the ceiling light was still a warm yellow, and the sky outside the window had changed from the bright afternoon to the gloomy evening. He took out his phone and glanced at it. It was past 5 in the afternoon. He heard voices in the ward. It was Zhou Xiaoyu's voice, lowered to a whisper. He's really asleep? You're something else. I thought it would be awkward for you to be alone with him, but you two are sleeping soundly, one on the bed and the other on the folding bed. Jiang Shiuro's voice was tinged with laughter. He was so tired today. He hasn't rested since this morning. I told him to rest, but he wouldn't. I told him I was going to get angry before he finally lay down. Chen Hao sat up from the folding bed, the blanket slipping down to his waist. He rubbed his eyes and saw that Zhou Xiaoyu had indeed arrived some time earlier. She had moved a chair and was sitting next to the hospital bed, drinking water from a cup in her hand. Jiang Shiuro leaned against the pillow, feeling much better than in the afternoon, and her face had regained some color. Jiang Shiuro was the first to see Chen Hao sit up, and her eyes immediately curved into a smile. "Ah, Hao, you're awake." Zhou Xiaoyu turned around at the sound, looked him up and down, and said with a smile, "Chen Hao, you're sleeping quite soundly. When I came in just now, you were snoring softly like a little pig." Chen Hao scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. "Why didn't you wake me up sooner? How long have I been asleep?" Jiang Shiuro said, "I saw you were sleeping very soundly, so I didn't let Xiaoyu wake you. It's good for you to get some rest, so it's good to get some more sleep." Zhou Xiaoyu, with her legs crossed, interjected, "Yes, I wanted to call you earlier, but your Shuiro wouldn't let me, saying you were too tired and needed to sleep a little longer. You didn't see how nervous she was, afraid I'd wake you up. Chen Hao, you've really struck gold, you know that?" Chen Hao felt a warmth in his heart and turned to look at Jiang Shiuro, his gaze gentle. "Shuiro, you should have woken me up. Are you hungry? I'll make you some porridge when we get back. You're weak after giving birth, so you need to eat something light and nutritious." Jiang Shiuro nodded and said okay, her face full of anticipation. Chen Hao then asked Zhou Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, have you had dinner yet?" Zhou Xiaoyu shook her head. "Not yet. I came straight to the hospital after sleeping at home, and I haven't had time to eat anything yet." Chen Hao stood up from the folding bed, folded the blanket, and put it aside. "Then I'll go back and cook, and bring you a portion too." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. "Great. The fried rice you made for lunch was absolutely delicious. I've been thinking about it ever since I got back. If you make me something delicious again, I'll be smiling in my dreams tonight." Chen Hao smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it. I'll go back first and bring some food over later." He walked to the bedside, bent down to tuck the blanket around Jiang Shiuro, and softened his voice. "Shuiro, I'm leaving. You lie down and rest. If you feel uncomfortable, tell Xiao Yu and ask her to press the call button to call the nurse." Jiang Shiuro smiled and nodded. "I understand. You could go now." Chen Hao straightened up, nodded to Zhou Xiaoyu as a farewell, then turned and opened the door to the ward and walked out. Chapter 28, moving to a luxury villa worth 30 million. Chen Hao walked out of the ward and along the corridor toward the elevator. He walked at a leisurely pace, but he was thinking about many things. He pressed the elevator button, the door opened, he went in and pressed the button for the basement. As the elevator descended, he took out his phone and glanced at it. It was past 5 p.m., and he needed to hurry. The underground parking garage was still dimly lit, with yellowish lights and a mixture of exhaust fumes and dust. He walked to parking space number 12 in Section B, where a black Lincoln Navigator was parked quietly, its massive body gleaming with a matte finish under the lights. He pressed the key to unlock the car, opened the door, got in, started the engine, and drove out of the parking space. The car went up the exit ramp and turned right to merge into the evening traffic of Guangdong City. The sky wasn't completely dark yet. A touch of orange-red sunset hung in the western sky, and the streetlights along the roadside were beginning to turn on one after another. After driving to the entrance of Tsuyuan Garden, Chen Hao parked the car in a temporary roadside parking space, then took the car keys and went upstairs. The security door to the shared apartment on the third floor was still the same as before. The lock cylinder was a bit stiff, and he had to turn to open it. The room smelled musty from a day's work. The door to his rented room was unlocked. Pushing it open, he found only a bed, a table, and a wardrobe inside. Several books were piled up on the bedside table, a class schedule was posted on the wall, and a laptop and several empty mineral water bottles were on the table. Chen Hao stood in the middle of the room and scanned the room. There really weren't many things there. He first took out a few changes of clothes from the wardrobe, folded them, and stuffed them into his suitcase. He then put the laptop and charger from the table into his laptop bag and rummaged through the drawer to find 2 documents he would need for graduation, stuffing them into the bag as well. After hesitating for a moment, I threw the few books on the bedside table into my suitcase. His toothbrush and towel were also in the bathroom, so he put them in his bag as well. Everything was packed up in less than 20 minutes. A suitcase and a bag were all the belongings he had accumulated over 4 years in this city. He took out his phone, opened the landlord's WeChat chat, typed a message, and sent it. Landlady, I've moved. I left the key in the shoe cabinet drawer by the door. Send. Then he put his phone in his pocket, dragged his suitcase with one hand, and carried his bag with the other, glanced back at the small room where he had lived for almost a year, closed the door, and walked out. As for the deposit, he probably wouldn't ask the landlord for it, since the lease hasn't expired yet, and he's too lazy to argue with the landlord about getting the deposit back. After going downstairs, I put my suitcase and bag into the trunk of the Lincoln Navigator. The trunk was very spacious, and the two items only took up a small corner space. He closed the trunk lid, got into the car, and entered Rose Manor into the navigation. The route map on the screen showed that it would take about 20 minutes to drive there. The car navigated through the evening rush hour traffic in Jiangdong City, and the further east it drove, the fewer cars there were on the road. After driving for about 10 minutes, the buildings on both sides of the road gradually changed from dense residential buildings to large areas of greenery and low fences. Chun Hao could see a row of white stone pillars and a gate from afar. On either side of the gate stood a tall granite plaque with the four gilded characters Rose Manor engraved on it. He slowed down the car and drove slowly to the gate. A security guard in a dark blue uniform was sitting in the guard booth. He came out, bent down to look at his car, and politely asked, "Hello, sir. Which building are you going to? You need to contact the owner to register before you can enter." Chun Hao took the property certificate that the system had given him from the glove compartment and handed it to the security guard through the car window. "I'm a homeowner here. I just moved in, and my car license plate hasn't been registered yet." The security guard took the property ownership certificate, looked it over, then looked up at Chun Hao's face and nodded. "Okay, Mr. Chun, please wait a moment while I register your license plate number so that your car can be automatically recognized in the future." The security guard went into the guard booth, worked on the computer for a while, and then came out to return the property ownership certificate to him. "Registration complete. Mr. Chun, please come in. Your villa is number 7 in Zone C. Just drive straight along the main road to the end and turn left. It's the 5th building there." Chun Hao took the documents and thanked them. The gate automatically lifted, and he gently stepped on the gas and drove into the residential area. Once inside, the scenery on both sides of the road is completely different from the outside. Tall sycamore trees are planted on both sides of the main road, and their canopies intertwine overhead to form a green archway. Along the roadside, there are neatly trimmed bushes and flower beds at intervals, and the air is filled with the fresh scent of grass that has been tended in the evening. Several villas were partially hidden behind the trees along the roadside, each with its own yard, wall, and gate. The styles vary, some with European pointed roofs, others with modern minimalism, but without exception, they are all exquisitely and neatly trimmed. Chun Hao followed the directions given by the security guard, drove to the end, turned left, and soon saw the sign for Zone C, number 7. A black wrought iron gate appeared on his right, flanked by off-white stone walls topped with dark green vines, and the gate's cast iron railings were carved with intricate patterns. Through the cracks in the iron gate, you could see the yard inside, a large, neatly trimmed lawn, and a row of low-growing rose bushes near the house. There was also a fairly large swimming pool nearby, the water of which shimmered with a pale blue light in the evening glow. At the end of the lawn stood a 3-story villa with light beige stone exterior walls and a dark gray roof. With its square and grand design and large floor-to-ceiling windows, the house reflects the sunlight, making it look like something out of a vacation magazine cover. Chun Hao parked the car at the entrance, took out the villa gate key from his system backpack, and pressed a button on the key. The wrought iron gate emitted a slight whirring sound as it slid open slowly to both sides. He drove into the yard, followed the stone-paved driveway around to the side of the villa, and a spacious garage came into view. The garage's electric roller shutter door automatically rises when the car approaches, revealing an astonishingly large interior space. There are 8 standard parking spaces, with light gray epoxy flooring, bright lighting, and it's so clean it looks like no cars have ever parked there. Chun Hao smoothly reversed the Lincoln Navigator into the parking space closest to the door, turned off the engine, and got out of the car. Next to the garage was a small door leading into the house. He pushed the door open and found himself in a spacious entryway. There is a home elevator on the left with a stainless steel door frame. The space inside is not large, but it is sufficient. He first took the suitcase and bag out of the trunk, dragged them into the elevator, and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator ascended smoothly and arrived in just a few seconds. The moment the door opened, the scene of the living room was revealed to him. The living room is surprisingly large, with a high ceiling and a crystal chandelier hanging from the top. The entire south wall is made up of floor-to-ceiling windows, facing the lawn and swimming pool in the yard. The floor is covered with light oak solid wood flooring, and in the center there is a set of gray fabric sofas and a marble coffee table. Chapter 29, continuing to prepare postpartum meals for Jiang Shuero. The moment the door opened, the scene of the living room was displayed in front of Chun Hao. The living room is surprisingly large, with a high ceiling and a crystal chandelier hanging from the top. The entire south wall is made up of floor-to-ceiling windows, facing the lawn and swimming pool in the yard. The floor is covered with light oak solid wood flooring, and in the center there is a set of gray fabric sofas and a marble coffee table. The living room is connected to the open-plan dining room and kitchen, with a soft, warm light emanating from the pendant light above the dining table. The kitchen features a linear layout with a central island. The countertop is dark gray granite, and the cabinets have matte white panels. A 3-burner stove, a built-in oven, a large double-door refrigerator, a dishwasher, and all kinds of kitchen utensils and cookware are neatly arranged on open shelves, all of them high-end products. Chun Hao didn't bother to visit the other rooms. He carried his luggage to the kitchen island and put it down. Then open the system inventory and take out a portion of the premium ingredients for biochemical soup. 5 small cloth bags were placed on the island counter. He pinched them with his fingers, and the aroma of medicinal herbs wafted out through the bags. He first went to the stove, took out a large earthenware pot from the cupboard, filled it with water, and placed it on the stove burner. Then pour all the ingredients for the sheng hua tang into a clay pot. Bring it to a boil over high heat, and then simmer over low heat. The water in the clay pot began to bubble gently, and the aroma of herbs gradually filled the kitchen. While the herbal soup was simmering, Chun Hao turned around and opened the refrigerator to see what was inside. The refrigerator was neatly filled with various ingredients: eggs, fresh milk, vegetables, fruits, and meat. There were even several packs of handmade noodles and frozen dumplings, which were obviously prepared in advance by the system. He took out red beans, peanuts, red dates, and rice, and then took a few more red dates from the refrigerator to start preparing postpartum porridge. The red beans and peanuts need to be soaked in advance, but he was in a hurry, so he could only rinse them several times with clean water before cooking. Rinse the rice thoroughly, pour it into another clay pot, add enough water, and bring it to a boil over high heat. Then add the red beans, peanuts, and red dates, and simmer over medium-low heat. He stirred a few times with a spoon to prevent it from sticking to the bottom, and then put the lid on. Both stove burners were occupied. One was used to cook sheng hua tang, a traditional Chinese medicine soup, and the other was used to cook red bean, peanut, and red date porridge. Chun Hao had only been standing in front of the stove for 2 seconds when he realized he still had 2 servings of stir-fried instant noodles to make. He rummaged through the refrigerator and found 4 instant noodle cakes, 4 eggs, 4 sausages, and a handful of green vegetables from the crisper drawer. He first boiled a kettle of water, then put 4 pieces of dough in a large bowl and scalded them with boiling water until they just separated. He then took them out, drained the water, and set them aside. Then heat oil in a pan, crack in 4 eggs, quickly scramble, and cook until done, then remove from the pan. Add a little more oil to the pan, slice the ham sausage, and fry until the surface is slightly golden brown. Add the bok choy and stir-fry briefly. Add the blanched instant noodles, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, a little sugar and pepper, and stir-fry quickly over high heat. The noodles tumbled in the pot, each strand evenly coated in a dark brown sauce, accompanied by eggs, ham, and greens, a vibrant array of colors, and an aroma that wafted straight into the nose. Chun Hao divided the stir-fried instant noodles into 2 insulated lunch boxes, closed the lids, and placed them aside. By this time, the sheng hua tang soup was almost ready, and the medicinal liquid in the casserole had turned a dark brown color with a strong medicinal aroma. Chun Hao turned off the heat, used a fine mesh strainer to filter out the dregs, poured the pure medicinal liquid into a large insulated pot, and tightened the lid. As soon as I screwed the cap on, a notification sound went off in my head. Congratulations, host! You have successfully prepared a postpartum herbal soup for the new mother. Reward: 1 serving of premium postpartum herbal soup ingredients, already added to system inventory. Chun Hao was overjoyed. Another batch of top-quality materials. He uses 1 batch of ingredients each time he cooks, and the system gives him another batch, meaning he can never use up all the raw materials. He then looked at the clay pot next to him. The red bean, peanut, and red date porridge had been cooked until it was thick and sticky, and the rice grains had completely bloomed. The red beans were cooked until they were soft and mushy, and the sweetness of the red dates blended into the porridge, giving it a reddish-brown color that looked very appetizing. He turned off the heat, poured the porridge into another insulated pot, and put the lid on. The notification sound in my mind rang again immediately afterward. Congratulations, host. You have made red bean, peanut, and red date porridge for the new mother. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. Already deposited into the system account. 10,000 yuan in hand. Chun Hao smiled and silently calculated his earnings for the day. The cash alone amounted to tens of thousands. He deftly stuffed the 2 insulated pots and 2 insulated lunchboxes into the large canvas bag he had brought, then carried the bag to the elevator. Take the elevator down to the garage, put the canvas bag on the passenger seat, reverse out of the garage, the roller shutter door automatically closes, and the Lincoln Navigator drives out of the wrought iron gate along the cobblestone driveway. With the title of Car God, Chun Hao drove this big car as if it were a toy, speeding and driving steadily on the road at dusk. Accelerator, brake, steering. Every operation is precise and accurate, allowing the car to weave nimbly through traffic, stop smoothly and steadily at red lights, and respond perfectly to the throttle when starting. He arrived at Jiangdong Maternal and Child Health Hospital in less than 15 minutes, a journey that normally takes more than 20 minutes. He parked his car in parking space number 12 in Section B of the underground garage, picked up his canvas bag, took the elevator, and pressed the button for the 7th floor. The elevator doors opened, and the fluorescent lights in the corridor were still on, as before he left. He walked quickly to the door of Ward 713 and pushed it open. Jiang Shuoro leaned against the pillows, while Zhou Xiaoyu sat on a chair by the bed. The two were talking quietly when they saw Chun Hao come in, and both of them showed a surprised expression. Jiang Shuoro spoke first. How, why are you back so soon? I was just talking to Xiaoyu for a short while. Zhou Xiaoyu glanced at the time on her phone, also looking surprised. Yeah, it's only been a short time. Don't you need time to cook? You didn't just grab something to eat on the way, did you? Chun Hao placed the canvas bag on the counter and unzipped it. I was worried you would be hungry, so I tried to get here as quickly as possible. Shuero, drink the Shenghua Tang first. It was just made today, so drink it while it's hot for the best effect. He took out a thermos containing the Shenghua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine decoction, from his canvas bag, unscrewed the lid, and the dark brown medicinal soup was steaming. He took out a bowl, tilted the pot, and poured out most of it. Then, holding the bowl, he sat down on a chair next to Jiang Shuoro's bed. He scooped up a spoonful, blew on it to his lips, and then touched the rim of the spoon with his lower lip to test the temperature before bringing it to Jiang Shuoro's lips. Be careful, it's hot. Drink slowly. Chun Hao spoke very softly. Jiang Shuoro opened her mouth and put the spoon in her mouth, letting the warm medicine slide down her throat. She took another spoonful, watching Chun Hao blow on the soup with his head down and seeing the focus and seriousness in his eyes. Her heart felt filled with something soft. This man has been busy nonstop since morning, cooking for her, feeding her, giving her medicine, helping her breastfeed, changing her diaper bag, and turning her over. He does everything carefully and patiently without uttering a single complaint. Chapter 30. The simplest ingredients, the most delicious food. As Jiang Shuoro watched Chun Hao blowing on the soup with his head down and saw the focus and seriousness in his eyes, her heart felt filled with something soft. This man has been busy nonstop since morning, cooking for her, feeding her, giving her medicine, helping her breastfeed, changing her diaper bag, and turning her over. He does everything carefully and patiently without uttering a single complaint. Zhou Xiaoyu sat beside Chun Hao, watching him feed Jiang Shuoro her medicine, her eyes filled with growing satisfaction. This man is definitely not the same person as the scumbag, she cursed on the phone. Relieved, she turned to ask Chun Hao. Hey Chun Hao, what good food did you bring me? I am starving. As Chun Hao brought another spoonful of medicinal soup to Jiang Shuoro's lips, he said, there was too much time to cook anything elaborate, so I just stir-fried some instant noodles. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up immediately. Stir-fried instant noodles. I love stir-fried instant noodles the most. I have to go to that food stall behind the school every few days to eat their stir-fried instant noodles. I wonder how yours tastes. Chun Hao smiled. You'll know once you try it. The lunchbox is in the canvas bag. Take it yourself. Zhou Xiaoyu couldn't wait to rummage through the canvas bag and pull out an insulated lunchbox, then open the lid. A rich and complex aroma wafts through the air, a blend of the savory sauce of the stir-fried noodles, the caramelized scent of the fried egg, the oily aroma of the ham sausage, and the fresh sweetness of the greens. The mixture of several scents filled her nostrils, prompting her to take a deep breath. The fried noodles in the lunchbox were glossy and oily, each noodle evenly coated with the sauce, and the ham slices were fried until the edges were crispy. The scrambled eggs were golden and fluffy, and the green vegetables were bright and vibrant. The presentation was much better than what you'd get at a street food stall. She picked up her chopsticks, took a large bite, chewed twice, and then froze. The noodles were chewy and springy. The sauce was perfectly savory with a hint of sweetness and a touch of black pepper spiciness. The tenderness of the egg, the aroma of the ham, and the crispness of the greens unfold in your mouth in distinct layers, making you want to eat another bite after every bite. Zhou Xiaoyu chewed and swallowed, then quickly picked up a second bite, stuffing her cheeks full, and mumbled, "Chen Hao, this is so delicious. It's 100 times better than the fried instant noodles from that food stall behind the school. Your cooking is amazing, absolutely amazing." As she spoke, she shoveled 2 more large mouthfuls into her mouth. Jiang Shiruo, lying on the hospital bed, twitched her nose as the aroma of fried instant noodles wafted over, making her stomach rumble with anticipation. She swallowed hard, watching Zhou Xiaoyu eat so heartily, and couldn't help but say, "It smells so good. I'm starting to crave some stir-fried instant noodles too." Chen Hao fed her the last mouthful of the herbal soup, then put the bowl down and said, "Shuero, you just gave birth and your body is still recovering. Fried instant noodles are too hard and oily, so you can't eat them right now. Once you've recovered enough and your digestive system is functioning better, I'll make you a special meal." Although Jiang Shiruo was a little disappointed, she knew Chen Hao meant well, so she obediently nodded. "Okay, it's a deal then. You have to make me one when I'm better. You can't go back on your word." Chen Hao smiled, extended one hand, and hooked his right little finger. "If you don't believe me, we can make a pinky promise." Jiang Shiruo paused for a second, then burst out laughing. She raised her right hand, extended her little finger, and hooked it with Chen Hao's little finger. Their fingers intertwined, and Chen Hao murmured, "Pinky promise, 100 years from now, never to change." Jiang Shiruo smiled even more happily, her eyebrows and eyes crinkling, and her complexion looked much better than before. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was engrossed in eating fried noodles, looked up, a mouthful of noodles still dangling from her mouth, and saw the two of them with their fingers intertwined. He rolled his eyes dramatically, slurped the noodles into his mouth, and swallowed them, saying in an exaggerated tone, "Oh my God, that's so cheesy. How old are you two, and you're still doing pinky swear? Even kindergarten kids don't do that anymore. It gives me goosebumps." Chen Hao loosened his grip, turned to look at Zhou Xiaoyu, and smiled. "Are you envious? If you are, why don't you find a guy to pinky swear with?" Zhou Xiaoyu scoffed, picked up another mouthful of fried noodles, stuffed it in her mouth, and rolled her eyes as she chewed. "Your memory is really bad. I told you a long time ago that I don't like men. Have you forgotten?" After feeding the baby the Sheng Hua Tang, a traditional Chinese medicine formula, Chen Hao put the bowl aside and then opened the insulated pot containing red bean, peanut, and red date porridge. The sweet aroma of red bean, peanut, and red date porridge immediately wafted out, carrying the rich fragrance unique to red dates. He picked up a clean bowl, tilted the pot, and poured out most of the porridge. The porridge was cooked until soft and thick. The red beans had fully split open. The peanuts were soft and glutinous. The skins of the red dates were slightly cracked, and the pulp inside had melted into the porridge, giving the entire porridge a warm, reddish-brown sheen. He scooped up a spoonful of porridge, blew on it to cool it down, and then lowered his head to test the temperature before putting it to Jiang Shiruo's lips. Jiang Shiruo opened her mouth and ate the mouthful of porridge. She held it in her mouth for a moment. Then her eyes lit up, and she mumbled something indistinctly. "This porridge is so delicious. I've never had such delicious porridge before. It's sweet and sticky, and the aroma of red dates is so strong." Chen Hao smiled and scooped up a second spoonful. "Eat more if you like it. Red beans and peanuts are good for replenishing blood, and red dates are good for nourishing qi. You just gave birth, so you're deficient in qi and blood. Eating these is perfect for you." Jiang Shiruo ate obediently, spoonful by spoonful, her expression becoming more and more relaxed. The small bowl of porridge was quickly emptied. After finishing the last sip, she licked her lips with a lingering sense of satisfaction and leaned back on the pillow. Chen Hao took the empty bowl away, But before he could clean up, Jiang Shuuro gently nudged his arm. Stop working and eat something. You haven't rested since this afternoon. You must be starving. As soon as she finished speaking, a notification sound went off in Chunhao's mind. Congratulations, host, for feeding the new mother. Reward, 1 longevity lock. Already added to system inventory. Chunhao paused for a moment as he was clearing the dishes, a surge of joy welling up inside him. Another longevity lock has arrived. Including the one I got from breastfeeding my third daughter, I now have 2. He began to calculate in his mind that he needed exactly 5 daughters, and he was currently 3 short. However, since the system has started giving out these things, it means that there should be more rewards to come. As long as he spends more time with his daughters and does more of the chores of stay-at-home dad, it shouldn't be a problem for him to collect 5. He suppressed his joy, took out his insulated lunchbox from the canvas bag, and opened the lid. The aroma of stir-fried instant noodles wafted out, and although it had been sitting for a while, it was still very strong. Chapter 31. Breastfeeding the eldest daughter, rewarded with a premium banana. Chunhao took out his insulated lunchbox from the canvas bag and opened the lid. The aroma of stir-fried instant noodles wafted out, and although it had been sitting for a while, it was still very strong. He picked up his chopsticks, took a big bite, and stuffed it into his mouth. He was indeed hungry. He hadn't eaten anything since finishing the box of fried rice at noon, and after a busy afternoon and evening, his stomach was empty. He started shoveling noodles into his mouth in large mouthfuls, eating rather unrefined. Jiang Shuro looked at him wolfing down his food, her eyes filled with heartache, her tone both reproachful and soft. You still say you're not hungry? Look at the state you've become from eating. Next time, don't worry about me. Just let me eat by myself. You should feed yourself first. With his mouth full of noodles, Chunhao mumbled and shook his head to indicate no, and then lowered his head to continue eating. He devoured most of the box of fried noodles in no time, and only after he was full did he slow down and finish the rest. Then he wiped his mouth with a tissue and let out a satisfied sigh. He gathered all the tableware together, took it to the sink, carefully scrubbed it with dish soap, rinsed it clean, dried it, and neatly put it back into the canvas bag. I had just zipped up the bag when there was a knock on the ward door. Then it was pushed open and a nurse walked in. The nurse, holding a notebook, walked to Jiang Shuro's bedside, looked at her complexion and the data on the monitor, nodded, and said, "The mother is recovering well. The urinary catheter can be removed now. After it's removed, you can get out of bed and move around for a while, which will help restore bowel function and prevent deep vein thrombosis in the lower extremities. However, move slowly and don't rush. It's best to have someone help you get out of bed the first time." Jiang Shuro nodded. The nurse bent down, lifted a corner of the blanket, and began the procedure with gentle movements. The removal of the catheter was not a comfortable process. Jiang Shuro frowned slightly, her lips tightened, and her fingers gripped the bed sheet, but she did not make a sound. Chunhao watched from the side, clenching his fist, feeling anxious for her. Fortunately, the nurse was quick and efficient and finished the procedure in no time. She then helped Jiang Shuro straighten her waistband, covered her with a blanket, and told her, "You can try getting out of bed and walking around, but remember to go slowly before leaving." Chunhao walked to the bedside, bent down, and asked Jiang Shuro, "Does it still hurt? Do you want to get out of bed and move around a bit now?" Jiang Shuro shifted her body, a dull, pulling pain shooting through her abdomen. Her brow furrowed again, and her voice was weak. "It still hurts a little. I'm afraid to move." Chunhao said, "No rush. You can move around when the pain subsides. You just had surgery a little over half a day ago, so there's no need to get out of bed right away." Jiang Shuro nodded, and just as she was about to speak, a cry suddenly came from the crib. First, the Bao, Chun Rujin, started humming, and then Air Bao, Chun Ruashi joined in. Immediately afterwards, as if infected, San Bao, Si Bao, and Wu Bao started crying one after another, their 5 little voices rising and falling, echoing back and forth in the ward. Chunhao quickly went to the crib and took a look. The 5 little ones were kicking their arms and legs and opening and closing their little mouths as they searched for something. He turned to Jiang Shiwero and said, "The babies must be hungry." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiwero reached out and touched her chest, saying with some surprise, "Perfect timing. I feel a bit swollen in my breasts, probably because I have too much milk. Let me feed them." Chunhao nodded, bent down and picked up the Bao from the crib, walked to the bedside and gently placed the Bao on Jiang Shiwero's chest. This time, Jiang Shiro neatly unbuttoned her clothes, unlike before when she was hesitant and evasive. After going through the initial breastfeeding and initiation process, she was no longer as shy in front of Chun Hao, and her movements became much more natural. I positioned a bow in a suitable position, and as soon as he touched the nipple, he immediately took it in and began to suckle vigorously, his little cheeks puffing out. Chun Hao stood by and watched, and after the bow had sucked for a while, he turned around and went to do his own thing. He took out the 5 different colored baby bottles from a storage box and began preparing to make formula. While pouring water into the bottle, he reminded Jiang Shuero, Shuero, your milk supply is limited. All 5 babies need to be breastfed. Each baby should not be breastfed for too long. Feed them small amounts frequently so that each baby can get some milk. Jiang Shuero looked down at the Bao, who was happily eating in her arms, and responded with a soft yes. I know. After about 3 or 4 minutes, she gently moved a Bao's mouth away from her chest. The Bao immediately protested, pouting and bursting into tears, his face turning red. Jiang Shuero felt sorry for him, but she also knew that there were 4 younger sisters waiting behind her, so she had no choice but to hand a Bao to Chun Hao. Chun Hao had already prepared a Bao's baby bottle. The pink bottle contained warm formula. He took the Bao from her, steadily supporting her little head with one hand, and brought the pacifier to her lips. The Bao was crying her heart out when the pacifier touched her lips. She paused for a moment, then opened her mouth, sucked hard twice, and immediately stopped crying after tasting the milk. She started drinking it in big gulps. Zhou Xiaoyu also started moving, picking up the second baby, Chen Ruoshi, from the crib and holding her to Jiang Shiro's chest. Jiang Shiro took her Bao and unbuttoned the other side of her clothes so that she could suckle. The second baby was quieter than the first. After taking the nipple in his mouth, he ate quietly, his little hands clutching Jiang Shiro's clothes, looking completely satisfied. The pink bottle in Chun Hao's arms was quickly emptied. After the Bao finished the whole bottle, his tummy swelled up, his eyes were half open, and he started to feel sleepy. His sucking motions slowed down, and finally he let go of the nipple. Chun Hao placed the empty bottle aside, picked up the Bao upright, and held her against his shoulder, patting her little back rhythmically. The Bao let out a loud burp while resting his head on his shoulder, then tilted his head and fell into a deep sleep. Chun Hao gently placed the Bao back into the crib, and the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for breastfeeding your eldest daughter. Reward, 5 premium bananas. This banana contains special nutrients that can quickly restore energy and help restore intestinal function. Already added to system inventory. Chun Hao's eyes lit up. These bananas were practically tailor-made for Jiang Shuero. She just had a C-section and her bowel function hasn't fully recovered yet, so these bananas will come in handy. He turned around and took the second baby from Zhou Xiaoyu. The second baby, Chen Ruoshi, had just finished breastfeeding and had been replaced by Jiang Shuero. Her mouth was still opening and closing as she looked for food. Chen Hao picked up the light blue baby bottle and put it in Erbao's mouth. Erbao immediately took it in and quieted down. He walked to the crib while feeding the baby and gently hummed a couple of times to soothe it. The second baby drinks milk a little slower than the first, but still finishes the whole bottle in one go. After Chen Hao patted her to burp and put her back in the crib, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully breastfed your second daughter. Reward, a special edition crib. This crib can accommodate 6 babies at the same time. The height of the safety rails is adjustable to effectively prevent babies from climbing out and falling. It also features swivel casters for easy movement. Already added to system inventory. Chapter 32, these bananas are so delicious. Where did you buy them from? Congratulations, host. You have successfully breastfed your second daughter. Reward, a special edition crib. Chun Hao was overjoyed. This was incredibly useful. The 5 babies are currently sleeping in regular cribs provided by the hospital. It's a bit cramped, but we can manage. However, once they are discharged and return home, it won't be enough. The system sent over a bed that can sleep 6 babies at the same time. Even with all 5 daughters lying down, there is still room to spare. The safety fence is height adjustable and has wheels, making it convenient to push 5 babies around the house. He was so happy that the corners of his mouth turned up, and he turned around to take the 3 treasures that Zhou Xiaoyu handed over. Chun Ruodong, one of the 3 babies, was the most gentle when drinking milk, taking small sips at a time. Chun Hao was not in a hurry, patiently holding up the pale yellow bottle and waiting for her to finish drinking on her own. After patting the burp and putting it back, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your third daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. Already deposited into the system account. It was cash again. Chun Hao was secretly pleased. Not bad, not bad. Little by little, it adds up. After Chenrulan, the fourth child, was breastfed by her mother, Zhou Xiaoyu brought her over, and Chun Hao picked up a light green bottle to feed her. The four babies drank their milk quickly and efficiently, gulping it down in one go without stopping. After patting the burp and putting it back, a system notification appeared immediately. Congratulations, host, for feeding your fourth daughter. Reward, 5 premium bananas. Already added to system inventory. 5 more. Chun Hao was delighted. With the previous 5, he now had 10 in total, enough for Jiang Shiwero to eat for several days. Finally, there's Wu Bao Chun Ruoxiue. The little one was the smallest and had the most trouble drinking milk, taking a couple of sips and then resting. Chun Hao looked down at her delicate little face. My heart melted, so I didn't rush her. I just held up the pale, purple bottle and waited for her. It took Wu Bao almost 15 minutes to finish the whole bottle. He was covered in sweat from exhaustion. After finishing, he let out a soft burp, buried his head in Chun Hao's arm, and fell asleep. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your fifth daughter. Reward, 1 can of stage 1 infant formula. Already added to system inventory. Chun Hao gently placed the 5 babies back in the crib, thinking that the formula was also a good option. He had already discovered that all 5 of his daughters particularly loved the milk powder that the system had rewarded them with. Moreover, it is exceptionally nutritious, with a formula that is very close to breast milk, making it better than any other formula available on the market. He was hoping the system would reward him with a few more cans so he wouldn't have to choose them himself later. He had looked at the milk powder on the market for a long time, but still wasn't very confident in it. All 5 daughters were well fed and slept soundly in their cribs, and the ward finally quieted down. The babies' breathing was even, their little chests rising and falling, creating a quiet and heartwarming scene. Chun Hao stood in front of the crib for a while and looked at the 5 little faces lying side by side, their eyes closed and their lips slightly parted, each one sleeping like a little angel. A surge of indescribable satisfaction welled up inside him. After watching for a few seconds, he turned back and said to Jiang Shiwero, "Shiwero, I'm going out to buy something. I'll be right back." Jiang Shiwero was resting against the pillows when she heard this and curiously opened her eyes. "What are you buying?" Chun Hao smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out in a moment." He then turned to Zhou Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, could you look after Shiwero for me? I'll be right back." Zhou Xiaoyu was sitting in a chair watching videos on her phone when she heard this. She looked up and waved her hand. Go ahead, I'm here." Chun Hao opened the ward door and walked out, taking the elevator down to the underground parking garage. After getting in the car, he first opened his phone map to search for nearby stationery stores. The navigation showed that there was one about 1 kilometer away from the hospital. He started the car and drove off, and in less than 5 minutes he found a shop selling stationery and daily necessities on a small street. He parked his car and went into the store. He browsed in front of the shelf for a while, then picked out several stacks of colored cardstock, taking some of every color imaginable: red, yellow, blue, and green. I also took a pair of children's scissors and a roll of thin string. And, after thinking for a moment, I also took a roll of double-sided tape. After paying the bill and carrying the plastic bag back to his car, he didn't rush to start the engine. Instead, he sat in the driver's seat and, with a thought, took out 5 premium bananas from his system inventory. The bananas look similar to regular bananas, but their color is brighter and the peel has a faint golden sheen. When you get close, you can smell a sweet and rich fruity aroma that is invigorating. He carefully put the 5 bananas into a plastic bag, placed it with the colored paper and scissors, and then started the car and drove back to the hospital. As he pushed open the door to the ward carrying a plastic bag, Jiang Shiwero and Zhou Xiaoyu looked over at the same time, their eyes both falling on the plastic bag in his hand. Zhou Xiaoyu spoke first. "What good stuff did you buy?" Chun Hao placed the plastic bag on the counter and said as he took things out, "I bought some colored paper and scissors, and also some bananas." Jiang Shiwero's gaze fell on the stack of colorful papers, a curious expression on her face. "Ow, why are you buying colored paper? Are you going to draw?" Chun Hao smiled and picked up a red piece of cardstock, folding it twice in his hand. I don't draw, but I can fold some origami toys. Later, I'll fold some little animals and stars and hang them on the crib with a string. The five daughters can see colorful things as soon as they open their eyes, which they find fun and they don't cry as much. Furthermore, exposing newborns to different colors and shapes can help with their visual development. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu leaned over from her chair to look at the sheets of colored paper, her expression showing a hint of surprise. Chen Hao, you're really thoughtful. You even know how to fold paper? You even thought of this method. Chen Hao smiled but didn't reply. Instead, he took a banana out of the plastic bag and peeled it. As soon as the banana peel was removed, an incredibly rich, fruity aroma immediately filled the ward. The sweet scent had an indescribable freshness that made one's mouth water just by smelling it. Zhou Xiaoyu unconsciously sniffed, and Jiang Shuoro couldn't help but take a deep breath as well. It smells so good, Jiang Shuoro exclaimed. Why do these bananas smell so good? I've never smelled such a good banana before. Chunhao took a peeled banana to the bedside and offered it to Jiang Shuoro's lips. This banana is especially good for your gut health. You just had surgery, so your bowel movements are slow. Try eating one. Jiang Shuoro opened her mouth and took a bite. The banana flesh melted in her mouth, both soft and sweet. The natural fruity aroma spread in her mouth, sweet but not cloying, with a hint of honey-like aftertaste. She chewed twice and swallowed, her eyes lighting up. She quickly took a second bite and mumbled, "This is so delicious. It's so fragrant and sweet. I've never eaten such a delicious banana before." Chunhao smiled as he watched her eat with satisfaction, and then fed her 2 more bites. While eating, Jiang Shuoro said to Zhou Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, you should try one too. It's really delicious." Zhou Xiaoyu stared at the 4 golden bananas in the plastic bag. Her throat bobbed, and she swallowed hard, but she waved her hand and said, "Forget it. Chunhao bought this especially for you. I can't possibly eat it." Jiang Shuoro said, "It's okay. I can't eat that many by myself. They'll go bad if left out for too long. You can have one." Chunhao also turned to Zhou Xiaoyu and said, "You can eat it. I bought several. Shuiro can't eat that many in a day." Hearing Chunhao say that, Zhou Xiaoyu immediately stopped being polite, reached into the plastic bag, picked up a stick, and eagerly peeled it open. The rich aroma of fruit wafted over her, and she took a deep breath before taking a big bite. After chewing twice, Zhou Xiaoyu stopped, her eyes wide open, her mouth still slowly chewing, her expression changing from anticipation to shock. She swallowed the banana in her mouth, glanced down at the remaining half in her hand, and then suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "My God, this banana is so delicious. Chunhao, where did you buy this from? This is definitely the best banana I've ever eaten in my life." Chapter 33, even the finest bananas have a miraculous pain-relieving effect. Jiang Shuoro, with the last bite of banana in her mouth, chewed twice and swallowed, then looked at Chunhao and asked, "Ahao, why aren't you eating? Have one too." Chunhao was still holding the banana peel he had given to Jiang Shuoro earlier, and he smiled and said, "I'm not hungry. You can eat. I don't need to eat." Jiang Shuoro deliberately put on a stern face and pouted slightly. "If you're not going to eat, then I won't eat either. You've been taking care of me all day and haven't even had a bite of fruit. I'd feel bad if you didn't eat it." Chunhao couldn't help but laugh when he saw her feigned anger. Okay, I'll eat it. Don't be angry. Finish this half first, then I'll peel another one." Jiang Shuoro reached out and took the remaining half banana from his hand, waving it away. "You quickly peel one yourself. I'll eat it myself. I don't need you to feed me." Chunhao smiled helplessly, bent down, picked up a banana from the plastic bag, and peeled it. Once the banana peel is removed, the rich, fruity aroma wafts out, sweet and refreshing, instantly invigorating the senses. He bent down and took a bite. The flesh was smooth and creamy, with a moderate sweetness and a unique refreshing sensation. Unlike regular bananas, which can sometimes have a slightly astringent or doughy texture, this banana maintains a consistent sweetness and softness from the first bite to the last. It really is delicious. The things the system provides are indeed different from what you buy outside. Whether it's the milk powder from before or the bananas from now, their quality far surpasses similar products on the market. Jiang Shuoro saw the expression on his face after he took a bite and smiled smugly. "See? I told you it was delicious, but you still wouldn't eat it. Now you know how good it is, right?" Chunhao smiled and took another bite. It's really delicious. This banana tastes better than any banana I've ever had before." Zhou Xiaoyu, who was standing next to her, had already finished eating the banana in her hand. She put the last bite into her mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and swallowed it. She leaned back in her chair, let out a long sigh, and suddenly realized something was wrong. She stretched her shoulders and twisted her neck, her eyes lighting up. Hey, don't you guys feel like you're much more energetic after eating this banana? I'm actually exhausted today. I got up early this morning and spent the whole day taking care of Shuero. I only managed to take a short nap at noon. My eyelids were drooping a little just now, but after eating this banana, I don't feel tired at all anymore. I feel as awake as if I've had a full night's sleep. Upon hearing what she said, Jiang Shuero also looked down and felt the changes in her own body. She wiggled her toes and tried to lift her legs slightly, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the persistent pain from the incision after the surgery seemed to have lessened considerably. She had been experiencing intermittent, dull pain in her abdomen before getting out of bed. Although it wasn't particularly severe, it was persistent, like a thin needle pricking her skin. Now, that feeling has basically disappeared. She can only feel a slight pulling sensation when she deliberately exerts force. She stared wide-eyed at Chun Hao. "How, my wound seems to hurt less. It hurt a moment ago, but it's much better now. It really doesn't hurt much anymore. This banana is amazing. How could it even stop pain?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu immediately jumped up from her chair excitedly, moved closer to Chun Hao, and clasped her hands together in prayer. "Chun Hao, tell me right now which fruit shop you bought this banana from. I'm going there right now. Buy every last one left in the store. This is amazing. It tastes good, it's energizing, and it even relieves pain. It works better than any health supplement." Chun Hao felt a little guilty under her bright, sparkling eyes. His mind raced, and then he shook his head with feigned regret, beginning his charade. "When I went to buy them, they said that this variety had just arrived that day, and there were only 5 left, so I bought them all. The owner said this variety was a new one that a fruit farmer in Hainan developed through experimentation. It has a very low yield. Only a few bunches are produced each year, and once they're sold out, that's it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu's excited expression instantly vanished, and she slumped back in her chair like a deflated balloon, her shoulders drooping. "Oh, sold out? Such delicious bananas, only 5? I might never be able to eat them again in my life." She glanced down at the banana peel she had just thrown away, her face filled with a sense of loss. "This is so upsetting." Chun Hao suppressed a laugh, finished the banana in his hand, threw the peel into the trash can, wiped his hands, and walked up to Jiang Shuero. "Shuero, are you feeling any better? Does it hurt anymore? Should I get out of bed and move around a bit?" The nurse said that getting out of bed and moving around sooner after the catheter is removed is good for bowel recovery. Jiang Shuero moved her body slightly again, and the incision did indeed not hurt as much anymore. With Chun Hao's help, she slowly sat up, put her legs down from the edge of the bed, and tried to push down on the ground. She was still a little nervous when she stood up, gripping Chun Hao's arm tightly. After waiting 2 or 3 seconds to make sure there was no obvious pain from the wound, she finally relaxed. "It seems like it really doesn't hurt as much anymore." Jiang Shuero looked down at her abdomen, then looked up at Chun Hao, a delighted smile on her face. "It doesn't hurt much when I walk, just a little soreness and swelling. It's completely different for what I felt in the afternoon. That banana was really amazing." Chun Hao, supporting her, was about to walk towards the ward door when he suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Etc. He released Jiang Shuero's arm, quickly walked to the 2 storage boxes in the corner, squatted down, rummaged through them for a while, and found a light pink maternity hat inside. It's a hat included in the newborn gift pack given by the system. It's specially designed for postpartum women to wear during their confinement period. The fabric is soft and thick, and the brim is lined with fine cotton fleece to protect the forehead and ears. Chun Hao took the hat back to Jiang Shuero, opened it with both hands, and gently put on her head. He then pulled it down to cover her forehead and temples, leaving only her eyes and half her face exposed. Jiang Shuero stood there blankly, letting him put the hat on her, and blinked as she looked at him. Chun Hao took a half step back, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you've just given birth and are currently in your postpartum period, so your body is most vulnerable to drafts. The ward is well heated, so it's fine, but walking back and forth in the corridor might be drafty, and it wouldn't be good if you caught a cold." As Jiang Shuero watched him carefully put the hat on her, her nose tingled and her eyes welled up with tears. Chapter 34. How? I need to go to the toilet. Jiang Shiwero felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes welled up with tears as she watched Chun Hao carefully put the hat on her. She hadn't expected Chun Hao to have thought of that. She herself didn't even realize that she had to wear a hat when getting out of bed, since the windows in the ward were all closed, and she thought that it wouldn't hurt to go out for a short walk. But they didn't expect there might be a draft in the corridor. But Chun Hao boy actually thought things through more thoroughly than she did. Zhou Xiaoyu stood to the side and watched from beginning to end, and couldn't help but sigh again. Chun Hao, you're such a sweetheart. Neither Shui Ro nor I had thought of wearing a maternity hat, but you, a guy, actually thought of it. You're so meticulous. No one would believe it if you told them. Chun Hao smiled and took Jiang Shiwero's arm again. Shui Ro has worked so hard to give birth to 5 daughters for me. Isn't it only right that I take good care of her? Come on, let me help you go for a walk. Jiang Shiwero's nose was red. She sniffed to suppress the soreness and slowly walked out of the ward with Chun Hao's help. The light in the corridor was slightly brighter than in the ward, with fluorescent lights shining on the floor overhead. At this time, the inpatient department had quieted down and there were few people walking in the corridor. Only a light was on at the nurse's station, where a nurse was writing something with her head down. The air temperature was 1 or 2 degrees lower than in the ward, but Chun Hao put a maternity hat on Jiang Shiwero, so she was completely wrapped up and not exposed to any wind. Chun Hao supported her right arm, walking slowly and steadily, stopping and starting with her as they walked forward. Jiang Shiwero took a few steps and gradually regained her balance, her steps becoming more steady than before. As she walked, she moved her arms and shoulders and was pleasantly surprised to find that the incision in her abdomen really didn't hurt much anymore. Whether she was taking a step or turning around, the sharp, stabbing pain didn't return. She turned to look at Chun Hao, her tone full of disbelief. It really doesn't hurt anymore. How? I thought I would be in so much pain that I wouldn't be able to walk after I stood up, but I've walked this far and I'm perfectly fine. Your banana was truly amazing. Zhou Xiaoyu, who was standing nearby, was speechless upon hearing this. What a pity, what a pity. There are only 5 of these useful things. Once they're gone, they're gone. Chun Hao, if only you had run into that fruit shop sooner. Chun Hao smiled, but didn't reply. He continued to help Jiang Shiwero walk slowly back and forth in the corridor twice. Jiang Shiwero's steps gradually relaxed from the initial cautiousness and tentativeness. After walking back and forth twice, she was able to let go of Chun Hao's arm and take a few steps slowly on her own. As Jiang Shiwero reached the end of the corridor and prepared to turn back, she looked up at the wall clock. It was almost 8:30. She turned to Zhou Xiaoyu and said, Xiaoyu, it's late. You should go home now. You've been here with me all day, barely closing your eyes since this morning. Zhou Xiaoyu glanced at the time on her phone. It was indeed getting late. She looked at Chun Hao supporting Jiang Shiwero, and then at Jiang Shiwero's complexion, which was much rosier than in the afternoon, and she seemed to be in much better spirits. Her worries finally subsided. Chun Hao was indeed very attentive to her needs, feeding her, giving her medicine, putting on her hat, and helping her walk. He always thought of everything in advance, so she had nothing to worry about. She nodded. Okay, I'll head back now. Call me anytime if you two need anything. My phone won't be on silent. Chun Hao, please take good care of Shuero. Feeding and changing diapers for 5 babies at night isn't easy. Chun Hao nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. You worked hard too. Go back and get some rest. Zhou Xiaoyu gave a few more instructions, then waved to the two of them and turned to walk towards the elevator at the other end of the corridor. Chun Hao watched her figure disappear around the corner of the corridor, then turned his gaze back to Jiang Shiwero. Shuero, it's about time we went back. We can't walk too long right after getting out of bed. Take it slow and walk a little more each day. Jiang Shiwero nodded obediently, put her arm around his arm again, and the two turned and walked back. In just a few steps, they returned to the door of Ward 713. Chun Hao pushed open the door and helped Jiang Shiwero slowly walk inside. 5 babies were sleeping soundly in the crib, their little faces glowing with a healthy pink, their 5 little mouths slightly open, snoring softly in turn. The ward was warmly lit, the 4 stand had been removed, and the 4 needle in Jiang Shiwero's hand had been taken out. The ward looked much cleaner and tidier than during the day. Chun Hao helped Jiang Shiwero to the bedside and was about to help her lie back down when Jiang Shiwero suddenly stopped and her expression became somewhat subtle. She slightly bent over, pursed her lips, and then looked up at Chun Hao somewhat shyly. Uh-oh, I need to go to the toilet. Chun Hao immediately said, I'll help you to the restroom. Jiang Shiwero's face flushed red instantly, and her voice softened. No need, no need. I can go in by myself. You just wait here for me. Chun Hao shook his head with a serious expression. No, you've only had surgery a few hours ago, and your body hasn't fully recovered yet. What if you slip or feel dizzy and fall when you go into the bathroom alone? You still have a surgical scar on your stomach. Let me help you inside. Jiang Shiuro's face turned even redder, almost as red as when he manually opened her breast before she ate the banana. She lowered her head. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something in rebuttal, but she also knew that Chun Hao's words made sense. Although she doesn't feel much pain when walking now, her strength hasn't fully recovered. She still needs to hold on to something to walk steadily, and it's a bit risky for her to squat down and stand up again. She hesitated for several seconds, but finally nodded slightly. Then help me inside. Chun Hao didn't say anything else, and directly took her arm and walked towards the bathroom. The bathroom is on the right-hand side of the ward entrance. It's neither too big nor too small. Inside, there's a white toilet, a sink, and a mirror. The floor is covered with light-colored non-slip tiles. Jiang Shiuro stood in front of the toilet, hesitating for a long time, her face burning hot. She turned her back to Chun Hao and said, You turn around. Chun Hao understood what she meant and obediently turned his back to her, staring at the white wall in front of him. Jiang Shiuro stood in front of the toilet, looking at the broad back that was turned away from her, her heart pounding faster and faster. She bit her lip, her hands slowly reaching for the waistband of her hospital trousers, preparing to bend down and take them off. But as soon as she bent over, the incision on her abdomen was pulled by her folded body, and a sharp pain shot up from the wound, causing her to let out a soft hiss. Chun Hao's ears immediately perked up, and although he didn't turn around, his voice was clearly tense. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Chapter 35, How to Wipe Yourself After You've Peed? As Jiang Shiuro bent over, the incision on her abdomen was pulled by her folded body, and a sharp pain shot up from the wound, causing her to let out a soft hiss. Chun Hao's ears immediately perked up, and although he didn't turn around, his voice was clearly tense. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Jiang Shiuro straightened up and took a moment to recover, her voice tinged with embarrassment. I tried to bend down to take off my pants, but I pulled at the wound, and it hurts a little. Chun Hao turned around almost without hesitation. Let me help you take it off. Jiang Shiuro exclaimed, and reached out to block him, but because she couldn't bend down and her hand couldn't reach him, she froze halfway through the movement. Her face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. No need. I can do it myself. Chun Hao looked at her, both embarrassed and anxious, and spoke in a gentle but firm tone. Shuero, don't be stubborn. If you bend over now, you'll pull on your wound and tear the stitches, which will be a problem. I'll help you take them off. Just stand still. After he finished speaking, he didn't give Jiang Shiuro a chance to refute him. He squatted down in front of her, gently pinched the waistband of her hospital pants with both hands, and carefully pulled the pants down. His movements were very gentle. His trousers slid down Jiang Shiuro's legs under his hands, piling up at her ankles. During the process, his fingers did not touch her skin at all. He controlled the force just right, without pulling on her abdominal wound at all. Jiang Shiuro froze on the spot, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes, her eyes tightly closed, and she even held her breath. In all her life, she had never let any man help her take off her pants. Even the night she spent with Chun Hao was spent drunk and in the dark, and she didn't remember the details at all. Standing sober under the bright bathroom light, with a man squatting in front of her helping her take off her pants, the shame shot from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. She felt as if her face was so hot she could fry an egg on it. After Chun Hao helped her take off her pants, he stood up, held her arm with one hand, and gently placed the other hand on her shoulder. He carefully turned her body so that she could slowly sit down, facing the toilet. He didn't let go until her bottom was completely on the ground, then turned his back to her. All right, you can go now. Call me when you're done. His voice came from behind, calm and natural, as if nothing had just happened. Jiang Shiuro sat on the toilet, holding onto the handrails on both sides, and looked down at the pile of pants on her knees. The heat on her face lingered for a long time. She bit her lip, feeling both shy and embarrassed, but at the same time, she also felt a sense of security that she couldn't quite explain. The man in front of her not only cooked for her, fed her medicine, and took care of her 5 babies, but he was even willing to do these most private and embarrassing things for her. He didn't utter a single complaint from beginning to end, nor did he give her any looks or make any gestures that made her uncomfortable. Her mind was in turmoil, but one thing she was certain of. Chun-Hao was genuinely good to her. It's not the kind of good that's just talk, but good that's demonstrated in every single detail. But then she encountered a new problem. She was already sitting on the toilet, and the urge to urinate in her lower abdomen was becoming more and more obvious, but she just couldn't urinate. The bathroom was extremely quiet, with only the low hum of the exhaust fan overhead. Jiang Shiro bit her lip, trying to ignore the person next to her, but the more she tried to ignore him, the more clearly she could feel his presence. His back was less than half a meter in front of her, broad and steady, his breathing light and even. Ultimately, physiological needs overcame shame. She closed her eyes, stopped thinking about anything, and her body finally relaxed. The bathroom was quiet for a few seconds, then the sound of running water could be heard. When Jiang Shiro heard that voice, her heart instantly exploded. She had lived for over 20 years and had never used the toilet in front of anyone, let alone a man. She felt the sound was particularly loud today. Every drop of water falling into the toilet seemed amplified tenfold, echoing clearly in the small bathroom. Her face was burning hot, her ears were ringing, and she wished she could just disappear on the spot. She secretly glanced at Chun-Hao's back. He stood there quietly, facing the wall, his posture relaxed and natural, showing no sign of urging her or making any unusual moves. It was as if doing this was a matter of course for him. But the more she did this, the more intense the shame in Jiang Shiro's heart became. She sat on the toilet, covering her face with her hands, as if frozen in place. She had finished urinating, and the silence in the bathroom made the blank space after the sound even more noticeable. She could even hear her own heartbeat pounding against her eardrums. I've finished urinating, but a new problem has arisen. She used to wipe herself with toilet paper every time she finished using the toilet. It was a habit she had developed since childhood. She felt uncomfortable if she didn't wipe herself and always felt that she wasn't clean. But now she can't bend over. Although the incision in her abdomen doesn't hurt much anymore, whenever she bends over and folds her abdomen, the pulling sensation turns into a sharp, stabbing pain. She tried to lean forward a little, and when she stretched her hand down slightly, the muscles in her waist tightened, and she felt a distinct soreness from the wound. She quickly straightened up again. She realized she couldn't wipe it off at all. If Chun-Hao helps her wipe it, then wouldn't he see everything? From wiping his genitals to pulling up his pants, he saw every inch of that shameful place. At least when the milk was being started, there were clothes covering him, so he just put his hand inside to do it. Although it was embarrassing to take off my pants, at least I was facing away from him. If you wipe, then it's truly face-to-face with no cover whatsoever. Jiang Shiro sat on the toilet, two voices clashing wildly in her head. One voice said, "Forget it, let's just not wipe it this time. It won't do anything anyway. Just bear with it and it'll pass." Another voice said, No, it's really uncomfortable if I don't wipe it. It's all wet and sticky, and I can't sleep all night." She sat there, torn between wanting to give up and then feeling she couldn't take it anymore. She kept shifting her position on the toilet, but couldn't get up. Chun-Hao, who was standing outside, kept his back to her, listening intently to any sounds. He heard the water had stopped for a long time, but Jiang Shiro hadn't stood up or made a sound. He waited a while, then couldn't help but ask, "Shuiro, aren't you ready yet?" Jiang Shiro was startled by his voice and shrank back slightly, her voice soft and low. Okay. Chun-Hao said, "Shall I help you pull up your pants?" Chapter 36, I'll help you wipe it. Chun-Hao waited for a while, then couldn't help but ask, "Shuiro, aren't you ready yet?" Jiang Shiro was startled by his voice and shrank back slightly, her voice soft and low. Okay. Chun-Hao said, "Shall I help you pull up your pants?" Jiang Shiro hesitated for a long time before her voice floated out like a mosquito's hum. I haven't wiped it yet." Chun-Hao was stunned for a moment when he heard this. As a male, he had been using the toilet for over 20 years by simply shaking his head twice and finishing. He had no concept of wiping at all. It was only then that he realized that girls should wipe themselves clean with toilet paper after urinating. He had seen this kind of content when he was learning postpartum care skills, but his mind was too busy at the time, and he couldn't recall it for the time being. He patted his head and smiled somewhat regretfully. "I'm so sorry, I forgot about this. Let me wipe it for you." Jiang Shiro sat on the toilet, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. This might not be a good idea." Chun-Hao's tone was both gentle and firm. "What's wrong with that? You can't bend over right now, so I can't expect you to pull up your pants without wiping them first, can I? That would be too uncomfortable. I'll help you wipe it. Don't overthink it. He turned around as he spoke, but deliberately avoided looking down. Instead, he reached out and grabbed a piece of toilet paper from the shelf next to him, folding it several times into a thick little square. Then he squatted down and said softly, "Shuero, stand up a little and spread your legs apart. I'll wipe you down for a bit. It'll be over soon." Jiang Shuro's face was burning hot, as if it were about to smoke. She bit her lip, her heart pounding so hard she could hardly breathe. She knew Chun Hao was right. She was indeed in no condition to wipe it herself, and the longer she waited, the more embarrassing it would become. She closed her eyes, and with a sense of recklessness, she braced herself on the edge of the toilet with both hands, slightly raised her buttocks, and spread her legs a few centimeters apart. Chun Hao didn't look around aimlessly. His movements were swift and efficient. He quickly wiped her down with a folded piece of toilet paper, then got up and threw the paper into the nearby trash can. Throughout the process, although he caught a glimpse of something that made her heart race, he never looked at it inappropriately, and his expression remained natural, without showing any sign of embarrassment. After wiping her down, he bent down, grabbed her pants by the ankles with both hands, and carefully pulled them up to her waist, avoiding the wound on her abdomen with his fingers. Then he gently draped the waistband over her waist. "All right, you're dressed now." Chun Hao straightened up and reached out to support her arm again. "Come on, let me help you up." With his help, Jiang Shuoro slowly stood up, her legs still a little weak. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Chun Hao's face, her ears turning as red as if they were about to bleed. Chun Hao helped her out of the bathroom and back to her bedside. He then carefully helped her lie down and covered her with the blanket. He glanced down at his phone. It was almost 9:30 p.m. The corridor outside the ward was completely quiet. A small light was on at the nurse's station at the end of the corridor, and the footsteps of the nurses on duty were so light that they were almost inaudible. 5 little ones were sleeping soundly in the crib, their little bellies bulging, their breathing even and deep. Chun Hao stood by the hospital bed and tucked Jiang Shuoro's blanket down a little more. "Shuoro, it's almost 9:30. You should get some rest. You haven't had a moment's rest since the surgery, and your body needs to recover." Jiang Shuoro nodded and turned to look at him. "You should rest too? You're more tired than me." Chun Hao smiled, turned around and walked to the wall, unfolded the folding bed for the caregiver, took off his shoes and lay down. The bed wasn't big, but he was exhausted after a long day, and when he lay down on it, he felt like he was sinking into a comfortable position. He pulled the blanket over himself, turned his head to Jiang Shuoro, and said, "Okay, let's rest together." He had barely closed his eyes for 2 seconds when he heard a noise from the crib. First, Wu Bao let out a soft whimper, like a kitten meowing. Then the sound gradually grew louder, filled with grievance and urgency, and soon turned into a heart-wrenching wail. After this one started crying, the other 4 seemed to have been switched on, with the Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao all opening their mouths and wailing one after another. 5 small voices rang out loudly in the quiet night, instantly turning the entire ward into a small chorus of sobs. Chun Hao sighed and sat up from the folding bed, glancing wryly at the direction of the crib. "Looks like they don't plan to let us sleep here." He rolled out of bed, walked to the crib, bent down, and looked at the 5 little ones. Wu Bao cried the loudest, his little face turning red, his little hands waving wildly, and his mouth wide open. The Bao, Air Bao, San Bao, and Si Bao were not to be outdone, each yelling at the top of their lungs, their faces covered in tears and snot. Chun Hao checked their diapers, which were all dry. He then recalled the last time they were fed. It had been about 2.5 hours since then. He judged that he was hungry. "Shuero." He turned to look at Jiang Shuero on the hospital bed. "All 5 babies must be hungry. Do you have enough breast milk right now?" Jiang Shuero also propped herself up and sat up. She moved her chest and could feel a full, swollen sensation. "Yes, there should be enough for them to have a meal." Chun Hao nodded. "Then let's breastfeed first, then give formula so that every baby can have breast milk. You can continue breastfeeding while I go make the formula." He bent down and picked up the 5th baby, who was crying the loudest from the crib. The 5th child was the youngest, but when he cried the loudest. His little face scrunched up, and tears streamed down from the corners of his closed eyes. Chun Hao gently placed her on Jiang Shuoro's chest and adjusted her position. Jiang Shuoro unbuttoned her hospital gown, revealing her chest. As soon as Wu Bao's mouth touched her nipple, he immediately took it in and began to suck desperately. The crying stopped abruptly, leaving only the sound of gurgling swallows. Jiang Shiwero is no longer shy at all and openly breastfeeds her daughter in front of him. During the day, she insisted that he turn his back to her, but in just one day, she has become much more relaxed. Chunhao turned around and went to the counter, took out 5 different colored baby bottles, and began to wash, sterilize, and prepare formula in an orderly manner. He worked quickly, preparing warm water, milk powder, shaking, and testing the temperature one bottle after another, and neatly arranging them on the counter. When he finished preparing the formula, Wu Bao had almost finished eating. Jiang Shiwero gently moved her away from her chest. Wu Bao's little mouth was reluctant to let go, and she pouted and whimpered a couple of times when it was pulled away. Chunhao went over and took the 5 babies, temporarily putting them back in the crib, and then picked up the eldest baby and placed him on Jiang Shiwero's chest. Chapter 37, Sleep Aid Cherries. Chunhao went over and took the 5 babies, temporarily putting them back in the crib, and then picked up the eldest baby and placed him on Jiang Shiwero's chest. Let Bao eat for a while first, then I'll feed Wu Bao. He picked up Wu Bao again, took the light purple baby bottle, and gently touched the nipple to the corner of Wu Bao's mouth. The 5 babies weren't full yet, but as soon as the nipple touched them, they opened their mouths and sucked, their little fists gripping the edge of the bottle, eating quickly and eagerly. When I finished feeding the baby, burped him, and put him back in the crib, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully breastfed your 5th daughter. Reward: 1 pack of NB-size diapers. Already added to system inventory. Another pack of diapers. NB codes are being used up quickly. 5 babies need to use more than 20 codes a day, so the reward from the system are basically enough. Chunhao felt a surge of joy, then turned to look at Jiang Shiwero. Jiang Shiwero had almost finished feeding Bao, so Chunhao went over, took Bao from him, and held him in his arms, while placing Bao on Jiang Shiwero's chest. Bao closed his eyes, sucked on the pacifier, and drank the whole bottle in one go. After burping him, when he was put back in the crib, the system gave another notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your eldest daughter. Reward: 1 can of formula. Already added to system inventory. There are more and more milk powders available. Chunhao happily picked up his 2nd baby again, ready to breastfeed. The 2nd baby drinks milk a little slower than the first, sipping slowly and unhurriedly. It took almost 10 minutes to finish a bottle of milk. When I patted her back to burp her, she lazily yawned, tilted her little head on Chunhao's shoulder, and fell asleep. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your 2nd daughter. Reward: 10 sleep aid cherries. This cherry is rich in natural melatonin, which can effectively shorten the time it takes to fall asleep and prolong the duration of deep sleep. It is safe and has no side effects. Already added to system inventory. Chunhao's heart skipped a beat. Sleep-inducing cherries? This thing came at the perfect time. Both he and Jiang Shiwero were exhausted after a long day, especially Jiang Shiwero, who was already weak after undergoing major surgery. If she didn't sleep well tonight, it would greatly affect her recovery. These cherries are much safer than sleeping pills. They're a completely natural fruit with no side effects, making them perfect for helping you sleep. After settling the 2nd child in, he started feeding the 3rd child. Sanbao is an impatient child. He sucks hard as soon as the bottle is put in his mouth, without stopping for a moment, and only lets go after finishing the whole bottle in one go. When I burped him, he closed his eyes and waved his little fist as if to say, "I'm full, don't touch me." Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your 3rd daughter. Reward: 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's bank account. Another 10,000. Chunhao is no longer as excited about the cash reward, but the more the better. No one would complain about having too much money. After the 3 treasures are put back, there are 4 treasures. The 4th baby drinks milk in the most gentle way. He sucks slowly and steadily with the nipple in his little mouth, taking 2 sips and pausing, then taking 2 more sips and pausing again. His little face is quiet and peaceful, like a gentle little girl. Chunhao patiently waited for her to finish drinking, then took out the empty bottle, held it upright, and patted her back to help her burp. Congratulations, host, for feeding your 4th daughter. Reward: 1 longevity lock. Already added to system inventory. Another longevity lock. Chunhao's heart skipped a beat. I already had 3 longevity locks, and now I've got another one, so I have 4 now. I just need 1 more. Each of the 5 daughters will have one. They'll be able to collect them all soon. After the 4 babies were put back in their cribs, the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth babies all quieted down. The 5 little ones were all full and satisfied. Their eyes were tightly closed, their little faces were tilted back, their mouths were slightly open, and they were breathing evenly in turn. The ward fell silent again. Chen Hao stood by the crib and looked down for a few seconds. His 5 daughters were sleeping like 5 quiet kittens, their little chests rising and falling. The scene was peaceful and beautiful, but he still bent down and reached out to touch each of the 5 babies' diapers. And sure enough, they were almost all bulging. Newborns urinate frequently. Their diapers become completely full shortly after they have just finished eating. He turned around and took out the newly opened pack of NB-sized diapers from the storage box, and then rummaged through the box to find a pack of baby wipes. He found a convenient spot by the crib, unwrapped the baby's swaddling clothes, gently lifted her bottom, and pulled out the old diaper. Cleaned the baby's bottom with a wet wipe, then put on a new diaper. With his postpartum care skills and the practice he gained during the day, he can now change newborn diapers very quickly. Lifting his bottom, removing the old diaper, wiping clean, putting on a new diaper, and attaching the waist patch. The whole process has become muscle memory for him, making it quick and accurate. Congratulations, host, for changing your eldest daughter's diaper. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's bank account. Another system reward. He suppressed a laugh and continued changing his baby's diaper, repeating the same steps once more. Congratulations, host, for changing your second daughter's diaper. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's bank account. After feeding all 5 babies and making sure they were full, Chun Hao checked their diapers one by one. Sure enough, after drinking so much milk, the diapers were full and heavy, hanging down under the baby's bottom, some of them already showing faint yellow stains. 3 treasures for treasures, 5 treasures, one after another, in turn. Every time a new system is installed, a notification sound is heard, and each notification adds 10,000 yuan to the cost. After exchanging all 5, I received a total of 50,000 yuan. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking how great it was to be a stay-at-home dad, making money even from changing diapers. After the 5 daughters were put into dry diapers, they hummed comfortably, wiggled a couple of times, and then fell asleep again. Dabao smacked his lips twice, as if he were reliving the taste of the milk from that bottle in his dream. Erbao rolled over and lay on his side, his little fists resting on his cheeks. The 3, 4, and 5 treasures huddled together. The youngest, the 5th treasure, was squeezed in the middle by his 3 older sisters and didn't make a fuss, sleeping soundly on his back. The ward finally quieted down again. Chun Hao let out a long sigh of relief, lay back down on the folding bed, and turned his head to look at Jiang Shuiro on the hospital bed. The 5 little ones are finally quiet. Shuiro, you should go to sleep too. Jiang Shuiro looked at his exhausted appearance as he lay down, and her heart ached with heartache. Ahao, you worked hard today. You haven't stopped since this morning. Chen Hao smiled with his eyes closed. It's not hard at all. You should go to sleep. Jiang Shuiro hummed in agreement and closed her eyes as well. The ward quieted down, with only the soft hum of the air conditioner and the rhythmic breathing of the 5 babies. Chun Hao's breathing gradually calmed down, and he sank into the thin mattress of the folding bed, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard Jiang Shuiro's very soft voice from the other side of the hospital bed. Ahao, are you asleep? Chapter 38. Jiang Shuiro was responsible for breastfeeding, and Chen Hao was responsible for feeding formula. Chun Hao's breathing gradually calmed down, and he sank into the thin mattress of the folding bed, his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he heard Jiang Shuiro's very soft voice from the other side of the hospital bed. Ahao, are you asleep? Chun Hao's sleepiness was interrupted, but he showed no impatience, opening his eyes and turning his head to the side. Not yet, why? Jiang Shuiro's voice carried a hint of grievance. I can't sleep. There are too many things to do today. My mind is a mess. As soon as I close my eyes, I start thinking about this and that. I just can't calm down. Chun Hao immediately remembered the 10 sleep aid cherries that the system had just rewarded him with. He sat up from the folding bed, lowering his voice to a whisper. By the way, I passed a fruit stand on my way here tonight and bought some cherries. The cherry vendor told me that this variety of cherry contains natural melatonin, which can help people fall asleep after eating it. Do you want to give it a try? Jiang Shuiro blinked curiously. Cherry can help you sleep? Really? I only know that cherries are delicious. I've never heard of them curing insomnia. Hao smiled and said, "You'll know once you try." He stood up and walked to the canvas bag, pretending to rummage through it, but actually took out 6 cherries from his system backpack. The cherries are plump and deep red, almost purple, with a smooth and glossy surface that gleams enticingly under the light. He took the cherries to the sink. Although the system had indicated that the cherries were safe to eat without washing, he still habitually rinsed them under the water and then dried them with paper towels. He took a cherry and returned to Jiang Shuuro, then brought it to her lips. Before Jiang Shuuro even opened her mouth, the rich aroma of cherries wafted over, sweet with a hint of refreshing tartness, making one want to take a deep breath. She opened her mouth, and Hao gently placed the cherry into it. Jiang Shuuro took a bite, and the moment the fruit flesh broke between her teeth, a burst of rich juice erupted, sweet and refreshing, with an unusual freshness. The flesh is firm and juicy, without that soft and mushy texture. With each bite, you can feel the elasticity of the flesh and the burst of juice. She chewed twice and swallowed, her eyes suddenly lighting up. These are so delicious. How can these cherries be so good? They taste better than any cherries I've ever bought at the supermarket. Hao smiled, then picked up the second one and brought it to her lips. If it's delicious, I'll have another one. Jiang Shuuro opened her mouth and bit down, saying as she chewed, "You should eat too. Don't just feed me." Hao originally wanted to say, "You eat, I'm not hungry," but when he saw Jiang Shuuro's familiar expression, that if you don't eat, I won't eat either attitude, he realized it was true. He smiled helplessly, picked up a cherry, and put it in his mouth. The moment he bit into it, the rich fruity aroma exploded in his mouth. The ratio of sweetness to acidity was just right, and the flesh was crisp, tender, and juicy. It was more amazing than any cherry he had ever eaten in his life. The quality of product from the system is consistently high. He washed a total of 6 cherries, and the two of them shared them, one after another, and finished them off. Jiang Shuuro ate 3 pills, and Hao ate 3 pills. After finishing her meal, Jiang Shuuro wiped her mouth, lay back down on her pillow, and half closed her eyes. Strangely enough, less than 10 minutes after eating those 3 cherries, she felt a warm, drowsy feeling welling up from deep within her body. My eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and the jumbled thoughts in my mind gradually faded and drifted away, as if they had been gently wiped away with a soft cloth. Her breathing gradually became even and long. Her eyelashes lay quietly under her eyelids, and a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Hao also felt the same effect. The drowsiness came quickly and gently, not the kind of drowsy fatigue, but a very natural, comfortable feeling that the body spontaneously wanted to fall asleep. He lay back on the folding bed, and the moment his eyelids closed, he felt as if he were sinking into a pool of warm water, his consciousness slowly and steadily drifting into a deep sleep. Soon, they both fell asleep. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed into the ward through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm yellow glow on the white sheets of the crib. Hao and Jiang Shuuro were awakened almost simultaneously by a loud cry. Wu Bao's high-pitched voice was like a small trumpet, and a Bao, air Bao, sand Bao, and sea Bao joined in the chorus. Hao sat up on the folding bed, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at the wall clock. It was 6:40 a.m. He slept very soundly last night after eating sleep-inducing cherries. He spent more than an hour feeding and changing the baby's diapers in the middle of the night. He remembers glancing at his phone when he lay back on the folding bed. It was past 3 a.m. After that, he went back to sleep for 3 hours and felt quite energetic when he woke up. Jiang Shuuro also turned her head from the pillow. Although her face still showed signs of drowsiness from just waking up, she was in much better spirits than yesterday. She moved her arm, her voice hoarse from just waking up. "Ow, they must be hungry again." Hao had already stood up from the folding bed, walked to the crib, bent down, and touched the diapers of the 5 babies. They were all still dry, indicating that they hadn't urinated since they were changed last night. He straightened up and said to Jiang Shuuro, "They must be hungry. Lie down and don't move. I'll bring one over to feed them first." He picked up the Bao, who was crying the loudest, and placed him on Jiang Shuuro's chest. Jiang Shuuro had already unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her hospital gown and brought Bao close to her chest. After a whole day of repeated breastfeeding yesterday, she is now completely used to breastfeeding in front of Hao, and her movements are natural and graceful, no longer as secretive as she was at the beginning. Dabao sucked hard on the nipple, making gurgling, swallowing sounds in his throat. Chunhao took the opportunity to turn around and prepare the milk powder. He picked up the 5 different colored baby bottles, filled them with water, poured them out, scooped out the milk powder, and shook them well. All 5 actions were completed in one smooth motion. After working together last night, he and Jiang Shiwuro have developed a tacit understanding. Jiang Shiwuro is in charge of breast milk, and he is in charge of formula. When the two of them work together, the speed is several times faster than if they were working alone. After feeding to Bao for a few minutes, Chunhao took over and Bao took over. Bao was also starving. He held onto the nipple and wouldn't let go, his little hands gripping Jiang Shiwuro's clothes and pulling hard. Chunhao held the Bao and sat her down on the chair, then put the nipple from the pink bottle into her mouth. The Bao took 2 sips, sucking away with his little mouth, not picky at all. He enjoyed both breast milk and formula. The milk powder rewarded by the system is truly amazing. Chunhao had previously seen many new parents posting for help on forums, saying that their babies refused formula after getting used to breast milk and would cry whenever they drank it. But his 5 daughters are not picky eaters at all. After breastfeeding, they are fed formula, which they accept without question and finish every bottle. Chapter 39. Finally, the 5 little darlings were taken care of. The milk powder rewarded by the system is truly amazing. Chunhao had previously seen many new parents posting videos online asking for help, saying that their babies refused formula after getting used to breast milk and would cry as soon as they drank it. But his 5 daughters are not picky eaters at all. After breastfeeding, they are fed formula, which they accept without question and finish every bottle. The milk powder produced by the system is almost identical in quality to breast milk, with a delicate and smooth taste. No wonder all 5 babies love it so much. He breastfed the baby while silently waiting for the system notification. Sure enough, after Dabao finished the whole bottle, patted his back to burp, and was put back in the crib, the alarm sounded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully breastfed your eldest daughter. Reward: 2 packs of NB-sized diapers. Already added to system inventory. 2 more packs of diapers arrived. Chunhao's joy had turned into habitual satisfaction, and he then picked up Bao and began to feed him. The second baby drinks milk slower than the first, but finishes it all, leaving out a drop. The notification sound rang again. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your second daughter. Reward: 10,000 renminbi, already deposited into the system account. Then came the 3 treasures, the 4 treasures, and the 5 treasures, taking turns to appear. Jiang Shiwuro was also very cooperative, feeding each baby for 4 or 5 minutes before switching to the next. Her milk supply was noticeably more than yesterday. When feeding the second baby, I could hear clear swallowing sounds. It was no longer the case yesterday where the baby would only suck but not swallow. After feeding the third baby, I was rewarded with 5 premium bananas. After feeding the 4th baby, I was rewarded with 10 sleep-aiding cherries. And after feeding the 5th baby, I was rewarded with a can of milk powder. Adding to what he had accumulated yesterday, Chunhao's system inventory was now increasingly full of resources. After feeding all 5 babies, Chunhao did not rest. He bent down and touched each of his 5 daughters' diapers. Sure enough, they had peed while he was feeding them. The diapers of the eldest, second, and third daughters were all bulging, and the diapers of the 4th and 5th daughters were also slightly swollen. He turned around and took out a few more new diapers from the storage box in the corner, then squatted down by the crib and began to change them one by one. The notification sound came when Dabao finished changing. Congratulations, host. You changed your eldest daughter's diaper. Reward: 1 can of formula. Already added to system inventory. After changing my second child's diaper, I got a pack of newborn-sized diapers as a reward. After exchanging the 3 items, I received a cash reward of 10,000 yuan. After exchanging the 4 treasures, I received 5 premium bananas as a reward. After exchanging the 5 treasures, I was rewarded with 10 sleep-aid cherries. Chunhao rolled up the last old diaper and threw it into the trash can. He then wiped his hands with a wet wipe and straightened up, letting out a long breath. He's been busy since around 6 a.m., and it's taken him almost an hour and a half to feed the baby and change the diaper. The 5 babies are now lying comfortably in their cribs, their bellies full, their little faces relaxed, and each one with their eyes closed, quiet and peaceful. He walked to Jiang Shiwuro's bedside, a tired but satisfied smile on his lips. Finally, I've taken good care of my 5 little darlings. Jiang Shiwero leaned against the pillows, looking at him with tenderness and concern in her eyes. You've worked hard too? You've been busy all morning. Sit down and take a rest. Chen Hao sat down on the chair beside the bed, leaned back, and stretched. I can't rest. I have to go back and make you postpartum meals. You haven't had breakfast yet. The food in the hospital cafeteria isn't as good as what I make. You just gave birth and can't eat that. Jiang Shiwero quickly shook her head. No need for all that trouble. You've been busy all morning and haven't even had a chance to catch your breath yet. You could just buy some porridge or steamed buns at the hospital cafeteria. There's no need to go back and cook. Just as Chen Hao was about to retort, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the ward door. Chen Hao, you don't need to go back to make postpartum meals. Before she could finish speaking, the ward door was pushed open, and Zhou Xiaoyu walked in carrying 2 bulging plastic bags, smiling as she changed her shoe covers. She wore a light yellow sweatshirt today, her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she looked much more energetic than yesterday. She placed one of the plastic bags on Jiang Shiwero's bedside table. I saw that you made red bean, peanut, and red date porridge for Shui Ro yesterday, so I thought she might like to eat it. A new kanji shop opened on the corner of the street downstairs. I thought their kanji looked pretty good, so I bought you a bowl of red bean, peanut, and red date kanji to bring up. Jiang Shiwero looked at the plastic bowl, lid sticking out of the plastic bag, and felt a warmth in her heart. Xiaoyu, you went out to buy porridge so early in the morning. Thank you. Zhou Xiaoyu waved her hand. Why are you being so polite with me? She handed another plastic bag to Chen Hao. This is the breakfast I bought for you. Pancakes and soy milk. I've been eating at this pancake stall near my school for 3 years now, and it tastes pretty good. It certainly won't taste as good as what you make, but it'll fill my stomach. Chen Hao took the pancakes and soy milk, feeling a warm glow inside. Although Zhou Xiaoyu is sharp-tongued and sometimes likes to interrogate him, she's really thoughtful. She ran out early in the morning to buy breakfast for the 2 of them, and he remembered her kindness. Thanks, Xiaoyu. Chen Hao placed the pancakes and soy milk on the counter, but didn't eat them right away. He turned and walked to Jiang Shiwero's bedside, first pushing the movable dining table next to the bed over, adjusting its height and angle. Then, he took the red bean, peanut, and red date porridge that Zhou Xiaoyu had bought out of the plastic bag, opened the lid, placed it on the dining table, and put a plastic spoon next to the bowl. Shuiro, you eat first. Now that you can eat by yourself, I won't feed you anymore, Chen Hao said with a smile. Jiang Shiwero was so embarrassed yesterday, but now she's completely relaxed. She smiled, picked up a spoon, scooped a spoonful of porridge in her mouth, and nodded to Chen Hao. I can eat by myself. You go and eat your pancake. All right. Chen Hao nodded, then picked up his own pancake and soy milk, sat back down, and unpacked them. The pancake is made by rolling up a thin multigrain pancake and filling it with egg, crispy fried dough sticks, lettuce, and sauce. I took a bite, and the taste was average, nothing amazing, but not bad either, just the normal level of an ordinary snack stall. Zhou Xiaoyu also took out her share from the bag, and the 3 of them started eating. Zhou Xiaoyu took a bite of the pancake, chewed it twice, and sighed softly as she swallowed it. So I used to think that the pancakes made by this pancake stall were so delicious, and I would go and buy one every few days. But after eating Chen Hao's fried rice and instant noodles yesterday, this tasted really just so today. Jiang Shiwero, with a mouthful of porridge in her mouth, nodded upon hearing this, swallowed it, and then replied, I also think Hao's cooking skills are amazing. This bowl of red bean, peanut, and red date porridge is not bad, but is not as good as the one Hao made for me yesterday. Hao's was thick and sticky. The beans were cooked until they were soft and mushy, and the sweetness was just right. This one was a little lacking. Chapter 40, Will you really cook for me for the rest of your life? I also think Hao's cooking skills are amazing. This bowl of red bean, peanut, and red date porridge is not bad, but it is not as good as the one Hao made for me yesterday. Hao's was thick and sticky. The beans were cooked until they were soft and mushy, and the sweetness was just right. This one was a little lacking. Chen Hao was eating a pancake when he heard the 2 people praising his cooking, and he felt a warm glow inside. He swallowed the pancake in his mouth, turned to Jiang Shiwero, and said, Shuiro, since you like my cooking so much, I'll cook for you every day from now on, 3 meals a day, plus a midnight snack. I'll cook for you for the rest of my life. Jiang Shiwero paused, her spoon still in her hand. She looked up at Chen Hao, her eyes sparkling, her voice filled with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Really? You're really going to cook for me for the rest of your life? Don't lie to me. Chun Hao looked at her expectant yet fearful expression, and a smile crept onto his face. Of course it's true. Chun Hao, keep my word. If you don't believe me. He extended his right hand, hooking his little finger upwards. Let's pinky swear. Jiang Shiuro was stunned for a moment. Then a big smile bloomed on her face. She put down the spoon, stretched out her right little finger, and hooked it with Chun Hao's little finger. Their fingers intertwined, and Chun Hao murmured, "Pinky promise, 100 years of unwavering commitment," which Jiang Shiuro repeated after him. Then they both burst out laughing. Zhou Xiaoyu, sandwiched in the middle with half a pancake in her mouth, rolled her eyes at the sight, took the pancake off, took a bite, and mumbled, "You two are at it again. You're treating me like a third wheel again. How old are you? Still making pinky promises all the time. It's so cheesy." Chun Hao loosened his grip, turned his head to look at Zhou Xiaoyu, a smug smile playing on his lips. "We're happy to do it. If you find it cheesy, just close your eyes and plug your ears, then you won't see or hear it." Zhou Xiaoyu scoffed, took a big bite of the pancake, chewed with her cheeks bulging, and ignored them. The three of them quickly finished their breakfast. Chun Hao collected the empty bowl and plastic packaging and threw them into the trash can. He had just wiped his hands and stood up when he heard a noise coming from the crib. Wu Bao was the first to open his eyes, pouted his little mouth, and then started crying loudly. Then Si Bao started crying, followed by Debao, Bao, and Sam Bao. As if by some signal, all 5 babies started a new round of crying at the same time. Jiang Shiuro frowned. "Why are they crying again? Hao and I just fed them not long ago. They shouldn't be hungry." Zhou Xiaoyu put down her cup of soy milk, leaned closer to the crib, and peeked inside for a few moments. "Is the diaper wet again?" Jiang Shiuro said. "Hao just changed their diapers. It's impossible for them to be wet again so quickly." Zhou Xiaoyu scratched her head, looking confused. "Then why do they suddenly start crying again? They've eaten, their diapers have been changed. What else do they want?" Chun Hao also walked to the crib and bent down to look at his 5 daughters. They were kicking around in the bed with their little hands and feet outstretched, their eyes wide open, staring at the white ceiling above them, their faces red from crying. The 5 little ones look much better than when they were born yesterday. Their skin color is gradually changing from purplish red to pinkish white, and their facial features have also become more relaxed. Chun Hao thought for a moment, and suddenly an idea came to him. He turned around and took out a stack of colored paper and 2 pairs of child safety scissors that he had bought at the stationery store yesterday from a plastic bag under the counter, and also found a roll of transparent fishing line and double-sided tape. Seeing his actions, Jiang Shiuro tilted her head curiously. "Ow, what are you doing with those color papers? Are you going to fold paper now?" Zhou Xiaoyu also looked suspicious. "What good will origami do? They're crying so hard. Do you think you can soothe them by folding a few pieces of paper into a little toy?" Chun Hao spread the colored paper out on the counter while responding with a smile. "Give it a try. Maybe it will work for them." He laid out the colored paper according to color, picking out a few sheets of each: purple, pink, blue, green, and yellow. Known as a craftsman, he can effortlessly unleash various origami techniques the moment his fingers touch paper. He first took a square piece of purple paper, folded it in half, flipped it over, pressed the corners, and folded the edges, his fingers flying across the paper. The outline of a paper crane appears, with its wings spread and its head pointed, looking lifelike when placed in the palm of your hand. Jiang Shiuro lay on the hospital bed, watching his fingers move nimbly between the papers, blinking in surprise. She initially thought Chun Hao could only fold the most basic origami cranes or paper boats, but she soon realized she was wrong. Chun Hao picked up another piece of blue paper, folded it a few times, and it turned into a small paper boat with a canopy. Next came a pink piece of paper, which he folded and pressed between his fingers until it became a round paper frog with stripes on its back. The green paper was folded into an adorable panda with a round head and 2 dark circles under its eyes. He folded the yellow paper into a paper rose, with petals layered upon each other, curling outwards from the center, resembling the shape of a real rose by about 70 to 80%. He folded another piece of purple paper into a rabbit with long, upright ears. He folded one after another, each one a different shape. Paper cranes, paper boats, paper frogs, paper pandas, paper roses, paper rabbits, paper butterflies, paper stars, paper windmills. I folded 9 in one go, each a different color and shape, and arranged them neatly on the counter. After folding each one, He would take a piece of transparent fishing line, cut it, and stick it to the top of the origami with double-sided tape to make a hanging rope. Jiang Shiro's mouth was slightly open as she watched, and she couldn't close it for a long time. She had initially thought Chun Hao's origami skills were limited to folding a simple paper airplane, but she was surprised to learn he could fold so many different patterns. Moreover, each one is folded to perfection, with smooth and exquisite lines, a level that no novice could possibly achieve. Zhou Xiaoyu also crowded around the counter, staring wide-eyed at the row of origami trinkets. Chen Haoyu, you're amazing. These paper roses look just like real flowers, and look at the ears of this paper rabbit. They're so pretty standing up. Where did you learn all this? I had no idea you had this skill. Chun Hao folded the last petal of the paper windmill in his hand and said with a smile, I used to learn by watching online tutorials when I had free time, and I became proficient after practicing a lot. He tied all 9 origami pieces to fishing line, then picked up his 5 daughters one by one from their cribs and laid them flat on the hospital bed in a spacious area near the window, making it easier for him to work. The 5 little ones cried even harder when they were moved and kicked their little arms and legs even more vigorously. Chun Hao stood beside the crib, attaching each of the 9 origami pieces one by one to the top beam of the crib using transparent tape. Arrange the origami in color spacing order and hang each origami at a height approximately directly above the baby's line of sight when they're lying on their backs. Chapter 41, Obtaining Birth Certificates for 5 Daughters. Chun Hao stood beside the crib, attaching each of the 9 origami pieces one by one to the top beam of the crib using transparent tape. Arrange the origami in color spacing order and hang each origami at a height approximately directly above the baby's line of sight when they're lying on their backs. A paper crane hangs above Da Bao's head. A paper boat hangs above Air Bao. A paper frog faces San Bao. A paper panda faces Si Bao. And a paper rabbit faces Wu Bao. The remaining few were scattered in different places on the ceiling, with colorful origami swaying gently above the crib. A magical thing happened in that instant. The 5 treasures were the first to quiet down. She was yelling at the top of her lungs when her gaze was suddenly drawn to the long-eared paper rabbit above her head. The paper rabbit, with its fishing line dangling, swayed gently, its body rotating slightly, casting a small shadow in the morning light. Wu Bao's crying choked for a moment, then turned into whimpers, and finally even the whimpers stopped. Her little mouth was half open, her eyes were fixed on the paper rabbit, and her hands and feet also became quiet. Then there's Da Bao. The origami crane above her head slowly turned in the air currents, its red paper wings slightly unfurling. Da Bao's gaze followed the origami crane. His little head tilted slightly, and his red, tear-stained face slowly relaxed. His eyebrows stopped furrowing, and instead, he wore a curious and focused expression. Bao saw a paper boat above his head, Sam Bao saw a paper frog, and Si Bao saw a paper panda. The 5 little ones seemed to have been stopped by some invisible switch, and their crying stopped one after another. Then they started laughing. Da Bao's lips curled up slightly. Then his whole face lit up, and he made iya sounds. 2 short legs kicked back and forth on the bed, and little hands reached for the origami cranes above their heads. Bao looked at the paper boat and giggled, her voice crisp and tender, like a little bell. Sam Bao, Si Bao, and Wu Bao were all wriggling their little bodies on the bed, using their hands and feet to pounce upwards, making all sorts of indistinct yet cheerful sounds. The 5 little ones' eyes sparkled, and 9 colorful origami figures swayed gently in the morning light above their heads. Each one is spinning, swaying, and casting tiny shadows like a miniature paper zoo. The 5 daughters' eyes followed the origami, babbling and gesturing excitedly, overjoyed. Jiang Shiro lay on the hospital bed, turning her head to look at this scene, completely stunned. She watched her 5 daughters go from wailing to quieting down and then laughing and waving their arms in less than half a minute, all because of those little trinkets made of colored paper on their heads. She turned to look at Chun Hao, her eyes filled with shock and admiration. Zhou Xiaoyu was stunned for a long time, her mouth agape. She watched the 5 babies in their cribs reaching out their tiny hands to grab the origami. Looking again at Chun Hao standing beside them, gently wiggling the fishing line to tease them, she couldn't help but sigh. Chun Hao, you're really amazing. You folded a few little things from colored paper and managed to calm down all 5 little devils who were crying their eyes out. You're such a resourceful father. Just then, a nurse walked into the ward carrying a writing board. The nurse walked to the bedside, first glancing down at the 5 waving babies in the crib, and couldn't help but smile. Then she looked up at Jiang Shiuro. Mommy, we need to start processing the birth certificates for our 5 babies. I'd like to ask if you've chosen names for your 5 babies yet. If you have, please tell me the names so I can register them. If you haven't picked it up yet, you should do so as soon as possible, as your name needs to be written on the birth certificate. Chun Hao withdrew his hand from the counter, which was fiddling with origami, and stood up straight. We've already chosen a name. The nurse nodded, took a pen from a whiteboard, and opened the form clipped to her desk. Okay, then tell me what the names of the 5 babies are. Chun Hao walked over to the nurse and cleared his throat. The eldest daughter is named Chun Rojin. The second daughter is named Chun Ruashi. The third daughter is named Chun Ruadong. The fourth daughter is named Chun Ruolin. And the fifth daughter is named Chun Ruashiwa. If it is the RUO of Wanro, then Jean is the Jean of beautiful jade. 11 is the 11 of stream. Tong is the Tong of Wutong tree. Lawn is the lawn of mountain mist. And Shui is the Shui of snowflakes. As the nurse listened, she filled in the forms one by one, the pen tip scratching across the paper. After writing the last character for snow, she looked up at Chun Hao and smiled. These names all sound nice, elegant, and easy to pronounce, much better than what many parents choose. Jiang Shiuro, lying in the hospital bed, added, the baby's father came up with all 5 names himself. He came up with all 5 names by himself, and I didn't help with any of them. The nurse turned to look at Chun Hao with some surprise, sizing him up and down. You named all of these by yourself? You're quite cultured. I never would have guessed. Many fathers either casually flip through a dictionary or hire a name giver to choose a name for their child. It's rare to see someone actually come up with such a beautiful and meaningful name on their own. Chun Hao was a little embarrassed by the praise and scratched the back of his head. It's not that amazing. I just figured it out after thinking about it for a long time. The nurse looked down and filled in a few more items on the form, then looked up and asked, please also provide the parents' names and ID numbers, as these are required for obtaining a birth certificate. Chun Hao gave his name and ID number, and then gave Jiang Shiuro's name and ID number. The nurse wrote them down one by one, checked them to make sure there were no discrepancies, and then closed the writing board. All right, I'll register the information you provided for now. The birth certificate should be ready by this afternoon, and someone will notify you to pick it up then. She packed up her notebook and was about to turn and leave when Jiang Shiuro called out to her. Nurse, I'd like to ask when I can be discharged. The nurse stopped and turned back. It depends on the doctor's assessment. Generally, it takes 3 to 5 days after a cesarean section, depending on your physical recovery, wound healing, and bowel movements, etc. The attending physician will perform an examination during rounds later and will inform you then. Jiang Shiuro nodded. Okay, thank you, nurse. The nurse smiled, turned around, and walked out of the ward. Chun Hao returned to the crib, where his 5 daughters were still grinning foolishly at the origami above their heads. Dabao's eyes followed a red origami crane from left to right, his little neck twisting and turning, and he made ah sounds. Erbao stretched out her little hands and tried to grab the paper boat. Her little fingers were as thin as matchsticks. She tried several times, but couldn't reach it. But she didn't get angry. If she couldn't reach it, she would change her posture and try again. The 3 babies, 4 babies, and 5 babies were all wriggling on the bed, kicking their little feet and loosening their swaddling clothes. About an hour passed quietly in the ward, then the nurse came in again. Chapter 42 rewards the title of God of Medicine. About an hour passed quietly in the ward, and then the nurse came in again. This time, she held a notification slip in her hand and walked directly up to Chun Hao. Your baby's birth certificate is ready. Go to the inpatient hall on the 1st floor. There's a special window for processing birth certificates. Sign up and collect it there. Chun Hao took the notification slip and glanced at it. It contained the baby's name, date of birth, and parents' information. After confirming that everything was correct, he nodded. Okay, I'll go right away. He turned to Jiang Shiuro and said, I'll be right back, then nodded to Zhou Xiaoyu before pushing open the door and leaving the ward. He walked down the corridor to the elevator, pressed the down button. The elevator doors opened, he got in, and pressed the 1st floor button. As the elevator descended, he glanced down at the notice in his hand again. His 5 daughters' names were neatly arranged on it. Chun Ruajin, Chun Ruashi, Chun Ruadong, Chun Ruolin, Chun Ruashiwa. He came up with each name himself. Now that it's printed in black and white, he felt a surge of inexplicable satisfaction. The elevator reached the 1st floor, the doors opened, and the outpatient hall was bustling with people. There was a long queue at the registration window, and several pregnant women were sitting on chairs in the waiting area next door. Chen Hao walked through the lobby and found the direction of the inpatient lobby by following the signs on the wall. The inpatient lobby was quieter than the outpatient area, with only a few people queuing at each of the windows. He found a window with the sign Birth Medical Certificate Processing and went over to join the queue. The two people in front of him finished quickly, and it was his turn. A staff member in his 30s, wearing glasses, sat inside the window, looking down at the computer screen. "Do you need to pick up your birth certificate? Please provide your name." Chen Hao said. "Chen Hao, all 5 babies are mine. Twins, triplets, quintuplets." The staff member looked up at him, her eyes clearly showing surprise, but she didn't say anything and instead lowered her head to type a few keys. Then he pulled a stack of documents from the printer next to him, placed them on the table, and pushed them over. "Sign here in these places, and that's it." Chen Hao picked up the pen and bent down to sign each document one by one. There were 5 documents in total, and he signed each one quickly and steadily. After signing, he pushed the document back, and the staff took it, checked it, took out 5 rectangular cards from the drawer, neatly stacked them together, and handed them out the window. Chen Hao took it, looked down, and saw that it was the birth certificate of his 5 daughters. The border is light green, with the national emblem printed in the upper left corner, a serial number in the upper right corner, and the baby's name, gender, date of birth, place of birth, parents' names, and ID numbers in the middle. Each sheet of paper was printed with the name of one of the daughters: Chen Ruijin, Chen Ruoxi, Chen Ruodong, Chen Ruolin, and Chen Ruoxiwe. The 5 names were neatly arranged on separate sheets of paper. His hands were trembling slightly. This is the first official document his daughters have since they came into this world. It's white paper with black ink and the hospital's red stamp, signifying that from this day forward, they are people with identities. He carefully folded the 5 birth certificates and put them into the inside pocket of his jacket, his heart filled with joy. Just as he put the last certificate away, a barrage of notification sounds went off in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a birth certificate for your eldest daughter. Reward, title Medical God. Effect: the host becomes proficient in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine general practice skills, including but not limited to internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, basic traditional Chinese medicine, formulas, acupuncture, and massage." The title has been automatically activated. A flood of medical knowledge rushed into Chen Hao's mind. Anatomical structure of the human body, physiological indicators and data, pathological disease mechanisms, and pharmacological mechanisms of drug action. How to interpret Western medical lab reports, how to read imaging films, and the procedures and precautions for various surgeries. The 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. The pathways of the 12 meridians and the distribution of acupoints. The 4 properties and 5 flavors of Chinese herbs and their meridian tropism, and the composition and therapeutic effects of hundreds of commonly used prescriptions. It also includes professional knowledge in obstetrics and gynecology, pediatric growth and development assessment standards, and methods for handling common neonatal diseases. These things unfolded in his mind like turning the pages of a book, as clearly as a veteran doctor who had studied for decades. Chen Hao closed his eyes briefly, waiting until the torrent of information subsided before opening them again. He looked down at his hands and felt that if he were given a scalpel now, he could perform a decent appendectomy. He exhaled, feeling both surprised and delighted. With the title of Medical God, he could now diagnose and treat any illness in his family immediately, eliminating the need for him to rush to the hospital in a panic. Then a second notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a birth certificate for your second daughter. Reward: 1 longevity lock. Already added to system inventory. How about my 5th longevity lock?" Chen Hao quickly counted in his mind. Simbao got 1 last time, Sibao got 1 last time, Debao and Erbao each got 1 when they got their certificates, plus the 1 he just got. That makes 5 in total. Each of his 5 daughters had 1, and none were left out. He couldn't help but smile. The third notification tone followed immediately. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a birth certificate for your 3rd daughter. Reward: a lullaby." The complete melody and humming style of this divine song have been directly implanted into the host's mind. When the host hums this divine song, it can effectively lull children under 10 to sleep within 60 seconds. It works even better when used in conjunction with the title God of Song. It also has a certain sleep-aiding effect on adults. A gentle and soothing melody floated into Chun Hao's mind, like a lullaby, simple and melodious, with a particularly reassuring rhythm. He tried humming a little bit in his head, and just imagining the melody made his breathing calmer. With this lullaby, when his 5 daughters cry and won't sleep at night, he can hum a few lines and they will calm down. It's simply a baby soothing miracle. The fourth notification sound rang again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a birth certificate for your fourth daughter. Reward, title Storytelling King. Effect, the host can spontaneously create interesting and educational fairy tales at any time. The stories effectively enhance children's knowledge, imagination, concentration, and language skills. The title has been automatically activated. A flood of information rushed into my mind, but this time it wasn't medical knowledge. Instead, it was the framework of a series of wonderful fairy tales. Various animals, forests, castles, and adventure plots are strung together like beads. He can pull out a complete and vivid story at will. When his 5 daughters grow up and ask him to tell them stories, he can recite them without having to search through his phone for those overused fairy tales. Chapter 43 rewards a bottle of God-level beauty cream. The fifth notification tone sounded last. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a birth certificate for your 5th daughter. Reward, 1 bottle of divine beauty cream. This beauty cream is made from natural herbal extracts and is safe and non-irritating. Benefits include improving dry and flaky skin, deeply hydrating and moisturizing, fading dark spots, brightening and whitening, reducing fine lines and wrinkles, delaying skin aging, improving rough skin texture, and leaving skin smooth and delicate. It is particularly effective in removing moles, scars, age spots, and stretch marks. Already added to system inventory. Chun Hao's heart skipped a beat. This amazing skin beautifying cream can remove stretch marks and scars. Jiang Shiwero was pregnant with quintuplets, and her belly was so big that she must have a lot of stretch marks. In addition, she will have a scar on her abdomen after the cesarean section. He had been thinking about how to help Jiang Shiwero remove these marks. Girls love beauty, and she must feel bad having such obvious marks on her body. Now the system has given him this God-level beauty cream, which can eliminate all kinds of stretch marks and surgical scars. It's practically tailor-made for Jiang Shiwero. He stood at the window, stunned for a good 10 seconds, his mind churning with all the new knowledge and rewards he couldn't quite process. Just by getting birth certificates for my 5 daughters, I received a healing elixir, a longevity lock, a lullaby, a storytelling master, and a beauty cream, each one more useful than the last. It's so awesome. The staff at the window noticed he was standing still after signing, so they called out to him. Oh, sir, your birth certificate is ready. Is there anything else? Chun Hao snapped out of his daze and quickly waved his hand. No, thank you. He pressed the 5 birth certificates into his pocket again, turned and left the window, walked through the hospital lobby, and entered the elevator. The elevator went up to the 7th floor, the door opened, and he walked quickly back toward 713. When Jiang Shiwero pushed the door open, she was talking to Zhou Xiaoyu with her head turned to the side. Hearing the door open, she turned around and saw the undisguised smile on Chun Hao's face. She couldn't help but smile herself. It's done? I can tell from your expression that it's definitely done. Chun Hao walked to the bedside, carefully took out 5 birth certificates from his pocket, and spread them out one by one in his palm. Everything's done. Take a look. Jiang Shiwero reached out and took it, flipping through the pages one by one. Each certificate was printed with her youngest daughter's name and birth information. As she looked at them, her eyes welled up with tears. Her fingers gently caressed the edges of the papers, as if she had touched something especially precious. Zhou Xiaoyu had already come over and snatched all 5 certificates from Jiang Shiwero's hand, examining them carefully one by one. TSK, birth certificate. This is the first document for these 5 little ones to come into this world. With this, you can register your household, apply for Social Security, and attend school. It's very important. She took the 5 birth certificates and walked to the crib, shaking the cards at the 5 little ones. Babies, look at this. This is your birth certificate. You are now legally registered, and no one can call you unregistered anymore. The 5 little ones, of course, couldn't understand what Zhou Xiaoyu was saying. Their eyes were fixed on the colorful origami above their heads. De Bao's gaze followed a blue paper butterfly from left to right, his little mouth slightly open, with a bit of glistening drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. Bao was babbling below, stretching out and retracting her little hands, as if she were greeting the paper frog above her head. Sanbao, Sibao, and Wu Bao each stared intently at their favorite origami creations, their eyes sparkling, their toes kicking merrily. Zhou Xiaoyu returned the birth certificate to Chen Hao, then turned to look at the little ones in the crib and chuckled. Hey, you little ingrates, I'm talking to you, and your eyes are just staring at those pieces of paper. Are these paper scraps your dad folded really that fun? The 5 little ones, of course, did not respond to her. They continued to babble and laugh and reach out to the origami above their heads. Just then, the door to the ward was knocked twice from the outside and then pushed open. A middle-aged female doctor in a white coat walked in, carrying a folder in her hand. She walked to the bedside, glanced at the medical record card hanging at the foot of the bed, then opened the folder and looked at the records inside. She looked up at Jiang Shuero and said, Jiang Shuero, your recovery is going very well. I checked your vital signs yesterday. Your blood pressure is normal, your blood test results are basically back to normal, your wound is healing well, and you passed gas and stool this morning. Based on your current physical condition, you can be discharged today. Jiang Shuero was stunned for a moment. Then a big smile bloomed on her face. You can be discharged today? Really? Zhou Xiaoyu was shocked first. Doctor, my friend had a C-section yesterday morning and is being discharged today. Is that okay? Shouldn't she stay a few more days for observation? No need, the doctor said with a smile and a shake of his head. Under normal circumstances, a cesarean section does require hospitalization for 3 to 5 days, but everyone's physical condition is different, and the recovery speed is also different. Your friend's recovery speed is among the fastest I've seen for C-sections. Her uterus is contracting well, and there's no redness, swelling, or discharge from the wound. The patient's vital signs are stable, there are no post-operative complications, and all indicators have recovered ideally, meeting the discharge criteria. Staying in a hospital is just occupying a bed. Going home to recuperate is the same. I've worked in obstetrics for over 10 years, and it's true that not many patients meet the discharge criteria just one day after a C-section. But your friend's case is an example. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuero's face lit up, and a big smile bloomed on her face. Great, I can go home today. She quickly turned her head to look at Chen Hao. Hao, hurry up and help me with the discharge procedures. Chen Hao nodded, feeling very happy. Although the hospital was not bad, it was not my home. The beds were narrow, the corridors were noisy, and it was difficult to turn around when 5 babies were crammed into one crib. After returning home, the space was much more spacious, and he was able to take care of Jiang Shuero and their 5 daughters more easily. He responded, Okay, I'll go take care of it now. You wait here, and I'll come back to pick you up when I'm done. He turned to Zhou Xiaoyu and added another instruction. Xiaoyu, could you watch over Shuero and the babies for me? I'll be right back. Zhou Xiaoyu waved her hand. Go ahead, I'll take care of things here. Chen Hao turned and walked out of the ward, his steps quickening even more than when he went to get his birth certificate. He walked briskly down the corridor to the elevator, pressed the down button. The elevator doors opened. He stepped inside and pressed the button for the first floor. The elevator doors slowly closed in front of him, and the floor numbers jumped down one by one. Chapter 44. Rewards for assisting new mothers with hospital discharge. After leaving the ward, Chen Hao did not go directly to complete the discharge procedures. He first walked to the stairwell at the end of the corridor, pushed open the heavy fire door, slipped inside, and then gently closed the door behind him. The stairwell was empty. The cement steps were still covered with a thin layer of dust, and the dust on the fire extinguisher box in the corner was still there, just like when he came here to pick up the storage box the day before yesterday. He looked around and checked the corner again, making sure there was no one around and no surveillance cameras before he felt relieved. 2 large white storage boxes were placed on the floor at the corner of the stairwell. He deliberately chose a less crowded time when he dragged the 2 boxes out of the ward, and now they are quietly placed against the wall. The diapers, formula, bottles, nursing bras, breast pumps, and other items inside were all neatly arranged. Chen Hao placed his hand on the lid of the box and silently said, Retrieve from system inventory. The 2 storage boxes wobbled slightly under his palm, then vanished from the ground as if dissolved in air, leaving not a speck of dust behind. These 2 boxes were originally system-generated items, so they can naturally be stored back in the system inventory. He dusted off imaginary dust from his hands, pushed open the door to the stairwell, and walked down the corridor to the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, he took out his phone and checked the time. It was a little after 9 in the morning. The elevator arrived, and he went in and pressed the button for the first floor. There were fewer people in the hospital lobby than in the morning, with only a few scattered queues at the windows. He found the discharge settlement window and stood at the very back of the line. The two people in front of me finished quickly. When it was his turn, he handed in Jiang Shuro's hospital deposit slip, social security card, and ID card together. The staff at the window took the form, verified the information, worked on the computer for a while, printed out a settlement slip, and handed it out. Jiang Shuro gave birth to quintuplets via cesarean section. She was hospitalized for 1 day. The total cost was over 18,000 yuan. Social Security reimbursed 12,000 yuan, and the out-of-pocket expense was 6,300 yuan, which was deducted from the deposit. The remaining deposit will be refunded to you. Chun Hao paid the out-of-pocket expenses, and the staff completed the discharge registration on the computer. They put a bunch of documents, including the discharge summary, expense list, and Social Security settlement statement, into a paper bag and handed it out, then returned the remaining deposit. The entire process took less than 10 minutes, and the discharge procedures were completed. Chen Hao had just taken the order and turned to leave when a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the discharge procedures for the new mother. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Chen Hao paused for a moment. He looked at the settlement statement in his hand. Because Jiang Shiwero had Social Security reimbursement for her cesarean section, the out-of-pocket expenses were actually not much. Now the system has rewarded him with another 10,000 yuan. So he not only didn't spend any money, but actually made a lot of money. He folded the receipt with a satisfied smile, put it in his pocket, and turned to leave the window. But he didn't rush back to his ward. He walked to the stairwell on the other side of the hospital lobby, pushed open the door, and slipped inside. Just like before, he checked his surroundings to make sure no one was there and there were no surveillance cameras. Then, with a thought, he took out the specially made crib from his system backpack. The crib was folded up and stored in a long, narrow cloth bag. He unzipped the bag, revealing a silver-gray metal frame and a dark blue mattress cover. He unfolded the bed using the latches on the folding mechanism, and after the four corners were opened, the bed stood steadily on the ground. The bed is equipped with 4 omnidirectional casters at the bottom, making it smooth and silent to push. The bed isn't very big, but the interior space is enough to accommodate 6 babies lying side by side. The surrounding railings are height adjustable, and the inside of the railings is wrapped with a layer of soft protective cotton. He pushed the crib out of the stairwell, its wheels rolling softly on the hallway tiles. The elevator doors were open, so he pushed in and pressed the button for the 7th floor. As the elevator went up, he glanced down at the spacious interior of the bed, thinking to himself that he would put this bed in his bedroom or living room at home someday. It's much more convenient for him to have his 5 daughters play and sleep inside than to carry them around one by one. When the elevator reached the 7th floor, he pushed the crib along the corridor to the door of Ward 713 and heard Zhou Xiaoyu and Jiang Shiwero talking inside. When Chun Hao pushed the door open, he immediately saw that Jiang Shiwero had changed out of her blue and white striped hospital gown. She was wearing a loose-fitting off-white knitted cardigan and dark gray cotton trousers, her hair loosely tied back with a black hair tie. Although her face still had a slight postpartum pallor, she looked much more refreshed and was folding a blanket next to the hospital bed. Zhou Xiaoyu was bending over and tidying up the things next to the cabinet. The small travel bag that Jiang Shiwero brought when she was admitted to the hospital was now bulging with daily necessities, changes of clothes, and odds and ends piled up on the counter. She sighed as she stuffed the contents in her bag. Oh my goodness, Shiwero, you have so much stuff. Water bottle, towel, charger, slippers. You can barely fit all in. After tidying up the things on the cabinet, she straightened up, dusted off her hands, and looked up to see 5 sleeping babies in the crib. Suddenly, she stopped what she was doing, and her expression changed instantly. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I forgot something important. Jiang Shiwero was placing the folded blanket at the foot of the bed when she heard her exclamation and looked up. What's wrong? Zhou Xiaoyu pointed to the crib provided by the hospital. This crib belongs to the hospital, and we can't take it with us after we're discharged. But how are we going to get all 5 little ones back? I forgot to buy a stroller. I can't possibly carry each of the 5 babies out alone, can I? Jiang Shiwero thought for a moment, then tilted her head and said, There are 3 of us. You and a Hao can each carry two, and I'll carry one. That makes 5 in total, so we can take them with us. Zhou Xiaoyu frowned. Are you sure you can manage? Your incision on your stomach hasn't fully healed yet. What if you pull on the wound while carrying a child? Jiang Shuoro lowered her head and touched her abdomen, then looked up and smiled. I'm not made of paper. I can hold a baby without any problem. Besides, the baby is so small, only a little over 5 pounds. How heavy can one baby be when you hold them? Zhou Xiaoyu pursed her lips. Although she was still a little worried, she couldn't think of a better solution for the moment, so she could only nod. All right then, you can carry the lightest one. Wu Bao is the smallest, so you can carry Wu Bao. Chun Hao and I will each carry 2 of the older ones. That's the only arrangement we can make for now. Before she could finish speaking, Chun Hao's voice came from the ward doorway. No need for that. I brought a crib with me. Chapter 45 Jiang Shuero. Hao, do you have a car? Before Zhou Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Chun Hao's voice came from the ward door. No need for that. I brought a crib with me. The two of them turned to look at the door at the same time and saw Chun Hao pushing a silver-gray crib into the room. The crib was slightly smaller than the one provided by the hospital, but the workmanship was significantly more exquisite, with smooth lines, clean railings, and large, quiet wheels. The bed was covered with a dark blue, soft mattress of uniform thickness, and the inside of the railings was wrapped with a soft cotton protective layer. It looked much more comfortable than the hard temporary bed in the hospital. Zhou Xiaoyu was stunned for several seconds, then quickly walked over and circled the crib, looking up at Chun Hao with a face full of surprise and confusion. Chun Hao, you actually brought a crib with you? The doctor just came and said Shui Ro could be discharged today. It feels like you knew this beforehand. Are you some kind of precognitive genius? Chun Hao pushed the crib next to the hospital bed and stopped it, waving with a smile. No, I prepared a crib in advance, thinking that it would be useful when I was discharged from the hospital, and it just so happens to come in handy. Zhou Xiaoyu frowned, even more puzzled. You prepared a crib in advance? When did you bring it over? We've been coming and going from yesterday to today, but I haven't seen you bring the crib over. Chun Hao replied without changing his expression. When I went home to cook last night, I put this crib in the trunk of the car for later use. After I finished the discharge procedures just now, I took it out of the trunk and pushed it over here. Hearing what he said, Zhou Xiaoyu didn't delve any further. She just glanced at the exquisite crib again and muttered, You've prepared way too much. Then she suddenly thought of something and looked up abruptly. Wait, you said you put the crib in the trunk of your car? Chun Hao, where did you get this car? Jiang Shuoro looked at him in surprise, forgetting to put down the folded blanket in her hands. Hao, do you have a car? Chun Hao nodded. Yes, there's one. Jiang Shuoro and Zhou Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, their faces bearing similar expressions. In their previous understanding, Chun Hao was just an ordinary senior college graduate. He dressed and looked like any other boy in the school, and his economic situation seemed to indicate that he came from an ordinary family. How come people who are busy sending out resumes and looking for jobs during graduation season suddenly have cars? Zhou Xiaoyu tentatively asked, Did your family buy it for you? Chun Hao shook his head. No, I bought it myself. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes widened even more. You bought it yourself? You just graduated. Where did you get so much money to buy a car? Chun Hao casually made up an excuse. I made some money from stock trading. Zhou Xiaoyu frowned. Investing in stocks? Isn't that very risky? I've heard that far more people lose money in the stock market than make money. It's considered good if 1 out of 10 doesn't lose money. Chun Hao smiled and said, I was lucky. I happened to catch a few waves of market activity and made some money. Jiang Shuoro listened from the side, feeling both curious and worried. She took 2 steps forward, gently tugged at Chun Hao's sleeve, and said with concern in her voice, Hao, stock trading is really risky. If you make money, don't touch it anymore. Preserving your capital is the most important thing. Chun Hao felt a warmth in his heart and squeezed her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He then immediately changed the subject. Let's finish taking care of the discharge procedures first, instead of standing here. He released Jiang Shuoro's hand and turned to walk to the crib provided by the hospital. The 5 babies were lying quietly side by side. The eldest baby had a slight smile on his lips, probably dreaming about something happy. Chun Hao bent down, carefully picked up Dabao from the bed with both hands, and gently placed her into the specially made crib he had brought. The blue cushion supported her small body. She rolled over in it, pouted slightly, and then went back to sleep. Then he picked up the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th babies in turn and carried them to the new bed one by one. The five little ones lay side by side on the dark blue mat, a space much more spacious than the hospital bed, with enough room on each side. Chunhao then picked up the 9 origami toys from the counter next to him, retied the fishing line around them, and hung them on the crossbar above the new crib. Colorful origami paper swayed gently down, its vibrant colors swirling softly above the babies' heads in the breeze. The 5 babies seemed to sense that the familiar toy was right in front of them. Although they were still sleeping with their eyes closed, the corners of their mouths all curved into a smile, and they slept more soundly. Chunhao straightened up, turned to Zhou Xiaoyu, and said, "Xiaoyu, can you help me push the crib? I'll help Shui row with her luggage." Zhou Xiaoyu nodded, walked behind the crib, and grasped the stroller handle. Chunhao picked up the bulging travel bag from the counter and naturally reached out with his other hand to support Jiang Shiro's arm. The three of them were about to walk towards the door when Chunhao suddenly stopped after taking a step, his gaze falling on Jiang Shiro's bare head. She changed out of her hospital gown and into her own clothes. The pale white knitted cardigan made her complexion look gentle, but her long hair was loose over her shoulders, with her temples exposed, and she wasn't wearing anything on her head. Wait a moment. Chunhao put his travel bag on the ground, squatted down, opened the zipper, rummaged through it a couple of times, and pulled out a light pink maternity hat. The hat was made of thick, soft fabric, with fine cotton fleece sewn around the brim. It was one of 2 hats in the newborn gift pack. He stood up, walked over to Jiang Shiwero, opened his hat with both hands, and gently draped it over her head. Her forehead, temples, and ears were completely covered, leaving only her fair face and a pair of watery eyes visible. It's windy outside. You can't be exposed to the wind right after giving birth. Wearing a hat is the safest option. Chunhao took a half step back, looked at it, and nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Shiwero stood still, letting him put the hat on for her. His fingers brushed against the skin near her ear, warm and gentle. The delicate and comforting touch made her heart feel as if it were soaking in warm water, soft and warm. She didn't expect Chunhao to remember even this. She had completely forgotten about the maternity hat when she was getting dressed, but he remembered it and took it out of his bag and put on her steadily. Zhou Xiaoyu watched this scene from behind the crib and couldn't help but sigh softly, her tone filled with genuine envy. "Shuero, you are so lucky to have found such a thoughtful and considerate man. He even thought of putting a maternity hat on you. I used to think this guy was unreliable, but now it seems I was completely wrong about him." Chapter 46, Is Your Car Still a 7-seater? Zhou Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel envious. "Shuero, you are so lucky to have found such a thoughtful and considerate man. He even thought of putting a maternity hat on you. I used to think this guy was unreliable, but now it seems I was completely wrong about him." Jiang Shiwero reached out and touched the hat on her head. The soft fabric clung to her forehead. She turned her head to look at Chunhao, her lips curving into a smile, her eyes brimming with laughter. She didn't say anything, but leaned closer to Chunhao, resting half of her body gently on his arm. The 3 people walked out of the ward and down the corridor to the elevator. The elevator doors opened, and Chunhao helped Jiang Shiwero inside, followed by Zhou Xiaoyu pushing a crib. The 5 babies lay peacefully on the bed, with colorful origami swaying above their heads like a small, floating, colorful tent. As the elevator descended to the basement level and the doors opened, a cool breeze from the underground parking garage, mixed with the smell of exhaust fumes, rushed out. The lights were dim, and rows of cars were parked quietly in their respective spaces. The 3 people stepped out of the elevator and stood in the underground parking garage. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed the crib forward a few steps, then suddenly stopped, turned around as if she had been electrocuted, and her face showed a panicked look of impending doom. "Wait a minute. No, I just suddenly remembered something else." Chunhao and Jiang Shiwero both stopped and looked at her. Jiang Shiwero asked, "What's wrong now?" Zhou Xiaoyu pointed to the 5 little ones in the crib. "We don't have any child safety seats in our car. Shuero, think about it. How can we manage with 5 babies in the car without child safety seats?" Moreover, the car's interior wasn't large enough to fit the crib, so the 5 babies couldn't lie in it. How are we going to get 5 little ones home? Jiang Shiwero was taken aback by what she said, and after thinking for a moment, she asked Zhou Xiaoyu, "Xiaoyu, you drove here today, right?" Zhou Xiaoyu nodded. "It's open, just park it in section F over there." Jiang Shiwero turned to Chunhao and said, "Ahao, why don't you leave your car here and we can take Xiaoyu's car back first? The baby is still small. You can hold 3 babies and I'll hold 2. Let's not bring the crib for now. We can get it later. This should be fine. Zhou Xiaoyu frowned and shook her head. This won't do. There are 3 people plus 5 babies in the car at the same time. That's 8 people in one car. Isn't that overloading? Besides, if you two are carrying 2 or 3 babies in the car at the same time, and there's a sudden stop or something, the adults simply can't protect the babies. Jiang Shuuro said, the baby is so small, it shouldn't be considered overloading, right? As long as you drive slowly, you shouldn't have to worry about safety. Zhou Xiaoyu wanted to say something more, but couldn't think of a better solution for the moment, and finally nodded helplessly. All right, that's all we can do for now. I'll go drive the car over here first. You guys wait here. As she turned to walk towards Zone F, Chenhao took out his car keys from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. A black SUV in the distance flashed its lights twice and made a clear beep-beep sound as it unlocked. No need for that. Chenhao pointed in the direction of the black Lincoln Navigator. My car has 7 seats. It's big enough for me, Shuero, and the 5 babies to fit in one car. Furthermore, I bought child safety seats for all 5 babies, and they're all already installed. Each baby has their own seat, so I don't need to worry about safety. Jiang Shuero and Zhou Xiaoyu looked in the direction Chenhao was pointing at the same time. Under the dim lighting of the underground parking garage, the black Lincoln Navigator was parked among a row of ordinary family cars, its size noticeably larger than the surrounding vehicles. The car has a wide and imposing body, and the huge chrome grille at the front gleams coldly under the lights. It doesn't look like a car that a recent college graduate should drive. Zhou Xiaoyu's mouth was agape in an O shape, and her eyes were wide open. A 7-seater? Chenhao, you drive a 7-seater? And you even installed 5 child safety seats. Chenhao nodded, walked to the car, and opened the back door. Sure enough, all 5 seats in the back row were fitted with child safety seats, each a different color. Purple, light blue, pale yellow, light green, and light pink. The colors perfectly correspond to the 5 babies' bottles. Each seat was securely installed, with safety straps hanging neatly on both sides of the seat. The seat cushions were thick and soft, and there were raised head protection wings on both sides, indicating that they were of very high quality. Zhou Xiaoyu leaned closer, craning her neck to look for a long time. When she straightened up, the expression on her face had completely changed to admiration. Chenhao, you prepared way too much. A crib, a 7-seater stroller, and 5 car seats. Even I, a woman, didn't think of all this, and you, a man, arranged it all. I am impressed, truly impressed. Jiang Shuero stood by the car door, watching the various colored child safety seats quietly arranged in the spacious back seat. Each chair corresponds to one of my daughter's names, and my heart is overflowing with warmth. She turned to look at Chenhao, her eyes slightly red, but her lips were upturned, and her voice trembled slightly. "Ah, you're so kind." Chenhao was a little embarrassed by the 2 people praising him in turn, so he reached out and opened the back door. All right, look at the 5 little ones in the car first. The 3 people began to divide the work. Zhou Xiaoyu was responsible for taking the baby out of the crib. Chenhao was responsible for putting the baby into the car seat and fastening the seatbelt, and Jiang Shuero was responsible for holding the car door and helping to watch over the baby. The eldest daughter, Chen Ruojin, was the first to be picked up. The seatbelt passed between her legs and crossed and fastened at her shoulders, securing her small body firmly. Her little fists were placed next to her cheeks, and she remained completely still. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th babies, who were carried into the car one by one and settled in. 5 car seats were neatly arranged in the back 2 rows, and the 5 little ones were each sitting in their own color seat, sleeping like 5 kittens in a small basket. After settling all 5 babies in, Chenhao closed the back door, opened the trunk, and folded up the specially made crib to put inside. The trunk space is surprisingly large. The crib, when folded up, only takes up a small corner of the space. He closed the trunk lid, walked back to the front, opened the passenger door, turned around, and took Jiang Shuero's arm, carefully helping her into the passenger seat. Jiang Shuero sat down. The angle of the backrest and the height of the seat had been adjusted beforehand, just right for her current physical condition. Chenhao bent down again to help her pull out and fasten the seatbelt, adjusted the position of the shoulder strap so that it wouldn't press against her collarbone, and then straightened up to close the car door. Chapter 47, How much money did you make from stocks? Enough to buy a 30 million villa? Zhou Xiaoyu stood by the passenger door, watching Chenhao settle Jiang Shuero in, fasten her seatbelt, and close the door. I went around to the back again to check on the 5 babies in the car seats, and only after confirming that they were all sleeping soundly did I feel relieved. She turned and took 2 steps toward her car in Zone F, then suddenly slapped her forehead and turned back, walking up to Chun Hao. Hey, Chun Hao, I almost forgot something. You don't know where Shui Ro and I live, do you? I need to send you the location of our place, otherwise you won't know where to drive with Shui Ro and the babies. She took her phone out of her pocket, opened the map app, found a saved address, tapped the location sharing button, and sent it to Chun Hao's WeChat. Okay, it's been sent. Just follow this location. Chun Hao took out his phone and glanced at it. The screen displayed an address of an old residential area near the university town. Before he could speak, Jiang Shiwero, who was in the passenger seat, spoke first. How? That address is where Xiaoyu and I have been renting for the past few months. Since my belly got so big that I couldn't stay at school anymore, I applied for a year's leave of absence and asked Xiaoyu to help me rent a place outside, where I've been living ever since. Chun Hao looked at the address on his phone screen, nodded to indicate he understood, then put his phone away, looked up at Zhou Xiaoyu and Jiang Shiwero, and said calmly, "We're not going to this place today." Jiang Shiwero and Zhou Xiaoyu frowned almost simultaneously. Jiang Shiwero tilted her head and asked, "If we don't go there, where do we go?" Zhou Xiaoyu also chimed in, "Yes, where else would we go? Shuiro's things are all over there. Clothes, toiletries, prenatal checkup records, and some little things she prepared for the baby. We can't just throw all these things away, can we?" Chun Hao smiled. "Go back to my home. My home is big and spacious. Isn't it more convenient than renting there?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu immediately pursed her lips, her face displaying an expression that said, "Are you kidding me? Chun Hao, have you forgotten what your home looks like? Your shared apartment only has one small bedroom. There's barely enough room to move around if you put a bed and a table in there. There's no living room, and the kitchen is shared with other people. That place is so cramped even for you alone. And you expect us, Shuiro, to live there with 5 babies? How can we possibly fit them all?" Jiang Shuiro also softly echoed, "How? Xiaoyu is telling the truth. The place you rented is indeed a bit small. Xiaoyu and I rented a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. The size was decent, and it was fully furnished with furniture and appliances. Let's go to our place. At least we have more rooms and more space to move around." Chun Hao looked at them with some surprise. "How did you know where I live?" Zhou Xiaoyu chuckled, a sly glint in her eyes. "Of course, it's because Shui Ro and I knew where you lived. Shui Ro's belly was getting bigger and bigger at that time. But I wanted to see if you were doing well, so I secretly followed you back home to see where you were staying. I followed you downstairs, watched you enter the building and go up to the 3rd floor, and then I left." Chun Hao gave a wry smile and shook his head. "So, you guys were following me. No wonder you knew exactly where I lived." He paused for a moment, then said, "But I don't live there anymore. I bought a house and moved in a couple of days ago." Zhou Xiaoyu and Jiang Shiwero were both stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in unison, "You bought a house?" Jiang Shiwero's eyes widened, and Zhou Xiaoyu's jaw almost dropped to her chest. Chun Hao nodded. "Yes, I bought one." Zhou Xiaoyu quickly followed up, "Where's the house you bought? How big is it?" Chun Hao said, "The area of Rose Manor is..." Before he could finish speaking, Zhou Xiaoyu shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Rose Manor? You said you bought a house in Rose Manor? Which Rose Manor?" "The most expensive villa area in Jiangdong City." Chun Hao nodded again. "Yes, it's that Rose Manor." Zhou Xiaoyu's voice rose 8 octaves with excitement. "Rose Manor is full of villas. Any house there costs over 20 million. Chun Hao, you bought a house in Rose Manor? You bought a villa?" Chun Hao said, "It's a villa, 900 square meters in area, and worth about 30 million yuan." Zhou Xiaoyu froze on the spot, her mouth agape and her eyes wide open, remaining silent for a long time. Several seconds passed before she let out a long breath, her voice filled with unprecedented shock and admiration. "Chun Hao, you're so rich. You just bought a 30 million villa like that? How well did you keep a secret?" Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Shiwero stared at Chun Hao in disbelief, her voice tinged with a cautious uncertainty. How? Where did you get so much money to buy such an expensive villa? You just graduated. Weren't you sending out resumes everywhere looking for a job before?" Zhou Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly and then asked, Yes. How much money did you make in the stock market? Enough to afford a 30 million villa? I believed you before when you said you made money from stocks, but this villa is no joke." Chun Hao had already prepared his explanation and smiled without changing his expression. Didn't I tell you before that I was lucky and made some money in the stock market? I happened to catch several big market trends, and I timed my entries and exits perfectly, so I made more money. The car was bought with money I earned, and the villa was bought with money I earned. Zhou Xiaoyu was completely convinced. She clasped her hands together and bowed to the sky. My God, Chen Hao, you're amazing. You made enough money from stocks to buy a Lincoln Navigator and a 30 million yuan villa. What kind of magic is that? What stocks did you trade? Can you teach me how to trade them? Chen Hao smiled and waved his hand. Luck, it's all luck. Let's head home first instead of standing here. By the way, Xiaoyu, I've sent you the villa's location. You could just follow my car, or you can use navigation yourself if you're worried. He took out his phone and shared the location of number 7, Block C, Rose Manor with Zhou Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiaoyu's phone rang. She glanced down at it and gave an okay sign. Okay. I'll go get the car first and follow you. After saying that, she turned and walked quickly towards Section F, her high heels clicking on the ground floor of the parking garage. Chun Hao opened the driver's side door, got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, and started the engine. The Lincoln Navigator vibrated slightly, the dashboard lights came on, and the large-screen navigation system automatically loaded the route home. He shifted into gear, lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car smoothly drove out of the parking space, heading towards the ramp leading to the underground parking garage exit. Sunlight streamed down from the top of the ramp, illuminating the spacious front cabin of the car. In the rearview mirror, you could see Zhou Xiaoyu's white hatchback following him up the slope. Jiang Shiwero sat in the passenger seat, turning her head to watch Chun Hao's driving. His hands were positioned perfectly on the steering wheel at the 10 o'clock and 4 o'clock positions. When turning, he calmly swiped the wheel with one hand, and when straightening the wheel, he applied even pressure. The switching between the brake and accelerator pedals is almost imperceptible, and the car's start, acceleration, and deceleration are as smooth as gliding on ice. She watched for a while, then couldn't help but speak. Wow, you drive so smoothly. I can't feel any bumps at all. How long have you been driving? Chapter 48. Taking Jiang Shiwero and her 5 daughters on a tour of the villa. Jiang Shiwero sat in the passenger seat, turning her head to watch Chun Hao drive. After watching for a while, she couldn't help but speak. Wow, you drive so smoothly. I can't feel any bumps at all. How long have you been driving? Chun Hao's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, a smile playing on his lips. I got my driver's license this summer after I finished the college entrance exam, but I haven't driven much in the past 4 years. I've been driving more these past few days, and I'm getting used to it. You've only been driving for 2 days, and you're already driving so well. You're amazing. Jiang Shiwero couldn't help but praise her. She leaned back in her seat, turned her head to watch the street scene outside the window recede little by little, and a relieved smile appeared on her lips. After driving for about 20 minutes, the car turned from the main road in the city onto a quiet road lined with tall plane trees on both sides. The walls along the road gradually diminish, replaced by neatly trimmed greenery and exquisite wrought iron gates. The white stone pillar gatehouse of Rose Manor came into view. Chun Hao slowed down, and as his car passed through the gate automatically recognized his license plate number, and the barrier lifted. He lightly pressed the accelerator and drove in, following the main road all the way to the end and turning left. The black wrought iron gate of No. 7, Section C, came into view. Jiang Shiwero looked out the car window, and the outline of the entire villa was visible above the wall. The light beige stone exterior walls gleamed warmly in the afternoon sun, while the dark gray roof had clean, simple lines, and large floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the blue sky and the shadows of the clouds. The lawn in the yard was neatly trimmed. The roses were in full bloom beside the low hedge, and the water in the swimming pool was a deep blue, shimmering with tiny spots of sunlight. She couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this villa is huge. The white hatchback following behind also stopped. Zhou Xiaoyu rolled down the window, stuck her head out, and peered into the yard, shouting loudly at the Lincoln in front. Chun Hao, your villa is huge. My goodness. Chun Hao saw Zhou Xiaoyu craning her neck to look around in the rearview mirror, smiled, and didn't respond. He took the remote key for the wrought iron gate from the armrest box and pressed the open button. The black door hummed softly as it slid open to both sides. He drove into the courtyard, and Zhou Xiaoyu followed closely behind. The 2 cars drove one after the other along the stone driveway to the side of the villa, and the garage door automatically rose as the cars approached. Chun Hao backed the Lincoln Navigator into the large parking space near the door and parked it smoothly. Zhou Xiaoyu parked her car in the empty space next to her, turned off the engine, and got out. As soon as Zhou Xiaoyu opened the car door, she looked around. The garage was much larger than she had imagined, tall enough to fit a small van, and the floor was covered with light gray epoxy flooring, so clean it reflected light. The 8 parking spaces were neatly arranged, but only a black Lincoln and a white sedan were parked there at the moment. The remaining 6 spaces were all empty, making the garage seem exceptionally spacious. She walked around the empty seats, clicking her tongue in amazement. This garage is huge. It can fit 7 or 8 cars without feeling cramped. Chenhao, your garage is bigger than my house. With Chenhao's help, Jiang Shuoro got out of the car from the passenger seat. She held onto the car door with one hand and gently pressed her abdomen with the other. After standing up, she looked around the garage. The light gray floor gleamed softly under the overhead lights, and the air was dry and cool with little dust. She also sighed with emotion. It's really big, and it's exceptionally clean. Chenhao walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk, took out the folded crib, and unfolded it on the ground. The latch pops out, the bed unfolds, and the 4 wheels land on the floor. The dark blue mattress was laid out flat and smooth, and the soft cotton protective layer inside the railing was thick and soft. He then opened the back door and leaned inside. The 5 little ones were still fast asleep, securely fastened by the straps of their car seats, their little heads tilted slightly, and glistening drool hanging from the corners of their mouths. Chenhao first unbuckled the bow seatbelt, then carefully lifted her out and placed her on the left side of the crib. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th babies, who were brought out one by one and laid down side by side. 5 little heads lined up in a row, like 5 tiny flower buds on the dark blue mattress. Zhou Xiaoyu automatically walked behind the crib and grasped the stroller handle. Chenhao turned around and went back to the passenger seat, supporting Jiang Shuoro's arm. The 3 people walked towards a small door leading from the garage into the house. Pushing open the door reveals a home elevator, its stainless steel door frame gleaming with a clean silver sheen under the soft lighting. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed the crib into the elevator, and Chenhao helped Jiang Shuoro in as well, pressing the 1 button. The elevator ascended smoothly and arrived in just a few seconds. The moment the door opened, the living room came into view. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed the crib out of the elevator, stopped in her tracks, and opened her mouth involuntarily. The living room was much larger than she had imagined, with an extremely high ceiling and a sparkling crystal chandelier hanging from the top. The entire south-facing wall is made of floor-to-ceiling glass windows, and the afternoon sun shines in, warming the entire wooden floor. A gray fabric sofa sits on the light oak floor, with a marble coffee table in front of it and a soft wool rug next to it. Behind the sofa is a wall of bookshelves. Although they are currently empty, the wood grain and simple design make the whole wall look grand and textured. The living room is adjacent to an open-plan kitchen, where a huge double-door refrigerator, a built-in oven, a dishwasher, and a 3-burner cooktop are neatly arranged. The large, flat, dark gray granite island countertop is empty, waiting to be used. Outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows are the neatly manicured lawn and the azure swimming pool in the yard, while the distant horizon is reflected in the glass as a quiet silhouette. Zhou Xiaoyu stood in the center of the living room and spun around, her neck almost aching from the twisting. She took a deep breath, turned to look at Chenhao, her voice filled with astonishment. Chenhao, your house is too luxurious. This living room is bigger than the entire area of many houses I've seen before. This sofa must be very comfortable to sit on, and the sunlight through the floor-to-ceiling windows is amazing. It must be especially warm in winter. Your kitchen is bigger than some restaurant kitchens. Jiang Shuoro stood there for a while, her gaze shifting from the French windows to the crystal chandelier, and then to the floor-to-ceiling bookshelf that covered the entire wall. A strange emotion welled up inside her. She turned to look at Chenhao, a smile in her eyes. It's so good to be rich. The place you live is so big and beautiful. It makes you feel so much better. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed the crib to a sunny spot in the center of the living room, then turned to Chenhao and rubbed her hands together, her face showing undisguised curiosity and excitement. Chenhao, could you show us around your villa? I'm really eager to see what the other parts are like. Chenhao nodded with a smile. Of course, I haven't really looked at this house properly either. Let's take a look around together. He took Jiang Shuoro's arm again, while Zhou Xiaoyu pushed the crib beside them. The 5 babies lay quietly in the bed, sunlight streaming through the French windows and shining on their little faces, making their rosy cheeks glow. They looked at the first floor first. The open kitchen next to the living room is indeed surprisingly large, with a range hood hanging above the three-burner stove and a built-in oven and microwave oven neatly arranged next to it. Behind the kitchen are two maids' rooms. Although they are currently empty, the rooms have a square layout, south-facing windows, and excellent natural light. There's also a public restroom on the first floor with separate wet and dry areas, and the walls are covered with light gray marble tiles. At the end of the corridor is a small reception room with a small round table and a few chairs. The window faces the rose garden in the yard. After touring the first floor, the three of them took the elevator to the second floor with the baby crib. There are 6 bedrooms on the second floor, each with its own bathroom. The master bedroom is the innermost room, spacious enough to easily fit a 2-meter-long bed, and it also connects to a walk-in closet. The wardrobe cabinets are all made of light-colored wood, and they're already equipped with clothes rails and drawer shelves. The master bathroom is even more impressive, with a bathtub that can fit 2 people lying down placed by the window, next to which is a separate shower room and a double vanity sink. The other 5 bedrooms, though not as large as the master bedroom, are all bright and airy, with large windows and plenty of sunlight. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed open the doors one by one and looked at the rooms, muttering to herself, "This is so comfortable, and my rented room is like a pigeon coop compared to this." As Chun Hao helped Jiang Shuoro walk through each bedroom, her gaze fell on the empty wardrobes and clean beds, and she was already thinking about how to arrange the rooms for the 5 babies when they grew up. The third floor is a functional floor. As soon as you get off the elevator, you see a spacious study. One wall is lined with bookshelves that reach the ceiling, and in the middle is a large solid wood desk with a clean and tidy surface. Next door is a gym with dark blue sports flooring and floor-to-ceiling mirrors on several walls. There's enough space to fit a whole set of gym equipment. Further inside, there's a home theater room with soundproofing on the walls and a space reserved on the ceiling for a projector. The top floor of the third floor is a rooftop terrace. The moment I pushed open the glass door to the rooftop, my view suddenly opened up. Chapter 49 Xiaoyu, you can move in too. The entire rooftop was designed as an open-air relaxation area, with an outdoor sofa and a glass-top coffee table in the center and a barbecue grill next to it. What's most amazing is the huge swimming pool in the center of the rooftop, with crystal-clear water that shimmers in the afternoon sunlight. The swimming pool is surrounded by a movable and retractable glass roof, which is now fully retracted on both sides, revealing an unobstructed view of the blue sky and white clouds above the rooftop. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed the crib to the edge of the rooftop, stood next to the railing, and looked down. The entire garden lawn and rose garden are laid out before you at your feet, and further on you can see the quiet sycamore-lined path between the villas. Further away is the artificial lake of Rose Manor, its water shimmering silvery white in the sunlight. She took a deep breath, the air filled with the faint smell of chlorine from the pool water and the fresh scent of the distant grass, making her feel refreshed and relaxed. Jiang Shuoro was also helped by Chun Hao to the edge of the rooftop, where she stood by the railing and looked at the lake in the distance. A gentle breeze blew by, lifting the ends of her hair, and the sunlight made her face, under the brim of her maternity hat, blush slightly. She looked down at the garden at her feet, then looked up at the unobstructed blue sky above, and let out a long sigh. Zhou Xiaoyu stood to the side, one hand holding the crib handle, the other outstretched in the wind, gesturing as she sighed. "Chun Hao, your rooftop is amazing. You can swim, have a barbecue, enjoy the lake view, and sit here to stargaze at night. This is such a comfortable life." Then, she glanced at Jiang Shuoro again, her voice filled with genuine emotion. "Shuoro, I really think you are so lucky. Your 5 babies are so lucky to have been born into such good circumstances, with such a capable father. They're living in a big villa from the moment they were born." Jiang Shuoro didn't speak, but turned her head to look at Chun Hao beside her. Sunlight shone on his face from the side, gilding his features with a thin layer of gold. She turned her gaze back to the distant lake, the feeling of emotion lingering in her heart for a long, long time. Her heart as sweet as if it had melted with honey. After visiting the rooftop, the 3 of them stood by the railing for a while. 5 babies were sleeping peacefully in their cribs, the sunlight warming their little faces. Chun Hao checked the time and felt it was about time to go down, so he gently took Jiang Shuoro's arm. "It might be windy on the rooftop. Let's go back inside." It's not good for you to be exposed to the wind after just being discharged from the hospital. Jiang Shiwero nodded and turned to walk back towards the glass door on the rooftop. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed the crib behind her, carefully raising it slightly as she pushed it over the threshold to avoid jolting the baby inside. The three of them took the elevator back to the living room on the first floor. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the south side, warming the entire wooden floor. Chunhao helped Jiang Shiwero to the gray fabric sofa in the center of the living room, helped her sit down slowly, and then bent down to put a cushion behind her to make her more comfortable. Zhou Xiaoyu pushed the crib to the carpet in front of the sofa and parked it. The five little ones were still breathing evenly in the crib, their little chests rising and falling, completely unaware that they had moved to a different place. Zhou Xiaoyu sat down at the other end of the sofa, leaned back against the soft backrest, and stretched out a big yawn. She glanced around the spacious and bright living room, then looked down at the five quiet little ones in the crib. Suddenly, something occurred to her, and she frowned slightly before turning to look at Jiang Shiwero. Shiwero, now that you've moved here, won't I be living alone? That would be so boring and lonely. Just thinking about living alone in such a big 3-bedroom apartment makes me feel so lonely. Jiang Shiwero, who was looking at the baby in the crib with her head turned to the side, turned around and smiled when she heard Zhou Xiaoyu's words. Xiaoyu, you can move in here too. This villa is so big. There are plenty of rooms. You can just pick anyone to stay in. No problem at all. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, and she involuntarily glanced at Chunhao, her tone hesitant. Would it be inappropriate for me to move in? This is Chunhao's house. It would be awkward for an outsider like me to live here. Jiang Shiwero knew what she was worried about. She turned to look at Chunhao, who was standing next to the sofa, tilted her head up, and spoke in a soft, pleading voice. How? Could Xiaoyu move in with us? Chunhao nodded almost without hesitation. Of course you can. This house is so big that I can't possibly live in it all by myself. It would be a waste to leave so many rooms empty. It's good that Xiaoyu is moving in. We can look after each other. She can also help you take care of the baby, and I feel more at ease when I go out to run errands. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu's face immediately broke into a big smile, and she jumped up from the sofa and clapped her hands. Great! I'll go back and pack my things and move over right away. Since it's still early, I'll move over the things that Shiwero and I usually use first, and then move the rest over later. Jiang Shiwero thought for a moment and then said, We have a lot of stuff, clothes, daily necessities, prenatal checkup records, and so on. Do you want how to drive us around and help us move them? Zhou Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand. No need, no need. You've just been discharged from the hospital, and you still need someone to take care of you. The 5 babies also need someone to keep an eye on them. It's more important for Chunhao to stay and take care of you. I'll move the most important things first, and then take my time with the rest. My lease over there still has several months left. Jiang Shiwero nodded. That's fine. Just drive carefully on the road. Zhou Xiaoyu replied, Okay. Quickly walked to the elevator, pressed the button, the elevator door opened. She walked in, waved to the living room, and the door closed. The elevator numbers began to decrease, and the living room on the first floor became quiet, with only the occasional birdsong coming from outside the floor-to-ceiling windows and the even breathing of the 5 babies in the crib. Chunhao glanced at the wall clock. It was past 10 in the morning. He turned to Jiang Shiwero and said, Shiwero, you need to drink the Sheng Hua Tang again to completely expel the lochia. I'll go to the kitchen to make it for you now. You can sit here for a while. Jiang Shiwero leaned back on the sofa and nodded. Okay. Chunhao turned and walked into the open kitchen. The kitchen island countertop was spacious and flat. He first opened the overhead cabinet to take a look. Inside, there were all the cookwares, and a brand new clay pot was quietly placed on the middle shelf of the cabinet. He took the casserole out and placed it on the stove, opened his system inventory, and took out a portion of premium ingredients for the biochemical soup. 5 small cloth bags were placed one after another on the central island counter. He opened the bag and smelled it. The rich medicinal aroma was mixed with the sweetness of angelica and the refreshing coolness of chuanxiu. The quality was just as good as the previous times. Chapter 50 Jiang Shiwero's C-section scar. Chunhao took out the casserole and placed it on the stove. He then opened his system inventory and took out a portion of premium ingredients for the biochemical soup. 5 small cloth bags were placed one after another on the central island counter. He opened the bag and smelled it. The rich medicinal aroma was mixed with the sweetness of angelica and the refreshing coolness of chuanxiu. The quality was just as good as the previous times. He filled the clay pot with enough water, poured in all 5 medicinal herbs, covered it, and brought it to a boil over high heat. Blue flames licked the bottom of the casserole, and the water inside quickly began to boil. He turned down the heat, keeping the medicinal soup at a gentle boil as it simmered slowly. White steam rose from the gaps in the lid of the clay pot, and the aroma of herbs began to fill the kitchen. While the medicine was being decocted, he lifted the lid of the washed clay pot and took a look. He stirred it with a long-handled spoon and saw that the dark brown medicine soup had already turned into its desired color. He put the lid back on and continued to simmer over low heat. After about 40 minutes, the soup had reduced to more than half full, with a rich color and mellow medicinal flavor. He turned off the fire, filtered out the dregs, and poured the pure medicinal liquid into a small earthenware pot before taking it out. The system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully prepared a postpartum herbal decoction for the new mother. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Another 10,000 yuan. Chen Hao felt very pleased. He picked up the bowl of dark brown biochemical soup, walked to the small side table next to the coffee table, put it down, took out another bowl and a soup spoon, and poured out more than half of the soup. He carried the bowl to the sofa, sat down next to Jiang Shuoro, and scooped a spoonful of soup for her. Jiang Shuoro looked at the spoonful of medicine being brought to her lips, a faint blush rising on her face. She reached out to take the bowl. Ow, I can drink it myself. It's not like I can't move. Chen Hao tilted the bowl slightly to the side so she couldn't reach it and said with a smile, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Xiao Yu isn't here. It's just the two of us. No one will laugh at you." Jiang Shuoro's face turned even redder. She glanced at the 5 sleeping babies in the crib and muttered softly, "Who said it's just the 2 of us? Aren't there 5 of us?" Chen Hao followed her gaze and glanced at the crib. The 5 little ones were sleeping like pigs, their little mouths slightly open, drool dripping out. He looked away and chuckled. They're all having sweet dreams. Their eyes are tightly closed. They can't see anything. "Sweetie, open your mouth and drink the soup." The word "good boy" came out of his mouth in a gentle voice, as if he were coaxing a child. Jiang Shuoro's ears turned red and her face burned, but the corners of her mouth turned up uncontrollably. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally opened her mouth obediently. The warm medicinal soup slid from the spoon into her mouth, and she held it in her mouth and slowly swallowed it. Chen Hao scooped up a second spoonful, blew on it again, and then brought it to her lips. "Be careful, it's hot." Jiang Shuoro obediently drank the soup spoonful by spoonful, her gaze fixed on his lowered eyebrows and serious expression. He blew on it patiently and meticulously each time, and each spoonful was served at the perfect temperature. As she drank it, a warm, sweet feeling filled her heart. The bittersweet herbal soup tasted surprisingly sweet to her. The bowl of medicinal soup was quickly finished. Chen Hao wiped her mouth with a tissue, then carried the empty bowl and spoon into the kitchen, rinsed them under the tap, and put them back on the drain rack. When he returned to the living room, Jiang Shuoro was leaning against the sofa with her eyes closed, resting. Her maternity hat was warm from the sun. Chen Hao sat down next to her and suddenly remembered the bottle of Divine Beauty Cream in his system inventory. He had previously read the system's description of it, a natural herbal formula that could remove various moles, scars, and stretch marks. When Jiang Shuoro was pregnant with quintuplets, her belly was stretched so big that she must have had severe stretch marks. The cesarean section also left a long incision, which will leave a scar after it heals. He needs to help her deal with this as soon as possible. He considered his words carefully before speaking. "Shuoro, I want to ask you, can I see your C-section scar?" Jiang Shuoro opened her eyes and turned her head to look at him with some confusion. "Why do you want to see my wound? The stitches haven't been removed yet, and the doctor said they're absorbable and don't need to be taken out." Chen Hao said, "I have a kind of ointment that works very well and can remove all kinds of scars, including scars left by surgery. I like to check how your wound is healing first and see if I can start medication now. If the wound surface is already dry and scabbed over, you can apply the ointment. Applying it sooner will be more effective." Jiang Shuoro looked at him with suspicion. "Really? You really have a cream that can remove C-section scars? I've done so much research online before. I even asked the doctor, and they all said that C-section scars are very difficult to remove. Using silicone patches or scar removal creams can only lighten them a little. Complete removal is basically impossible. Chunhao smiled. My ointment is different from those on the market. You'll know once you try it. Let me see the wound first, then I'll see if I can apply the ointment now. Jiang Shuuro hesitated for a moment. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of her dress. The C-section scar was so long and unsightly that she didn't dare to look at it for long when she changed the dressing. The thought of showing that hideous scar to Chun Hao made her a little scared. She was afraid that Chun Hao would feel disgusted if he saw the scar, and that he would think that she had a flaw that could never be removed. But when she looked up at Chun Hao's serious face, she remembered everything he had done for her these past 2 days. Feeding her, giving her medicine, turning her over, putting on her hat, helping her walk. Everything was done with meticulous care without ever showing any sign of disgust. She felt that Chun Hao was not the kind of superficial person. She bit her lip and finally nodded slightly. Well, you see. She leaned back on the sofa, grabbed the hem of her knitted cardigan with both hands, and slowly lifted it up. The off-white hem of her dress was rolled up inch by inch, revealing her flat stomach. Her skin was still ivory white, but her abdomen was covered with crisscrossing stretch marks. Dark red lines, like a spider web, are densely distributed around the navel, extending from below the sternum to the lower abdomen. In some places, the lines are so deep that you can even feel the indentation. The lines covered her once smooth and fair abdominal skin, making one's heart tighten at the sight. Just below the abdomen, near the pubic bone, there was a horizontal incision about 12 or 13 centimeters long. The incision edges still bore the marks of sutures. The wound was slightly raised, and the surrounding skin showed a ring of light red inflammation. The ends of the sutures were arranged at both ends of the wound, like small black needles. The wound stretched across the center of her abdomen, intertwined with the surrounding stretch marks, making it look particularly shocking. Chapter 51, Applying Ointment to Jiang Shuuro. The wound stretched across the center of Jiang Shuuro's abdomen, intertwined with the surrounding stretch marks, making it look particularly shocking. Chun Hao's gaze fell on the dense stretch marks and the long wound, and a wave of inexplicable heartache welled up in his heart. Jiang Shuuro still looks like the beautiful school beauty, with fair skin and delicate features. No one would guess that she has so many marks left by her pregnancy. Those stretch marks were left from when she was pregnant with quintuplets. Her belly was stretched to its limit. That scar was left when the doctor cut open her abdomen to take out her 5 daughters. Every mark records the hardship she had endured. He didn't care at all whether the marks looked good or not, but he knew Jiang Shuuro definitely did. No girl would feel good having such an obvious mark on her body. Moreover, Jiang Shuuro is so young. She hasn't even graduated from university yet, and she's at the age where she loves beauty. He was determined to help her get rid of all those stretch marks and scars. Jiang Shuuro noticed that Chun Hao was staring at her abdomen without saying a word. She assumed he was frightened by the marks and panicked. She quickly pulled her clothes down to cover her abdomen again. Her voice carried a hint of unnatural nervousness and apprehension. How? Do you really have any ointment that can prevent my wound from leaving a scar? Chun Hao snapped out of his reverie, looked at her face filled with worry and expectation, and nodded earnestly. Not only can it prevent scarring, it can also remove all your stretch marks. Jiang Shuuro's eyes suddenly lit up, and she leaned forward slightly. Can your ointment remove stretch marks? Her voice was filled with obvious excitement and disbelief. She discovered her first stretch mark on her belly not long after she became pregnant. At that time, she even bought all kinds of anti-stretch mark oils and creams and applied them every day, but those things had little effect. As the belly grows bigger day by day, the stretch marks become more numerous and deeper, until finally the entire abdomen is covered with those dark red lines. She researched a lot of information and found that once stretch marks form, they are very difficult to completely remove. At most, they can only be lightened. She had already accepted the reality and thought she might have to live with these lines for the rest of her life. But now Chun Hao actually told her that there was a cream that could remove them all. Chun Hao nodded, his tone resolute. What I said is true. This ointment is made of all natural herbal ingredients and is very effective in removing scars and stretch marks. Most over-the-counter ointments can't do this, but this one is different. Jiang Shuuro's face flushed with excitement, and her fingers, which were gripping the hem of her clothes, loosened and then tightened again. How, are you serious? Your cream can remove stretch marks? I started getting stretch marks not long after I got pregnant. To prevent stretch marks, I bought several kinds of ointments and spent a lot of money, but they were useless and the stretch marks still appeared. Later, I researched a lot of information, and it all said that stretch marks are very difficult to completely remove, especially for those who have had multiple pregnancies, as the skin is stretched too much and it's almost impossible for it to recover. Her tone carried a lingering frustration and helplessness. I feel uncomfortable every time I look in the mirror after those lines appear, but there's nothing I can do about it. I even consulted with a medical aesthetic clinic, and they said that if I wanted to do laser treatment, I would need to do it several times, and it might not be able to completely remove the blemishes, and the price would be extremely expensive. As a student, where'd I get that much money? I can only leave it there unattended. Shenhao nodded seriously. I know what you're talking about. It's true that it's very difficult to completely remove stretch marks with ointments and cosmetic procedures on the market. But my ointment is different. It's made with pure natural herbal ingredients, so it's safe and has no side effects. It's especially effective at removing scars and stretch marks. Shuero, trust me, once the wound has healed a bit more, I'll start applying the ointment. Your stomach will definitely return to how it was before. Jiang Shuero looked up into his eyes. The seriousness and determination in his eyes didn't seem fake. I've known him since then. He kept every promise he made to her. Cooking for her, feeding her medicine, taking care of the baby, buying her a car and a house. None of them were just empty words. Her initial hesitation was gradually replaced by trust. She took a deep breath and finally nodded gently. Okay, I'll give it a try. Next, Chenhao took a clean towel from the lower drawer of the coffee table in front of the sofa and laid it on the sofa. Then he reached into the side pocket of his coat, pretending to take something out, and gently pressed his fingers at the bottom of the pocket. With a thought, the bottle of Divine Beauty Cream in his system inventory silently fell into his palm. When he took his hand out, the bottle was already firmly gripped between his fingers. The bottle isn't large, slightly smaller than a typical hand cream bottle. The rounded ceramic body feels warm and smooth to the touch, and the bottle has a matte, off-white glaze. It is printed with some dark green fine lines, like the branches and leaves of some kind of vine plant intertwined, and has a touch of ancient oriental charm. The bottle opening was tightly sealed with a cork stopper, and a thin layer of wax was also applied to the outside of the cork stopper. Jiang Shuro's gaze fell on the small bottle, and she looked at it curiously for a few more seconds. Before she could ask any further questions, Chunhao had already placed the bottle on the coffee table and patted the edge of the sofa cushion. Shuero, lie down. I'll apply it for you. Jiang Shuero sat on the sofa, looked up at him, then at the small porcelain bottle, hesitated for a moment. She slowly turned to her side and carefully lay down on the sofa, her back pressed against the soft cushion, her head resting on the armrest. After lying down, she gently placed her hands together on her lower abdomen and took a deep breath. Chunhao sat down next to her, leaned over, and lifted the hem of her loose knitted cardigan, all the way up to below her chest. Jiang Shuero closed her eyes slightly, without flinching. Chunhao's gaze fell on her exposed abdomen. The horizontal incision from the cesarean section ran across the lowest edge of my lower abdomen. The dark red wound was neatly lined with sutures, and the skin around it was slightly swollen. Her entire abdomen, from her navel down, was covered with a dense array of stretch marks. The deep purple, thin lines crisscrossed across her once flat and smooth abdominal skin, as striking as the cracks in the earth. Besides stretch marks and surgical scars, her abdominal skin was also quite loose, likely due to the excessive stretching of her abdomen during her quintuplets pregnancy. Even after the baby has been removed, the skin has not fully shrunk back, and a layer of soft, flabby flesh has accumulated on the waist and abdomen. Chunhao felt a tightness in his chest as he looked at the lines and loose skin. She was so young, only in her early 20s, yet she had such deep marks on her body, all because of that one night of absurdity and accident. Chapter 52, The Amazing Effects of the Divine Skin Cream. Chunhao felt a tightness in his chest as he looked at the lines and loose skin. Jiang Shuero is so young, only in her 20s, yet she has such heavy marks on her body, all because of that absurd and unexpected night. She carried 5 children alone for 10 months, facing enormous physical changes and enduring hardships unseen by outsiders. All he can do now is try to make up for everything he can. He composed himself and gently pulled out the cork from the porcelain bottle with his thumb. The moment the cork left the bottle, a crisp yet gentle herbal aroma wafted out. It doesn't have that strong artificial fragrance smell. It's more like the scent of a forest after the rain, a mixture of grass and some unknown flowers that calms the mind. Chunhao tilted the bottle slightly and used the tip of his index finger to dab out a small dollop of ointment. The ointment is a translucent light green color, with a texture as delicate and smooth as cream, and feels cool on the fingertips. He put down the bottle, rubbed the ointment in his palm to warm it with his body heat, and then gently placed his hand on Jiang Shuiro's abdominal wound. The moment his fingertip touched the edge of the wound, Jiang Shuiro's body tensed slightly, and she hissed softly. Chunhao immediately stopped what he was doing. Does it hurt? Jiang Shuiro frowned and nodded. It stings a little, but it's okay. I can bear it. It also has a cool feeling like I've applied some mint. Chunhao didn't move his hand away, continuing to use his fingertips to apply the ointment very carefully to the edges of the wound, his movements light and slow, as if he were handling a fragile piece of porcelain. His pressure was just right. Each slide of his fingertips was controlled to the point of just touching the skin, without pressing down or pulling to the side, only gently applying a thin layer of ointment to the surface of the wound. After applying the ointment for about a minute, Jiang Shuiro suddenly felt the dull pain that had been lingering on her wound for half a day gradually subsiding. More noticeably, a faint itch came from deep within the wound, as if something was gently wriggling inside. She couldn't help but ask, "Ow, why does my wound feel a little itchy?" "It doesn't hurt, it's just itchy, really itchy." Chunhao's fingers paused for a moment. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Itching is normal. It means the ointment is working and the wound is healing quickly. The sensation of itching is a signal that skin tissue and blood vessels are regenerating." Jiang Shiro lowered her eyelids, half believing and half doubting. "Really?" Chunhao did not answer, because his gaze was drawn to the change in the wound below his finger. As he applied the ointment, the dark red wound with slightly raised edges was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The color of the wound gradually changed from dark red to light red. The swelling at the edges subsided, and even the traces of the absorbable sutures faded visibly. In just a few minutes, the shocking long gash had healed into a smooth, light pink line, and the surrounding skin had become much smoother. The effects of the miraculous skin cream were even more amazing than he had imagined. The ointment produced by the system was indeed extraordinary. The light green ointment seemed to be absorbed into the skin bit by bit, repairing it as it was applied. After applying the ointment to the entire wound, Chunhao used his finger to dab a little more ointment and applied a thin layer to the skin around the wound that was slightly red from the cut. Jiang Shuiro kept her eyes closed the whole time. She could feel the warmth of Chunhao's palms passing through the ointment onto her skin, and she could also feel the continuous, comfortable coolness in her abdomen. The wound stopped hurting, the itching gradually subsided, and my entire abdomen felt lighter than ever before. She couldn't help but open her eyes and ask, "Ow, can I take a look at the wound now?" Chunhao withdrew his hand and wiped his fingertips on a tissue next to him. "Sure." Jiang Shiro propped herself up on the sofa, lowered her head, and lifted the hem of her clothes, her gaze falling on the wound on the lower edge of her abdomen. She was completely stunned. The long, dark red wound with stitches that she had once dared not look at had now shrunk into a thin, light pink line. The thread was almost invisible, and the swelling around it had mostly subsided, leaving only a thin mark that was slightly darker than the skin tone. She reached out and gently touched it with her fingertip. It didn't hurt. I pressed it a little harder, but it still didn't hurt. The skin around the wound is much smoother, and it feels almost the same as the healthy skin next to it. She looked up at Chunhao in disbelief, her eyes wide open. "Ow, where did you get this ointment? How can it be so magical? I just had surgery yesterday, and it's already healed to this extent today? That's unbelievable." Chunhao smiled slightly, calmly picked up the antique-looking small porcelain bottle from the coffee table, and twirled it in his hand. "I made this ointment myself." Jiang Shiro's eyes widened even more. "You made this yourself? You can even make ointments." Chunhao placed the porcelain vase back on the coffee table and calmly fabricated an explanation. "I grew up with my grandfather when I was a child. He was a barefoot doctor in the countryside for most of his life. He did everything himself, from collecting herbs to drying them and preparing them. I watched and learned from them since I was a child, and I also memorized some of the recipes. This scar and stretch mark removal ointment is based on a recipe he passed down, which I used to prepare myself." After hearing these words, Jiang Shuoro looked at Chun Hao with a different expression. Although she hadn't known him for long, in the 2 days they spent together, one of his skills after another came to light. She can cook, take care of children, name children, fold origami, brew medicine, and now she can even make ointments. And the ointments she makes are more effective than medicines from regular hospitals. She couldn't help but sigh. Wow, you're amazing. This formula your grandfather passed down to you is much better than the ointments from those big hospitals. She paused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and excitedly grabbed Chun Hao's wrist. By the way, you just said that your ointment can remove stretch marks. Is that true? Or were you just saying that to make me happy? Chun Hao nodded seriously. Of course it's true. When I was applying the ointment to your wound, I also applied some to the small patch of stretch marks around the wound. Didn't you feel it? Now all that's left is to apply it to the stretch marks all over my abdomen. Chapter 53 Shuero, relax a little. Jiang Shuero looked down at her abdomen. Apart from the healed surgical wound, the dense stretch marks on her entire abdomen were still clearly visible, with the dark purple and dark red lines intersecting and forming a stark contrast with the smooth skin. She was silent for a few seconds, then looked up at Chun Hao, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of her dress. Then, could you help me apply it all over? Chun Hao nodded. Of course, that's exactly what I meant. Jiang Shuero bit her lip and added, but I'll apply it myself. Looking at her slightly flushed face, Chun Hao understood what she was shy about. He smiled, his tone gentle. Shuero, applying stretch marks isn't as simple as just slapping on a layer of ointment. In addition to the ointment itself, special massage techniques are needed to promote skin absorption in order to achieve the best results. This technique is unique to me. If you apply it yourself, the medicine won't be absorbed and it'll be a waste of time. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand to demonstrate the direction and pressure of the massage in his palm. This technique was taught to me by my grandfather. It involves pressing in circular motions from bottom to top and from the outside to the inside, following the direction of the stretch marks. The application of pressure must be even and the rhythm steady to allow the ointment to penetrate the dermis and repair the broken collagen fibers from the root. If you apply it yourself, it will probably only stay on the surface of your skin. After hearing his explanation, Jiang Shuoro lowered her head and remained silent. She knew very well that Chun Hao was telling the truth. She had previously bought stretch mark creams and applied them morning and night, but after several months, there was no effect at all because those creams could only stay on the surface and couldn't penetrate the skin. When Chun Hao applied the ointment to her wound, she witnessed the immediate effect firsthand. That was definitely not something that could be achieved with ordinary application. There must have been a special technique involved. She hesitated for a long time, but finally nodded, her voice barely audible. Then you can apply it for me, but only on my stomach, not anywhere else. Chun Hao knew she was shy, so he didn't press her about other parts of her body, only saying, "Okay, lie down." Jiang Shuoro lay back down on the sofa, her hands folded over her chest, her eyes half closed. Chun Hao took out a small dollop of ointment from the small porcelain bottle, rubbed it in his palm, and then bent down to lift up the hem of her clothes, revealing her entire abdomen. His gaze swept over the crisscrossing stretch marks. The dense, purplish-red lines almost covered her entire lower abdomen, extending from below her navel to both sides of her waist. He took a breath and gently placed his hand, coated with ointment, on her skin, his fingertips resting on the most prominent stretch mark next to her navel. Begin by using the precise massage techniques bestowed by the title of medical god, gently pushing and pressing from bottom to top along the lines of the skin. His pressure was extremely precise. It was neither too light, causing the ointment to float on the surface, nor too heavy, making her uncomfortable. Each application is precisely applied to the dermis, complementing the penetrating effect of the ointment. At first, Jiang Shuoro's body was extremely stiff, all her muscles were tense, and she even held her breath. This was the first time a man had massaged her abdomen so meticulously using this technique. The warm palms and rhythmic pressure made her heart race. She could feel her face burning and the tips of her ears burning intensely. Chun Hao said softly while massaging her, "Shuero, relax a bit, don't tense up. If your muscles are tense, your pores will shrink, and the medicine won't be able to penetrate as well. Take a deep breath, relax your shoulders, and let your body follow my hand." His voice was soft and steady, with a gentle quality that made people feel relaxed involuntarily. Jiang Shuoro closed her eyes and slowly took several deep breaths as he instructed. Her shoulders gradually slumped down, and the muscles in her waist and abdomen slowly relaxed. After relaxing her body, she suddenly felt that the sensation of Chun Hao's palm pressing against her skin had changed. It no longer made her tense and stiff. Instead, a warm, comfortable sensation emanated from the area being pressed, like a pair of skillful hands gently dissolving the knotted fibers beneath the skin. It was a mix of soreness, swelling, and comfort. The sensation spread from her abdomen to her entire lower back, making her feel completely relaxed. Oh, she unconsciously let out a soft hum. She regretted it the moment the words left her throat. The voice was soft and gentle, with a slight upward inflection at the end, carrying a softness and charm that she herself had never heard before, making it exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she cried out in her heart, "Oh no!" How embarrassing that sound was. Chun Hao must have heard it, and he must be laughing at her in his heart. She closed her eyes even tighter, not daring to look at Chun Hao's expression. Chun Hao heard it, of course. That soft hum, like a feather, slipped into his ear, gentle and lingering, carrying an irresistible tingling sensation. Adding to the fact that Jiang Shiuro was lying on the sofa with her face flushed and eyes closed, her exquisite face glowed with a faint pinkish hue in the afternoon sunlight. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her lips were gently pursed. The whole scene was breathtakingly beautiful. His heart skipped a beat, and his fingers nearly slipped. He quickly took a deep breath, shifted his gaze from her face, and refocused on the stretch marks his palm was pressing on, forcing himself to calm down. He silently repeated to himself several times, "She just gave birth. She's in her postpartum period, and I'm applying medicine to her," before he could suppress his wandering thoughts and his hands returned to a steady and rhythmic motion. He continued to press and massage upwards along the stretch marks, starting from the right side of the navel, making sure each circle covered the edge of the previous one, ensuring that every inch of skin absorbed the ointment evenly. He changed direction, starting from the left side of his abdomen and circling inwards, then moving to the area around his navel, and finally covering the lower abdomen near the wound, layer by layer. He carefully applied the product and massaged it all over his abdomen to cover the stretch marks, which took him almost 20 minutes. Then he withdrew his fingers, tightened the bottle cap, placed it on the coffee table beside him, and gently patted Jiang Shiuro's arm. "Shuiro, all right, sit up and take a look." Jiang Shiuro opened her eyes, propped herself up on the sofa, and froze when she looked down at her abdomen. The purplish red and silvery white lines that originally covered her abdomen had faded considerably. The deepest purplish red lines have now turned light pink, and the original silvery white lines are now almost hidden in the skin tone and cannot be seen at all unless you look closely. Chapter 54. My stretch marks have really faded. Your ointment is amazing. When Jiang Shiuro opened her eyes, sat up, and looked down at her abdomen, she was instantly stunned. The purplish red and silvery white lines that originally covered her abdomen had faded considerably. The deepest purplish red lines have now turned light pink, and the original silvery white lines are now almost hidden in the skin tone and cannot be seen at all unless you look closely. The skin on my abdomen was noticeably smoother than before, and the slight bumps and looseness on the surface have been reduced considerably. Jiang Shiuro reached out and touched the stretch marks. The skin under her fingertips was smooth and even, without any bumps or depressions. She leaned closer to examine it more closely. Although traces of the patterns were still visible, they had faded considerably compared to before. Her eyes welled up with tears of emotion as she looked up at Chun Hao, her voice trembling yet clear. "Oh, it's really faded a lot. Look here, the deepest line used to be, but now it's almost invisible. Your ointment is amazing." Seeing her surprised and delighted expression, Chun Hao felt happy for her as well. "I told you it works very well, don't worry. Apply it once a day for a week, and these lines should disappear completely, and your skin will return to normal." He picked up the jar of ointment from the coffee table, weighed it in his hand, and figured that after Jiang Shiuro's skin absorbed it for a while, applying it a few more times should completely remove these stretch marks. He asked her, "By the way, where else do you have stretch marks? I can apply it to them for you too." Jiang Shiuro was still immersed in surprise, but when she heard him ask that question, the smile on her face suddenly froze. She slowly lowered her clothes to cover her abdomen, her gaze somewhat evasive, and her lips pursed. "She does indeed have stretch marks, not only on her abdomen and waist, but but also on her thighs, buttocks, and even the sides of her breasts. However, these areas are more private and more embarrassing than the abdomen and waist, and she was asked to expose those parts so that Chun Hao could apply and massage them. She was already incredibly embarrassed just thinking about it. She lowered her head, her voice soft and muffled. "That's all. There's nothing else there, just apply it to your stomach." Chun Hao put the antique porcelain bottle into his coat pocket, the bottle's body against the fabric bringing a slightly cool touch. His gaze shifted from Jiang Shuiro's still flushed face, knowing full well that her statement, "there's nothing else here," was a lie. Known as a medical genius, he has an encyclopedic understanding of the physiological structure and common problems of various parts of the human body, including the areas where stretch marks are most likely to appear: abdomen, waist, buttocks, inner and outer thighs, chest. He can recite it with his eyes closed. Jiang Shuiro was pregnant with quintuplets. Her belly was stretched to that extent, so it was impossible for her body to be completely unmarked. She was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. He didn't expose her. Although the relationship between the two people progressed rapidly in the past 2 days, from strangers to intimates. From never having exchanged a single word to now having lifted her clothes in front of him so he could apply medicine, they still haven't officially established themselves as lovers or husband and wife. Those areas are indeed too private. Jiang Shuiro, a school beauty who is adored by everyone, is also naturally shy. It's certainly unreasonable to expect her to ask a man to apply ointment to her inner thighs, buttocks, and breasts. Chun Hao had made up his mind. He wasn't in a hurry. Once the stretch marks on her abdomen and waist are completely gone in a few days, and she sees the lines fading day by day and her skin becoming smoother day by day, she will be tempted. There's a high chance she'll ask him to apply the ointment to other parts of her body. Even if she doesn't bring it up herself, he can still ask her when their feelings for each other deepen, their relationship grows closer, and the awkwardness and distance between them disappear. He pulled his hand out of his coat pocket, walked to the sofa, and looked down at Jiang Shuiro. "Shuiro, are you hungry now? I'll make you some porridge. It's lunchtime, you should eat something." Jiang Shuiro had just applied the ointment, and her entire abdomen felt warm and comfortable. She was also much more relaxed than before. She nodded. "I'm a little hungry." Chun Hao asked, "What kind of porridge would you like? I can make several kinds, such as purple rice and red date porridge, and black fungus and red date porridge, red bean, peanut, and red date porridge, yam and red bean porridge, pork liver and egg porridge, pork liver and bamboo shoot porridge. Which one would you like to eat?" Jiang Shiro thought for a moment and said, "How about yam and red bean porridge? It sounds sweeter." Chun Hao nodded. "Okay, it'll be ready soon." He turned and went into the kitchen, took a clean casserole from the cabinet under the island, and placed it on the stove. "I took out yam, red beans, and glutinous rice from the refrigerator, and also found a small piece of rock sugar." He began processing the yams, peeling and cutting them into chunks with swift and clean movements, ensuring each piece was cut to a uniform size. The red beans were soaked in advance, overnight, until they were plump and round. Rinse the glutinous rice thoroughly and pour it into a clay pot along with the red beans. Add enough water and bring to a boil over high heat. After boiling, he turned the heat down to low and simmered it. He poured in the chopped yam pieces, stirred them gently with a wooden spoon to prevent them from sticking to the bottom, and then covered the pot and let simmer slowly over low heat. The porridge bubbled gently in the clay pot, tiny bubbles rising to the surface, the white rice water gradually taking on a pale reddish-brown hue. The sweetness of the yam and the richness of the red beans slowly blend together, and a gentle aroma wafts out from the gaps in the pot lid. While the porridge was cooking, Chun Hao opened the refrigerator again. The refrigerator compartment was fully stocked with various ingredients, including vegetables, meats, eggs, and dried goods, all neatly arranged. He took out a piece of pork tenderloin, placed it on the cutting board, and cut it into thin strips. He then took a handful of green beans from the food storage container, cleaned them, and took out a white radish and a few scallions from the vegetable compartment. He plans to cook 2 dishes in a soup. The first dish is stir-fried green beans with shredded pork. The green beans are sliced diagonally into thin sections, and the shredded pork tenderloin is marinated with light soy sauce and cornstarch. Heat a wok over high heat with cold oil, stir-fry the shredded pork until cooked through, then remove it from the wok. Sauté minced garlic and dried chili peppers until fragrant. Then add green beans and stir-fry until the skin wrinkles slightly. Return the shredded pork to the wok, season with salt and oyster sauce, stir-fry evenly, and serve. A plate of bright green beans paired with dark brown shredded pork, glistening with oil and emitting a wonderful aroma. The second dish was scallion oil with sliced white radish. Peel the white radish and cut it into thin slices. Blanch it in hot water to remove the raw taste. Pour a little oil into the pan, fry the scallion segments until golden brown, then remove them. Leave the scallion oil in the pan, add the blanched radish slices, and stir-fry quickly. Add a little salt and sugar to enhance the flavor, sprinkle with the fried scallion segments, stir a couple of times, and it's ready to serve. The radish slices are white and translucent, with a rich aroma of scallions, and are light yet not bland. Chapter 55 Stretch marks fade after just one application. What kind of magical product is this? Chunha made a winter melon and meatball soup. He peeled and seeded a piece of winter melon, cut it into thick slices, boiled a pot of water, and put the winter melon slices in to cook. Then, I put a piece of ground pork in a bowl, added minced ginger, minced scallions, salt, light soy sauce, an egg white, and a small spoonful of starch. I stirred it in one direction until it became sticky and could be formed into a ball without falling apart. When the winter melon in the pot became translucent, he squeezed the minced meat into small balls with his thumb and forefinger and dropped them into the soup. The balls were cooked when they floated to the surface. Finally, he sprinkled some chopped green onions and a little white pepper powder, then turned off the heat. The three ingredients were cooked almost simultaneously. The yam and red bean porridge in the clay pot had been cooked until it was thick and sticky. The red beans were cooked until they were soft and mushy, and the yam chunks were so soft that they would dissolve when pressed with a spoon. The surface of the porridge had a light sheen of oil. Chunha took a few white porcelain bowls, filled a bowl with porridge, and placed it on the dining table to cool, then turned around and brought two dishes and a soup to the table. The green ones are green beans and shredded pork. The snow white ones are radish slices with scallion oil, and the winter melon meatball soup is filled with plump meatballs and bright green scallions. The soup is clear and bright, making it look very appetizing. He had just put the soup bowl down when he heard a noise from the living room. Zhou Xiaoyu dragged two large suitcases out of the elevator, the wheels of the suitcases rolling and clattering on the floor. She pulled the two suitcases to the sofa, then flopped down on it, dangling her legs over the armrests, and let out a long sigh. Oh my, I'm exhausted. Moving is such a physically demanding job. Jiang Shuoro sat up a little straighter on the sofa and smiled at her slumped posture. You've worked hard. It's not easy to make a trip back. Zhou Xiaoyu waved her hand. Compared to you giving birth, my little bit of hardship is nothing. 5 babies stuck inside me for 10 months, and then I'd have to have an incision to get them out. Just thinking about it makes me feel painful. She looked up at the ceiling. And the incision from a C-section is so big, it will definitely leave a scar later. I've heard that C-section scars are notoriously difficult to fade. Some people even have a bulge of flesh for years afterward. When Jiang Shuoro heard her mention the scar, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. I used to worry about scarring, but I'm not worried anymore. Zhou Xiaoyu turned her head to look at her. Why? Have you asked someone about scar removal methods? Or did the hospital prescribe some special medication for you? Jiang Shuoro said, How just applied a kind of ointment to me. He said that ointment can remove any scars, including surgical scars. The effect was really great after he applied it. The wound is almost healed. Zhou Xiaoyu suddenly perked up, sat up from the sofa, and moved closer to Jiang Shuoro. Really? Let me see. Jiang Shuoro hesitated for a moment, but still lifted the hem of her loose knitted cardigan, revealing her entire abdomen. Zhou Xiaoyu leaned closer to take a closer look, her eyes widening in surprise. She had witnessed Jiang Shuoro's surgery yesterday. She had seen the wound in the ward yesterday. It was long, red, and swollen at the edges, with rows of stitches sticking out. But all she saw at that moment was a thin, light pink mark, neatly gathered up. The surrounding skin was smooth and clean, without redness, swelling, or oozing. Even the traces of sutures were almost invisible. Zhou Xiaoyu reached out to touch her, but then pulled her hand back, looking up at Jiang Shuoro in disbelief. Shuoro, your wound. It's really healed? It's only been a day. Yesterday, it was such a scary gash. Jiang Shuoro nodded and said, After Ahao applied the ointment, it healed. I watched the wound gradually close up and fade with my own eyes. It was amazing. Zhou Xiaoyu shifted her gaze from the wound and carefully scanned Jiang Shuoro's abdomen again. She suddenly noticed that, apart from the healed wound, The stretch marks on Jiang Shuiro's stomach were much fainter than she remembered. The dark purple and deep red lines crisscrossed and covered the entire lower abdomen, looking quite alarming. But now the colors of those patterns are noticeably lighter, several shades lighter. The dark purple has turned into light pink, and the deep red has become beige. The skin tone on my abdomen has become much more even overall. Although the stretch marks are still there, they are not as noticeable as before. Shuiro, Zhou Xiaoyu's voice changed. Your stretch marks have faded a lot. Did you see that? The deepest ones are almost invisible now. Is this all thanks to Chun Hao's ointment? Jiang Shuiro nodded, laid down the clothes, and smiled. He just applied it to my stomach and waist, and the stretch marks faded after he finished applying it. Do you see it's different from before? Zhou Xiaoyu reached out and pinched her chin, completely absorbed in a state of shock and admiration. Chun Hao's ointment is amazing. Surgical incisions heal in a day, and stretch marks fade after just one application. What kind of magical product is this? Where did he get it? What's the name of the ointment? I'd like to get a bottle to try too, Jiang Shuiro said. Ahao said that he made this ointment himself. He learned medicine from his grandfather when he was a child. His grandfather used to be a barefoot doctor in the countryside. Zhou Xiaoyu glanced back at the kitchen and could see Chun Hao busy at the stove through the glass partition of the open kitchen. She lowered her voice and asked Jiang Shuiro. Chun Hao can also practice medicine. He has so many hidden skills. He can cook, fold paper, and make ointments. Is there anything he can't do? Jiang Shuiro shook her head, smiled, and didn't say anything. Zhou Xiaoyu leaned closer, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness and probing. Then, does he have any more of that ointment? Look, I have a scar on my thigh that's been there for years. It looks really bad, and I've been trying to get rid of it, but I've tried all sorts of scar removal creams, and none of them have worked. Since Chun Hao's ointment is so effective, can I try it too? Jiang Shuiro glanced towards the kitchen. He still has a small bottle in his hand, but I don't know exactly how much. He's cooking right now. You can go to the kitchen and ask him. Zhou Xiaoyu turned her head to look in the direction of the kitchen and saw Chun Hao carrying a white porcelain bowl out of the kitchen, walking through the dining area and placing the bowl on the dining table. He straightened up and called out towards the living room. Shuiro, the yam and red bean porridge is ready and has cooled down. You can come and eat it now. Jiang Shuiro responded and slowly stood up from the sofa, walking towards the dining table. Chun Hao then turned to look at Zhou Xiaoyu on the sofa. Xiaoyu, I've made lunch. Come and eat with us. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the kitchen, bringing out the 2 dishes and soup he had prepared and placing them on the table. Do you have any extra chapter 56? Could I use some of it? Chun Hao turned around and went back to the kitchen, bringing out the 2 dishes and soup he had prepared and placing them on the table. The bright green beans with shredded pork are placed slightly to the left of center. The snow-white radish slices with scallion oil are arranged on the right, and the winter melon meatball soup is placed in the very center. The clear broth reflected the overhead chandelier. The meatballs were round and snow-white, and the scallions were bright green. The presentation was just as good as the dishes in restaurants. Zhou Xiaoyu jumped up from the sofa, strode into the open kitchen, opened the sterilizer, took out 2 empty bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks, and scooped 2 bowls of rice from the rice cooker. She carried 1 bowl in each hand to the dining table. She placed the food in front of Chun Hao and herself, then plopped down in her seat, looked down at the 2 dishes and soup on the table, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It smells so good. These dishes look delicious. Chun Hao sat down opposite her, pushed a bowl of yam and red bean porridge in front of Jiang Shuiro, and placed a pair of clean chopsticks beside her. Try it and see how it tastes. Zhou Xiaoyu couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks, take a bite of stir-fried green beans with shredded pork, and put it in her mouth. The green beans are slightly wrinkled and coated with a thin layer of sauce. The shredded pork is tender and juicy, and the aroma of garlic and dried chili peppers blends perfectly. The flavor is moderately salty with a hint of sweet oyster sauce. She chewed twice and swallowed, her eyes immediately lighting up. She then picked up a second chopstick and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging. Chun Hao, your cooking is amazing, Zhou Xiaoyu said, her mouth full of food. These green beans are even better than my mom's. The shredded pork is so tender and flavorful. It's even better than yesterday's fried rice and instant noodles. Did you really just whip this up casually? Chun Hao smiled and said, it's just home-style cooking, nothing too fancy. After swallowing, Zhou Xiaoyu turned to the dish of scallion oil and white radish slices, picked up a slice and put it in her mouth. The radish slices are as thin as cicada wings, sweet and crisp, and the aroma of scallion oil has completely permeated the radish fibers. It's clearly just a very ordinary white radish dish, but it tastes like a dish carefully seasoned in a high-end restaurant, light yet flavorful, with the natural sweetness of the ingredients and the richness of the scallion oil in every bite. She took another sip of the winter melon and meatball soup. The soup was clear and not cloudy. The winter melon had been cooked until it was translucent and soft. The meatballs were firm and bouncy. The slight spiciness of the white pepper powder added a touch of freshness to the soup. After drinking a bowl of soup, you felt warm all over from your stomach. Zhou Xiaoyu put down her soup bowl, gave Chen Hao a thumbs up, and looked very serious. Chen Hao, I'm impressed. If you opened a restaurant with your cooking skills, the line of people would stretch from one end of the street to the other. Honestly, if you ever open a restaurant, I'll go there every day. Jiang Shuoro sat on the other side of the dining table, watching Zhou Xiaoyu praise the dishes on the table and smelling the aroma of the food wafting over. She couldn't help but swallow. In front of her sat a bowl of yam and red bean porridge, its surface steaming slightly soft, glutinous yam chunks floating in the rosy broth. It looked very appetizing, but the aroma of the two dishes and soup wafting over from the table made her stomach rumble. She whispered something. It smells so good. I want to try it. Chen Hao glanced at her, his gaze lingering on the loose-fitting cardigan she was wearing, his tone gentle yet firm. You can't eat those two dishes right now. They're stir-fried with a lot of oil and salt, and there are a lot of seasonings in them. You're still in the lochia period, and your stomach and intestines haven't fully recovered yet, so don't touch them for now. He picked up the white porcelain soup ladle next to the soup bowl, scooped 2 spoonfuls of clear broth from the winter melon and meatball soup, and then placed 2 pieces of winter melon and a meatball in a bowl. However, you can drink this soup. Winter melon clears heat and promotes urination, meatballs replenish protein, and the soup is light and not greasy. It's perfect for you right now. He pushed the bowl of soup in front of Jiang Shuoro and handed her a soup spoon. Try it and see how it tastes. Jiang Shuoro looked down at the clear soup in the bowl and the bright green scallions floating on the surface. She picked up the soup spoon, scooped up a small spoonful, and put it in her mouth. The warm broth slid down my throat. The sweetness of the winter melon and the savory flavor of the meatballs spread in my mouth, and the slight spiciness of the white pepper powder disappeared after just a touch at the back of my tongue, leaving a lingering, mild sweetness. It tasted even better than she had imagined. She took another sip, then looked up at Chen Hao, her eyes and brows full of smiles. It's so delicious. The soup is so flavorful, and the winter melon is completely melted in the broth. It's better than any soup I've ever had before. Chen Hao watched Jiang Shuoro lower her head and drink her soup. She held the bowl with both hands, sipping it little by little. Her eyelashes were half drooping. The corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, and after taking a few sips, her complexion was better than before. He said with a smile, "If you like it, drink more. There's more in the pot. I'll get you more when you finish." Jiang Shuoro looked up at him, her eyes crinkling with happiness, and gave a soft Then she lowered her head and scooped up a spoonful of soup to put in her mouth. The winter melon in the soup bowl had been stewed until it was almost translucent, and the meatballs were round and snow white. She took a small bite. The meatball was tender and bouncy, the juice spreading in her mouth. She then drank a sip of the clear soup, and her whole body felt warm from her stomach to her limbs. Zhou Xiaoyu sat opposite Chen Hao, still chewing on a slice of radish with scallion oil. After swallowing, she put down her chopsticks, her face showing a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. She took the initiative to ask Chen Hao, "By the way, Chen Hao, I just heard Shui Rose say that you applied a kind of ointment to her wound, and the wound healed very quickly. And that ointment can even remove stretch marks and scars." "Really?" Chen Hao put down his bowl and chopsticks and nodded. "It's true. I made that ointment myself, and it's really effective at removing scars and stretch marks." Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up immediately. She put down the bowl in her hand and leaned forward slightly. "I have a scar on my thigh. I fell when I was a child, and it's been there for many years. I've tried many scar removal creams, but none of them worked. Could your ointment remove this scar too?" Chen Hao smiled slightly. "It should work. The formula for that ointment is designed specifically for various skin scars and texture issues. With consistent application, most scars can gradually fade and disappear." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyu became even more excited and pressed for an answer. "Do you have any of this ointment left?" Do you have any leftover? Could I use some? Chun Hao quickly calculated in his mind. That bottle of miraculous skin beautifying cream actually contains a lot of ingredients. Although the bottle is small, the cream inside has a delicate texture. Each time, you only need a tiny amount, about the size of a fingernail, to cover a large area of skin. He just applied the cream to Jiang Shuiro's entire abdomen and waist, using only a small amount, not even enough to cover the bottom of the bottle. At this rate of consumption, this bottle of ointment will last him a very long time. Zhou Xiaoyu only has a scar on her thigh, so she needs even less. Giving her a little bit is perfectly fine. He nodded. Also, I'll get it for you after you've eaten. Chapter 57. Look, has my scar faded? Zhou Xiaoyu only has a scar on her thigh, so the amount she needs shouldn't be much. Giving her a little bit is perfectly fine. Therefore, Chun Hao nodded. Also, I'll get it for you after you've eaten. Zhou Xiaoyu was overjoyed, bobbing her chopsticks in her hand. That's great. I'll try it right after I finish eating. That scar has been with me since I was a child. I've been trying to get rid of it for ages. I've tried all sorts of ointments and even gone to the hospital, but nothing works. If your ointment can really get rid of it, I'll treat you to a year's worth of meals. Chun Hao smiled and waved his hand. No need to treat me to a meal. It's just a small favor. The three of them quickly finished their lunch. The 2 dishes and 1 soup were completely devoured, and Zhou Xiaoyu even scooped out and ate the last piece of winter melon from the winter melon and meatball soup. Chun Hao got up to clear the dishes, and Zhou Xiaoyu also stood up to help, carrying plates, bowls, and wiping the table. The 2 of them worked together to put the tableware into the kitchen. Chun Hao stood in front of the sink washing dishes, while Zhou Xiaoyu quickly dried the dishes and put them back in a sterilizer. After cleaning up the kitchen, the 3 of them returned to the living room. Chun Hao sat down on the sofa, reached into the side pocket of his coat, and with a thought, took the bottle of divine beauty cream out of his system backpack, held it in his palm, and then handed it to Zhou Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiaoyu took the bottle and examined it carefully. The off-white ceramic bottle gleamed with a warm luster under the warm yellow light of the living room. The bottle is covered with dense, dark green vine-like patterns, the lines of which are simple and smooth, as if they were hand-painted. The bottle was sealed with a cork and then covered with a layer of wax, so it looked quite old. She looked at it over and over again, marveling at it repeatedly. This bottle is really beautiful. It looks like an antique. It could probably fetch a lot of money if you took it out to sell. Chun Hao smiled and said, "It was left to me by my grandfather, and it is indeed quite old. He always used this bottle to store the ointment, and when it came into my possession, I continued to use it." Zhou Xiaoyu gently pried open the wax seal on the bottle cap, pulled out the cork, and a clear, mild herbal aroma wafted from the bottle. It smelled unlike any ointment she had ever smelled before. It wasn't the pungent smell of chemical fragrances, but rather the refreshing scent of moss and herbs after a rain in the deep mountains. She couldn't resist leaning closer to take a sniff. It smells quite nice, unlike other ointments that have a strong medicinal smell. She looked up and asked Chun Hao, "How do I use this?" Chun Hao said, "It's very simple. Just scoop out a little bit of ointment with your finger and apply it evenly to the scar. A thin layer is enough. You don't need to apply it too thickly. This ointment is very potent. A little is enough, and using more would be a waste. After applying, just let your skin absorb it naturally." Zhou Xiaoyu nodded. "No." After saying that, she reached up without hesitation and lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing her entire snow-white thigh without any concealment. She sat on the sofa with her left leg stretched out and resting on the edge of the coffee table. Her skirt was lifted up to her upper thigh, revealing an old, dark-colored scar about 3 or 4 centimeters long on the outside of her thigh. Chun Hao was caught off guard by her sudden and carefree behavior, and quickly turned his head to the other side, his gaze shifting to the lawn outside the French windows. He sighed inwardly. Zhou Xiaoyu's personality was just too carefree. There was clearly a man present. She casually lifted her skirt so high without thinking there was anything wrong with it. Jiang Shuiro, sitting beside her, also looked helpless and said, "Xiaoyu, don't you care about your image? Chun Hao is right here." Zhou Xiaoyu was applying ointment to her finger when she heard this. She looked up and stared blankly at Jiang Shuiro. "Why should I care about my image? I'm just putting on some ointment." She looked down at her exposed thighs, then looked up at Chun Hao's head, which she had turned away from, before belatedly letting out an "oh." But she didn't lower her skirt. She continued to apply the ointment to the scars on her thigh. She applied a small amount of pale green ointment, about the size of a fingernail, evenly to the old scar and gently rubbed it in with her fingers in a circular motion. The ointment has a delicate and smooth texture and feels cool on the skin. It absorbs much faster than ordinary moisturizers, almost as soon as it is applied, leaving no greasy shine on the surface. After applying the ointment, she lowered her skirt, looked down at the spot where she had applied the ointment, and stared at it for about 10 seconds without blinking. Then she suddenly raised her head, her voice filled with excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent. "Hey, Shuero, Chen Hao, look. Has my scar faded? It was dark brown a moment ago, but now it seems lighter." Jiang Shuero also leaned over to take a closer look. She asked Zhou Xiaoyu to lift her skirt again so she could get a closer look at the scar. The original dark brown old scar has indeed become lighter, turning from dark brown to light brown, and the edges have even begun to show a color close to the skin tone. Although it's impossible for it to disappear completely all at once, the changes are visible to the naked eye. "It really has faded," Jiang Shuoro said in surprise. "The brown mark that was very obvious just now has indeed faded in color, and the surrounding skin is smoother." Chen Hao turned his head away and didn't look, but he guessed that the effects of the system's products would definitely be good. Hearing Jiang Shuoro say that, he had a better idea. Zhou Xiaoyu was so excited, she almost jumped off the sofa. She turned to Chen Hao, her voice full of gratitude and admiration. "Chen Hao, did you really make this ointment yourself? You're amazing. This scar has been on my leg for many years. I tried all sorts of methods. I bought several scar removal creams and even went to the hospital to ask if I could get laser treatment, but they said the results weren't guaranteed and it was expensive. And the ointment you made yourself worked immediately. Thank you so much. Thank you so much." Chen Hao then turned his head back, but deliberately avoided looking at her thighs, only smiling at her face. "You're welcome. As long as the ointment works, that's good. If you apply it 3 or 4 times in a row, it should be completely removed." Zhou Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. "That's great. Once this scar is completely gone, I can finally wear shorts and skirts without worry. Chen Hao, this ointment is my lifesaver." She looked down at her skirt, which she had already put down, and couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. Just then, a whimpering sound came from the crib, followed by Dabao's crying. As soon as he opened his mouth, the other 4 joined in, and the 5 little ones started crying in unison. Chapter 58, Giving My Daughter a Bath. Suddenly, a whimpering sound came from the crib, followed by Dabao's crying. As soon as he opened his mouth, the other 4 joined in, and the 5 little ones started crying in unison. Chen Hao immediately got up, walked to the crib, and bent down to check. All 5 babies had their eyes open, kicking their little arms and legs, and opening and closing their little mouths as they searched for something. He turned to Jiang Shuoro and said, "It's time to feed them. They're all hungry." Jiang Shuoro also stood up and walked to the sofa to stand down. "Perfect timing. My breast feels swollen. I should have plenty of milk." The 3 of them began to divide the work and cooperate. Chen Hao first took Dabao, who was crying the loudest, out of the crib and handed him to Jiang Shuoro. Jiang Shuoro sat on the sofa, skillfully unbuttoned her clothes, and began to breastfeed. Dabao took the nipple into his mouth and began to suckle. Chen Hao turned around to prepare the formula. 5 different colored bottles were lined up on the dining table. He filled them with water, adjusted the temperature, scooped out the formula, and shook them well, all in a smooth and efficient motion. Zhou Xiaoyu helped hand over the baby bottle and take the baby from the side, and the 3 of them worked together more and more smoothly. Jiang Shuoro would feed each baby for 4 or 5 minutes before switching to the next one. After all 5 babies had finished their breast milk, Chen Hao would supplement with formula. The system notification came when Dabao finished the whole bottle, patted his burp, and was put back in the crib. Then comes the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th treasures. The system will make a ding sound after each one is fed. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your eldest daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your second daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your third daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Another 50,000 yuan in hand. Chen Hao silently calculated in his mind that he had already accumulated quite a bit of money from breastfeeding alone in the past 2 days. He placed the last empty bottle on the table. After the 5 babies had eaten and drunk their fill, Their emotions calmed down noticeably, and each of them had a satisfied expression on their face, their eyelids starting to droop again. Jiang Shuuro fastened her clothes, glanced at her 5 daughters who were looking drowsy, and said, "Shouldn't they need their diapers changed? It seems like it's been a while since we changed them." Chun Hao shook his head. "Don't rush to change their diapers. They haven't taken a shower since they came back from the hospital. Let them take a shower first and then change their diapers. They'll feel more comfortable if they're dressed cleanly in their new clothes and put on the bed." Jiang Shuuro nodded. Yes, 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 in the hospital the nurses wipe their bodies. They haven't had a proper bath yet. It would be good to take a bath first. Chun Hao pushed the crib to the elevator, with Jiang Shuuro and Zhou Xiaoyu following behind. The three of them entered the elevator, and Chun Hao pressed the button for the second floor. The elevator went up, and after the doors opened, there was a corridor with dark wood flooring and several doors on both sides. He walked a few steps down the corridor and pushed open one of the spacious bathroom doors. The bathroom was huge, even more spacious than the bedroom he lived in the shared apartment. The floor and walls are covered with light gray marble tiles, and a huge bathtub is placed in the middle against the wall. Next to it is a separate shower room with a double sink design. The mirror extends from the countertop to the ceiling, making the whole space bright and refreshing. Chun Hao pushed the crib into the bathroom and parked it next to the bathtub. He looked at the empty countertop and suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought up the baby's bath supplies yet. He said to Jiang Shuuro and Zhou Xiaoyu, "Wait for me a moment, I'm going to get something." The baby's change of clothes and toiletries are still downstairs. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the bathroom, then walked down the corridor to the master bedroom door and pushed it open. The master bedroom was empty, with clean and tidy bedding on the large bed and the curtains half drawn. He stood in the center of the room, made sure the door was closed and no one was around, and with a thought, the 2 white storage boxes that he had previously stored in his system backpack appeared out of thin air on the floor in front of him. The lid of the box was closed tightly, and the contents inside remained untouched. He bent down and opened the first storage box, taking out 5 neatly folded newborn onesies, each a different color, corresponding to the 5 babies' distinguishing colors. Then she took out a bottle of 2-in-1 baby shampoo and body wash, a tube of diaper rash cream, and a bottle of lotion. Then he opened the second storage box and pulled out 5 folded baby bathtubs from the bottom. The bathtub is made of soft silicone. It is a thin sheet when folded and unfolds into a rounded small bathtub. The bottom has anti-slip texture. He folded the 5 onesies neatly and held them in his arms, stuffed several bottles of toiletries into his pockets, stacked 5 folding bathtubs together, and carried them under his arm as he walked back to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Jiang Shuuro and Zhou Xiaoyu were looking down at the 5 little ones in the crib. Chun Hao carefully placed the items in the empty space next to the sink, unfolded the first light purple bathtub, and placed it in a suitable position on the floor. He turned on the tap, filled a basin with warm water, and then took out the thermometer from his pocket and put it into the water to measure the temperature. It was 37 degrees Celsius, just right. He took the Bao out of the crib and placed her on a clean towel-covered table next to him, gently unwrapping and removing her swaddle and diaper. The Bao lay naked on the table, his fair and tender skin gleaming softly under the light. Her little arms and legs were limp and curled up, like a chick just hatched from its egg, her skin so tender that you could almost see the fine blood vessels underneath. Chun Hao reached out and gently touched her, then quickly withdrew his hand, afraid that even a little force would redden her skin. He took a deep breath, put his hands under the Bao's armpits and under her knees, and carefully placed her into the bathtub. Warm water washed over her small body. The Bao was stunned for a moment, her little mouth pursed, and then she kicked her legs twice in the water. Suddenly, she relaxed, a look of enjoyment appearing on her face. Her mouth was slightly open, and she made a few soft ah sounds. She seems to really like water. The little feet kicked and thumped underwater, while the little hands splashed on the surface, sending tiny droplets of water landing on Chun Hao's sleeves. Chun Hao supported the back of her head and neck with one hand and gently poured water onto her tummy and arms with the other. I squeezed a little more baby shampoo and body wash into my palm, rubbed it together, and gently applied it to her sparse baby hair. The little bubbles piled up into a white cloud on her head. The Bao remained quiet throughout, without crying or fussing. He even grinned at the chandelier above his head, revealing his pink gums. Chun Hao's heart melted when he saw her smile. His movements became even gentler. After rinsing off the bubbles, he wrapped her in a soft baby towel and dried her off. He turned her over so she was lying face down on his knees, used a small towel to dry the water droplets on her back, applied diaper rash cream, and then put her in a clean new bodysuit. Just then, a notification sound rang in my mind. Chapter 59. He gained the title of Stock God and a guitar worth 8 million. The whole set of movements was smooth and fluid, and Zhou Xiaoyu watched in amazement as she handed her towels and lotion. Just as Chun Hao put the cleaned about back into the crib, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the achievement, giving your daughter her first bath. Reward. Title Stock Market Group. Effect. The host gains 100% profitability in stock trading. All stock investment operations will not result in losses, ensuring stable profits and zero risk. The title has been automatically activated. Chun Hao paused for a moment, his whole body frozen in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. Stock market guru? Is it possible to make a 100% profit from stock trading? No risk at all? That's way too exaggerated. He had previously made up a story about making money in the stock market to deal with Jiang Shuero and Zhou Xiaoyu's questioning. But now the system has made that story a reality for him. With this title, he can make money no matter what stocks he buys and never lose money. Wouldn't that mean he can make a steady stream of money from the stock market whenever he wants? He was both surprised and delighted, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. The timing of this title couldn't have been better. It not only covered up the lies he had made up before, but also paved a smooth road for him to make money in the future. When Bao was wrapped in his new onesie and put back in his crib, his little face was flushed pink from the steam, his hair was wet and stuck to his scalp, with a few strands of soft hair sticking up like a newly hatched chick. She closed her eyes and let out a burp, her little mouth slightly pursed. Looking so comfortable, she didn't want to move. Chun Hao turned around and picked up Bao's purple bathtub, filled it with warm water, tested the temperature, and then laid a clean bath towel on the counter. The second child is a bit smaller than the first, with slender arms and legs, and just as fair and translucent skin. He carefully removed her clothes and diaper, then gently placed her into the bathtub, supporting the back of her head and bottom. When Bao first touched the water, it shrank its little body, but quickly stretched out in the warm water, kicking its two little feet at the bottom of the water, splashing water all over Chun Hao's face. Chun Hao didn't dodge, letting the water droplets hang on his eyebrows, and his hands moved smoothly as he washed her hair, neck, armpits, hands, and feet. Gently rub each crease, rinse it clean, wrap in a bath towel, dry it, apply diaper rash cream, and put on new clothes. Bao remained quiet throughout, occasionally stretching out her little arms when Chun Hao helped her put on her sleeves. After completing the process, the clean and refreshed second baby was placed in the crib, lying side by side with the first child. As Chun Hao straightened up, a notification sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You've given your second daughter a bath for the first time. Reward, 500,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. 500,000. Chun Hao paused for a moment. I just gave my eldest son a bath and rewarded him with the title of Stock Market Guru, which was already a huge surprise for him. I never expected that when I bathed my second son, I would throw 500,000 yuan in cash at him. He held back his laughter and bent down to pick up Bao again. The bathtub for the three treasures is light yellow, and when unfolded, it is the same size as the previous two. He was already very familiar with the process of getting water, taking the temperature, taking off his clothes, and putting them in the water. The third baby is a bit chubby than her two older sisters, with a round, bulging belly and soft, fleshy segments on her arms. She seemed to particularly love water. As soon as she got into the bathtub, she started splashing around, kicking her two short legs rapidly, splashing water all over the floor. Chun Hao quickly steadied the back of her head with one hand and poured water on her to wash away the bubbles with the other, afraid that she would choke on the water if she moved too much. After washing, he wrapped himself in a bath towel, dried himself, applied diaper rash cream, and got dressed. Bao was still babbling and kicking his little feet in Chun Hao's palm. Congratulations, host. You've given your third daughter a bath for the first time. Reward, 1 bottle of divine skin cream, already added to system inventory. I got another bottle of amazing skin beautifying cream. Chun Hao felt much more at ease. He had planned to save the first bottle for Jiang Shuero to use, and now that he had another bottle as a backup, he would have some on hand if anyone else needed scar or stretch mark removal in the future. The bathtub for the four treasures is light green. See, Bao is quiet by nature. When put in the water, it doesn't move much. It just lies on its back with its two little fists clenched on either side of its ears. Its eyes are half open and half closed as it looks at the light above its head, looking very calm and collected. Chunhao washed her very easily. He didn't have to chase after her and splash water everywhere. She just lay quietly and let him scrub her. Congratulations, host. You've given your fourth daughter a bath for the first time. Reward, 500,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Another 500,000. Chunhao's initial elation had turned into a calm elation, and he increasingly felt that this system was practically giving him money. A generous reward for every bath I give my daughter. Where else in the world can you find such a good deal? Finally, there's the five treasures, a light purple bathtub. The fifth child is the smallest and lightest. When held in one's hands, it weighs less than her older sisters, like a small ball of cotton. Chunhao was extremely careful when putting her into the water, supporting her little head with one hand from head to toe and scooping water with the other hand to pour it over her. Wu Bao shrank its neck in the water, shivered slightly, and then slowly relaxed, its little mouth curving up as if it were smiling. Congratulations, host. You've given your fifth daughter a bath for the first time. Reward, a guitar. This guitar, valued at 8 million yuan, was handcrafted by a top luthier using rare, century-old wood. Its pure and clear tone makes it a collector's item worthy of being passed down through generations. Already added to system inventory. Chunhao was stunned for a second. A guitar? 8 million? He quickly did the math in his head. 8 million meant he could buy a decent house in a good location in Jiangdong City, or several Lincoln Navigators like the one he drove. He could hardly believe that a guitar was worth 8 million. Could this system be trying to scam him? But then he thought about it again. The things the system rewarded him with before, such as the divine skin cream, the special baby crib, the Lincoln Navigator, and the villa in Rose Manor, were all really good things. The system never tricked him. Since that guitar was priced at 8 million, it must be worth 8 million. He was just a little apprehensive because he hadn't seen it in person yet. He suppressed his doubts, wrapped the baby in a bath towel, dried him off, applied diaper rash cream, dressed him in new clothes, and put him back in the crib. The five little ones were spotless, their hair fluffy, their cheeks rosy, and each wore a new onesie in a matching color. They lay neatly side by side on the dark blue mattress, looking from a distance like five small flowers just touched by dew. But none of them slept. Chapter 60. Chunhao, what kind of magic did you use? The five little ones were spotless, their hair fluffy, their cheeks rosy, and each wore a new onesie in a matching color. They lay neatly side by side on the dark blue mattress, looking from a distance like five small flowers just touched by dew. But none of them slept. The five little ones had wide, round eyes, kicking their arms and legs on the bed and making all sorts of babbling noises, showing an astonishing amount of energy. Jiang Shuoro checked the time and said to Chunhao, shouldn't they be going to sleep? They've already showered and they're still not asleep. They'll start making a ruckus later. Chunhao nodded, walked to the crib, bent down, and picked up the three babies. He smiled at Jiang Shuoro. I'll put them to sleep. You just need to keep an eye on them. He let Sam Bao lie on his shoulder, gently patted her back, and then hummed softly. The song he was humming was the lullaby that the system had rewarded him with. When a melody flowed from his throat, it was even smoother than the one he had heard in his mind, bearing the timbre and breath control of a singer blessed with the title of God of Song. Each note was as steady as a cradle, gently rocking under the moonlight, the rhythm soothing, the timbre warm. There are no lyrics, just a simple and lingering chant, like the vague tune my grandmother used to hum on a rocking chair on a summer night when I was a child. Sam Bao, who was kicking her legs on his shoulder, kicked once 3 seconds into the song and slowed down 5 seconds later. At the 10th second, her lower legs stopped moving. At the 15th second, her breathing became even. In less than a minute, her little head rested on Chunhao's shoulder, and she fell into a deep sleep. Chunhao gently placed the sleeping babies back into the crib and tucked them in. The system notification sounded on time. Congratulations, host, for successfully putting your third daughter to sleep. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. On the other side, Jiang Shuoro and Zhou Xiaoyu were also comforting two babies. Jiang Shuoro was holding Debeo and pacing back and forth, patting her back. Zhou Xiaoyu held her second child, humming a children's song, her humming coming out in fits and starts. The two of them looked at the three babies who were already asleep in the crib and exchanged glances. Zhou Xiaoyu looked down at Erbao, who was staring around with wide, round eyes in her arms, then looked up at Chun Hao. You've already put her to sleep? Seriously? It's only been a short while. Chun Hao smiled, but didn't answer. He bent down and picked up Sibao. Sibao lay in his arms, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him, her little mouth opening and closing, full of energy. Chun Hao hummed that melody again and carried her slowly through the bathroom. Bao's gaze moved from the overhead light to his face, then from his face to the ceiling, and then his eyelids began to droop. Once, twice, 3 times, and the 4th time he couldn't lift them up. From a moment she started humming to falling asleep. It was less than a minute. Congratulations, host, for successfully putting your 4th daughter to sleep. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Zhou Xiaoyu and Jiang Shuoro were stunned again. Zhou Xiaoyu looked down at her still energetic baby in her arms. The baby had even started making loud noises, showing no signs of sleepiness. Dabao, in Jiang Shuoro's arms, also had his eyes wide open like copper bells, and his little fists were clenched and punching Jiang Shuoro's shoulder. Chun Hao then picked up Wu Bao. Wu Bao is the youngest, and her sleep is naturally lighter than her older sisters, but she fell asleep almost instantly as soon as Chun Hao started singing. She squinted her eyes, tilted her head, and fell asleep in less than 30 seconds. Congratulations, host, for successfully putting your 5th daughter to sleep. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Zhou Xiaoyu was completely convinced. She looked at the 3 babies sleeping soundly in the crib, then looked down at her own energetic second child, who was kicking and thrashing about. Her expression was filled with heartache. Chun Hao, what kind of magic did you use? I've been trying to soothe her Bao for ages, and she just gets more and more energetic, but you can make her fall asleep just by humming a tune. Chun Hao walked up to Zhou Xiaoyu and extended his hand. Give her Bao to me, I'll coax him. Zhou Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment. Her Bao has a lot of energy. I tried to coax her for a while, but she wouldn't close her eyes. Are you sure you can do it? Chun Hao smiled. Try it, and if it doesn't work, keep trying to coax me. Zhou Xiaoyu handed Bao to him with some skepticism. Chun Hao took Bao from him and let her lean against his chest. He supported her back with one hand and started humming that melody again. The sound resonated from his chest and echoed softly in the quiet bathroom. At first, Bao was still whimpering and resisting, kicking his little feet a couple of times. Then it was as if someone had pressed the pause button. Her movements became smaller and smaller. Her blinking frequency became slower and slower, and the corners of her mouth even curved slightly. In less than a minute, she tilted her head and fell asleep in his arms. Congratulations, host. You successfully put your 2nd daughter to sleep. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Zhou Xiaoyu's mouth gaped open when she saw this, and she couldn't close it for a long time. She rubbed her eyes hard to make sure she wasn't seeing things. She had tried so hard to coax her 2nd child for so long, but the child fell asleep in Chun Hao's arms in less than a minute. The difference was just too great. After putting the baby back in the crib, Chun Hao turned around and walked to Jiang Shuoro, extending his hand to her. Give me the Bao too. Without hesitation, Jiang Shuoro handed over the still fussy baby in her arms. She had just witnessed Chun Hao coax all 4 babies to sleep one by one, and she was completely convinced of his ability to soothe them to sleep. She no longer had any doubts. Now she couldn't wait for Chun Hao to get the eldest baby to fall asleep as well. Chun Hao took the Bao from him. The Bao was the most mischievous of the 5. His little fists were clenched tightly, and his mouth was still opening and closing as he yelled. He showed no sign of going to sleep. Chun Hao used his other hand to support the back of her head, letting her cheek rest against his chest, and began humming that lullaby again. The singing was gentle and even, with each note carrying a stable and reassuring rhythm. The Bao's crying turned into whimpering during the first loop of the song, and she stopped crying during the second loop. When she was halfway through the third loop, her little fist loosened, her fingers went limp and rested on Chun Hao's collar, her mouth slightly open, and saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth onto his shirt. She fell asleep. Congratulations, host, for successfully putting your eldest daughter to sleep. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Chun Hao gently placed a Bao into the crib as well. The 5 daughters lay side by side, breathing evenly, their little faces glowing peacefully under the warm yellow night light. Their little chests rose and fell, and their 5 little mouths moved occasionally, as if they were smacking something delicious in their dreams. Jiang Shiwero and Zhou Xiaoyu stood by and watched the whole thing, neither of them able to utter a single word. Chapter 61. Do you want me to help you take a bath? Jiang Shiwero and Zhou Xiaoyu stood by and watched the whole thing, neither of them able to utter a single word. The 5 little ones in the crib were sleeping peacefully, a stark contrast to the noisy scene just 10 minutes earlier. Chun Hao pushed the crib from the bathroom to the bed in the master bedroom and parked it there, making sure the position was safe and secure. The master bedroom is indeed spacious, with a wide aisle next to the 2-meter-wide bed in the center. The crib is placed there without blocking the way or affecting the opening of the cabinet doors. The position is just right. The 3 people left the master bedroom and gently closed the door behind them. Once in the corridor, Zhou Xiaoyu could no longer hold back and grabbed Chun Hao's arm, shaking it hard twice. How did you do that? Why couldn't we soothe them after all that time? But they all fell asleep the moment you picked them up and hummed a couple of tunes. What song were you singing? Jiang Shiwero also came closer, her eyes full of curiosity. Yes, I've never heard that song you just sang before. It didn't sound like a nursery rhyme or a pop song, but it was incredibly comforting. I almost fell asleep listening to it. Chun Hao explained with a smile. It might be related to the tune I hummed. The rhythm was slow, the tone was steady, and there were no sudden ups and downs. Children's brains are not fully developed, and hearing such monotonous, repetitive, gentle sounds can easily relax them, causing them to fall asleep. Zhou Xiaoyu pressed further. So, how did you learn to sing this? Where did you get taught? Chun Hao said. No one taught me. I just hummed it randomly for fun. I never thought it would work so well to coax the child. Zhou Xiaoyu stared at him in shock for several seconds, then couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Chun Hao, you're a genius to be able to hum such a powerful effect, even when you're just humming casually. You can cook, dispense medicine, and soothe children. You've done all the work of stay-at-home dad all by yourself. Jiang Shiwero stood beside Chun Hao, her eyes overflowing with admiration and appreciation. Zhou Xiaoyu glanced down at her phone. It was almost 10 p.m. She yawned. All right, it's getting late. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. I won't disturb your romantic time together. Good night. As she spoke, she walked towards the bedroom she had chosen at the other end of the corridor. Before pushing open the door and going in, she turned back and winked at the 2 of them, then slammed the door shut. Only Chun Hao and Jiang Shiwero remained in the corridor. Quiet light streamed down from above, and the wall lamps emitted a warm, yellow glow. Jiang Shiwero blushed deeply because Zhou Xiaoyu had just said that she and Chun Hao were a young couple. Chun Hao naturally reached out and took Jiang Shiwero's hand, his palm pressed against her knuckles, warm and dry. Let's go back to our room, too. Jiang Shiwero felt a sweet warmth in her heart as he held her hand. She nodded and followed him as he turned and pushed open the door to the master bedroom. The room was bathed in a soft, warm glow from the nightlight. The bedding on a large bed was neatly made, and 5 little ones were sleeping haphazardly in the crib next to it, creating a peaceful and heartwarming scene. Chun Hao let go of her hand and pointed in the direction of the bathroom. You still have some ointment left on your body, and you've been busy all day. Go take a shower first, and then apply the ointment again after you shower. It will be more effective. Jiang Shiwero nodded and was about to walk towards the restroom when Chun Hao added, Are you sure you can shower by yourself? Your wound has healed, but it's only been 2 days. What if you slip or hurt yourself when you bend over? Do you want me to help you shower? Jiang Shiwero stopped abruptly. Her face flushed instantly, the blush spreading from the base of her neck all the way to the tips of her ears. She kept her head down, her fingers twisting the hem of her dress, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. No need, I can manage on my own. After saying that, she practically fled into the bathroom, closed the door behind her, and then turned the lock to make sure it was secure. He leaned against the door, his chest heaving, his heart pounding in his chest. The bathroom light turned on automatically, casting a warm yellow glow that illuminated the entire space. She stood behind the door for a while before she gradually calmed down. The reflection in the mirror showed her with rosy cheeks, fluttering eyelashes, and slightly pursed lips. She walked to the sink, turned on the tap, scooped up a handful of cool water, and pressed it against her face, trying to cool down her burning cheeks. But that thought popped up uncontrollably, swirling around in my mind, and I couldn't get rid of it. When Chun Hao offered to help her take a bath, Her first reaction was shyness, panic, and she refused without even thinking. But now that she's calmed down, she suddenly feels regretful. She was alone in this huge bathroom, which was as spacious as a small living room. The bathtub was big enough for two people to lie down in, and the water pressure from the shower head looked very strong. If Chun-Hao really helps her wash, how careful will he be? Will my fingers feel as light as when I applied the ointment this afternoon? Will he gently rub her back with his hands? She imagined that warm touch, and her heart started beating even faster. She looked at her flushed face in the mirror, bit her lip, and regretted not nodding in agreement earlier. Jiang Shiwero stood under the shower head and began to take a shower. Warm water poured down from above, wetting her long hair and shoulders. Steam rose slowly in the bathroom, covering the mirror with a thin layer of white vapor. She closed her eyes and tilted her head back, letting the water wash over her cheeks and neck. The warm water flowed down her collarbone, over her chest, and over the pale pink mark on her abdomen that had mostly healed. As the water flowed over the stretch marks that had faded considerably, her fingers unconsciously followed the path of the water. The texture of my skin is different now. The raised, rough lines have become much smoother thanks to the ointment, and I can hardly feel any bumps when I run my fingertips over them. Chun-Hao's ointment is truly amazing. It has such a noticeable effect after only one application. If she continues to apply it for a few more days, the skin on her stomach might really return to its original state. As she thought about it, Chun-Hao's image filled her mind. From the moment he pushed open the door to the ward that day, images began to flash through his mind one after another. He dragged in two large suitcases, sweating profusely as he showed her the newborn supplies. He squatted in front of the hospital bed and fed her Sheng Huatang spoonful by spoonful, blowing on each spoonful to test its temperature. He clumsily learned how to put on diapers for his baby, and his fingers were still trembling when he put on the first one. He was as steady as a mountain when he carried her from the stroller to the hospital bed. When he put the maternity hat on her, his movements were as gentle as if he were touching a piece of porcelain. While he was squatting in the bathroom, helping her take off her pants, his eyes were always looking elsewhere. He hummed that strange lullaby and put all 5 daughters to sleep within minutes. Chapter 62, I forgot to bring a change of clothes. As Jiang Shiwero thought about it, Chun-Hao's image filled her mind. From the moment he pushed open the door to the ward that day, images began to flash through his mind one after another. Every frame played back in her mind, and the more she looked, the more she felt that this man's goodness was genuine and real. When she found out she was pregnant, her biggest fear was that Chun-Hao would deny it, would stubbornly refuse to admit the child was his, or would reluctantly acknowledge it and then ignore her and the child and be irresponsible. She imagined those scenes countless times alone in her rented room, and the thought of them would scare her so much that she couldn't sleep. But reality was completely the opposite of what she imagined. Chun-Hao not only didn't deny it, but he did better than any other man she knew. He's willing to do anything, capable of doing anything, and eager to do anything. All her previous worries were unnecessary. She was leaning against the bathroom wall, the hot water still flowing, her whole body enveloped in warm steam, her heart overflowing with happiness and contentment. She didn't fall in love with the wrong man. She knew he hadn't misjudged her from the moment he pulled her ashore from the river during her freshman year of college. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom, Chun-Hao was not idle in the bedroom. He sat on the edge of the bed, picked up his phone from the bedside table, unlocked the screen, and opened the App Store. He typed securities account opening into the search bar, and several apps popped up. He chose a top-ranked and well-reviewed app to download and opened it after installation. The app's startup screen is quite simple, and the registration process is also clear. He first entered his mobile phone number, received the verification code, filled it in, and then began the real name authentication process. After uploading photos of the front and back of my ID card, the system automatically recognized the information on them, including my name, ID number, and date of birth. Next came the video verification. He held up his phone and recorded a short video of his face, then read a string of numbers as prompted by the system, and the verification was successful. Next, you need to select a securities company, set a trading password, and link your bank card. He entered his savings card number, filled in the bank information, and checked his investment preferences and risk tolerance on the risk assessment questionnaire. The final step was signing an electronic agreement. He was too lazy to read the dozen or so pages of dense text, so he just scrolled to the bottom and clicked agree. The whole process took about 10 minutes, and finally a message popped up on the screen. Account opening application has been submitted. The review result will be notified by SMS within 1 business day. Chun Hao put his phone on the bedside table, thinking to himself that once the application was approved, he would take a small amount of money to test the waters. Although the system said that the title of stock god could guarantee 100% profit with zero risk, he still wanted to verify it with his own eyes before he could feel completely at ease. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Jiang Shiwero had finished showering and reached out to turn off the faucet. The heat in the bathroom slowly dissipated, and after the sound of water stopped, the surroundings became quiet, with only the slight hum of the air conditioner vents. She went outside the shower room, dried herself with a towel hanging on the wall, her hair still wet and clinging to her shoulders, water droplets rolling down her body. As she picked up her old clothes to put them on, her hand froze in midair. She glanced down at the crumpled ball of dirty clothes in her hand, then looked up at the empty shelf next to the sink. Then it suddenly dawned on me that I hadn't taken anything with me when I rushed into the bathroom in a panic. I didn't bring any change of underwear, pajamas, or even a dry towel. She stood in the bathroom, completely naked except for a small, half-damp towel clutched in her hand. The towel could cover the chest, but not the thighs, and the upper body, but not the lower body. It was simply not enough to cover one's private parts. She draped a wet towel across her chest, barely covering her most intimate parts, then walked barefoot quietly to the bathroom door, pressing her ear against the door to listen for any sounds outside. The bedroom was quiet, with the occasional soft, smacking sound coming from the crib. She took a deep breath, cleared her throat, and called out through the door, "Ahau." There was no response from outside. She raised her voice slightly, "Ahau." This time, Chun Hao's response came from outside, his voice coming from the direction of the bedroom. "Hey, what's wrong?" Jiang Shiwero stood behind the door, her heart starting to race again. She bit her lip and hesitated for a few seconds, but finally mustered the courage to speak. I forgot to bring a change of clothes. All my clothes are in my suitcase. Could you please get them for me?" Chun Hao immediately agreed and turned to walk towards the pink suitcase in the corner of the bedroom. The box wasn't open yet, and the zipper pull was facing upwards. He squatted down and unzipped the zipper, revealing neatly folded clothes divided into several sections. He recognized the top piece as pajamas, made of plain-colored checkered cotton fabric, folded neatly into squares. He pulled aside his pajamas, and sure enough, there were neatly folded underwear and panties underneath, light pink in color, and the fabric looked very soft. He tried not to think about where the clothes were worn, and quickly scooped them up, holding them in his arms along with his pajamas. Jiang Shiwero heard footsteps moving in the bedroom, followed by the sound of a suitcase zipper being pulled open and the rustling of fabric being turned over. Then, after about 10 seconds, the footsteps approached the bathroom door again. "Shiwero, I found her." Chun Hao's voice came through the door, very close, so he must have been standing outside the door. Jiang Shiwero's heart pounded even faster. She reached out and placed her hand on the door lock, gently turned it, and the lock clicked open. Then, as if burned, she quickly withdrew her hand, turned around, and rushed back into the shower room in 3 quick steps, crouching down. With her back to the bathroom door, she curled up in a ball, her long, wet hair cascading down to cover most of her face and bare shoulders. She called out from behind the door, "You can come in and leave on the sink." Then she paused. "Just leave it there and go." "Oh." Chun Hao turned the doorknob and pushed the door open to go inside. The bathroom was warm and cozy. The steam hadn't completely dissipated, and the air was filled with the light, sweet scent of shower gel. He walked briskly to the sink without looking to the side, placed the stack of clothes he was carrying on the marble countertop, and turned to leave. But as he took 2 steps, he couldn't help but glance at the glass partition of the bathroom out of the corner of his eye. The fog clung to the glass, making it semi-transparent and blurry, but the outline behind it was still faintly visible. Chapter 63, You're so good-looking. Why can't people look at you? As Chun Hao walked out of the bathroom, he couldn't help but glance at the glass partition of the shower room out of the corner of his eye. The fog clung to the glass, making it semi-transparent and blurry, but the outline behind it was still faintly visible. Jiang Shiwero crouched inside, her back to the glass door, using the corner of the bathroom floor tiles to cover her body. Her shoulders had a smooth, rounded shape. The curve of her back from her neck to her waist was soft and complete, and a patch of flawless white skin was faintly visible behind the frosted glass, with a warm glow after the steam had evaporated. Chun Hao's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked away, strode out of the bathroom, closed the door behind him, took a deep breath, and called out into the room. Shuiro, I'm out. Jiang Shuiro finally let out a long breath and cautiously turned her head to look in the direction of the door. The door was closed tightly, and warm yellow light shone through the crack in the door onto the bedroom floor. She stood up and walked out of the shower room to the sink, where a neat stack of light pink clothes was placed. On top was a light pink cotton bra, below were panties in the same color, and at the bottom was a set of plain plaid pajamas. When she reached out and picked up the underwear, the fabric that her fingertips touched still carried a trace of the warmth of Chunhao's palm. He brought her clothes in his hands, holding her underwear in his palm. She suddenly felt her face burning, and all sorts of strange thoughts popped into her head. She's already had a relationship with Chunhao and given birth to 5 daughters for him. Moreover, she clearly loves him and is willing to spend her life with him. So why is she still so easily shy? When Chunhao was helping her with breastfeeding, he looked at her breasts all over and even touched them all. Why is she so shy now? She hesitated for several seconds in front of the sink, then brought her underwear close to her nose. The fabric was clean, with only a faint soapy scent from the laundry detergent residue. I couldn't smell anything else. But with her eyes closed, she imagined how Chunhao's fingers had held the bra just now. I imagined him rummaging through his suitcase with his head down, and he might come across this piece of clothing. Imagine the moment his body heat is transmitted through the fabric. She couldn't smell anything, but she felt as if the fabric carried his scent, sending a shiver down her spine. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw her flushed face in the mirror. She froze for a moment, then quickly put her bra down and cursed herself in her heart for being such a fangirl. This was so embarrassing. Blushing, she quickly put on her bra, then picked up the panties. Her face burned even hotter when she put on her underwear. Chunhao had just taken these underwear from his suitcase, pulled them out, held them in his hand, and then placed them on the sink. Now that she's put it on, the fabric clings to her most intimate parts, as if it's indirectly touching his fingers. The image made her head buzz, and her whole face felt like it was burning hot. She cursed herself inwardly for having such wild thoughts while frantically pulling up her underwear. Then I put on my pajamas, buttoning them up crookedly without a care, grabbed my dirty clothes, and opened the bathroom door. Chunhao was sitting on the edge of the bed, holding his phone with the screen lit up. He looked up when he heard the door open, and when his gaze fell on Jiang Shuiro, he froze as if a pause button had been pressed. She had just finished showering. Her hair was still wet and draped over her shoulders, with water dripping from the ends. Water droplets slid down her neck and into the neckline of her pajamas, leaving a glistening watermark on her collarbone. Her face was flushed with a faint pink from the hot shower. Her skin was more moisturized and plump than during the day. Her eyes were bright from the steam, and tiny water droplets clung to her eyelashes. Although the plain plaid pajamas she wore were loose and baggy, the belt around her waist accentuated her slender figure. Standing under the warm, yellow night light, she looked almost unreal. Chunhao stared at it for a moment, so engrossed that he forgot to turn off the light on his phone screen. Jiang Shuiro felt uncomfortable under his gaze, her face burning hot, but she was too embarrassed to directly ask him what he was looking at, so she gave him a playful glare instead. What are you looking at? What's so interesting? Chunhao snapped out of his daze after she said that, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up, but his eyes still didn't leave her face. You're so good-looking. Why can't people look at you? Jiang Shuiro felt as sweet as if she had been soaked in honey, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up, but she had to hold it in. You're so glib. She paused, then wrinkled her nose at him. You stink. Go take a shower. Chunhao immediately sat up in bed and placed his phone on the bedside table. Okay, I'll go right away. He rummaged through the closet for his change of clothes, paused as he passed Jiang Shuiro, and glanced at her wet hair. Remember to dry your hair, otherwise you'll have a headache when you sleep. The hairdryer is in the drawer under the sink. After saying that, he went into the bathroom and closed the door behind him. Jiang Shuiro stood in the bedroom, listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom, before walking to the bedside table, picking up the hairdryer, and plugging it in. She stood in front of the mirror, blow-drying her hair, while looking at her reflection in the mirror at her face with a forced smile, the sweet feeling in her heart lingering and refusing to dissipate. Chunhao showered much faster than Jiang Shuiro and was out in about 10 minutes. He was wearing dark gray cotton pajamas. His hair was half dry with a towel, and there were still water droplets hanging on the back of his neck. When he came out of the bathroom, Jiang Shiuro was already half lying on the bed against the headboard. Her hair was dried, and her pajamas were neatly buttoned. Chun Hao walked to the bedside, sat down, and turned to look at her. Shuero, you just took a shower and washed off the ointment on your stomach and waist. Let me apply it again for you. It will be best absorbed if you apply it before going to sleep. Jiang Shiuro didn't hesitate. She gently hummed in agreement, then lifted the blanket, lay flat on the bed, and used both hands to lift up the hem of her pajamas, revealing her entire abdomen and waist. The cesarean section scar was almost invisible, with only a thin, light pink line remaining on the skin's surface, as if it had been there for a long time. The stretch marks were lighter in color than in the afternoon. The light pink lines had begun to turn off-white, and they were no longer so noticeable from a distance. She closed her eyes, lay down relaxed, and placed her hands naturally at her sides. Chapter 64, Ah How, your ointment is truly amazing. Chun Hao took the bottle of the miraculous skin cream from the pocket of his coat on the bedside table, uncorked it, dipped his fingertip into a small dollop of the pale green cream, and rubbed it into his palm. Then he bent down and placed his warm palms on Jiang Shiuro's abdomen. He gently pushed and pressed along the stretch marks from bottom to top, the pressure from his fingertips even and steady. The ointment was absorbed into the skin little by his massage, and his fingers lingered on every inch of skin for just the right amount of time, neither too fast nor too slow. He started from her waist and pushed in circles towards the center, massaging meticulously along the lines of her skin. After each area of skin was opened, he would change direction and cover it again. Warm hands, carrying the coolness of the ointment, moved over her abdomen, the warm and moist touch penetrating layer by layer from the surface of her skin into the deeper tissues. Chun Hao's finger pressure was perfectly controlled, heavy where it needed to be heavy and light where it needed to be light. Each pressure point is precisely placed at the intersection of acupoints and meridians, giving a sore and swollen feeling, just like when I applied the medicine in the afternoon, making me feel comfortable all over. Jiang Shiuro squinted her eyes, a faint smile playing on her lips, as her muscles relaxed inch by inch in Chun Hao's palm. She lay there, her abdomen covered by warm palms, soaked in ointment and massaged with just the right amount of pressure, so comfortable that she didn't even want to move a finger. Her eyes were closed, her expression peaceful and content. Her breathing gradually became long and even, and a small curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chun Hao's hand slid across Jiang Shiuro's waist one last time, his fingertips gently tracing the lines of her stretch marks. Then he straightened up and looked down at the area he had just applied the ointment to. The soft, warm yellow light from the night light illuminated Jiang Shiuro's abdomen and waist, revealing that the cesarean section scar had shrunk to a very thin, pale pink line. It lay flat and evenly on the lower edge of the abdomen, with no visible signs of swelling or redness on the surrounding skin. The crisscrossing stretch marks were much lighter in color than when the medication was first applied in the afternoon. The dark purple patterns turned into a very pale, flesh pink, and the deep red became an off-white that almost blended into the skin tone. The texture changed from rough and uneven to smooth and soft, as if the broken collagen fibers were being reconnected little by little. This amazing skin-beautifying cream is truly miraculous. The products produced by the system are indeed incomparable to ordinary ointments on the market. Chun Hao took a tissue from the bedside table and wiped the remaining ointment from his fingertips, then gently patted Jiang Shiuro's arm. Shuero, your surgical wound has almost healed, and the stretch marks on your stomach and waist have faded quite a bit. Get up and take a look for yourself. Jiang Shiuro had been immersing herself in the incredibly soothing massage with her eyes closed until she heard Chun Hao's words and slowly opened them. She propped herself up on her arms and sat up in bed, looking down at her abdomen. She paused for a moment when her gaze fell on the almost invisible light pink line, then looked at it carefully for several seconds to make sure she wasn't mistaken. Then she lifted her shirt up a little more, revealing her entire lower abdomen and waist. Her gaze swept over the noticeably fading stretch marks, and the expression on her face slowly changed from a daze to surprise. She reached out her finger and gently touched the deepest lines. The touch from my fingertips was smooth and soft. The uneven texture had become almost indistinguishable from the surrounding normal skin. It felt smooth and soft to the touch, as if it had never been stretched. Uh-oh! Jiang Shiuro suddenly looked up at Chun Hao, her eyes sparkling, her voice filled with barely suppressed excitement. It has really faded a lot. Look for yourself. This line used to be the deepest, but now it's almost invisible. And the incision on my stomach, it was such a long red line yesterday. Now it's just a faint mark. Your ointment is truly amazing. Seeing her surprised and delighted expression, Chun Hao felt happy too. He sat down on the edge of the bed, gently pulling down the hem of Jiang Shiuro's dress, which she had lifted too high in her excitement, to cover her exposed waist. His tone was gentle. I told you it works very well. After applying it a few more times, it should be completely restored to its original state. Jiang Shiuro lowered her head and touched her now smoother belly, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. She looked up at Chun Hao, her voice filled with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Hao. If it weren't for you, the scars and stretch marks on my stomach would definitely be there forever. I would really have to live with these things for the rest of my life. Chun Hao looked at her watery eyes and smiled slightly. Why be so polite between us? He spoke very softly, with a natural intimacy. Jiang Shiuro was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then she just stared into his eyes without looking away. Chun Hao did not look away. The two sat facing each other, less than an arm's length apart. The warm yellow night light shone on them, and their shadows overlapped on the floor. The five little ones slept soundly in the crib, their breathing even and deep, so quiet that only the soft sound of their breathing could be heard in the bedroom. Chun Hao looked into Jiang Shiuro's eyes. His eyes appeared exceptionally clear under the warm glow of the night light, his reflection shimmering in the pupils. His lips were slightly pursed, moist and full, with a hint of the dewy sheen of someone who had just taken a shower. He felt his heart beating faster and faster, and involuntarily leaned forward slowly, closing the distance inch by inch. As Jiang Shiuro watched his face approach little by little, she knew exactly what he was going to do. Her heart was pounding, drumming against her chest, and she felt as if she were frozen in place, her limbs weak. She didn't know what was happening to her. All she could see was his face getting closer and closer. Then, as if she had a mind of her own, her eyelids slowly closed, her chin lifted slightly, and her lips unconsciously moved towards him. Chun Hao's lips finally touched hers. It was very light and soft, like a feather falling on a flower petal. Her lips were softer than I had imagined, with a slightly damp, warm feel from just having showered, and a faint minty toothpaste scent mixed with her own fragrance. He kissed her with restraint, his lips lightly brushing against hers, as if confirming her response. Jiang Shiuro was completely passive at first, her hands hanging at her sides, her whole body stiff, her lips pressed tightly together, not knowing how to respond. Chapter 65, seeing Erbao eating so heartily, I wanted to eat some too. Chun Hao kissed her with restraint, his lips gently rubbing against Jiang Shiuro's lips as if confirming her response. Jiang Shiuro was completely passive at first, her hands hanging at her sides, her whole body stiff, her lips pressed tightly together, not knowing how to respond. But Chun Hao's lips didn't leave hers, gently touching her again and again, tenderly and patiently. Gradually, her lips parted, and the tip of her tongue tentatively touched his lower lip between their lips. Then she heard a muffled groan escape her throat, and her hands involuntarily rose up to grab his shoulders, leaning forward. The kiss went from tentative to deep. With his patient guidance, she slowly found her rhythm and clumsily responded to his every move. When their tongues intertwined, she felt a tingling sensation spread from the tip of her tongue throughout her body, and her strength seemed to be drained away, leaving her feeling weak. The kiss was far more wonderful than she had imagined. It wasn't the kind of fleeting touches you see in TV dramas, but a real, warm, intimate embrace, carrying each other's breath. She was trapped inside and didn't want to get out. She just wanted it to last longer and go deeper. She held his arm tighter and tighter, and their bodies pressed closer and closer together. The pajamas were made of thin fabric, and through that layer of cotton, she could feel the warmth emanating from his chest, a heat that made her whole body feel hot. Her fingers slid from his shoulder to his collar, her fingertips gripping the button of his pajamas, and she drowsily tried to unbutton it. I want to remove the fabric between our skin. I want so much more. Chun Hao felt her unbuttoning his shirt. His own rationality was also crumbling, and the heat in his body was rising little by little, being pushed forward by that momentum. But the last thread of clarity was pulled. He abruptly turned his head, pulled his lips away from hers, took a couple of heavy breaths, and then gently took her hand that was unbuttoning her shirt. Shuero. His voice was hoarse, carrying a suppressed restraint. You just had a C-section, so you can't have sex yet. Jiang Shiuro's fingers paused in his palm. She opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy with moisture. But Chun Hao's words were like a bucket of warm water poured over her, slowly pulling her out of that frenzied state. She looked down at her hand, which he was holding, and then looked up at the slight redness in his eyes, a result of his restraint. A surge of warm emotion welled up inside her. She herself had been so impulsive that she forgot about it, but he remembered. Even in that situation, he was able to put her health first and managed to stop the car himself. She didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she gripped his fingers tightly, leaned forward, buried her face in his chest, and mumbled, "Ahau, thank you for thinking of me. You're so kind. I will always love you." Chun Hao looked down at the top of her head, which was buried in his chest, chuckled softly, and raised his other hand to ruffle her hair. "Me too. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep." Jiang Shiuro lifted her head from his chest and nodded. The two let go of each other's hands and lay back down on their respective sides. The bed was spacious enough, but after Jiang Shiuro lay down, she moved closer to him, eventually pulling the blanket between them and turning to face him. Chun Hao also turned to face her, and the two lay face to face with half a pillow between them. Jiang Shiuro slowly moved forward a little more, resting her forehead under his chin. Chun Hao reached under the blanket and wrapped his arms around her waist, gently pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head. The two of them embraced each other and soon fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, a series of cries pulled the two of them out of their sleep. When Chun Hao opened his eyes, the night light was still on. He reached for his phone on the bedside table and glanced at the time. 3:07 a.m. The five little ones in the crib have already started their grand chorus. The eldest has the loudest voice, and the second baby's cry is the shrillest. The cries of Sambao, Sibao, and Wu Bao, rising from low to high, intertwined 5 different frequencies, making the master bedroom as lively as a market. Chun Hao sat up, rubbed his eyes, glanced at the time on his phone, and said to Jiang Shiuro beside him, "They must be hungry. It's been more than 3 hours since their last feeding." Jiang Shiuro also woke up, propped herself up on her arms, glanced at her phone, and nodded. "They are indeed hungry. Let's get up and feed them." The two of them got out of bed. Chun Hao walked to the crib, picked up the crying baby, and handed him to Jiang Shiuro. Jiang Shiuro took Debeo from her, skillfully unbuttoned the front of her pajamas, and brought Debeo to her chest. Debao stopped crying as soon as he took the nipple in his mouth and began to suckle vigorously with his little cheeks puffing out. Chun Hao turned around and walked to the small table in the corner of the bedroom. He had already moved everything needed for breastfeeding into the master bedroom during the day. A thermos, sterilizer, 5 different colored baby bottles, and open cans of formula are neatly arranged on the small table, within easy reach. He picked up the pink Debeo baby bottle, poured in some warm water, tested the temperature with the back of his hand, and then opened the formula can. Scoop out a full, even spoonful of milk powder, level it at the rim of the can, pour it into the bottle, screw on the cap, and shake it evenly with your wrist to completely dissolve the milk powder. When he turned around and walked to the bedside, Jiang Shiuro had already fed Debao almost completely. Chun Hao took Debao from her arms and put the prepared pink bottle and nipple into Debao's mouth. Debao closed his eyes, took the nipple in his mouth, and continued to suckle vigorously. Jiang Shiuro then picked up the second baby from the crib, unbuttoned the other side of her clothes, and began to breastfeed. Her movements were natural and graceful. After several days of frequent breastfeeding and following their recent kisses and hugs, she seemed to have broken free of her inhibitions. When she breastfed her daughter in front of Chun Hao, all her initial shyness and awkwardness had vanished. Untie what needs to be untied, and move closer when necessary. Your expression is calm and gentle. As Chun Hao held his eldest child and breastfed, he watched Jiang Shiuro breastfeeding her second child, and his heart felt warm and tender. He watched for a while, then suddenly grinned, deliberately teasing her. "Seeing Erbao eating so happily makes me want to eat some too." Jiang Shiuro was looking down at her second child nursing when she didn't react at first. After a couple of seconds, she suddenly looked up, her face flushed, glared at him, and said coquettishly, "Shameless, how old are you to still be fighting with your daughter for milk? There aren't enough for the 5 little ones to go around. Where would you get any extra?" Chapter 66, Jiang Shiuro, "You wish." Chun Hao, shameless as ever, continued his banter. Then let's feed all 5 little ones formula. Then I'll have extra breast milk to drink, right? Jiang Shiuro's face turned even redder, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears and neck. She spat out a curse. You wish. Chenhao couldn't help but laugh when he saw her embarrassed and annoyed expression. The baby in his arms had almost finished the formula in the bottle, and the nipple made a hissing sound after being sucked out. He placed the empty bottle on the small table, held the bow upright against his shoulder, and gently patted him to help him burp. After the bow let out a loud burp, he fell back asleep limply. He put his baby back in the crib, and the system notification sounded in his mind right on time. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your eldest daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. He turned around to make formula for his second child. He mixed warm water into a light blue bottle, added formula, and shook it. By the time he finished preparing the formula, Jiang Shiuro had already finished breastfeeding their second child. He then took the baby from him and put the formula in a bottle. The two worked together like this, with Jiang Shiuro in charge of breastfeeding and Chunhao in charge of formula, switching babies one after another. Jiang Shiuro would feed one child and then switch to the next, while Chunhao would prepare the next bottle after feeding one child. After the third, fourth, and fifth babies had all eaten and drunk their fill, the crib quieted down again, with only a few contented snores remaining. Chunhao placed the last empty baby bottle on the small table, and the notification sound in his mind rang 4 more times. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your second daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Congratulations, host, for successfully breastfeeding your third daughter. Reward, 10,000 renminbi. The money has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Another 50,000 system reward. Chunhao did some mental calculations. He earned 50,000 yuan from feeding the baby tonight. Combined with what he had saved before, his system account had accumulated a considerable sum. But he didn't show it on his face. He just bent down and checked each of the 5 babies' diapers one by one, and sure enough, they were all bulging. He turned around, pulled out new NB-sized diapers from the storage box, and squatted down by the crib to change them one by one. After the Bao finished exchanging the gift, he was rewarded with a can of formula. I gave my second child a pack of diapers as a reward after changing his diaper. After changing the baby's diapers, I gave him a pack of diapers as a reward. After changing all 4 babies' diapers, I still got a pack of diapers as a reward. After changing the 5 diapers, another pack of diapers arrived. Chunhao rolled up the last old diaper and threw it into the trash can, feeling quite pleased with himself. 1 can of formula and 4 packs of diapers will last for quite a while. It seems there's no need to buy formula and diapers for the 5 babies anymore, as the system rewards us with a ton every now and then, which is more than enough. He straightened up and saw that the 5 little ones were already lying on the bed, clean and comfortable. He picked them up one by one and hummed the lullaby again. And in less than a minute, all 5 little ones were fast asleep again. Jiang Shiuro leaned against the headboard and watched him go through the whole process. From feeding to changing diapers to putting the baby to sleep, everything was done in an orderly, efficient, and clean manner. She checked the time on her phone. After all this commotion, it was almost 4:30 a.m. She couldn't help but sigh. Taking care of a child is so tiring. Another hour has gone by. Thank goodness you were there to help. If I were alone, I would have been completely overwhelmed and would have collapsed sooner or later. Chunhao checked the crib railings to make sure they were locked, then walked back to the bed, lifted the blanket, sat down, and turned to face Jiang Shiuro. Jiang Shiuro also turned to face him, and the two lay face to face with only the width of a pillow between them. Chunhao looked into her eyes and suddenly said, Shuiro, you should have told me when you found out you were pregnant. If you had told me sooner, I would have taken good care of you and wouldn't have let you bear it all alone for so long. You were pregnant with 5 children. Those months must have been incredibly difficult. When Jiang Shiuro heard him mention the pregnancy, her gaze lowered slightly, and her fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of the blanket under the covers. After several seconds, she spoke softly. It was really tough. For the first 3 months, I was so nauseous that I couldn't eat anything. I would vomit everything I ate, and I lost several pounds. Later, my belly got bigger and bigger, and I couldn't turn over in bed at night. My back ached, and my feet were so swollen that I couldn't wear shoes. And I had to hide from others. I couldn't let my classmates know. I couldn't let my family know. I was on edge every day, and I didn't dare to go out and see anyone. The hardest part was going for prenatal checkups. Every time, I would be heavily pregnant and go to the hospital with Xiaoyu. We would register, queue up, have an ultrasound, pay, and get the report. Everyone else had their husbands with them, but I only had Xiaoyu by my side. Sometimes people around me will glance at me without saying anything, but that look in their eyes. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao felt a pang of heartache and tightened his arms around her, holding her even closer. His chin rested on the top of her head, and his voice was deep. I won't leave you alone anymore. I'll be there for you through all the follow-up appointments and all the troublesome things. You don't need to travel alone anymore. I'll drive you wherever you want to go. Jiang Shiuro's eyes welled up with tears. She nodded against his chest, rubbing against the fabric of his pajamas, her voice nasal. Chun Hao then said, if I had known back then that the person in the hotel that night was you, and that you were pregnant with my child, I would have gone to find you the next day. You don't have to carry all that alone. Her voice grew softer and softer, carrying a bittersweet feeling that had been suppressed for a long time. The reason I didn't tell you was because I was afraid you wouldn't believe that the child in my belly is yours. I'm afraid that if you find out, you'll run away, make me get an abortion, and then disappear forever. I really don't dare to gamble. As Chun Hao listened to her calmly recount the hardships she endured during her pregnancy, his chest tightened as if someone were squeezing it. He couldn't imagine a young woman in her early 20s single-handedly dealing with the pregnancy symptoms of 5 children. Without family by her side, without a boyfriend to take care of her, and having to live in constant fear of being stared at. How did she get through those months? He reached out and pulled Jiang Shiuro closer to him, letting her lean against his chest. Her face was buried in the crook of his shoulder, her warm breath brushing against his neck. He lowered his head and pressed his forehead against hers, his voice low and earnest. How could I not believe you? Actually, when you told me about that night in the hospital room, I already completely believed you. You're a girl. If you didn't actually have a relationship with me, if you weren't actually pregnant with my child, how could you possibly take such a huge risk to give birth to 5 children? He paused, tightening his grip slightly. But all of that is in the past. From today onwards, I will take good care of you and our 5 daughters. I'll make up for all the suffering I made you endure before. Jiang Shiuro buried her face in his chest, her nose brushing against the fabric of his pajamas, and nodded vigorously. She could hear the steady, powerful heartbeat in his chest, each beat striking her eardrums like a promise that would never stop. Chapter 67, if it could be mass-produced, it would definitely be a huge profit. The next morning, when Zhou Xiaoyu woke up, it was already bright outside her window. She sat up on the large bed in the bedroom she had chosen, stretched, and then got out of bed after throwing off the covers. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a narrow golden beam across the floor. She walked to the sink in her pajamas, squeezed out some toothpaste, and started brushing her teeth. As she brushed, her gaze inadvertently fell on her exposed thighs, and she stopped brushing. She put down her toothbrush, bent down, and looked closely. The old scar that I applied ointment to yesterday afternoon has become noticeably lighter in color. The edges of the original dark brown mark have begun to approach the skin tone, and the overall area of the scar seems to have shrunk. It feels much smoother to the touch, unlike before when it was hard and a little bumpy. She was so excited she almost dropped her toothbrush. She quickly rinsed her mouth, wiped her face haphazardly, and without even changing out of her pajamas, pushed open the door and ran into the hallway. She hadn't expected Chun Hao's ointment to be so effective, and she planned to share the good news with Chun Hao and Jiang Shiuro. She rushed to the master bedroom door and pushed it open without hesitation. Inside the room, Chun Hao and Jiang Shiuro were busy feeding their 5 babies. Jiang Shiuro sat on the bed with Debeo in her arms, her clothes open, and Debeo was sucking hard on one of her breasts. Chun Hao stood in front of the small table, holding a pink baby bottle and preparing formula. Steam from the thermos was coming out of the bottle. The 2 people looked up at the door at the same time when they heard the door being pushed open. Zhou Xiaoyu stood at the door, her face beaming with excitement as she called out repeatedly. Chun Hao, Shuero, look at the scar on my thigh. It's faded a lot since yesterday. Look. As she spoke, she unabashedly lifted the hem of her nightgown, revealing her entire snow-white thigh from her knee to her groin. The old, dark brown scar on the outside of my thigh has lightened in color this morning after I applied the ointment last night. It has turned into a light pinkish nude color, and the edges have almost blended into the surrounding skin, making it easy to miss if you don't look closely. Chun Hao was still holding the baby bottle in his hand. His gaze unconsciously glanced over, and upon seeing the pale, white thigh, he immediately turned his head to the side. The baby kept shaking the bottle, but turned its neck at a large angle, its eyes fixed on a decorative painting on the wall. He sighed inwardly. Zhou Xiaoyu's personality was just too carefree. He barged into someone's bedroom early in the morning in his pajamas, and without saying a word, he lifted his nightgown up to his thighs, acting as if the man didn't exist. While holding to Bao, Jiang Shuoro also noticed the noticeably faded scar on Zhou Xiaoyu's leg. Although she was speechless at Zhou Xiaoyu's carefree attitude regardless of the occasion, she had long been used to it after being best friends for more than 10 years. She glanced at Zhou Xiaoyu's legs, then at the incredibly excited expression on her face, and said with a smile, "It has indeed faded a lot. This ointment is really effective. You only applied it once last night, and it's already faded this much. If you apply it twice more, it'll probably be completely gone." Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her skirt, turned around, and skipped 2 more steps towards Chun Hao, her eyes sparkling. "Chun Hao, your ointment is absolutely amazing. When I looked at it this morning, I almost thought I was seeing things. This scar has been on my leg for over 10 years. I've tried countless methods without success, but this ointment you gave me worked after just one application. It's like a second life for me." She rubbed her hands together excitedly. "Can I apply it one more time? I want to apply it several times while it's still hot, so I can get it off completely as soon as possible." Chun Hao had already prepared Bao's formula, placed the pink bottle on the small table, and made a reaching motion into his pajama pocket. In fact, on a whim, he took out the bottle of divine skin beautifying cream he had used last night from his system inventory and handed it over. "Here you go. Take it and apply it." Zhou Xiaoyu took the pale green, antique porcelain bottle with both hands, removed the cork, and skillfully scooped out a small dollop of ointment with her fingertips. She has always been outgoing and straightforward. After applying it once last night, she already knew how much to use and wouldn't squeeze out too much like the first time. She applied the ointment evenly to the surface of the old scar on her thigh, gently massaging it in with her fingertips. The pale green ointment was quickly absorbed by her skin, leaving a slightly cool sensation. She stared at the area where the ointment had been applied for less than a minute, and the edges of the pinkish-red scar melted a little more into her skin tone. She was so excited she almost jumped up. "It's fading even more. It's really fading. Chun Hao, this ointment of yours is amazing." Suddenly, she thought of something, looked up at Chun Hao, and her expression revealed a shrewdness that suggested she had discovered a business opportunity. "Chun Hao, your ointment is so effective. If it could be mass-produced, you would definitely make a fortune. Compared to yours, all the scar removal ointments on the market are like plain water. You could mass-produce them and sell them online. Even at several hundred yuan a bottle, you wouldn't have to worry about finding buyers. There are so many people across the country with scars and stretch marks. The market is enormous." Jiang Shuoro was changing breast milk for her second baby when she heard this. She looked up, her eyes lighting up. "Xiaoyu is right, Hao. Your ointment is so effective. If it could be mass-produced, it could really make a lot of money. The scar and stretch mark removal products on the medical aesthetic market are very expensive now, and the results aren't as good as yours." Chun Hao's heart did stir slightly after hearing what the two people said. They're right. He's witnessed the effects of this amazing skin-beautifying cream firsthand. Surgical incisions healed in a day, and old scars from over 10 years ago faded in 2 days. Stretch marks can be mostly eliminated after just a few applications of this product. You won't see this effect with any other product on the market. If it can be mass-produced and put on the market, it will definitely be in short supply, and making money will not be difficult. But he knew in his heart that the ointment was not a formula he had made himself, but an item given as a reward by the system. He didn't even know what the ingredients were, let alone how to mass-produce it. Even if he took the ointment to a laboratory for component analysis, those core materials would most likely be substances unique to the system and not found in nature, making them impossible to replicate. He could only shake his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. The preparation method of this ointment is very complicated, and the core medicinal materials used in it are very special. My grandfather went to great lengths to collect them back then. We can't find a second batch of those medicinal herbs right now, so for the time being, we can only rely on the 2 bottles I have. Large-scale production is impossible." Jiang Shuoro and Zhou Xiaoyu exchanged a glance, both of them showing obvious disappointment. Zhou Xiaoyu looked down at the simple, antique porcelain bottle in her hand, then at the fading scar on her thigh, and sighed regretfully. That's such a pity. If this thing could be mass-produced, you could become a billionaire overnight. But I'm already very satisfied if even one bottle can get rid of this scar that's been there for over 10 years. Chapter 68, since you all want to hear it, then I'll make a fool of myself. Zhou Xiaoyu looked down at the simple, antique porcelain bottle in her hand, then at the fading scar on her thigh, and sighed regretfully. That's such a pity. If this thing could be mass-produced, you could become a billionaire overnight. But I'm already very satisfied if even one bottle can get rid of this scar that's been there for over 10 years. Jiang Shuoro nodded and didn't ask any further questions. At this moment, Chunhao had already taken the second baby from Jiang Shuoro's arms after feeding him breast milk and put the light blue bottle into the baby's mouth. The baby hugged the bottle and drank it down. Jiang Shuoro picked up the 3 babies again and started feeding them. The two worked together seamlessly, taking turns one after the other. Zhou Xiaoyu watched for a while, and also helped by handing over the baby bottle and towel. Soon, all 5 babies were fed with breast milk and formula, and then their diapers were changed one by one. Chen Hao put the last baby back in the crib. The system notification sounded in his mind 5 times in a row, each time with the number 10,000, for a total of 50,000. He was secretly pleased with himself, thinking that he had earned several 100,000 yuan yesterday from bathing his daughter, and another 50,000 yuan today from feeding her and changing her diapers. Adding to what he had saved before, he now had a considerable amount of cash on hand. After finishing his work all morning, Chunhao looked up at the bright sky outside the window and said to Jiang Shuoro and Zhou Xiaoyu, "You must be hungry too, right? I'll go make breakfast." He turned and went downstairs to the kitchen. The villa's open-plan kitchen is spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows that let in the morning sunlight. He opened the refrigerator, took out half a black-boned chicken, a small handful of angelica root, a small box of goji berries, and also took out ginger slices, scallion segments, and a bowl of glutinous rice that had been soaked yesterday. Known as the god of medicine, he is very knowledgeable about medicinal food combinations. Angelica and black chicken porridge is good for replenishing qi and blood, making it most suitable for postpartum women who are weak. Blanch the black-boned chicken to remove any fishy smell, then put into a clay pot along with angelica root, goji berries, and ginger slices. Rinse the glutinous rice and add it in as well. Add enough water, bring it to a boil over high heat, then reduce to low heat and simmer slowly. The porridge bubbled and steamed in the clay pot. The savory aroma of chicken and the mild medicinal flavor of angelica root slowly blending together, wafting out from the gaps in the lid. While the porridge was cooking, he casually fried a few more eggs, made some batter to make a few thin pancakes, and cut up a plate of fruit. When the porridge was cooked until it was thick and sticky, he turned off the heat, poured the porridge into 3 white porcelain bowls, arranged the fried eggs and pancakes neatly on a plate, and served it on the table. The 3 people sat around the dining table. Zhou Xiaoyu took a bite of the pancake and a sip of porridge, her eyes shining brightly. With a mouthful of food in her mouth, she mumbled a praise. "Chunhao, your cooking skills are absolutely amazing. Even a simple breakfast you make tastes so delicious. Why don't you just switch careers and open a breakfast shop? I promise I'll eat there every day." Chunhao smiled and shook his head. "Running a breakfast shop is too tiring. I'd rather just make breakfast for my family." Jiang Shuoro looked down at the bowl of porridge in front of her. The porridge is thick and smooth. The glutinous rice is cooked until each grain is fluffy, and the shredded black-bone chicken meat is almost invisible in the porridge. The aroma of angelica is faint and warm, not bitter, but with a sweet aftertaste. She scooped up a spoonful with a small spoon and put it in her mouth. The warm and smooth porridge slid down her throat, and her whole body felt warm from her stomach. She looked up at Chun Hao and asked curiously, "Hao, what kind of porridge is this?" "It's not quite the same as the one I had yesterday," Chun Hao said. "This is angelica and black chicken porridge. Angelica nourishes and invigorates the blood, while black chicken nourishes the body. You are currently in postpartum confinement and your qi and blood are deficient. Drinking this porridge will help you restore your health." Jiang Shuoro's fingers tightened slightly as she held the bowl, and a sour feeling welled up in her nose. After 10 months of pregnancy and a C-section, her body was indeed severely depleted. She hadn't even thought about how to replenish it, but Chun Hao had thought of it before her and even made her a nourishing medicinal porridge for breakfast. When she scooped up the second spoonful and put it in her mouth, the corners of her mouth curved into a smile, her eyes were wet, and she couldn't say a word because there was something stuck in her throat. She could only take another sip of porridge, and then whispered, "Ah, it's really delicious." Chunhao smiled. "Eat more if you like it. I made a lot of porridge." After the three of them finished breakfast, Chunhao and Zhou Xiaoyu cleaned up the dishes together. Zhou Xiaoyu took the initiative to carry the plates into the kitchen and stood by the sink to help wash them. The two of them worked together to wash and dry all the pots and pans and put them back in their original places, restoring the kitchen countertop to its clean state. When Jiang Shiro returned to the living room, she was sitting on the sofa, and the five little ones in the crib were wide awake and full of energy. They opened their round eyes and looked around, their little hands and feet flailing about on the bed, making all sorts of cooing and babbling sounds. But they were in a good mood. None of them cried or fussed. The five little ones lay there entertaining themselves, occasionally kicking each other's legs. Zhou Xiaoyu walked to the crib, bent down, and teased a Bao. The Bao grinned and showed her his pink gums, laughing out loud. Zhou Xiaoyu was healed by that smile and turned to look at Chunhao. "Hey, Chunhao, the lullaby you sang to them to sleep yesterday was really nice. You must sing pretty well, right? Sing us a song." Chunhao, sitting on the other side of the sofa, smiled upon hearing the request and glanced at Jiang Shiro sitting beside him. Shuiro is a top student in the music department. She is famous at school for her singing ability. I am too embarrassed to show off my skills in front of her. Jiang Shiro gently shook her head, her tone filled with sincere expectation. "How? I could tell when you were humming a lullaby yesterday that you have a very good voice and your breath control is very steady. I really want to hear you sing a whole song." Zhou Xiaoyu chimed in from the side. "Look, Shuiro already said so don't refuse anymore. Sing one after another." Chunhao hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "Since you all want to hear it, then I'll make a fool of myself. But what songs would you like to hear?" Zhou Xiaoyu thought for a moment. "Just sing any song you're good at. We can't think of any specific titles." Chunhao thought for a moment. "Wait for me a moment. I'm going to get something." He stood up and walked towards the stairs. Zhou Xiaoyu asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Without turning his head, Chunhao replied, "Go upstairs and get a guitar." He went upstairs to the second floor, entered the master bedroom, and closed the door. The bedroom was quiet. The crib had been moved to the side of the bed, and the five little ones were being played with by Zhou Xiaoyu downstairs. He made sure no one was around, and with a thought, he took out the guitar that the system had rewarded him with when he bathed Wu Bao yesterday from his system inventory. Chapter 69, Jiang Shiro. I can't sing as well as you. The bedroom was quiet. The crib had been moved to the side of the bed, and the five little ones were being played with by Zhou Xiaoyu downstairs. After confirming that no one was around, Chunhao took out the guitar that the system had rewarded him with when he bathed Wu Bao yesterday from his system backpack. The moment he picked up the guitar, he felt its weight. The body of the instrument is made of dark matte wood with fine, silky grain that gleams with a warm sheen in the morning light. The neck is smooth and straight, the frets are neatly inlaid, and the knobs are made of gold brass, which are smooth to turn. The instrument has no superfluous decorations, but the exquisite craftsmanship is evident in every detail, making it clear at a glance that it is no ordinary piece. He carried his guitar downstairs. Jiang Shiro and Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes fell simultaneously on the zither in his hand. Jiang Shiro is a music major, and her sensitivity to the quality of musical instruments far exceeds that of ordinary people. Her gaze froze the moment it fell on the guitar, and she unconsciously leaned forward. The shape of the headstock, the curvature of the body, the grain of the wood, and the craftsmanship of the frets. Every detail tells her that this violin is far superior to any she has ever seen at school. Zhou Xiaoyu simply thought it looked good. Wow, this guitar is so beautiful. The wood looks really high quality. Chunhao, when did you buy it? Chunhao stood in the center of the living room and placed the guitar horizontally in front of him. I bought it a while ago. Jiang Shiro asked softly. How much does this guitar cost? Chunhao looked down at the violin in his arms and said calmly, It's a bit expensive, 8 million. There was a 2-second silence in the living room, followed by 2 simultaneous exclamations. Zhou Xiaoyu jumped up from the sofa. 8 million? 8 million for a guitar? Chunhao, are you serious? Jiang Shiro also looked incredulous, her voice filled with shock. An 8 million guitar? That's a collector's item. Usually, only the most skilled luthiers can handcraft a masterpiece worth that price. How? You actually bought an 8 million guitar? Chunhao smiled, but didn't explain further. He simply held the guitar, placed his fingers on the strings, and gently plucked them. A series of clear and bright notes flowed from the violin case. The tone as pure as a mountain spring dripping on her rocks, each note carrying a slightly rippling aftertaste. Just that one sound test changed Jiang Shiuro's expression. She could tell how rare the sound of this instrument was. Chen Hao's fingers landed on the neck of the violin, and he began to play. He played a soothing and gentle folk song. The fingering wasn't complicated, but every note landed precisely on the beat. His singing was completely different from when he hummed a lullaby last night. His voice was clear, yet had a warm and gentle quality, with smooth and natural transitions and a stable and long breath. There was no deliberate showing off of skills. He just played and sang quietly. Only his piano playing and singing remained in the living room. Jiang Shiuro sat on the sofa looking at him, her eyes filled with an increasingly bright surprise. She could tell how accurate his pitch was, how steady his breath control was, and how natural his breathing points were. These were not levels that could be achieved with just a few days of practice. Her professional intuition told her that Chen Hao's talent and skill in singing far exceeded her expectations. Zhou Xiaoyu doesn't understand the technical details of music, but she can tell whether something sounds good or bad. She listened to the entire song with her mouth slightly open, leaning back on the sofa without moving. After the last note faded, the living room was silent for several seconds before she clapped vigorously, her voice rising in volume. Chen Hao, you sing so well. You sing better than anyone else on those talent shows. Jiang Shiuro also clapped, her eyes filled with a mixture of surprise and admiration as she looked at Chen Hao. Hao, you sing really well. The pitch, breath control, and emotional expression are all excellent. If you participated in a campus singing competition in college, you would definitely have won a prize. I don't sing as well as you. Chen Hao felt a little embarrassed by their compliments and lowered his head to gently press down the guitar strings. No way, compared to someone with your expertise, I'm just singing haphazardly. Zhou Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. No, sing another song. That one was so good, I didn't get enough. One more song. That's all for today. We'll sing again next time. Just as Chen Hao was about to press down the guitar strings and put them away, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated and emitted a short notification sound. He put down his guitar, took out his phone, and glanced at it. A notification popped up at the top of the screen from the securities app he had registered with yesterday. Your securities account opening application has been approved and activated. You can now conduct trading operations normally. He was stunned for a moment. Then a surge of barely suppressed excitement welled up inside him. He was pleased to see how quickly the application was approved, as he wanted to verify whether the title of stock market guru was truly effective. He didn't rush to operate the device. He first locked the phone screen, then looked up at Jiang Shiuro and Zhou Xiaoyu and said, I have something to take care of. You guys talk first. After saying that, he sat back down on the other side of the sofa, unlocked his phone again, and opened the mobile banking app. After logging in, he glanced at his account balance and paused for a moment. He counted the string of numbers on the screen twice. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, and a long string of numbers before the decimal point, totaling more than 1,510,000. He remembers clearly that before he got the system, he only had less than 10,000 yuan in his bank account, which was all the money he had saved by doing part-time jobs and living frugally. But now it clearly says 1,510,000, which means, over the past few days, the system has rewarded him with over 1.5 million yuan in cash through feeding, diaper changing, bathing, naming, and handling various procedures. He leaned back on the sofa, holding his phone, and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Although he was overjoyed inside, he didn't show it much on his face. Only the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. He logged out of mobile banking and opened a securities app. After logging in, the main interface will show that the account status is activated and all trading permissions are enabled, including Shanghai Stock Exchange, Shenzhen Stock Exchange, and Hong Kong Stock Connect. He was about to transfer funds directly into the account for live trading, but then he held back. Although the system said that the title of stock god could guarantee 100% profit with zero risk, he had not verified it with his own eyes, so he was still a little skeptical. Let's try a simulated stir-fry first and see if it's as miraculous as the system claims. He exited the securities app and searched for simulated stock trading in the App Store, and several apps popped up. He chose the one with the highest rating, downloaded and installed it, and registered a demo account. Chapter 70. The title of Stock God really does work for stock trading. Chunhao exited the securities app and searched for simulated stock trading in the App Store, and several apps popped up. He chose the one with the highest rating, downloaded and installed it, and registered a demo account. The demo account came with 10 million virtual funds, enough for him to conduct various tests. He opened the trading interface and selected the Hong Kong Stock Connect. Hong Kong stocks support T+0 trading, meaning you can buy and sell on the same day, making it the fastest way to verify results. He stared at the constantly changing Hong Kong stock market quotes on his phone screen and began browsing stocks across various sectors. As his gaze swept over the red and green numbers and candlestick charts, a strange feeling welled up in his mind. Those stock price fluctuations that he had previously perceived as chaotic suddenly became clear and regular. His brain seemed to be taken over by some program, rapidly processing a whole host of data for each stock, including trading volume, turnover rate, price-to-earnings ratio, earnings per share, technical indicators, recent news, fund flows, and changes in institutional holdings. All this information was as if it had been crammed into a supercomputer with an incredibly fast processing speed, capable of making a probability assessment of a stock's performance over the next few hours within seconds. He quickly selected 3 Hong Kong stocks. The first one is called Wanlian Holdings, which mainly deals in new energy battery materials. His brain analysis revealed that the stock had been unfairly sold off for nearly a month due to negative news of falling raw material prices, but the company's fundamentals and order volume had not shown a significant decline. Trading volume has been shrinking over the past 3 trading days, indicating that the bearish momentum has weakened and the bottom support is relatively strong. A rebound is expected in the next hour, with an increase of approximately 1.8% to 2.2%. The second one is called Jinghua Technology, which makes intelligent security equipment. The company just released a better-than-expected third-quarter earnings report, with net profit increasing by more than 30% year-on-year. But the stock price did not rise immediately. Instead, it was dragged down by the weakening market. Analysis suggests that this divergence between earnings and stock price is unlikely to continue, and the market will likely correct its pricing in the short term. A rebound is expected in the afternoon, with an increase of approximately 1.5%. The third one is called Hongsheng Real Estate, which is engaged in commercial real estate operation. This stock is quite volatile. It dropped 4% yesterday due to news of a land auction failing to attract bids, but according to analysis, the impact of that news has been fully digested. After the market opened today, there were signs of funds entering the market to buy on the dip. The short-term upward momentum is strong, and the increase is expected to be more than 2% in the next 2 hours. Chunhao looked at the analysis results in his mind, and then started operating on the simulated trading interface. He divided the 10 million virtual funds in his demo account into 3 parts, buying 1 million of each stock and leaving the remaining 7 million untouched. After placing the order, he stared at the price changes in the curated list. 30 minutes passed. Wanlian Holdings stock price has risen by 2.1% from the purchase price, resulting in a floating profit of over 21,000 yuan. Jinghua Technology rose by 1.6%, with a floating profit of over 16,000. Hongsheng Real Estate saw the most significant increase, rising by nearly 2.5%, resulting in a floating profit of over 25,000 yuan. The combined unrealized profit of the 3 stocks exceeds 60,000 yuan, and even after deducting transaction fees, it is still over 50,000 yuan. What surprised him most was that the price increase range of the 3 stocks was almost exactly the same as his prediction. Wanlian Holdings was within his predicted range, and Jinghua Technology and Hongsheng Real Estate did not exceed his expectations. The last shred of doubt in his mind was completely dispelled. The title of stock market guru is real. The claim of 100% profit with 0 risk is real, and the ability of his brain to automatically analyze market trends is also real. With this ability, he will only need to find certain opportunities in the market, put his money in, and make money steadily. He exited the stock trading simulation app and reopened the securities app. He started to make plans in his mind. Although he receives various cash and material rewards from the system for taking care of his 5 daughters every day, what if the system suddenly disappears one day? What if those rewards stop coming? He can't put all his hopes on the system. Jiang Shiruo and her 5 daughters need to secure their future. He needs to make as much money as possible while he still has the ability to be a stock market guru, so as to have more options for the future. He opened his mobile banking app, looked at the balance of 1.51 million yuan, and decisively chose to transfer the money. Enter your securities account number and brokerage information. Enter the transfer amount as 1.5 million. Enter your payment password and confirm. A few seconds later, I received a text message confirming that the funds had been credited to my account and the balance in my securities account had increased from 0 to 1.5 million. He switched back to the securities app, opened the Hong Kong stock market page, and started scanning the various sectors again. The super analysis engine in my brain started up again, going through all the Hong Kong stocks on the screen one by one. A few minutes later, his gaze fell on a technology stock called Yunchuang Zhilian. His brain produced a detailed analysis report. This company provides cloud computing infrastructure services and recently announced a strategic cooperation agreement with a major internet company. The contract amount is huge, and the market has reacted conservatively because the supporting funds related to the agreement have not yet been secured. However, Chun Hao's mind combined various data, including publicly available information, industry trends, institutional research reports, and recent fund flows. The probability of this agreement being implemented is over 90%. Once implemented, the stock price will experience a significant rebound. More precise forecasts indicate that the stock will see a cumulative increase of approximately 6.5% over the next trading day. This increase is quite good for short-term trading, and the net profit after deducting stamp duty and commission is also quite considerable. Chun Hao didn't hesitate for long. He placed a buy order for the Hong Kong stock, Yunchuang Zhilian, with all the 1.5 million that had just been transferred into his account, and the transaction was successfully completed within his expected price range. After making the purchase, he looked at the newly completed order in his holdings list and let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Shiruo, sitting on the other side of the sofa, kept her head down, scrolling through her phone, occasionally glancing up at the babies in the crib. She noticed that Chun Hao had been staring at his phone screen intently since earlier, his expression serious and focused, his fingers occasionally swiping across the screen, which was quite different from his usual relaxed and casual demeanor. She tilted her head curiously and asked, Hao, what are you doing? What are you looking at so intently? Chun Hao looked up from his phone screen and smiled. I'm trading stocks.